Okay, I'm streaming. Don't say anything crazy. Don't say anything crazy. If you're still on the mic, I'm trying to get my AirPods. I have no idea what the audio quality is. If it sounds like I'm on a telephone or if I'm on like a nice, high-quality Apple product. The mic is horrendous. I mean, I could switch to the mic array built into the... I don't have a mic with me, okay? You sound like you're in a submarine. Listen, it's either this or nothing, okay? So... Oh, look at this. Okay, I don't know who's like running the laptop, so I don't want to risk showing the screen if they do some dumb shit. Just pretend we're, pretend we're like in a vintage movie or some shit, guys. Okay? I didn't actually know I was going to be streaming the event. So. Oh, do you have an extra USB mic by chance? You don't carry USB mics with you? What a fucking loser. Oh my god. There might be 2 inputs for the AirPods. Make sure you're using the stereo. I think on the laptop I see, hold on. Oh, does this help? Is this louder? Or does this just make it worse? I have no idea. Oh. Is Postmates a microphone from Best Buy? I feel like I buy microphones everywhere I go. I don't know if I want to buy another one. I don't think I can make the AirPod microphone a higher quality while it's on Bluetooth on a computer. I think it's going to sound like I'm talking to you through like a phone from the 70s. I think that's all I could do. Okay, what about... I could switch to this, but I don't know if this is better. Better, but still shit. Better? Now we've moved to the late 2000s. Okay. Better, but put a gate on it. Let's see. How about like this? Is this okay? Or is it like really far? It's picking up a lot of background noise? Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of background noise. Okay, I think this is the best I can do for... Dude, don't... If you tell them that, they're gonna want me to go buy mine, okay? Fuck Target. Okay? It's dark. Do you know who's running the laptop? Would they do some? They wouldn't do dumb shit like put porn up there or something, right? You don't think?
No way.
Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to them real quick.
Just ask her.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's
Hold
a
on, be right
stupid
back.
fucking meme.
It's good. It's a little hot. Can you guys hear me talking over there? Okay. Turn on this. Oh wait, HDMI cam link source. Oh, you guys are getting. Oh, you guys are getting audio. Okay, I can turn this off then. Cool. Okay, good. You're getting audio through the HDMI. That's good. Okay. I think everything should be working all right. Is any other panelist going to stream? No, apparently I'm the only streamer, unless this guy streams it. Yeah, tell me how this sound is.
Pretty good? It's not supposed to be cold down here. It's cold where we're at. It's supposed to be nice and, you know, this is not how I anticipated Texas was going to feel. No, I'm sorry. No, let me tell you how I really feel about this place. No. It's stupid. I know. That's my sister lives around here. She's like, oh, it's so nice. So I bought like 4. Am I still testing? Or are we?
Is the audio actually?
Okay.
What are you trying to run?
Well, the laptop that we have here, which we typically use for this stuff, is not happy, so I'm having to do a restore. But I'm just thinking of the plan B, because all I'm doing is just putting the corporate logo up there, right? So,
what do you Are you just trying to like overlay like an image or something on?
Yeah, that's it. Just real simple. I can't even open I can't open a web browser to download the file that I got, and can I do that? But the thing is, once I get that going, then I need to be able to just open it up and transfer.
Just tell him how this laptop I want to use it for anything else. I mean, I'm streaming on YouTube, I think, here. But I don't know if I could do that simultaneously and do whatever he was saying. Yeah.
Well,
No,
maybe,
because he would get your screen. Oh, the whole screen.
Yeah, maybe this restore will work.
Cool. Laptops.
How are you overlaying like an image? What is the process?
I'm just using a simple image program built into Windows.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
It's just
Gotcha.
static image.
Huh.
The only pattern test that is HDMI for.
Just tell actual justice warrior to come down here.
Do what?
Actual justice warrior. Just tell him to bring this stuff down.
Do it. Make them. Okay. Here's a question, guys. How do I change my headset, my AirPods, to go to transparency mode when I'm connected to my computer? I'm kind of mad Destiny didn't really advertise this event at all. Wait, what? I feel like I brought this up like 20 times. Are you serious? I literally advertised tickets to this event. Wait, what are you talking about? Are you serious? Okay, I changed it on my phone. Let's see if we can connect it back to my computer. Let's see. Are you gonna do anything else in Texas after the event? I'm hanging out here till I think 12 because there's like people bought VIP tickets or something, and then after that I head back to then we go to Miami. There are 2 audio things in your audio mixer. One is the active noise canceling, the other doesn't. One of the audio things is super shit. Yeah, but I have to use the super shit. No, I don't actually. Hold on. Oh, your donos on? Yeah, why? Can you not hear them? Oh shit, hold on. Test. Da-da-da. Nope. Okay, well, if you donated, you got scammed. That's not the only time you've gotten scammed this week. Alright, hold on, let me check this shit. You're not doing a meetup, are you? I mean, I'll be here after my event, so. Okay. Does this work? Oh, come on, just play. Don't be lame.
Alright, Sean. Gotta get you in a YouTube channel.
Oh, Let's see. Okay, stream chat, Streamlet alerts. Oh. Hello? Oh shit, I don't have that. Oh, I just realized what's going on. Oh fuck, I need the stuff. Where's Crane at? I don't have that new shit added to this. Oh, it's all over, boys. Oh man, there's no way we can do this live. Okay, boom, boom, boom. This shit is gonna glitch out and I'm gonna get ultra triggered. Can I sell the clip of my donation? I'll pay for the NFT. I'll autograph the NFT, okay? But you need to have realistic expectations about them too, okay? Like, I would say, if you're flipping the NFTs, you're not going to make more than like $200,000 or $300,000, okay? Some people think you're going to become a millionaire overnight. That shit takes you at least, I'd say, like 2 to 3 weeks. What am I looking for?
Okay, so all you have to do, it's like 14. We have 14,000.
I think Mexico really got a 300K sponsor for NFTs. 300K? It's possible. I have no idea. It depends on what his specific activation or like the duration of time is. Oh god, I don't know I don't know. Read. Okay, where's the browser source for this on the page? I see unique token. Okay. Oh, OBS browser source, URL. Okay, boom, there we go. Boom, boom. You think if you said something like only buy the NFTs if you want to support me, kind of like some new website, it would have saved you something? I think I did say it. The biggest problem, it's like a twofold problem. One, it'll blow over in a few days because it always does. Anybody that thinks otherwise is fucking wild. But the two problems that one, nobody actually understands anything related to crypto or NFTs, which is my fault. I should explain better, I guess. And then two, because there was that clip like 2 or 3 days ago, it's just a really easy juxtaposition. I always forget. I'm not ever really sure where people's minds are at when it comes to any of the technology. Like, I feel like, because for instance, like, I've shit-talked a lot of crypto scams, like tons of crypto scams. I feel like if I took a sponsor that was like so I probably wouldn't do like a pump and dump coin, because that seems a little shitty. But if somebody wanted to sponsor me to do like, oh, here's like a crypto wallet to like send over, I'd probably do that. But then people might like see me do that. Like, you said in the past that cryptocurrency is a scam, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no. Not all of cryptocurrency is a scam. Not everything related to NFTs is a scam. Just people that pump and dump it or try to flip it or tell you you're going to get rich flipping it is a scam for it. But nobody knows what any of the underlying tech is, so I don't know. It's like a losing battle. There's no point. Isn't the problem that you can never know if it's a scam? No, not really. It's like really straightforward. It's pretty simple. If you buy an NFT because you want to own that like digital collectible thing or whatever, that's what it is. That's what it's meant for. If you're buying it with the hopes of flipping it to like sell it and get rich or whatever, that's not inherently a scam. But somebody telling you that you can do it, I would argue that that's pretty scammy. Don't you think it's weird that more than one person can own a clip on Eternal? It seems like the opposite of NFT. Well, you own like a series, right? There's like, if it's like X out of 30, then there's 30 of those minted clips. It's the same thing as like a trading card, basically, except it's a digital asset rather than a physical one. Copium, I'm not telling you to buy it, just advertising. I never said I'm not telling you to buy it. I'm saying if you want to buy it, go for it. Support streamers. The same way that like doing a fucking donation or a media share is. Destiny, never believe someone who says you can get rich by buying something off them. If they believe that, they would sell to you. That's my go-to every time. That's what I say all the time when people who claim to give like stock advice or trading advice or whatever. If they really knew what to do, they would be billionaires. Otherwise, they're just trying to their money isn't made trading stocks. Their money is made telling you how to trade stocks without being that good at it themselves. Were you talking about people pumping and dumping in that clip? People are calling you a hypocrite over it. Yeah, so the thing that I was making fun of was people that are like trying to flip NFTs on other people, telling them that they're rich. The thing is, it's like, it's so annoying. We're not going to talk about this much because this is a losing battle. I'm never winning the optics part of this one. But it's annoying because people assume that they make so many bad assumptions about prior conversations I've had. So for instance, if you want, a lot of people bring up like, Destiny was in that conversation with Mizkif shitting on that one kid. I never did that. Nobody watched that conversation. If you watch that conversation, I was running defense for that guy the entire time. I wanted to tell Mizkif that, oh, the website's probably not a scam. He's not selling your IP or anything. And then I had to defend him against the lawyer guy who also owns my talent agency, saying that like you can get sued for this. And it's like, I don't know if this is copyright infringement, right? That like I was like covering that kid the entire time. But for some reason, people like. I think people saw I think there's like a YouTube title that said something like Destiny shits on whatever, and so people were like, oh, Destiny was attacking the NFT. I'd never attacked that guy. I was like, oh yeah, I guess you could do this as an idea, it's whatever, but like you should probably clear it like legally first.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Did you misphrase though or something in that clip because these are all up to NFTs or scams? I might have uttered the sentence, but like if you're listening, it's the same thing. Like for instance, it's like saying dude, oh god, this is such a losing battle. It makes me kill myself because of how fucking stupid this conversation is. So, for instance, I think that like Avon and Amway, okay, I think that the people that get like mixed into those multi-level marketing schemes are scams. But if somebody were to like break out like a bowl of Amway cereal or like any like an Avon like shampoo, I'm not gonna look at it and be like, why would I not use this Avon shampoo? Like this is a scam. Like that doesn't make sense, right? There's the underlying like actual thing, and then there's like the derivative works off of it that can be scammy. So like for instance, like NFTs or cryptocurrencies. As much as I shit on crypto and NFTs because I do, they're not inherently scams. That's stupid. It doesn't make sense. If you say it's inherently a scam, then you just don't understand the technology. But when people try to flip them or tell you that you can get rich off of it, which a lot of people do with NFTs and cryptocurrencies, then I think that's like pretty scammy. But then you also have a really high standard for sponsorships that you relaxed at some point. I think like many years ago, I used to say that I would never take a sponsor that I don't personally use. That's a long time ago. Like for instance, so like I do VPN sponsors. Unironically, I do use the VPN sponsors that I have. I don't know, but I mean like I might set up like a VPN on my own because like technically you don't need to buy something from Surfshark or Nord or whatever. You can just like set up your own Amazon cluster if you want. It's not that hard to do it. And then like for like Artesian builds, like technically I build all of my own computers. Now I got one from them for free, but like so that's like a thing that I quote unquote shill without like technically using it because I would do pre-builds. I wouldn't buy, or I won't buy pre-builds. I build my own. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable that you're supporting an industry where a lot of people get scammed and more people are going to get scammed indirectly because of your sponsorship? I mean, like, when you start getting into, like, the indirect thing, I don't know, that just gets... You're getting into, like, peripheral territory where it's like, I don't know what sponsor I could take from anything. Like, I could arguably say that, like, I can't stream on Twitch at that point because of all the dog shit, like, pop politics that goes on here that I think is demonstrably harmful. And by streaming on Twitch, I'm, like, supporting that. Or you could argue that, like, I do a lot of ACR sponsors, for instance, right? Because I play poker. You could say, well, ACR also does blackjack. They might even do slots. They might do... I don't know if they do slots or not, but I know that they do blackjack. But like, do I start cutting off? I'm not promoting flipping NFTs. If you want to, go for it. I think on the site they mentioned like the NFTs will appreciate value. I don't know if that's true. I'm not here to support that claim. But.
Justin, make sure to give Jeremy a shout out, even though he's not here. Make sure
Are you deeply disappointed with the infrastructure bill not being at least 1.5 trillion, seeing as the minimum? I mean, like, it's better than nothing. I think it was 1.2 passed today. Isn't Lyric doing the same sponsor as you? And I believe Amaranth as well, yeah. The funniest thing too is that I said that the reason why I'm convinced that it's just like a good opportunity to shit on me because of the clip like 2 days ago is because I said I was doing the sponsor. I think I've mentioned like 5 times on stream. I think I even said it in the conversation with the Mizkif kid. I think I said afterwards like, oh yeah, like I think the lawyer guy mentioned that they had something in the works for the Eternal shit. Like I've said this like multiple times over the past couple months and nobody gave a fuck. But then when I ran it, I think it was just because that clip was there 2 days ago. It's just like very, very, very convenient. The EU website at least has slots, yeah, for the ACR stuff, for the American Cardinal stuff. Yeah. And then you've got like there's like an insane, so like this guy, yeah, I mean, I can permaban you, dude, no problem, I don't give a fuck. I came for the unfollow and permaban. You've changed my life politically so much so that this shit is really disappointing. Like the only thing I can think of when I see messages like this is people have no idea what NFTs are. And this is like I might do like a debate day on this because it would be funny. Because like I am 99% sure that if I were to drag in basically every single person that is saying like it's a scam, and I would ask like, because this is another funny thing too. People are like people are gonna bring this up forever, blah blah blah. No, they're not. Nobody knows what an NFT is. 95% of you guys don't know what the fucking NFT is. So if I bring a person on and they're like, did you scam with NFTs? Like, what do you think an NFT is? Literally nobody would have an answer. Like, oh shit, Jesus. Destiny, honest to God, why else would you buy NFTs but to flip them? As if anyone gives a shit about owning some stupid click, I can just right click. I mean, like, you say that,
Shut
but
the
I mean, like,
fuck up, movement, alright?
arguably.
Stupid fucking meme.
Does this work? Oh, I didn't even put it in yet. You can argue the same for literally any collectible, right? Like, what do you need?
So, I need to get I need to paste this into a software. What do I need for YouTube streaming? Just like a general
I usually use OBS.
OBS.
Do you have that?
Not on this laptop, but I can get it.
Alright, good luck.
Are you sure you need OBS?
I mean, there are other, I think there are like browser-based things you can.
We're just going straight to YouTube.
Right, but you still.
You need something to like get the image and then translate that image into a language that can be fed into like YouTube because it needs to get that in. So you need a way to send that data basically.
Streamlabs.
No, you want OBS. I don't want OBS. I'll send you a I know how to set up OBS. Whoops. I didn't realize any of that. That's my bad. Well, Destiny?
Hey, what's up?
Man. Nice to see you again, man. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Steven.
Again.
Thanks for having me.
How's your European trips been?
They are what they are. My fiance lived in Sweden, so I had to go over there for a month. But, yeah.
Sure, that's cool, man. Yeah, I'll send you. That's cool. I know how to do this at least. It's gonna be one image, but whatever.
Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Well, now you got it on this computer.
Hold on. TTS. Would you debate Demon Mama and other lefties when cashing in this drama? Dude, people cash in on anything they shouldn't before. If they wanted to debate, sure, but they won't. None of them will, because none of them even know what an NFT is. I guarantee it. Like the, oh, you're just gonna randomly put a window up there. Oh, this needs to be a browser anyway. Yeah, if anybody ever wants to, sure. But like, I think there might be a couple of the good faith ones, like Irrelevant or whatever might. But yeah, there's zero chance that Demon Mama or anyone else will hop into this because even you motherfuckers have no fucking idea what is a Bitcoin or what is an NFT. Like, not even have any idea.
No, the key don't. Oh, you can do that.
Okay, hold on. Browser capture. This is what I want. Most collectibles you have a way of interacting with in a meaningful way that is unavailable to others. NFTs you don't. It's like buying a receipt to thing, not thinking. That's what. So most or ton. Like personally, that would be how I would view it. But most collectibles aren't usually interacted with. They're usually like either put on a shelf so you can look at them. Like I saw somebody make this analogy yesterday on my subreddit. Where they were like, oh, because I think somebody mentioned like Pokemon cards. Somebody's like, Pokemon cards are way different. You buy those and you're able to play the Pokemon trading card game. Motherfucker, nobody buys Pokemon cards to play the fucking trading card game. That's not why people buy those. That's like saying you buy Beanie Babies to set them up in a dollhouse and play with them. Of course not. Turn cam on? Well, the camera's just this. It's nothing. There you go. Okay. Let's see if, Did you see your next opponent? Oh, the corn guy? I don't know if he will or not. I don't know. He said apparently he won the hippy-dippy thing to do, but we'll see if he does. Have you seen the clip of Vosh comparing you to Anna? Oh yeah, Vosh says that me stalking him on panels is like, Anna stalking me. That's a good meme. It's a crazy world out there, guys. "90% of people in the space don't know that. That's part of the issue. They think they're getting actual legitimate ownership. You can't separate yourself from the space, in my opinion." I mean, maybe. I mean, we can't see you. I don't have a camera for me. This is just a camera on the stage. NFTs have some great use cases that are not being done yet. Yeah, probably. I mean, me and Dan have talked about it before, sure. It's inherently worthless, so I didn't see a problem with promoting NFT, but I think if you would have done a better job in disclaiming between memeing about the rarity of the card, people would have probably been less hostile about it. You're dead wrong. I don't think I ever said during a point of that, like, oh guys, buy this and you get rich. I'm pretty sure I said anything like, oh, if you want to like have like a thing of a clip or whatever, here's your NFT. I never told you to get rich flipping it or encouraged you to sell it or any shit like that. I don't think I might have memed once about like, oh, when I sign this, it'll be worth millions or something. Maybe like that, but like everybody that watched that knew exactly what was going on, right? I think it was optically bad to do the sponsorship. Yeah, but I just didn't realize how little most people knew about the underlying technology, or I underestimated it. I figured there would be some people that would be upset, but I had no idea like the lack of understanding. Like just like the blanket seeing people saying shit like NFTs are scams. NFTs. Well, that doesn't make any sense. It's a non-fungible token. It can't inherently be a scam. It doesn't make sense. Unironically, your previous statement about all NFTs being scams was worse since it was too hyperbolic. But it wasn't, though. The problem is that if you listen to the conversation and you know what an NFT is, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not disparaging the entire technology as being bad. I'm saying that people that flip them or tell them you can get rich off them are bad. This is like the equivalent of like me going into like fucking GameStop and buying a game. And then somebody looks at me and is like, didn't you say GME was a scam? Like, and now you're in the store buying games. Like, so are you just not consistent? Do you have no moral values? Do you have no principle? Everything you've ever said, criticized communist for is wrong because you bought a game for Nathan at GameStop, even though you said millions of times, you said GME, that's GameStop. You said GameStop is a scam. GameStop is a scam. It's like, no, okay, Jesus Christ. Like, you could literally make the exact same argument. But, I mean, yeah.
When you get back, you should watch the LA Sheriff's press conference.
Wait, okay, so, okay, we're not doing this whole thing, because I'm actually going to tear my hair out. So this guy in Twitch says, GME stock is the scam. No, not the store. Stretching a little there. Exactly. NFT flipping can be a scam, but that doesn't mean the NFT technology inherently is a scam. It's the exact same thing. It's not a stretch. If anything, the GME GameStop thing is closer because GME represents GameStop as an individual stock, whereas an NFT could be literally anything. You get an NFT for a picture of your fucking dick if you want. Isn't an NFT the same as gambling? No. Alright, what's up?
How much? I think we're good.
Cool. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think Peter Kaufman is going to mention the NFT? No. Every single one of you guys that think that like people are going to bring up NFTs in the future, you're so wrong. If it happens in a debate, they're going to look at dumb fuck. Because I'm going to ask two questions. I'm going to say, one, what is an NFT? And two, how is an NFT a scam? And no one is going to have an answer for it. And they're all going to look dumb as fuck when they try it. Even you guys would if you were trying to argue with me against it. What is an NFT? How is it a scam? And you'd have none of you would have any answers. Why did you say it was a scam then? I said that people that flip NFTs telling you can get rich, or that are trying to buy and sell their own NFTs, telling you that they're going to like appreciate value, that's the scam. I think that is scammy.
We're good to go, man. Good job. Okay.
Why am I hearing myself?
We're at.
Because I hit the mic.
Oh, you have the mic with you.
Oh.
We're on a delay. So yeah, when we're ready to go live, go back to YouTube. And then all you gotta do is change it from unless it's a flip. So you go live.
Is Bitcoin too a scam? No, but I've said like this is another thing I've said like a million times. Like I think people scam like a motherfucker with crypto. I totally do. I think it happens a lot. But I don't think that all cryptocurrency is inherently or underlying like a scam. Like that's you can't say cryptocurrency is a scam. Oh shit. Because it doesn't make sense. Cryptocurrency is just a technology. But I bet if you go through my streams, I've probably said in the past, like, oh my god, like all these Bitcoin scams or like crypto scams or whatever. I've probably said something like that in the past. But I'm not talking about the underlying technology, just the way that people utilize it. What percent of people who buy NFTs are doing it because they hope a lot of buy? I have no idea. No clue. Do you see value in NFTs other than the possibility of getting rich off them? I mean, it depends on the types of NFTs you are into, I guess. I don't know. I mean, like I think an NFT is most comparable to like it's almost like a skin in a video game. Like, is there inherent value in it, or could there be value in the future? I don't know. Like, some people buy and sell CS:GO fucking skins. I don't care about that shit. Some people do it. Some people will buy.
Is it the equivalent to saying, hey, you should get into the US dollar, you could make hella money?
Sure. Some people buy and sell other types of like digital shit like that. I don't know. I personally, I don't think you should do it to try and get rich. Some people do. I think it's dumb. Kindly advise people to debate Corn Guy. If he wants to, sure, but I don't think he will. Can you steel man the NFT carbon footprint argument? I have no idea what the guy was talking about. So technically the oh god, I would have to go back and read these. I read about this a long time ago, but I don't remember any of it. There's a difference between like proof of stake and proof of work. So I don't believe that the NFTs that Eternal uses have any carbon footprint because they use a proof of stake claim instead of a proof of work one, which means that there's not the same. You don't do the same work to like prove. But I don't have to go back and read exactly the difference between these two.
Over here.
Okay. Okay, you guys are reaching so hard. This guy in chat. Skins are limited, though. These NFTs might be limited on the website, but anyone can access a video for sure. What do you mean skins are limited? Wait, which skins are limited? What are you talking about? Wait, in what game are skins limited? What? They're digital assets. You can copy paste an infinite number of skins if you want. Like,
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
SOY Destiny exposed SOY hypocrisy proven SOY GTFO. With that shit, bring Mood back from Kuming so we can get some league.
you literally said that you're doing the NFT because you're selling out and dipping before you get banned. Are you taking that back? I was a little meme when I did this because I didn't know that the blow up would actually be like this, like deranged. I don't think I'm probably going to take any like gambling sponsorships or shit that's like crazy, like against stuff that I would do otherwise. But over the past like year or two, I have been a lot more open to doing sponsors for stuff that I might not like traditionally do sponsors for. So for instance, like I don't know if I would have done as many VPN sponsors in the past, but I have done like mobile game sponsors and shit in the past, right? We did Lords Mobile, we did fucking Raid Shadow Legends like 2 or 3 times. I figured some people would be mad, but I can't. The amount of deranged people that are like, every single critique Destiny's ever made of anybody is completely wrong because he did one NFT. It's like, oh my god. Holy shit.
Alright, I'll let you figure that out, but you know what to do.
A friend of mine flips NFTs.
Oh, yeah?
This is an app called Vivo.
Mhm.
Vivi. Just gets those limited edition releases and gets lucky sometimes. I don't know how it
Yeah,
works.
people do it.
I think it's weird how corporations like Disney are like providing NFTs for these apps. Like they're signing away like the rights to the characters and stuff. Like it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh, I didn't even know Disney was doing NFT shit.
Yeah, they're like working with these people, these artists. I don't understand it.
Yo, chat. I'm gonna keep the $1.50. As the world's foremost continental philosopher, I'm here to say that it's already time to move on from the NFT discourse. I'm spending $5 on this dono, and I expect its meme value to appreciate 5,000%.
Absolutely. As long as we get that minted, I think we'll be okay.
/raid. Tiny.
Pump and dump those exclusive Destiny NFT.
Separator's been way fucking worse the past few days. Just paragraphs with how you're wrong. Like, I don't even mind people that are like, oh, like I disagree with this sponsor. I don't think this is good. Blah 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 blah. That's fine. Whatever. If like that's fair, and there are fair things that we could like go back and forth with there, like how peripheral can harm be or whatever. To like. So, for instance, like one critique might be, okay, Destiny, you say that you're not okay with flipping NFTs, but you're okay with selling them digitally. However, the website has text where it's like, oh, if you buy an NFT, it'll appreciate in value, whatever. So, isn't that right? There are arguments to be had there for sure. But when people start like typing shit and like every single thing you've ever said about any communist is all null and void. There's literally no purpose to any criticism you've ever. It's like, dude, are you serious? Like every single debate in the future, Destiny is going to. This is going to be brought back up and thrown at you. Like, dude, I had a front page Reddit post of me arguing with a black guy about whether or not I could say the N-word, okay? There's no way that NFT shit is ever going to dwarf any of the prior drama that I've been in, okay? Like, I was departed from Twitch because I told people to go murder BLM fucking people and right? That's what people say about me. Like, people acting like anybody's gonna bring up an NFT anything when not even you guys that are so mad about it understand any of the underlying technology is delusional. Like, we'll see what happens in the future, but it will be fucking hilarious. Is that the tone of the majority of the criticism? Absolutely radio math. Trust me, as somebody that's been going through all of my Reddit threads, which by the way sucks, okay? Because I can't scroll normal Reddit anymore because it's all crying about billionaires and fucking people, right? Now I have to go through my subreddit, but now all of my subreddit posts are literally like, it is the most moral grandstanding I've ever seen in my life. It's like, holy shit.
/raid. Tiny.
I think it was just a sneeze.
And then, oh Jesus, I remember that sneeze. And then people are writing shit where they're like, people are writing shit. Oh God, what was the one I saw? People are writing shit where they're like, I saw this comment multiple times, and then I responded to it once. And people still got mad at me. People were like, if Vosh or anybody took any NFT sponsor like this ever, Destiny would be shitting the rent. Like, no, I wouldn't. Why the fuck would you think that? Like, we literally laughed off like David Pakman doing actual crypto scams, unironically, right? David Pakman actually shills actual pump and dump crypto scams, and I've like never made fun of him
this
for
NFT
that.
stuff. Where's the Anadono voice?
True. Yeah, like I've never like attacked like fuck. It's just not something that I care that much about. It's not like a huge thing. You got like 200 downvotes for mentioning. Yeah, because somebody was like, Destiny to make fun of leftists for doing this, and I was like, I don't make fun of David Pakman for doing this, and then people were like, that's not the point. You're just doing whataboutism. Like, wait, what? Your literal post was whataboutism. What the fuck? I don't know. People keep saying, like, shouldn't you have known the backlash? I know that I'm never going to convince you, or maybe in 10 years you'll realize this. It's easy to say, like, oh yeah, like, obviously this backlash is going to happen, but, like, I don't think it's obvious at all. It's really hard to figure out, like, what the internet will get mad about at any particular point in time. Because, for instance, if you want to talk about, like, more consistency, I would say that, like, the mobile game sponsors I've done have probably been the most, like, morally ambiguous things that I've ever promoted on a stream, but I don't know, was there a single post about the Raid Shadow Legends stuff? I don't think anybody gave a fuck about that. And we've done, like, I think we've done, like, 3 Raid Shadow Legends things or whatever. Destiny, why wouldn't you criticize him for it? I have like a hierarchy of things that I care about in terms of like what I criticize people for, and in terms of like sponsors they do. Like this is another thing I've talked about in the past. People are very binary with the way that they think about things. I think that there are some scummy sponsors that you probably shouldn't do them, but like if you do them, I don't think you're like the worst person in the world. Like I have like a hierarchy of shit. Like if you murder, rape somebody, that's really bad. You're like on the shit list. You know, if you do like a shitty sponsor, I don't think you should do that. But that's pretty far down on the shit list or whatever. So like David Pacman absolutely shills scam pump and dump coins. But like I don't think he knows much about it. I don't think he's like personally invested in these pump and dump scams. He probably just does it because he gets paid whatever. It's like, you know, you probably shouldn't do it. I think it's a bad thing, but I don't care that much, you know. It's whatever. It's just like there's like a hierarchy of shit that I care about, and like doing like weird scummy sponsors are usually not. I saw some people on the subreddit comparing to this of Valkyrie shit. Oh yeah, that I'm gonna start doing Rooflight. Yeah, it is. It is what it is. To be honest, the Surfshark one is the worst one. Most of it. Oh, you could even argue that the VPN. Wait, why are people saying leaked? Wait, I'm gonna mute this. I don't even know if anything's getting leaked, but now I'm paranoid. Fuck. What was somebody saying? Oh fuck! I don't remember what I was saying now. Oh, VPNs. Technically, like, I believe that a lot of the claims made by VPNs can go way too far. Like, if I'm doing a 1,000,000% honest thing about a VPN, VPNs will keep you safe insofar as they hide your IP. All a VPN can do is hide your IP and shield your traffic, but there are way more ways that you can be tracked online via cookies, via logged-in accounts, via like malicious programs on your computer. There are tons of ways. When I talk about VPNs on my stream, I like make it clear. I'm like, if you're at a friend's house, you don't want them to like look at your traffic, use a VPN, or like your ISP won't be able to look at your traffic. But I'm never gonna sit here and say like VPNs are really good for internet security. I would never use a VPN for internet security. If I was gonna use anything like that for internet security, it'd probably be like I'd probably just buy like an Amazon server and set up like a VPS or something. That would be my guess, or something different. I don't think I would use a VPN, but you can use a VPN to like watch content or access stuff that you can't on like certain things. So like when I promote VPNs, I'm usually hitting it from that angle. But like I mean, technically, you could make a post like, why does Destiny do this when this contradicts its values? These VPN people say that its servers blah blah, or that it's secure blah blah. It's like, okay. Destiny, okay, rich boy, just buy a server, ha ha ha. Oh, wait, what? You don't need to be rich to rent time on an Amazon cluster. I think the VPS that I used for my Skype shit a long time ago was like fucking $7 a month or some shit. What are you talking about? You don't have to be rich to run shit through the Amazon cloud, through AWS. Is what shitty? The stream's bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Well, what quality is streaming? Wait, scroll down here. Cancel this. Gary, can you do this? Okay, I'm gonna bring up a VS. Oh, don't tell me what no, you're fine. Okay, stream, output. Okay, turn this up to like, I'd say 5,000. Jack it up to 5,000. Uh-huh. Okay. Destiny, yeah, people were saying the NFT site says you can get more money trading it, but the VPN site also says VPNs can protect you against the government and private companies. Yeah, I mean, like, they could, but I wouldn't rely on a VPN to do that. You have to take other protective measures to do that. You're talking about, like, wholly sandboxed environments, like virtual machines, maybe. Like there's way more security precautions you take. If you're trying to prevent, like, a government or, like an actual somebody trying to track you, you got to do way more than just a VPN, right? But again, I don't promote VPNs for security ever. I think that's dumb. I don't have that in any of my callouts for them. I don't do that when I do shoutouts because this for security. The only joke I'll say is like if you're locked in somebody's basement and you don't want them looking at their traffic through their router logs, the VPN will help you then because they'll just see you accessing the VPN. That's it. No one in chat was bringing the same energy. What is this Kensington guy mad about? Destiny, can we admit that people in the community were incredibly unfair to Valkyrie, calling her a scammer who intentionally wanted to fuck over her audience? Truth is, she's probably just dumb and doesn't understand the science or lack of science. Okay, you guys ascribe the craziest views to me. Didn't I literally... I feel like I said word for word when I was talking to somebody. I think I said I think I said on the Scuff podcast, what probably happened with Valkyrie is somebody emailed her, they said, hey, we've got these cool gamer products, do you want to do this shit? We'll send you like a sample every 6 months to see you like it. And she probably was like, yeah, and then signed off on it and did it. I think I said this literally verbatim. I think I actually verbatim said it. I'll get people that will come out and they'll be like, oh, Destiny said that you're the worst, horrible, blah, 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 blah. People think and honestly, I think because sometimes you guys take it farther in subreddit, so maybe people ascribe it to me. But like, even if we go really far on like the Hassan House shit, right? This is something that like I thought is funny as fuck. You're a fucking multimillionaire, but this is shit that like I laugh about this for like a day or two, and then that's it. I don't care about it anymore. This isn't like some shit that I'm perpetually like ass mad about. Like Hassan has a fucking like I don't really care that much. But now people are gonna be like, oh, he doesn't care. Why is he talking about it? To show you how little I care he does. There are some things that people do online. Like, I hate Hassan way more for the shit that he says and the bad narratives that he spins for any fucking house that he has. Same thing with Vosh, too. Like, my main criticisms with Vosh have always been, like the damaging messages that he spreads about political discourse. These are the things that I get the most upset about. But people think that I get so much more ass mad over, like, other things. It's like, I don't really care that much. Usually it's, like, a thing that's funny for a day or two, and then that's it, yeah. Destiny, is it a meaningful difference to advertise a VPN for reason ABC while the VPN advertises reasons ABCDEFG, of which the latter are not necessarily true? As far as I know, VPNs really try to sell the security route, Destiny. I don't know what VPNs try to sell. I use VPNs because when I'm traveling, a lot of routers or a lot of services have very weird restrictions on content. So for instance, when I'm on an airplane, sometimes I can't access my website or Discord because airplane Wi-Fi will block that. But if I sign into a VPN, then I'm able to actually access those sites. Yeah. There you go.
Critical race theory. Oh, you want to get right into it, huh? Good? Aces.
Oh god, the fighting week that I remember, yeah. Yeah, we'll see how awesome it is. Have you seen the Rittenhouse trial shit show? One of the witnesses lied on the stand? Uh-oh, for the prosecution or the defense?
Test.
For the prosecution? Wait, what do they lie about? There's one of the dealership brothers? Oh, was this the thing about like driving Rittenhouse somewhere or something? Or one of the witnesses seemed to be involved in some insurance scam? Wait, what? What do you think will happen when someone like Miz or XQC starts doing NFT shit? Will LSF just laugh it off too? Well, they're all probably avoiding it for a little bit, like, because there's a lot of heat on it. I feel bad because Lyric got caught in the crossfire. Lyric probably doesn't even know what an NFT is. So, I don't know. That is what it is. Europe at the infrastructure bill? Yeah, nice job. 1.2 trillion, pretty low, but hey, they passed something. All the witnesses have been for the prosecution, and it's not going, well, the prosecution has had to discredit their own witnesses multiple times. Damn. By the way, this is what you said about Valkyrie. Uh-oh.
It's not her getting played. Here it is, okay? It's some company approaches you. Some company approaches you like, hey, bro, like, you know, like, this fucking makeup shit is a big shit, or like, you want to do merch or whatever? Like, we'll take care of all this shit for you in like a year or two. We'll put together some fucking samples. You say it's good, sign off on it, and then, you know, you launch this shit in 2 years. It's gonna be awesome, okay? Chances are, now they always come out and like, I've been so excited, like, developing this for the past 2 years. Like, they're a fucking mad scientist in a laboratory, okay, testing this shit on rats. In reality, some other company probably did 99% of the work. She signed off on it, helped with branding, and might help with branding.
True. That's almost exactly what happened, I guarantee you. was about insurance coverage for destroyed property, being a manager but not an employee technically due to their family corporate structure. Owning like 5 businesses. Bicep guy goes to the sun on Monday. Damn. Are you going to ban the word NFT chatting? Oh, this is another thing I keep saying. People keep bringing this up. He even had NFT banned because it was a scam. I banned NFT in chat because it was annoying that people were copy-pasting them after we talked about how dumb they were with the Andy shit. And then people started plugging like NFTs like every day. And I'm like, this is dumb, and I banned it. But that was it. It wasn't because I was trying to like save chats like fucking like fiscal virginity or some shit. Oh my god, dude. You guys are something else. Oh, okay. Oh god, no. Why is it playing this?
Unrelated but House passed bipartisan infrastructure package. Who cares about NFT nerds?
Sponsors. Wait, do I not have a camera scene?
I say this, but if I was offered $1 million, I'd be promoting slots in a neonatal intensive care unit tomorrow.
Fucking hell yeah, bro. Okay, Streamlabs alert, stream chat.
/raid.
Do you use a virtual machine?
Do I use... No. Streamlabs alerts. Can I not get this dumb fucking graphic to pop up? Are you serious?
Damn 3 months Doppo.
I could be playing Riftbreaker right now, guys. Unbelievable.
What? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience. Okay, let's go to OBS. Bring it up. Okay. Holy shit, you turned your bandwidth up like way too much. Oops. You added an extra 0 somewhere. Settings, output. Okay, 4,500, now 45,000. I don't know where your extras is. Oh, okay, cool. And then click apply.
That should fix it, right?
Yeah, when that's red, you're fucked. You're dropping almost every frame.
Yeah, where am I looking for that at?
You want this box to be green? It'll turn green in a minute. It's gotta like catch up. And then you don't want any more drop frames. It should stop dropping frames.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on that.
Nico House, MPSP. Is this guy crazy?
Who cares about NFTs? Let's talk about how an a 10/10 cleric/fighter in a Koibu campaign.
True. Your mic is fucked? Yeah, because I'm... Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Sherlock. House sends infrastructure but with crypto tax provision. The U.S. president... Uh-oh. Oh no. No, it's more fucked than it was? Wait, is it actually fucked right now? Oh, it's better. You must have linked it. Oh, because I think I'm using the one on my computer now. What do you think about how many NFTs use the same ripped code to proliferate massive amounts of worthless assets? I don't know. It's pretty dumb. But I mean, look at how many... 100%. Look at how many politics streamers use my code to proliferate their websites. Got him. Cake, did we close down the public repo yet? So these fuckers can stop copying our shit?
11 hours into a 16-hour shift, and this shows up right in my feed.
Nice. Why does the skeleton guy come on sometimes? No more drinking and driving. Infrastructure would require breathalyzers for all new cars. I bought a $200 breathalyzer, and I tried to use it, and then the second time it was broken. I was triggered as fuck. Do you know what that means? That means I drove fucking blasted out of my mind. I hit like 7 pedestrians on the way home in a video game in GTA 5. Anyone knows why Destiny moved up the CRT panel? I just go wherever they send me. I didn't pick or move or...
At least your mic doesn't sound like Jackson Hinkle's.
Destiny, what do you think about Destiny getting NFT sponsorship? I like the I'm pretty torn and also hate format opinions. Just want to copy yours like I always do. I think the biggest problem is that, like, every single thing he's ever said or done is just worthless now, completely thrown into the fucking trash can. The thing is that I built my entire life off of every single thing that he said and believed he was right about everything, but ever since he did that, now I became a full-on 100% Trump supporter / communist because I realized that every single thing is just absolutely horrible and stupid. It wouldn't be so bad if I didn't know so much about how like NFTs have been involved from Nazi death camps to Cambodia death squads to fucking Ethiopian genocide to fucking, it's just, man, that's where I'm at right now.
Yo, Dest. I'm down bad. I was watching your stream and this NFT shit looks good. Then you look a brother up with a legendary mythic ++ sign clip. I could really use it right now because I have no idea when this god-awful site might ban me.
Dude, the train voice is actually so good. He's gonna have us shut it down soon. I could feel it. It's actually too good. The train voice is actually too good. Where do you get the voices from? Some AI generator thing. Ask Crane or it's Capped Pepe or something. Those guys know.
Yo, Dest, I heard about the NFT drama. It's fucked up that people are upset with you. I've been banning so many idiots in my chat about it. Anyway, man, I gotta be real with you. Any chance you can follow me at 50, I'm not doing so hot right now.
What, does Train ever borrow money from people? Where does this even come from? Is Destiny stream dedicated to the entire broadcast? It sure is. Joe Lewis. I feel like I've seen you say some real dumb shit. I got my eye on you, okay? Don't think that you're safe. If I run into you on a panel, we're button heads, alright? He doesn't. Destiny's just a gambling man. Gotcha. Why is there an Investopedia page on the infrastructure bill? That's kind of weird. $1.2 that means 120 billion a year for 10 years. What can we do with 120 billion dollars? Have we don't have the Build Back Better Act. That one is not passed, right? We just passed a traditional infrastructure bill, but there's still a second one that's ideally in the works. Debate Nuka Zeus? What the fuck is that? Odds on Lauren Chen being a neutral moderator? I hope she's not. Oh god, I wanted to argue with her for so long. What's your streaming setup currently? Well, I'm hooked into their, they've got like a whole camera system and audio system set up, and I'm just taking the HDMI feed from that. Dems held up infrastructure for 2 months to get BBB, but then when they got blasted in Virginia, they realized how idiotic that is. Nuka Zeus. I don't know what this link is. Okay. I saw that 90% of Republicans voted against the bill. How'd they pass it so quickly? It was always going to be without Republicans. There is no... the Republicans are just absolutely ineffectual and worthless and subhuman fucking losers.
You're a fucking statistician!
Oh, no one's around me. Fuck.
Pog.
God, what degenerate fucking subhuman piece of shit. I mean, like, I understand it. It's not really that... You know what? For being big people, it's not really their fault. It's the fault of the voters, but...
Yo, Dest. What the fuck, bro? I don't remember consenting to having my voice poured out for money on your stream. Expect to hear from my lawyers. But perhaps we can sort out a profit-sharing deal. You feel me? I'll throw in a signed NFT, bro.
What do you think about AOC and the progressives voting no for it? Okay, so I saw people in my subreddit, I think other people are saying like, oh fuck, the progressives voted against it. I think that the progressives voting no is not only an okay thing, I think it's a good thing. That's fine. The progressive wing wanted more in the bill. Their no votes didn't prevent the passage through the House. If they want to vote no on it to say, hey, this should have been bigger, there's stuff that we wanted that wasn't there, I think that's totally fine. I think that's like an appropriate use of their voting power. So any of the progressives that voted no in the House, that's fine. I respect them for it. They should be voting no. They should. Their goal is to push it further left. But the problem is like nothing that happens in the House is that relevant. Everything matters in the Senate. I got into an argument with somebody. I don't even remember. I've done so much over the past few months. I was debating somebody a couple days ago over AOC and passing legislation, and I kept bringing up the Senate. And I think some people got mad at me in chat, or I remember seeing comments like, AOC's not a senator, AOC's not a senator. The reason why I'm bringing up the Senate so much is because whether or not shit gets passed, it only matters what happens in the Senate. So I might talk about people in the House, like, oh yeah, like AOC can push for this all she wants, but we've only got 50 Democrats in the Senate. I'm not trying to say that AOC's part of it. I'm just saying that like ultimately the Senate is what matters. Yeah. This passed the Senate too, right? Yes, the infrastructure bill is signed, I believe. It was on Biden's desk this morning, and I think it's signed now. Yeah. Dude, that Travis Scott shit is crazy. Imagine that is your soundtrack to your death. Holy shit, that's like some morbid fucking shit.
Yo, Dest. I gotta keep it $1.50 with you. I'm actually in a Discord call you left open, and I'm reading all the donos that come in. I've been here the whole time.
Shut the fuck up, Train. He hadn't noticed yet.
I was there. I saw 2 people die. Holy shit. Did you see the COVID pill from Pfizer? Nope, not yet.
Yo, Dest. Heard you're going to Miami soon. I need a re-up on that good shit. That white snow. I'm down bad, but if you could bring me 10 kilos and like 10K, I'll suck the soul out of your cock like Denim said you would. No cap.
Hold on, I'm gonna use the restroom quick. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I was gonna ask, when was mine? Can we just show up to a random place and get like a 3rd shot? Are we allowed to do that? Because my original shots were in January, February, March, April. My last one was in May of this year. Oh wait, that's like 6 months ago. Are you supposed to wait 8 months for it, like optimally timed? When you get back and you say Among Us into the mic, trust me, it'll be fine. This Sussy guy is like... Oh, is it 6 months? Is the minimum? Has a 3rd shot been proven to be beneficial for young people? I just don't want to get sick. I really don't. Only certain groups are supposed to get it now. Oh, wait, do they not recommend it for like... Am I a young person or a middle-aged person? I feel like I count as middle-aged. Destiny, without some Republicans voting yes on the infrastructure bill, it would have failed. I don't believe that's true. My guess is going to be, when it comes to legislation like that, like Pelosi's already walked around to figure out who's going to vote for what. If that infrastructure bill would have failed in the House, I believe that at least some of the progressives would have come over and voted for it. That would be my guess. I can't be 100%. I'm like 99% sure on that, right? Middle-aged is 45 plus? Oh, okay. Jesus.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Yo, Dest. I'm gonna keep it a whole stack with you. I don't think I can associate with you over this NFT shit anymore, bro. It's fucked up that you abandon your principles and shit, bro. But for real, I'm down bad and you give me their info.
Are you going to mix and match different vaccines for boosters? If I do anything, The Moderna booster, just because the Moderna shit is so good, might be what I do, but we'll see.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Hello, Destiny. May I please get unignored? I have been re-educated and will not speak during League Being chilling.
Yeah, you're unignored, buddy. Didn't the CDC say don't mix and match if you can afford to? Do they really? The Moderna and the Pfizer are the same thing. That's my understanding. The Moderna dose is just like 3x bigger. So I feel like if you got the Pfizer, you should be able to get the Moderna now. By the way, don't quote me on that. Holy shit, I'm not giving medical advice. Maybe I'm missing something about the boosters or whatever. But. I got a Moderna booster over a month ago after my 2 Pfizer shots. Be ready to be bedridden for at least 24 hours. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. The Moderna one is bigger, so there's more likely a chance of that. But also, I didn't have any negative side effects. Well, I felt a little crummy when I got my second shot, which makes me wonder. I don't know if that's good or bad or not. It feels like if you have a big reaction, doesn't that mean your immune system's doing a lot of work?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Oh, I'm gonna use the restroom.
The bad discourse around NFT seems similar to the bad discourse around heady glass or other assets. People are comparing these things to stocks or cryptocurrencies when the discussion should center around the artistic value of the piece.
This NFT thing has made me a lot more sympathetic to other streamers who complain of being unfairly attacked by DGG.
Okay, be careful, guys.
Because where you send out NFTs, mumble rap.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Help me, chat. I'm stuck in a cave. Can you hear the echo? Oh God, please send help. Don't just post on the wall and chat, you fucking sociopaths. Please call for emergency services. Oh God, I'm gonna die here, no cap. I'm actually down bad.
Thank you, sir.
Shut the fuck up, Moving, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
What do we got, guys? Connect. Save. Test. Test. Yeah. There's some echo with donut. Yeah, because I was playing out my speakers. Dude, it is cold here. Holy shit. Do you remember the video about the guy talking about IV injections versus IM injections for COVID and the prevalence of myocarditis? A study was done on mice that were already predisposed to myocarditis, so it was essentially a blunt science to the point that there was a lot of other issues with the study. Are you staying around after your panels? I think I will, because some people buy VIP tickets apparently to hang out with us, so I feel bad if I just ditch. Plus, somebody might bring me like an authentic, in real life NFT to sign. You know? Do they pay me to come? They cover my hotel room, but I think they might cover my flight if I send a reimbursement. But I usually just show up to these events to help them out. You know? Well, and because I enjoy it, it's fun for me, and I could make money streaming it too. So I like screaming at people. You know? Does Destiny read Twitch chat? You know, sometimes when I'm feeling degenerate. Wouldn't right-click the Mona Lisa, right? Don't right-click my 8 picture I made for a very wealthy and not done plan. Good job, Benji. There are more people in DGG waiting, so there's more utility in ditching them. Well, if I ditch, it's just going to be to go back and sleep. Assessing your YouTube chat, read everything. Because I think our plane leaves tomorrow morning for, like, Miami at, like, 6 a.m. This is a short trip, okay? I'm on, like, let's see, we were going, it's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then I'm back Tuesday, and that's going to Austin and Miami. My flight leaves at, holy shit, oh yeah, okay. My flight leaves at 5:38, or I shouldn't say the exact time. My flight leaves at like 5:30 tomorrow morning.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Dest. I've been kidnapped. I didn't meet my metrics for steak last month, so I'm in some cave. They didn't even bring me any coke or sluts. Did you hear? I'm down bad, Dest. Lend me at about 10K.
He always sounds distraught when he says he's down. Yeah, I'm down bad. Fuck, I kind of want to play a game on my laptop just to get some heat out here, dude. I am so cold. Holy shit. Alright, the train TTS, but you're right, someone's gonna make him say some dumb shit that might get clipped. Honest to God, I think the TTS is saying really dumb shit is really good, because at some point in the future, there's gonna be, like, plausible deniability behind what was said. We might already be at that point where people are like, oh my god, there's a leaked audio of you saying the N-word. It's like, bro, that was a TTS, are you serious? What is this? What am I watching? Jesus. Do you know what my favorite meme is? This might be, I don't know if this is a mainstream meme or an underground meme. Have you guys seen, you guys know like is it every ads that appear on like social media where it's like, can you figure this out? And it's always like dragging 3 bars and they always fuck it up and like the Minotaur kills the dude or the gold. Yeah. If you look on Twitter, every time that ad gets posted, there's like all these people
YouTube
respond with
chat,
these memes
yes,
underneath.
chat, he loses.
And it's
Pepe
like
never wins. And they
the memes are so good. Oh my god. Holy shit. The Twitter on Twitter, they're so funny.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Say what the memes are then? I can't. They're like abstract memes. It's like people posting crazy shit like every time I see this ad, and then it's just like insane
I
shit.
feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Thank you for the 500 subs. Does your mom talk about how she doesn't trust the military / alphabet agencies now? I've noticed all my Trump supporting military relatives are super anti-FBI CIA now, and I seriously don't get why.
I feel
Yeah.
like I've outpaced him intellectually.
True.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Hi. Sign your NFT. Bro, you want a big D? I'll give you the name here. Here you go, man. I'm minting this 1 out of 30, okay? There you go. You've got number 1, alright? There you go. Hold on to that, okay? You might be able to make a lot for that one day, okay? Be careful. Okay, 1 out of 30 signed, guys. I'm only minting 30 autographs today.
They're called That's How Mafia Works memes.
Fuck, I was gonna say something of value, but I don't remember what it was. Have you followed the Dermot Diamonds of Clinton campaign, people lying to the FBI? Nope, haven't heard anything about it. Can you explain Tim Adam why he likes you in Wicked Supreme? I don't know much about Tim Adam's meme stuff, but apparently he likes me, and Wicked Supreme is awesome. Everybody should like it.
Any chance I can get number 2?
Sure, dude. Number 2 on a napkin, bro.
I don't have anything
You better mint this on the blockchain, or you're gonna lose this shit fast. You didn't get like a brochure for the event or anything? There you go. Okay, you have 2 out of 30.
Finally a blue chatter again. Fuck you, whiteys.
Whoa, not cool, bro. Did you find any medication?
There's a gas station. No, I didn't. Nobody had any.
Nice try. Oh, life pro tip, guys. If you're ever looking for pain medication, okay, always ask a girl first, because girls always keep shit on them for their period. And, like, pain medication is one of those things. One, do you know who Aaron Rodgers is? Did you see what he said about COVID? Isn't he some sports guy that was eating the ivermectin shit? I don't know, some dumb shit. Have you followed the latest drama on the One Piece manga? Oh my god, yeah, holy shit. Have you guys been keeping up with that at all? No, but I'll check into it. It's crazy. You guys need to check that out, okay? Minor spoiler alert. Who knew that X-Drake was going to accept Apu's offer? Jesus. Unbelievable, guys. Oh my god. I had no idea that it was going to get to that level, you know? He didn't accept? Oh, wait, what are you talking about? Oh, you're probably not caught up, I guess. Never mind, I'm sorry. Spoiler alert. I just googled One Piece news. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, okay? You guys are fucking nerds.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
What?
Come, 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 come.
What do you eat before debates? Well, right now I'm drinking a wonderful hot chocolate. I like to be hungry for debates, so I can be hungry for action, okay? I like to go up starving, and then I assume my only meal exists if I can claw my way through the motherfucker in front of me. That's what I do. Peter Coffin's not on my Jack posted Vic or whatever panel, right? Where are you right now relative to the camera? I'm sitting at a desk. Behind it. I don't know, where is this thing?
Right there.
Oh, it's this one.
There's 3 cameras, but that's the one.
There you go. That's me. So I'm this camera next to me. I'm sitting down into the red of it. Yeah, Peter Coffin is on my first panel. Oh god. Dusty, how much of your community would you say center left? It seems like a lot of people here stand people like Manchin and Buttigieg. First of all, Manchin and Buttigieg I don't think are comparable. Holy shit. Okay. The main problem with people shitting on Manchin is they do it for brain dead reasons. Yeah, sure. Wait, what is this? Oh. NFT guys trying to explain it's not just a hyperlink to a JPEG. Okay, here we go. Here's an explanation of NFTs, guys.
Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it's produced by the modial interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fan. The lineup consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes, so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented.
Destiny, wake up. You fell asleep at the caster desk. You and Cats have to cast the finals for the Destiny 1. Welcome to the Larva Lounge, my dude.
The main winding was of the normal lotus-o-deltoid type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator. Every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible tremie pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the
Made
gram
this for you,
meters.
buddy.
Moreover, whenever fluorescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a...
What is this?
These are probably not, so not all flaws are good, right?
Oh, oh man, I think I went too hard on this example because, like, well, I mean, like, it's a very easy to disprove statement if you're willing to wheel out a hyperbolic example, right? So, but I figure I just go for it, and I'm like, yeah, well.
These are probably not, so not all flaws are good, right? Probably. So.
I mean, good is subjective as well, though. Like, what is good, right? What is good, right? What is good, right? What is good?
Well, what is good? I mean. Well, I mean, I think we can probably,
Because I'm
without
putting
having to get too
100%
far into it, agree on a general set of things that are good.
Well, Destiny,
These are probably
how
not
would you
so
feel about federally mandated profit sharing for companies of a certain size or a certain profit level?
How do I feel about federally mandated profit sharing? Like with employees? Federally mandated, where you're mandated to share profit with employees? I don't know. I think I feel like that's one of those things that I would agree with, but I would have to... No, fuck, I don't think I would agree with that. I think it's one of those things that sounds okay in concept, but it feels like it'd be so easy to get around it, right? Like, I would just get, like, let's say I was federally mandated to profit share, I would just try to get rid of my profit as much as possible and reinvest in the company, right? you going to use accounting profits or economic profit? Yeah, that's the thing, right? If it's accounting profits, you'd hide as many of your profits as possible, you know. How would you feel about a tax rate? Companies pay a tax rate for any stock they pay out to employees, and that tax can't be written off as a loss? I don't know. Did you see Holly's actual debate with NNN? She literally 180'd her position when she talked to you. So my understanding between Holly and NNN is that they, I think they were already arguing in chat before they started talking, and those debates are always really bad. like, it's the same thing with me. Like, if I'm arguing with somebody on Twitter, as soon as they come in, I'm like, the fuck do you want, you fucking idiot, you stupid brain dead Neanderthal dipshit. Like, I'll already be, like, really heated from an online argument. Isn't investing in your workers reinvesting in the company? No, investing in your workers is investing in your workers. You don't own workers. If you could invest in a worker, they can fucking leave. This is why usually there's like a contingency on if you invest in a worker, they have to remain there for some period of time afterwards, so they don't just run off with your investment. So for instance, if you do like tuition reimbursement, usually you're required to stay at a company for like 3 to 5 years afterwards. So that they don't just lose your investment. Are you gonna be the only one wearing sweatpants on the stage? Bro, I brought my debate uniform. I have one debate outfit that I wear for all my debates so people know I'm serious. Although this is the one time I regret not bringing my hoodie, because it is fucking cold here. Holy shit. The high today is 69. Jeez.
40 something this evening.
Fuck.
Yeah, weird.
Should we fly to Argentina? Maybe. Would you compare your political views to other liberals like Pete Buttigieg and Pete Buttigieg and Adolf Hitler? Good one. Is the 60s cold to you? When I'm in a fucking t-shirt, it is, okay? Listen, you adapt to new temperatures real quick, alright? When I'm living in California, I forget sometimes that there are, like, other temperatures, other climates. Was there anything to even prepare for? What are the topics? The first one is about Section 230. I don't know how sections. I don't know how this conversation will go. I can't imagine. I don't know anybody. I've never had an unironic person try to tell me like Section 230 is just. It's not something that like normal people debate. Like it's just. It's so obviously necessary to protect like any platform from being able to host like user generated content that it seems like absurd that you would even suggest that it needs to be revoked. I don't know.
Because I'm putting 100%.
51 months outpacing you.
Nice. How do I get unignored? You're not ignored, buddy. Don't worry.
Get ready to be constantly sweating in Miami.
Oh yeah. get the pixel yet, Destiny? No, it says it'll be here in like fucking
He wins.
January. I might try to like go to a cell phone store and oh cool, another email from Pascal. Definitely not deranged. I might try to go to like a Verizon store and just buy a Pixel maybe. Buy it from a carrier? Yeah, because yeah, I think I said this. It says right now that it'll be delivered by January 21st to 22nd is the current estimate. Pixel 6, yeah. The 6? Oh my god, you got it. How did you get it? Wait, what version is that? What? How much?
It was like 600.
Or I mean, like, is this the normal one or the pro one?
28 gig, just not the pro.
Okay. Can I hold it?
Yeah, that's cool. It's got some cool like machine learning AI technology.
Wow, you got a lot of apps
It's
on
a
it.
big, yeah, I know, I gotta clean it up. It's kind of a big phone. I don't know if
Uh huh. I love big phones.
You gotta be careful about like touching the corners with your palms. Sometimes.
Oh, that's annoying.
You get a case, it should be fine, but it's fun. It's really fast.
Alright, guys, here's our #1 stream fan, Pascal, okay? So the email title, I can't read French, but it's Salut, Servus de Lizard. I'm guessing this is like, hello, how are you, lizard? Maybe? I don't know. Are you alright? Do you need some help? Are you nose deep in a pile of drugs because you see everyone at Twitch Rivals basically doing this better than you ever could, even on your best day? I'd sympathize, but the amount of harm you've caused due to your actions and parasocial grooming of enablers is why I don't. And when there's no more you in the room to manipulate events and that brain fog clears, they'll see you for the lizard brain demon that I have. Narcissists have no place in society. They should be exposed, quarantined, and forced into a life of solitude, running animal sanctuaries at the most. And the parents who created them liable for all damages and thrown in jail. You moving to NFTs because you couldn't get your 30K viewers and $3 million like Assad is just plain tragic. It must be so hard on you, so misunderstood. The amount of joy I get from watching you implode and continue to kneecap yourself is only amplified because of knowledge that the upcoming joy of seeing you exposed and manned will be far greater. What sours it greatly is the amount of people that had to suffer by your presence in order for you to be so delicious. But it's all victims really get these days, so I might as well enjoy it. Get some dogs and leave humanity, lizard brain. Muy bien. Que imprecioso. Imprecioso? How impressive. Y inteligente y... how many other adjectives do we know in Spanish?
Just before you get on your panel, I have a question
What?
about the mic audio. Should I mute one of these? I think that all I need is a video capture audio, right?
You should be getting audio from the HDMI input.
Yeah. I don't know why there's two audio feeds.
I don't know where you're getting. Hold on. I don't know where this audio is coming from.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm not getting any audio from it right now. Oh, que blanco. Sí, muy blanco. Reply with Anna's email and ask her to co-write the anti-Destiny novels.
Pretty cool. So the machine learning AI tech, you have a picture.
Oh, you can like delete people and shit. Yeah, I've seen that.
Away.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Sick. Yep.
Who is with you? This is the editor for the Quarterings YouTube channel. He also does this stuff for some reason.
Yeah, do random stuff, freelance random.
Have you ever had a dog? I think one dog a long time ago. If I go YouTube Red, do I get the music shit as well? I think you do. Can you guys hear music by playing music? Oh, here you go. There you go.
At Destiny Next Drama Drought, maybe review a few good God the Atheist debates. There are some interesting ones out there.
CST ended 6 months ago. What is it, CDT? I don't know what the fuck you guys call these time zones. I call it all ST, DT, whatever. Are you going to call out Jack for his Pizzagate beliefs from the past because he worked for the Intel? No, I'm just here to debate what we're going to debate. It's not here to like try to call out every random dumb thing I think somebody said before.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
What about Peter Coffin's fake girlfriend? No, guys, he was catfished, okay? What does the first panel start? Isn't it? $12.51. I think in. You want a Red Bull? Oh. Oh, hey. You got a what? Oh. I want a USB mic. Yeah, if you got a free one, sure. I thought he said he had a speedball for me. I was like, what the fuck, mate? I'm streaming here. One day we're gonna coke up before debate, guys. I've never tried cocaine before. I want it. At some point I'll do it. It's not that great. I mean, I heard it basically just like hypes you up hardcore on yourself, like super hardcore.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Did it go for our own wedding? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steven!
Oh, this is the Jangles guy. He has to debate CRT. I'm not envious of him. Oh my god, dude. What a loser of a fucking... Conservatives are so good at like taking things that are nothing and making them like the scariest boogeyman in the world.
Because
Grats.
I'm putting 100%.
You can mix it with any white powder and you won't see the difference. Mix cocaine.
/raid. That's tiny.
Just drop the CRT thing as a name? Well, so that's kind of what I think. Like, oh, just drop CRT as a name, it's worthless. But the thing is that, like, we already don't have CRT in the name. Like, there are no grade schools that are like, oh, today critical race theory. Like, so you can't even drop it from anywhere. It's, like, not in. I may or may not have vibe vents left over for personal use. Okay, so we can't hear dumb fuck. Wait, you can't hear me right now? Hello? Whatever you're doing, the mic isn't picking you up? You're covering the mic? Oh, I'm leaning into my backpack, sorry. I've tried Ritalin before and it did nothing for me. Like, I got like, I don't even think it helped me concentrate more. So I feel like Vyvanse or whatever. I don't know. Okay, hold on, I'm trying to hook this shit up. Coke is really fun, but be prepared. Wait, what? prefer for the come down and the crazy desire to redose. You live in LA. Oh, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Another thing about coke too is that I don't think it would last me a full debate because cocaine is like a 30-minute high, isn't it? What are your current thoughts on Age of Empires? It seems fun. What are your thoughts on Vivance? It seems okay. My son was on Vivance for a little bit, but then he had to change off it because it was making him way too moody. He changed. There's like a newer exotic version of Vivance or something. There we go.
Bro, how quick do those 3 losers on stage team up against you? Coke is a great drug, bro. I'm telling you, $1.50 in that jazz.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme. Because I'm putting 100%.
Thank you, Steven!
Just go to when it's 5. Give you the mic.
Test? Okay, I have a different mic. Does this sound any better, or is it still like, fuck, guys?
This thing?
No. No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's the...
Way worse? Oh, better. Sounds a lot better. Oh, okay.
So I can click that. We do it now.
You're a fucking statistician!
Dude, doing a psychedelic debate would be so hilarious. Not where we debate about psychedelics, but where me and another person debate on psychedelics. Holy shit. Today we're going to talk about critical race theory on 2 tabs of acid.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Lots more background noise, but you're coming through a lot more clear. I mean, I don't think I can do anything about that.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Yeah, but this isn't
I can turn this up to 100, but this looks way too loud. I can turn it down to 70. This looks a little better? Maybe a little bit quieter, or is this okay? I can bump it up a little bit more.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Maybe there's like a...
Test. Okay, this is like 76. Oh, what up?
I think it might be. Like,
What are you debating today?
Once again, me and Justin snaked the fun topic from you, critical race theory.
Oh, you're on the CRT panel?
Yeah.
Bro, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You're actually fucked.
I found this out when having a conversation just earlier.
What a dog shit topic. Good luck, man. Do you have a strategy? Cookies? What's in the middle?
It's like an apple puree with like black currant.
Okay, my cookies are chocolate exclusively.
Oh,
but I appreciate it.
Yourself. Grab one. They're so good.
Really, man?
And Steven, by the way, there's
Okay.
food in the back.
Thank you. What kind of food?
Like sandwiches.
Damn.
You guys
Okay,
want a
I'll check it out a bit. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Fruit, sandwich.
Okay.
You're a genius, dude!
Mmm. Tastes like cough drops.
Yeah, it's like, I feel bad. Have you ever had shoe fly pie?
Shoe fly pie?
Coffee cake and then chocolate molasses on the bottom.
Nope.
Pretty delicious.
Sounds good.
I'm wondering.
Hey, you guys want some
Yeah, it's
cookies?
really good. It's a Pennsylvania thing. It's actually like an Amish thing.
Totally. Thank you for giving subs again, my dude. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be eating shit here from... This guy could be a murderer, but he's handing it out to the crowd too, so... Unless we're getting like Jonestown or whatever, we should be fine. Have you ever requested some crazy shit in your writer for an event? Bro, I'm a YouTube Twitch person. I'm not like a fucking A-list celebrity, okay? I don't have those things. I need to be flown out first class.
You're a genius, dude!
It's laced with LSD? Well, listen, that shit won't kick in for an hour, so at least our first debate will be fine. Please turn off donuts and subs when the debate starts. Yeah, I'll pause them, okay? Damn, Colin Slot, yeah, you've gifted how many subs? Like 20, 30, 40 subs?
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Colin Slot, shoot me a DM afterwards, okay? Even if you got comments, I'll autograph them for you, okay?
Because I'm putting 100%.
See this video of Lil Nas X fans confronting Boozy? I don't know what a Boozy is, so I have no idea. Okay. Slow down. A homophobe and Lil Nas X is gay. Cool. Hi.
Hi. How are you doing?
Great.
We're talking about how we're literally Destiny Orbiters.
Destiny Orbit? Oh shit, you're
We're
orbiting.
literally behind you.
You're behind me.
I'm curious, are your balls shrinking at the possibility that you got to talk to both Peter Coffin and Nico House at the same time?
The Nico House guy's crazy.
Because
Peter
I'm
Coffin
putting
is
100%.
an ultra beta. I don't think he's going to say anything. I think he's going to sit there in silence the entire fucking time.
Why did you? Okay.
What?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Why'd I cover the girlfriend shit?
Was there any reason to do that other than to make me look bad?
There's two possibilities. Either one, I strategically planned to cover that in an attempt to undermine his position prior to our on-stage debate so that I could get in his head and fuck with him.
Okay.
Or two, sometimes emailers just email me random funny shit, and if somebody emailed it to me and I read it, I thought it was funny as fuck, so we just went over on stream.
Okay, Occam Fraser, second's more likely, but still, dude, you gotta see it. Everybody's done something stupid on the internet. at
Okay,
some
but the
point.
funny thing
You
is,
have-
the
Naked
funny
Ape
thing
did
is,
it with you.
the funny thing is though, is that 2 years ago he made a video where he said he got
remember the video.
catfished. So unless he's schizophrenic and catfished himself, okay, or is like DID or some shit, all right, I think it's still that's grounds for funny shit.
Well, it is. All I'm saying though is Naked Ape did the same shit to you.
Wait, hold on. Naked Ape made shit up about me. I wouldn't have been mad if it was just a random. Naked Ape was saying shit like, "I'm happy my friend killed himself." I was like doing weird shit with like XJ9 or whatever. Like half the shit he said was false. There are people that make hit pieces on me. It's like, okay, whatever, that's fine. But like half the shit he said was just wrong. The Peter Coffin stuff, to my knowledge, is all accurate and true. Now, like, it's
Well, you say to your knowledge, you haven't investigated anything. You just found a blog post and went by with what. The
well,
blog
I
post
found
said.
the blog post, but Peter Coffin's response video basically 100% confirmed it to
Because
me.
I'm putting
When your
100%.
response to somebody, like, figuring out that you were your own girlfriend is to make an hour-long piece about like the evils of like capitalism and consumerism or some shit, it seems pretty obvious that you're fucking.
I was also my own girlfriend for the longest time.
But listen, I thought it was funny.
It was.
Was it kind of mean? Sure. But
Yeah.
this is the same motherfucker that made a video where he captured my background,
I remember
put
the
on a
video.
hoodie, and was getting bits to say shit like, "Oh, I think all the Jews should be
But
fucking
you were
murdered." Blah, blah, blah.
perpetuating an
Destiny
evil, vicious
Pepe.
cycle that we have on the internet where we take people at their worst.
Yeah,
and
well,
we present
people
it to the world as-
perpetuate that cycle onto me, so you know what? I give.
You're just gonna keep doing it and doing it and doing it.
Here's
and
what I
round and
do.
round we go.
I meet people at their level, okay?
You meet people.
I
why
meet
not
people at their level.
Rise above them. You're
Why would I
Stephen
rise
Waddell
above
II,
them when
man. You
rolling
can do
around
it.
in the mud is so much fun?
How about we just stay clean and let the idiots roll around in the
You
mud?
can't stay clean, okay? They're always going to reach up for you, okay? I got so many motherfuckers coming at me constantly, and when you provide easy fodder like that, of course I'm going to jump on that. You're going to attack me over some shit, and you fucking faked your own relationship so you can be racist to Asian women for 8 months on the internet? You better fucking believe. And then you come out 9 years later with a fucking 2-hour fucking critique of capitalism on why it
know
wasn't
what?
actually. Fuck it. That's some funny
I
shit to
want
me.
to disagree, but you've made me tired.
Yeah,
You've
okay.
Made me tired.
We'll maybe he'll be real mad about it on stage. We'll see.
I see we're already get along so well.
Love you, buddy.
It's gonna be a fun day.
Do you know he's seen it, right? You have to know. He's
Yeah, he started. He was ass mad as fuck about it. He was tweeting everything. He was like, "Oh, this is bullshit."
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be on the stage. There's gonna
He's
be
not
like-
going to say shit about it. He
there's
won't bring
gonna
up
be
anything.
So much, yeah, but the tension is gonna be there. You
There
can
is,
feel it in
the
the
tension's
room.
already there. I hate this guy. I fucking hate him. He's actually like subhuman shit to me. I hate this guy.
Oh God.
I like. It was never going to be a friendly onstage presence. That's fine. I'm okay. Like shitting on Peter Coffin is one of the few joys in life I have left. Okay.
Well, I guess we'll all enjoy. Do you have any plans to bring that onto stage?
No, that's
Not
fucking.
like that specific thing, but like the energy, you know, the animosity you have towards it.
That's the energy he was
The problem is that like I try to engage somewhat aggressively on stage, but usually people are very passive, or the demeanor changes quite a bit when you're like in person. So we'll see how it looks. I guess I don't know.
You think he could beat you up?
Could he beat me up?
Yeah. You met him, right? You know he's here.
I haven't met him yet.
We should go backstage. And
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd want to get into a fight with a guy that is, can kick himself in the balls and keep walking. You know, that sounds like somebody. That sounds like a bad opponent to choose.
Oh, the sexual tension is real there, man. Okay.
That's what I'm excited about for this first panel, the sexual chemistry between all the speakers.
Who else? What is?
Ariel, Peter Coffin, and Nico House.
Oh, and it's Section 230. I wonder what. God, what a.
You guys are gonna have. Oh,
Have you ever heard a good argument for repealing 230?
Because.
So that's a no.
Bad.
Yeah, okay, good
Because
meme.
censorship's bad.
Yeah, okay.
Is this the only panel you're doing?
I'm doing this one, and then I'm doing one about white people or some shit.
Could you elaborate on that? Because that seems like a really broad panel.
It's like, do we need a national narrative or something?
On white people?
Well, white people was one of the questions,
Well,
or
we-
one of the subpoints.
We kind of got the national narrative on the white people panel topic thing, which is just, cracker eating.
Drop some the C word with the hard R.
The C word with the hard R. Yeah, well, I can do that because, racism is,
Yeah, we're
is
going
prejudice
live.
plus
Yep,
power.
yep, no, you're good,
So,
yeah.
since whites have all the power, you can't be racist against them. I'm going to say that on
I
stage
think
just to trigger them.
I didn't know.
Unbelievable.
Oh, I'm good.
There's a shit ton of food back there.
We switched gears. We go live now.
Yep. The energy has changed.
Fuck, guys, I'm actually so cold in here. I'm dying. Is it? It's cold. It's cold.
You want my jacket?
No.
He's gonna kind of like, as soon as you go, he's gonna go for 5 minutes, so then can you come back with me, like back where we get people together?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Gotta go. Good luck, Steven.
Yep, have fun.
I hope you don't embarrass yourself on stage.
Jesus. I'll be right back, guys.
So welcome everybody. Better Discourse 3. We're very excited to be down here in Texas. We're excited to be, and honored to have an opportunity to be down this far south, so we appreciate you having our Yankee asses for the rest of the afternoon. To the members of Ridgely, thank you for the beautiful facility. We appreciate the hospitality and can't express how impossible our events are without people like you that are hell-bent on our comfort and willingness to accommodate a diverse and exciting group of panelists who travel great lengths to share their opinions and experiences with you guys. Please enjoy everyone in the audience, and when you see the members of the staff, thank them for their beautiful facility again and their effort they've put forward to make our event possible. Speaking of our panelists, thank you guys all for being here. I guess they're back there. If you see any of them, please just make sure they're not in the middle of a podcast or an interview or whatever they might be engaging in at the time. Please be patient and accommodating with them, and I promise they'll be patient and accommodating with you. Also, we're streaming today, so please help out the streamers by sending links to family and friends. And if you choose, feel free to send videos and clips out on your social media platforms. So this is officially named Better Discourse 3, but we've been doing this for about almost a decade now. We've relentlessly sought a time and place where incredible people with different opinions, based on unique backgrounds and experiences, embrace the opportunity to engage in a dialogue and create a better discourse that may not have been possible before they came to our stage. For nearly 10 years, we've steadily pursued incredible opportunities to host healthy debate and encourage stress-free, open platform communication, hoping to create a mutual understanding of people's concerns while they're dealing with the propaganda that exacerbates our fears and anxieties, dealing with the propaganda of today's modern-day media. These types of events are a lost art, and it's our pleasure for us to be here today. Staying true to our mission statement, we've reached out across multiple platforms for individuals from both sides of the aisle, and we're honored to put them on our stage to have an intelligent conversation with fresh perspective about today's most relevant issues. Our goal is to bolster the lifeblood of liberal society, the free exchange of information and ideas, and create something today together. Old school up here on the stage, and the good old our state. So the people and the state of Texas, they're kind of dear to my heart. I went to high school here. My dad was in First Cav down at Fort Hood. He did that for 22 years. I went to basic training in San Antonio, and pretty much all of my military training has brought me back to the state of Texas. So you guys are kind of my people. You're also the types of folks that myth-informed seek out on the road or are at home in the Midwest. We value above all things our freedom of speech. We stand proudly in the face of authoritarian control, and we do not take kindly to discrimination or being told what we are and what we're not. We admire how throughout your history, Texas has strove to be a collective individual amongst the rest of the nation. There are libraries full of accounts of Texas's struggle to remain independent and individually recognized for its confidence and bravery in the pursuit of their freedom. Just like any other state, historically you've made some very high profile and sometimes controversial decisions, but Texans stand by it. The rest of the nation, especially if represented on Capitol Hill, could use more of that type of attitude these days. In the midst of the bickering and fighting that we see and hear on television or social media, actual accountability would be nice. We lack leadership in today's world because people tend to not be confident enough with themselves, or they don't trust each other enough to band together and take a stand for what they believe. Last but not least, a special thank you to our sponsor up in Wisconsin, Jeremy at the Quartering, whose financial support helped make this event happen. Let's give him a round of applause, please. So, please remember, tip your servers, engage with your neighbors and panelists on our breaks whenever possible, and for those of you at home, interact with each other and our in-house guests online. But most of all, remember, everybody have fun, keep track of your wristbands, we don't want any miscommunications with that kind of stuff. But most of all, like I said, have fun. Welcome to Better Discourse 3. So our first panel, Democracy Dies with Dorsey, Big Tech Censorship. So you may have noticed an issue's developed with our various and modern platforms over the last couple of years. What was initially set up to be safeguarded and the new frontier of free speech and communication seems to have kind of not become that anymore. It may or not be a coincidence that when these platforms gained the peak of their popularity and started to be used for something other than just telling someone, what they were doing at the gym or what they were eating and different things like that, these big tech companies kind of got in the way and said, that's enough of that. Innovation be damned, which is ironic because that's how they gained their bully purpose to begin with. Billion-dollar tech companies started naming the haves and the have-nots, the cans and the can'ts. Now, I suppose at first it seemed harmless, which is usually how it starts. But I can point a finger at several people in the back room, and you're going to see them on the stage here in just a bit, that have a valid argument of being censored and blackballed on social media outlets. Are they valid? They could be. Should any form of censorship in anyone be allowed or justified? Should the tech giants, who are just people with ideas just like you and me, be allowed to make calls and intervene on behalf of their own personal bias? Where does the line get drawn? And how long should we tolerate the ability to further restrict the foundation that we helped build their empires on? Our first panel this afternoon, please welcome to the stage our moderator, one of my good friends and founding members of Myth Informed, Brian Edwards. Our speakers, he's been featured in the New York Times and his famous Twitch streamer, Stephen Bonnell. The queen of controversial conversations, Ariel Scorsella. Yeah, that's fine. Or whichever, that's fine. And worldwide renowned political shit talker, Nico House. And author and video essayist, Peter Coffin.
All right. Welcome to Better Discourse. I'm your moderator, Brian Edward. And today our panel is Democracy Dies with Dorsey. That's meant to be a little bit funny because some of that censorship is coming from social media. But I did hear a quote, "When you tear out a man's tongue, you're not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say." And that was said by some guy named Tyrion from some show named Game of Thrones. And while we're not in Westeros, we're in the real world, censorship and these kind of things are pretty much an issue. And I wanted to start the conversation off by citing the ACLU, which may or may not be a defender of civil liberties right now. That could be debated. But it says that there's two fundamental principles that come into play involving free expression. The first is the government cannot limit expression just because any listener or even the majority of a community is offended by its content. But that's balanced by a second principle, that expression may be restricted only if it clearly causes direct and imminent harm to an important social interest. So I wanted to ask some of the panelists, do you agree with the sentiments of the ACLU here, or do you feel like this second principle is being abused? And if so, how and by whom? And let's start with Ariel.
It's a loaded question, right? Because I think all of us, correct me if I'm wrong, all of us have been censored at one point. Maybe not you, because you're a little bit more leaning far left at the moment.
I have absolutely been censored.
Have you?
Don't worry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then it's a problem across the political spectrum, right? I think that, as far as I'm concerned, I've had people come for me, you know, in multiple ways, try to censor me, and even if I disagree with them to the core, I don't think anybody should be censored, and I especially don't think any major network should be censoring anybody. I think, if anything, if I have a good enough argument, my argument will win in the long run anyway.
Okay. Peter.
Well, I mean, is it really an ideal, or is it a question of institutional power? That's where I'm always coming from on this. What are you saying? Where is it coming from? Should you be allowed to criticize power? And yes, obviously. Are you going to be? That's another heavy question. I do think that's probably the kind of stuff that I would like to be trying to address here.
Okay. Nico, where are you at?
So a friend of mine, Garland Nixon, used to sit on the board of the ACLU, and he left because he understands that, I mean, that principle is just, it's wrong, it's unethical. We can't have such a principle when we don't understand all of the agendas that every single powerful institution has. And so where they may convince the public that some speech is or could be dangerous to them, where they're merely just trying to push an ulterior motive that we may not yet be aware of. And I think we see that time and time and time and time again. And so who's to say what's dangerous? Something could appear dangerous in the short term, but ultimately end up working out in the long term. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like everybody who knows me knows I'm a free speech absolutist. And the only way to defeat bad speech is just with more speech, and just make sure you know what the hell you're talking about when you address it. Like, that's the way to conquer this fear of, what if they say something bad? Bad things could happen. Well, allow speech to flow freely, and I guarantee you problems will begin to solve themselves.
Yeah, can I just piggyback on that point? Because this is one thing an ex-girlfriend said. The only thing I got from that relationship was this point. And she said that no matter what somebody says, we should allow them to say it, because people are thinking it anyway. And when you allow them to say it publicly, you also allow people to be aware that they're saying possibly something that's incorrect, and then you can correct them on it. But you wouldn't be able to correct them if they didn't have the opportunity to say it in the first place.
Destiny, what do you think?
I think that the First Amendment is important. I think it's beautiful. I think it's well worded. And I think freedom of speech as a concept is something that should be defended. But I think oftentimes people misapply it to private platforms like Twitter and Facebook, and they try to take these arguments about whether or not the government should abridge our freedom of speech, which it shouldn't, except in certain dire cases, like yelling fire in a crowded theater, or the spreading of like child pornography or something, of course, which I think we all agree with. But I think that applying those same arguments to private institutions actually, in a way, becomes an anti-First Amendment argument. So I do agree that the the First Amendment is important insofar as it applies to the government, but those principles shouldn't carry forward to every single private platform that we engage in, because one of your freedoms as an owner of a private platform is to determine what type of content do I want posted on this particular platform.
But what if that platform has become a monopoly? I think that's a good argument to combat that point, too.
I mean, if a platform has become a monopoly, then we can talk about antitrust laws, we can talk about things like this, but you cannot enforce a platform to just have all content on it. It's, it's an anti-First Amendment argument. I mean,
I'm still trying to understand, why do people keep pretending as if Facebook is a private platform? Like, it's not.
Because the definition
it's
of
not.
private
They
is
literally
that it's not.
have former CIA agents working within Facebook. Facebook goes into Congress, comes up with a bunch of nonsense after they get accused of something, and somehow, some way, they always end up coming out on top. In fact, it is literally a law that is allowing them to act as arbiters of truthful or false information, because of a law that it's protecting them. And
So
whenever
that-
anyone goes to try and change it, they're the ones who have the money to then influence politicians. Not that they even have to, but they have the money to influence politicians to make sure that that law that they are benefiting from continues to allow them to then influence the outcome of elections in one form or another. At the end of the day, when they constantly act on behalf of the government, especially when it seems that there is a partisan agenda involved, when they go to the government and get exactly what they want, they're not being held accountable like other private institutions have been held accountable. At what point do we stop pretending that words mean, that private and public mean whatever they say it means, when they're clearly acting as a public arm of the government?
So, that's a conversation we get into. So private means not government, it means privately owned. Facebook is a privately owned company. It's not owned by the government. If you want to have a conversation about whether or not Section 230 should be repealed, which it shouldn't be, if you want to have a conversation about whether or not platforms should be allowed to moderate their content, which they absolutely should be, if you want to have a conversation about whether or not you should be allowed to lobby the government, I think most of us agree you probably should be to some limited extent. Those are all great conversations to have, but the idea that just because a private company lobbies the government, they're somehow not
Are you
private.
familiar with In-Q-Tel? Do you know what In-Q-Tel is?
Don't need a
The
what?
CIA's venture capitalist firm in Arlington, Virginia. Basically, I can go through the whole way they did it, but basically Peter Thiel and In-Q-Tel invested into Facebook. That's how Facebook became what it was and overtook MySpace. And this is a thing that we've seen In-Q-Tel do because they have unlimited funding sources. Another example I can give you is how Google came out of nowhere and overtook Yahoo. It's because In-Q-Tel had unlimited money to ensure that Google was able to overtake Yahoo. That's how Amazon went from being a failed business platform, a failed business model, and eBay was destroying them. And then out of nowhere, where Jeff Bezos inexplicably becomes the most wealthy man in the world. That's how Tesla was a failed business, relying only and exclusively on our subsidies, and then now Elon Musk is the most successful man in the world. So my point is, the reason Facebook has hit the peak that it's hit is because of the government. So even though it's private, it's just once again, it's just another way to rebrand public, but they just don't call it that.
If you want to have a conversation about whether or not some subsidy for electric vehicles should be repealed, if you want to have a conversation about whether some people should be allowed to privately invest in a company,
no. I just said the government literally created
the problem is that
no, because you're doing Destiny. What we're not going to do today. So here's what we're not going to do today. You're not going to try to poke holes about shit that nobody's talking about. I said the government had their venture capitalist firm invest in a private company where no one else could compete. That's what we're talking about.
When you say something along the lines of like, how did Jeff Bezos became a millionaire overnight?
I didn't say how. I gave you the reason as to
Bezos
why.
became a billionaire overnight.
I didn't say how. I didn't ask how.
It's because everybody in this room probably uses Amazon Prime. Everybody in this room probably buys shit off Amazon. Everybody in this room probably uses Amazon Video. Like, we know why these companies become huge, because they offer products that everybody in society uses. If you want to talk about repealing an individual law, if you want to talk about repealing an individual law,
please tell me one company that can compete with unlimited funding from the government.
Nobody's getting unlimited funding from the government.
I just told you.
You're talking to me about specific subsidies that exist for these companies. If you want to argue,
we got to go to the next question. We got to go to the next question.
But let's figure it out.
One second, let me cut in. Let's hear from the Marxist.
Well, see, the purpose of the state is to uphold class relations, right?
Go on.
Yeah. So that's it.
I'm the moderator. I'm not allowed to agree.
The Marxist.
Anyway, the purpose of the state is to uphold class relations. Fundamental difference between two classes: owner, not owner, right? Facebook is an owner. They benefit from all the action that the state does. ultimately, I'm going to have to side with Nico on this. Like, it's going to be either through state subsidies, either through investment, either through any of that, that Facebook gains its dominance, that Amazon gains its dominance. Again, it was just a dumb bookstore in the 1990s that was nearing the, if you remember the .com bubble. That was, they were going to go down with that. Why didn't they? That's, in my opinion, that's really the question here. It's 100%, yeah. I'm just basically with you on this.
Like, the only way you can invest into SpaceX is to buy stocks in Google. And SpaceX is literally basically owned by the Pentagon now. So, like, that's a coincidence?
So is your argument that because government has undue influences over these social media entities, that therefore they're obstructing free speech, but not directly through law, but indirectly through company policy?
Yeah, where they don't have to be held accountable for what they do.
What do you mean by that? They don't have to be held accountable?
The government can't be held accountable for something, because people like Destiny are going to come up here and make an argument saying, no, that's just a private company. That's not the government doing that. Yeah, the government is literally letting them skate at every turn, no matter how much information gets put on them, no matter how much people find out they're using their monopoly to influence the outcome of politics. But then when we go and try to hold anybody accountable, the government just ultimately gives Facebook what they want again, and then Facebook just starts the metaverse. And
so the reason why nobody is held accountable is because at the end of the day, all we do is we go online and we shitpost about how horrible these companies are, but you can't actually point to a piece of legislation that you'd want repealed. You can't point to some actual.
We could literally just reform 230.
You can't. If you want to talk about 230, you can't. Repealing 230 would lead to an
I didn't say
okay,
so I didn't say repeal.
We can talk about reforming 230. Reforming 230.
Reform 230.
Sure, you can reform 230. That's probably going to destroy every single new website that would.
Why would it do that when you can just reform it and make sure it doesn't do that?
Okay, how would you want to reform?
Give me an example.
You can scream all you want. It doesn't make you any smarter. It doesn't make your point any more correct.
Try to assign a definition to a word because you don't like the fact that it destroys your argument.
How you want to reform 230.
I said reform. We can talk about how the reform should look, but it's not going to destroy all future websites.
Tell us how you want to reform 230.
You're being ridiculous.
Give me a sample reform. Give me a sample reform.
You're being ridiculous, bro. Come on.
No, ask her. I want to know a sample reform of 230.
Ariel whispered to me that we should express what Section 230 is. So it's, quote, no provider or use of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider.
I had to look that up, by the way. I didn't know what that was. So, I'm glad that you said it for people that also don't know what that was.
Yeah, my bad.
So that's Section 230, which gives them certain immunities, right? So
what is the 230 reform that we're looking for?
As long as they're
how do you want to change it?
Bubble.
Do you want to repeal it, or how should we alter 230?
No, you would reform it to make exceptions in cases like Facebook, for example, where they're acting as publishers, but
Facebook
then you got to
publish.
So then you allow people to sue them as if you were suing a CNN or an MSNBC or Fox News. Currently, you cannot. That's the problem.
How is it so the entire backbone of the internet, from IRC chats to bulletin message boards in the 80s to GeoCities websites in the 2000s, the only reason why websites can exist is because they require an immunity from being sued if they have user-generated content on their platform.
No, they're private companies.
Can I finish one sentence? Holy shit. Okay,
They're
you don't want it so that
though.
anytime somebody posts something on your website, you can get sued for what another user uploads on your site. If that is the case,
that's not what we're talking about.
That absolutely
Where
is
do
what
you just
you're talking
invent
about.
these fake realities in your head?
There's a reason why
we're talking about Facebook being held accountable for removing people's content, destroying people's businesses,
and nobody
destroying
in the
people's
online
brands.
internet community.
You're talking about random shit posters.
Nobody is talking about reforming 230.
It's a little bit loud and echoey.
So,
my bad. Yeah, so try not to talk over each other.
Reforming 230 would destroy anybody's ability to start any new internet website where you have user-generated content, because as soon as you can hold a website liable for what users are posting, just because you want to engage in moderation, should you not be allowed to moderate your communities? If you want to make a message board for right-leaning people or for feminists, do you not have the ability to moderate your communities that way? Of course you should be able to do that without being held liable as a publisher or something of information. And these websites, just because they engage in moderation, doesn't make them a publisher. That's ridiculous. To try to say that because somebody puts up a fact check or because somebody puts up or bans certain types of content, they become all of a sudden a publisher of information. What do you think it means to publish something?
When you're getting funded, when you were, go ahead.
Yeah, I think here's a problem though. They're not just a neutral platform.
They don't have to be neutral.
Oh, really?
Yes, really, yeah.
Yes,
according. So let's hear why they don't have to be neutral.
Because that's the law. You're not obligated. There is no We just talked about the First Amendment. If you started a private platform where you brought people on to speak, do you think that the First Amendment means that you have to let every single person come on? That's a violation of your First Amendment rights. If I start a forum and I want to talk about how cool dogs are, am I legally obligated to let cat lovers come and shit my forum up with how great their animal? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, of course you don't have to be a neutral platform. Do you think Fox News is a neutral platform? Do you think CNN is a neutral platform? No,
you
you
can
don't have
sue
to be
Fox
a neutral
News and CNN. You can sue Fox News.
You can literally
for
sue
things
them.
that are said on Fox
If they
News.
lie, you can sue them.
Curate
if they defame you, you can sue them. If they slander you, you can sue them. That's the difference. When Facebook takes some, I'll give you an example of consequences. So recently, in Texas actually, a man's son died after taking the vaccine. He was 16 years old, the son was. When he posted a GoFundMe to pay for the funeral, GoFundMe removes him.
You don't have a constitutional right to post on GoFundMe. I'm sorry.
Because of that, obviously it becomes much more difficult to fundraise for that funeral. Now, why did they remove him? Like, it's a literal fact that the vaccine caused this man's son's death, but they're saying because it's spreading vaccine misinformation that he can't fundraise there because then, of course, would bring attention to the fact that there might be side effects. Like, Facebook removed people for saying that hydroxychloroquine was a legitimate solution, or at least to help while we're waiting for vaccines when it came to COVID. And then doctors were banned. People died. Fucking Destiny, people died.
First of all.
No, what I'm telling you is that there are real consequences when you are removing people because you're pretending to be an arbiter of information when you're literally removing experts. It's one thing if you moderate the content by saying this isn't allowed, you give them a strike. But if you think that they should be removed, then you go through the fucking court of law and you hold them accountable there. And if someone has decided that you are overtly or accidentally causing problems that could lead to mass conflict or violence or whatever, then you allow the courts to settle it. But what you're suggesting is that we should allow this entity that has gotten unlimited funding from the government
They don't.
where you can't, to the point where now you can no
What?
longer actually have competition against them.
All right, Nico, let's hear a rebuttal now.
So everything about hydroxychloroquine has been proven to be ineffective.
Bullshit.
So the fact
See,
that you
they
would bring
rejected
that up,
the-
can I
they
finish?
never
Can I
retract their
finish? Can I
article.
finish?
That's bullshit.
Are you going to
But go
scream
ahead,
over me
that's
every
bullshit.
time I start
That's
countering the
bullshit. Go
bullshit you
ahead.
say up here?
Give him a chance.
I need like 10 minutes to go through every fucking stupid thing you just said.
Go ahead, go ahead.
So number one, hydroxychloroquine is like the worst example of anything you could brought up of. Okay, number one. Number two, if a private platform wants to ban somebody from their community for any reason, they're allowed to do that. You do not have a constitutional right to post on fucking GoFundMe. Just like any person in this audience doesn't have a constitutional right to come up on. I know you want to talk. Nobody in this audience has a constitutional right to come up here and grab a microphone and scream at somebody. That's part of your First Amendment privilege. If you start a platform,
How are those two things analogous?
you are
How are
allowed
those
to
two things
moderate.
analogous?
You are allowed to moderate that content in any way that you see fit. The idea
Am I
that you are
receiving
obligated-
unlimited money from the
idea that you are
CIA?
Obligated. The
Am
idea that you
I
are
receiving unlimited money?
obligated-
Let him go.
The idea that you are obligated to host all forms of content on your website is a delusional fantasy. I don't know where it came from. I don't know where people got this idea from. There's no case law that supports this. There's no legislation that supports this. There's no constitutional amendment that supports this. It is absolute delusion.
No.
that you
There's
would
literally
hate
a
this,
law
okay?
that says
so
if you
anybody
act
wants
as a
to,
public,
bro, you can't cut me off 30 times
okay,
after talking
let's
a
take
whole
an
bunch of shit
example.
for like 5 minutes.
Okay,
Hold on, wait, can I finish responding? Holy shit, yeah. So if a website decides that they want to moderate their content in the way that they see fit, if they want to ban doctors, if they want to ban experts, if they don't want you to do your whatever fucking GoFundMe, that's completely and totally within their right to do so. And just because they don't want to host your content doesn't mean you can go cry to the federal government and say, I have a right, I have a constitutional right to this platform. That's an insane reading of how the First Amendment works.
Pause.
No, I don't need to
We're not
pause
talking
off,
about
I will finish,
we're not talking
and now
about the
I'm done
First Amendment.
talking. Okay,
We're
so if you
talking
wanna
about
talk, that's fine.
literally Section 230 protects you only and exclusively if you're not behaving as a publisher. So another
Bingo.
great example would be the Hunter Biden situation, where every single time a Hunter Biden article would come out, people were getting banned. People were literally
So,
losing
like, you mean Twitter?
a
Twitter
business.
stopping the link to the New York
not just
Post
Twitter.
article.
Facebook, Twitter. My friend got banned from Facebook for 7 days. Another one of my friends got removed for
Moderating
posting
is not
an
publishing.
article from mainstream media about Biden on Facebook with no context. Banned. Now, all of a sudden, you're banning people not because the information is wrong, just because you don't like what's being put out there. Now, that's what we call editing. That is editorial. That is publishing, which means you should
Why
be
do you
able to
think
be
Twitter-
pause. You should be able to be held accountable, but you cannot be because you're hiding behind 230.
Why did Twitter ban the Hunter Biden article?
Motherfucker, please explain it to me, because we would love to know.
No, wait, you brought it up, so you should know.
Why did they
so
ban
tell
it?
me. You tell me.
We're literally trying to find out. Go ahead.
No, we're not trying. It's public information, so you don't know.
Why
I want
they
to hear
ban
you
it?
say, I have no fucking idea why Twitter banned it.
You don't even know which article I'm referring to right
I know
now,
exactly
but go
which
ahead.
one. I know exactly what you're referring to.
Which one?
So tell me. You tell me. You brought it up
No,
first.
no, no. You just said you know exactly what it is. Go ahead.
Why are you trying to posture right now? You brought up the example.
You just literally cut me off to ask. You just said you know the answer.
Okay.
You know the reason
so
why.
You don't know why
I'm telling
it was.
you,
You don't
if
know
you
why.
know why it was
so
banned,
I'll
please
explain.
enlighten
I
us.
will explain.
All right,
so
let me.
Twitter, wait. So Twitter has a specific policy for hacked materials where if you upload
It wasn't hacked.
something on, if you upload
It literally wasn't hacked.
If you did Hunter Biden approve of those images and everything from the laptop being posted?
It wasn't hacked.
And it's a hacked material.
It literally wasn't
so
hacked.
Twitter has also banned people on the left.
USB.
You're just gonna keep
Here you
talking over me
go.
like that makes you correct?
You got it. You got it.
I'm right here, dude. You don't have to look at the
It's a
audience.
USB.
Hey, talk
they
to me.
handed
You don't
it
have to
over
look at
here.
the audience.
They were like,
Come on,
hey,
Nico.
post this.
Hey.
New York Times. Is New York Times banned for posting hacked
Let him
material?
rebut, and then we're getting to the next question.
I'm right here. I don't know who you're
Is
looking
the
at
New
there
York
for. Are
Times
you talking to
banned
somebody
for-
else right now?
I'm trying to
Are you
understand.
lost?
I wasn't going to answer my question.
You gotta let him talk. Do we have like a monitor out there
Is the New
somewhere?
York
Can you
Times
see a picture of me, or?
banned for posting hacked materials? Because last time I checked, they did it all the time.
But Nico, we get the point. You got to let him respond.
But that's my point.
yeah, I'm right here.
Hey, you are not understanding the lack of consistency.
I understand completely.
That's
You
the
just
issue.
had no idea
You're
what
telling
you
me what the rule
There
is,
was
but they won't
consistency.
explain why they don't consistently
There
follow the
was
fucking rule.
consistency, Because
That's
one,
the problem.
Does
if you
anyone in
wanted
the
to
audience have a Xanax?
If you wanted to discuss the Hunter Biden story or post the Hunter Biden story, you were absolutely allowed to, as long as you didn't link to a website that had hacked materials listed on it. Number one, and I know that because I discussed it on Twitter and I get banned. Number one, okay. Number two, there was a left-leaning group that leaked a whole bunch of like police materials, part of the big ACAB thing. I think it was like a year prior, and they got banned for doing the exact same type of thing. This particular story is not a story of political bias. It's a story where you, who has a clear political narrative, has taken one story, completely misrepresented it, and then try to pretend that it supports
Is
your
New York
side of the
Times
political narrative.
banned
That's exactly
for
what it
posting
is.
hacked material?
Okay,
so is the answer? It's a yes or no question.
Yes,
It's yes.
if you post
No, they're not. They post WikiLeaks leaked material. They have not been banned. What are you talking about?
If you are-
CNN did
if
it.
you-
hey,
Didn't Trump's
Nico,
taxes
you-
just get
why-
leaked and it
why
got
are you talking-
posted?
I'm right
Those
here.
are hacked
I'm
materials,
right here.
correct?
I'm right here.
Okay, that's what I
I'm
thought.
right here.
So the problem isn't that they are taking their right to enforce their rules. What we're trying to figure out is why are you inconsistently forcing rules? What do you do when those rules are being forced inconsistently and they're supporting a certain political agenda while undermining another? And then at that point, when does that not make you a publisher? And if it does make you a publisher, why can you not be held to the same level of
Okay, hey,
accountability
but Nico,
as an actual publisher?
Let's
It's very
attack this.
simple.
Let's attack this from a slightly different angle. I'm gonna ask Ariel what she thinks of this. So in 2019, Cedric Richmond, U.S. Congressman from Louisiana, warned Facebook and Google that they had better restrict what he and his colleagues saw as harmful content or face regulation. Quote, he said, "We're going to make it swift. We're going to make it strong. We're going to hold them accountable. Figure it out because you don't want us to figure it out for you." And Jerry Nadler added to that, "Let's just see what happens if I pressure them." Is this worrying to you that the people that are governing their content moderation are influenced by congressmen? Ariel, what do you think? Is that like a skirt around the First Amendment, or what's your thoughts?
I think that anybody that has power is going to try to control more. That's just the fact, right? That happens throughout history. It worries me when people use that power to silence people. Like that's like that's the concept of this panel, right?
Yeah.
I think that I do agree partially with what he's saying. I understand where he's coming from with Stephen. And I think that if you do have your own platform, yes, you can moderate content in a way because, because if there's like pornography or something, you don't want that, yes. But I also think people are taking that to the extreme and making it political. And just because they don't like something, they're removing that. I don't think that's a healthy way for this country to be going.
Do you feel like the government has an undue influence on what Facebook is doing?
Oh yeah, I do. I think this is just me personally, but I think that it's fairly obvious to me that Facebook has some kind of secret agreement, whatever, I don't know, with the Democratic Party, because and YouTube too. I mean, I speak from personal experience. I know that until I came out, I was posting the same content for 10 years on YouTube. Sexual education, until I came out as leaving the left and being a non-leftist, then they started banning me and restricting me. So to me, that's my experience of what you're saying, and I don't think, obviously, I'm biased,
And
but I don't think
what
that's
was
okay.
the reason? Did they say that you were causing harm? I mean, is it the
They
second
said it
principle?
was because of my sexually explicit content, but I've been posting that same content for 10 years. So to me, it's like, okay, they don't like what I'm saying now.
Okay. What about you, Stephen?
But yeah, I do think it's because that's to me, it's too obvious. It was too obvious to me that this is why it was happening.
Right. So, Stephen, what do you think? Like, if there's a link between like the government, like senators pushing these guys, doesn't that not apply? Isn't that like the government using, abridging the First Amendment in the wrong way?
I mean, I think it would depend on what they're pushing for or what, like, the implication is. If the implication is that if this behavior is going on that leads to some sort of harm and we're going to, like, legislate a new law or we're going to, like, enforce a law in the book about it, that's probably fine. That's what Congress is there for. But if it's something like we're pressuring you to, like, censor certain political narratives or whatever, then that's probably not okay. I will say, though, again, a platform has the right, even if they want to ban, like, Republicans or Democrats on their platform, it's within their right to do so as a social media platform.
Yeah,
now,
and
pressure,
I agree with you.
Sure.
I don't think it's good, but I think that by law they should be able to.
Sure,
But I don't
and
think,
I agree 100%
Yeah.
with that.
I don't think it's a
that
good thing for the
censoring
country,
of, like,
though.
depending on the platform, censoring of, like, conservative speech or whatever online, it sucks because it makes it more boring for me because I like to shout at people and I don't have as many people shout at
Do you
online
think
anymore. 'Cause all the
230 is
services get
fine
banned.
the way it is? You think 230 is fine the way it is? No changes?
I don't think 230 is fine. I think 230 is essential for the internet to function the way that it does. Without 230 written as is, you lose, like, the new world going forward is every single platform would have to moderate every single comment posted knowing that they might get in trouble for, like, the reason why 230 came about was that when certain platforms were moderating their content, the idea was that, well, hold on, if you're going to ban some stuff and not other stuff, you're basically tacitly approving of other stuff that's being posted, so we can sue you for that. And so people were starting to take websites to court for stuff that their users had posted on the site.
Yeah.
If I posted defamatory content of anybody on this stage, you shouldn't be able to sue the platform that I posted on. You should sue me for it, right? That's the essential protection that 230 provides so that websites can continue to exist while allowing user-generated content to flourish on their sites.
Well, the difference between the two things is whether it's a provider or a publisher. And there are a lot of things that Facebook does that make it a publisher. It is not specifically just a provider. The algorithmic way that they sort content, they prioritize certain types of content, they push certain types of content, and whether it's because of a political agenda or because it's the content that makes them more money, and I understand that that's probably something that is built in. It is going to be a contradiction that you're not going to be able to get rid of anytime soon. But in a lot of cases, Facebook is acting as a publisher rather than a provider.
So this is just not true. So people have tried to stretch. Well, I'm about to answer that. So people have tried to stretch this idea that if you have an algorithm that shows certain information, or if you do, like, a fact check, or if you moderate certain content, that this makes you a publisher. It is very clear, like, a publisher is somebody that publishes information. So if Facebook were to start writing articles, or if Twitter were to start writing articles and they were pushing these or whatever, then those 230 live...
What's an op-ed page?
What?
What is an op-ed page in a newspaper? Does New York Times, like Mr. New York Times, write everything there? Or do other people do it?
An op-ed page, my understanding is that on that, you would be liable for that, but that's because you're publishing what's on the op-ed page. You're, like, approaching a writer and you're saying, we're going to hire you or pay you for this, like, op-ed, and we're going to publish it in our magazine. Now,
hiring and paying is irrelevant.
If Twitter payment is essential. It might be
no, it is not.
Depending on what we're talking.
Absolutely not.
Do you understand that there is a difference between a newspaper that solicits op-eds from people versus a platform where any user more or less can sign up and generate content?
He said hiring and pay is irrelevant.
Yeah, hiring and pay is irrelevant. And Facebook is soliciting content from us,
it's not
sorting it and putting it out based on their own preferences. An algorithm.
May I? Daily Kos, for example, you didn't have to be it's like a blog. It was just a very sophisticated blog before it became what it became. So, like, no, hiring and pay is relevant, but Daily Kos could still be sued. Huh? Yeah, you see the difference?
My understanding is that if you have a website where any person can just submit content willy-nilly, if it's like some WordPress site, some blog or whatever, like Medium, for instance, you can't sue Medium for somebody that writes an article on Medium because Medium is not like the publisher, it's just a distribution platform for that article. Now,
yeah,
even if you've got an algorithm that sorts stuff, like you might like this, you might like that, or even if you ban stuff like we don't want this, we don't like that, that still doesn't make them a publisher of the information. They're just a content distribution network.
Does it
it's a CDN
change?
that somebody uses for for user-generated content to show up on their website. The content all comes from people
Is there
not endemic to the company.
So, well, we don't know if Medium could be sued. Maybe they could. We don't know. Like, honestly, we
don't know what?
We don't know if Medium can or can't be sued. No one has ever attempted to because
We
they
do
don't
know
just
because they're protected by
arbitrarily
230.
they don't arbitrarily remove people's information just because it doesn't agree with a certain political agenda. To my knowledge, I've never heard any complaints about
removing
that.
information that doesn't agree with the
However,
political agenda doesn't mean you lose your
let me
Section
finish
230
talking,
protections.
Mr. Oh my
I don't
God,
think
I
you've
can't
let
get
me
a word
finish a
in.
single thing,
Let
so
me
I
finish
have
talking.
very little sympathy for you at this
Look,
point.
bro,
What do you want to say,
let me
Nico?
finish talking. I just let you pontificate for a fucking hour as usual. Let me talk. please.
yeah,
Thank
1
you.
hour, man.
What do you wanna say?
Anyway, so like I was saying, we don't know that about Medium. But
We do
also,
know that. That's wrong.
then we can get to the actual precedent that has been set because people are like, oh, these private platforms like Twitter or Facebook have the ability to just remove politicians whenever they feel like it. Actually, the courts say otherwise because Trump couldn't even ban someone because he is technically a public figure and they considered it to be a public forum. They couldn't even. So if you obviously,
that's wrong. That's not even
hold
true.
on, let me finish talking, Mr. Judge. Like I didn't know you were a damn federal judge.
I don't have to judge it.
Okay,
It's
then
already
anyway,
been
let me
judged.
finish
It's already
talking.
been
Thank you
ruled
very
on.
much. Appreciate it. Anyway, so just from the precedent that's already been set by the court, they said, and it was like it was a leftist decision. Like Democrats were like, you can't block us, ha ha.
Anytime
so
they don't agree
it
with
is,
the
hold
left,
on, let me
that's fine.
finish.
Yeah, okay.
Jesus Christ,
How many
bro.
dumb
This is
things
not
can
your
you
Twitch
say? It's like a
stream.
fucking machine
This
gun with
is not your
stupid
Twitch
shit.
stream. Chill.
All right, we got to
Let me
get to
talk.
it.
Anyway,
It is his Twitch stream.
when
actually.
Trump got banned from Twitter, that was probably the most egregious form of censorship that we had ever seen because literally the outcome of an election could or could not have been affected by it. When you are talking about I mean, because this is America, right? So if the outcome of our election is affected by, which that means you're affecting the outcome of the geopolitical arena all over the world. And there is literally no accountability, ironically, in the same country where everybody's talking about election interference all the time.
But so could a movie, right?
Yeah, but you could, if the movie influences it, you have a choice whether or not you want to engage with that content. Like, they don't funnel it to you. They don't force you to go there. But if I have a business, if I have like my political opinion,
use Twitter,
if I don't,
Facebook? Okay, so Facebook
when
is
you
right.
have a business that is reliant on Twitter and Facebook because they are, okay, we just went through this. Okay, so once again, unlimited funding. There is no
There is
hold
no
on.
unlimited
Let me
funding from the
finish
government.
talking.
I don't think you know what funding or
God.
unlimited means. I don't think you know what either of those
just
words
because
mean.
you don't like the logic that's about to come doesn't mean
It's
you can
not
cut it
about
off.
logic.
Okay,
You just
then
don't.
let
You
me
don't know what a
finish so
publicly
you can
traded
prove
company
it
is.
all.
You don't know what capital is. You don't know what funding means. You don't know what unlimited
We're
means.
already at the unlimited funding. Like,
Yeah,
ask,
well,
like
that's what I'm
Facebook,
saying. So when
Facebook is a
unlimited
utility. It's
funding-
like roads, right? So he's saying, like,
Facebook's not regulated like utility, if that's what you're asking.
right, but no, but he's making the argument that Facebook is essential to launch a business in the modern world. In the many ways, like roads, like to restrict a business access to roads, we all agree that's BS.
You literally can't
But
find
is
competition.
Facebook is it as essential as roads?
I don't disagree that these platforms have a lot of power. So I have questions about how antitrust works in the United States. A really good question, in my opinion, is why the fuck was Facebook allowed to buy Instagram? That shit is crazy to me. I think that if you want to attack some of these larger social media platforms from an antitrust perspective, that is absolutely legitimate.
And then what?
Because it is really hard to start. Let's say that you're banned from Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. What public voice do you have, right? You're not on fucking Gab. No offense, I'm sorry, but like, right?
We
You're
agree.
completely fucked. I absolutely agree. But you have to hit this from an angle that makes sense, not this crazy shit about how they have
An
unlimited
angle that-
funding from the government
Hold
and blah,
up,
blah,
hold
blah,
up.
blah, blah,
So
and all the made-up
antitrust
conspiracy
laws that are already in
nonsense.
place
What you
that should
have
be
to
preventing
say-
these
what you
platforms
have
from
to
doing
say
this
is-
because they're
you have to
private,
say we
they're
need to look
literally
at the way our
making deals that
antitrust works in
control the
United
outcome.
States.
Do you agree?
And then you attack
Nico,
that angle.
Nico, you gotta hang
Billions
on.
of views, and you're like, let's affect the antitrust laws. Well, if you reform the antitrust laws, Destiny, do you know it's going to completely and utterly destroy how we battle monopolies now? You see how fucking ridiculous that
But no,
sounds?
Destiny just
Why don't
said
we actually
that
just-
Facebook shouldn't have been able to buy Instagram.
Yeah, but that's my point. He's like, we should then refund the antitrust laws to make sure that can't happen. But if you reform it, oh my God, then we can't handle antitrust issues like we handle them now. Like, no, that sounds ridiculous. You can, I was about to say something very vulgar, but basically you can walk and chew gum at the same time.
It's not about walking and chewing gum at the same time. You're pointing to things and calling them problems, and they're not problems.
You can reform 230 while protecting the things that we
Okay, what do you want? What do you want to do to
What is it 230 for reform you want?
What specifically?
One, it's either one of two things. You either reform 230 or you admit that platforms like Facebook and Twitter no
How
longer
would you
fall.
reform
Hold
230?
on, let me fucking finish. Oh my
Every
God.
time
shut
they
the
ramble,
fuck
it's
up.
because they don't have shit to say.
Shut up.
Every fucking
Jesus
time.
Christ.
It's like it's the same
Dog,
script. Holy
if
shit.
You like, okay, you know what?
But one at a time. No, we have to dissect the 430.
Use your pen. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, Peter.
It's
what do
fine.
you want to do
have
to
nothing
2:30?
to say. You can get mad all you want.
You're
I'm sorry
surgeon.
that you have to actually answer a question for once in your fucking life. It's fine. Like, we can sit here and we can cry all day about, like, oh, 2:30, unfair, blah, 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 blah. Tell us how you'd reform it. Oh, there you go. Go ahead. Pick it up. Go ahead, let us hear it.
So like I was saying, I want to reform. You can reform it by, one, protecting the benefits that we have now, but make sure that if a company decides to act like a publisher like Facebook and Twitter have done in situations especially that affect the outcome of our political atmosphere, like you can literally legislate it. It'll go through the committee process. They'll figure it out, make sure it works. Who will be affected? Who could be positively affected? Who could be negatively affected? They go through a process. I don't know if you heard about it, but that's what Congress does.
What does it mean to act like a
Hold on.
publisher?
Oh
Okay.
my God, bro. Just 5 fucking seconds, bro. Anyway, once we get through that, when we get to that point, we can do a breakdown of what's the best way to ensure that, one, they're not doing it, but even if we can't control them for doing it, make sure that if you're removing someone's literal brand, business, whatever, that you have to go through the same due process as everybody else. But right now they're being shielded from due process and accountability on their behalf, and then we're not getting any
So
due
how
process when we
do
get
we
screwed.
get around that? Peter, how would you, if you're a surgeon, what do you do to 2:30?
Well, for me, like, these are the two options. Either you recognize that Facebook, Twitter, and all these things are acting as publishers and not as ISPs. Like, this law is actually designed around the relationship an ISP has with the customer, as opposed to just websites. It's applied to websites because websites ostensibly act in at least somewhat neutral way. I think that has been overstepped, and we can either recognize that and apply 230 to them as it exists now, or 230 needs to be amended in order to recognize that.
But how?
How? I can't give you exact wording. I'm not.
Well,
a
what does it
lawyer.
mean to be a publisher? That's what I want to know. Because we're saying if you're going to act as a publisher, what does that mean to be a
I thought you were
publisher?
the expert on 230. It tells you in the.
What?
I thought you were the
Yeah.
expert.
Okay. What does it mean to be a publisher?
230 is
Ariel?
like, it's like
Ariel.
27 words. What do you mean? It doesn't tell you in there what it means to be a publisher.
All right.
He literally just read it. Yeah.
Ariel, what's it mean to be a publisher?
I think that's the issue that this debate is having. I think both people are explaining it differently.
No.
Now, is being a publisher simply posting something online, or is it also? Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Or is it controlling what's being seen in the world? I think there's a case for both. I think both are equally as important because you could post things like just. I mean, it happens with the algorithm with YouTube all the time. If they don't like what we're saying, they restrict us.
Sure.
And I think that is, in essence, also being a publisher because you are controlling what is being seen.
Sure. Like Stephen points out that like the New York Times op-ed's clearly like that's a publishing practice, right? But what about on your content if you say something like trans women aren't women, or you said something different about COVID and they said this article is misleading? Like, is that publishing?
I don't think that's publishing. I think it's
editorial content.
I think it's editing. I think it's editing, and I think people can interpret that as publishing. I think it's all interpretation. I think everyone's going to interpret it differently. That's the issue. That's why we have debates about this, right?
What do you think, Stephen? Is that?
I think this is one of those things that seems plainly obvious unless you're taking a hardcore political bend to it. If you have a platform and users are supplying all of the content to that platform, you have a right to moderate it as you see fit. If you want to like force people or attach like a not safe for work or not safe for life link, if you want to say warning, like we think this contains bad bit or whatever, or you want to say that like this violates whatever rule or whatever, you have the right to do that. That doesn't mean that you are suddenly like creating and publishing content on your platform. I think there's case law to support this. The EFF has a huge write-up on how they feel about 230, and a whole bunch of other institutions have signed on. People like Medium have signed on to support 230, written as is as well. I mean, like the idea that just because you engage in some moderation, or if you want a front page like the cutest dog pic of the day, you've become an editor or a publisher. If we were to take that point of view, what we're essentially restricting is every single platform has to just show all of their content in a straight line with like no other like flourishes or whatever. Otherwise, you're engaging in publishing or editorializing.
Don't you have to weigh the benefits and like?
I think he makes a lot of sense in that with that point because you are also a business and you want to make sure your business is doing the best that it can, and if that means putting certain content first because that's going to get the best, the more clicks or keep people on the site for longer, that makes sense, and I get why YouTube does that as well. I just think it's reached a point where to me, it would be considered censorship and not
think
and
it's
not no
beyond the
longer.
line, too.
I think just for me, their line has been crossed, but I understand. I understand what you're saying.
I just don't like the word censorship because, like,
come up with a better word then.
Well, the problem is
I'll
that
use that word.
The problem is that contextually, these mean very different things, right? If I'm not allowed to call my dad the F word, if I'm a 9-year-old at my house, I'm being censored by my parents. That is true. Is it good or bad? It's probably okay. If you're not allowed to say crazy stuff in a classroom, if you're like in 5th grade, you're not allowed to scream swear. That's censorship, right? If I'm on a private company, if I were to start screaming at you really big obscenities, eventually I imagine you'd have me removed from the stage, right? That's a form of censorship. Now, if the government were to craft legislation that was abridging my right to freedom of speech, that's also censorship. One of these is really, really, really bad, and the other 3 examples are probably okay things that ought to be protected in society.
So the main issue I feel like is that we're losing the context of is like the consequences of the inconsistent application of punishment and censorship and removal of people. It's one thing if I saw like, you know, CNN or MSNBC getting the same type of treatment as maybe an Alex Jones, for example, probably wouldn't be all that concerned. I'm like, well, shit, man, it's just the way it happens sometimes. I would still have a problem with it because I'm a free speech absolutist, but it would be hard for me to find an argument that says they're treating people unfairly and it seems to be based on a political agenda. We all sat through Russiagate. I think everybody was there for that, where they lied, not once, not twice, but for years. It cost people jobs, friendships, breakdowns in relationships, and it turned out to all be complete and total bullshit. And then if you go and look up, like, and you see some of the articles that came out, they were like, they had the CNN employees that got caught saying, like, yeah, this is BS. Nobody actually believes this. They were doing it for money. That's what their claim was. And the moment that that became an issue, like, that was everybody's moment to step back, like, wow, so hold up. Not only were they lying, not only were they full of it, but it was for money, and they weren't punished for it. There is no incentive for them to then tell the truth at any point because they know that they will always be able to benefit from Twitter, from Facebook, and from the government as long as the right people are in power and they're doing what the government wants. So you now have this vicious cycle of fuckery that no one is being held accounted for because they know whatever applies to you doesn't apply to me as long as I keep playing the people who are in power, as long as I keep playing their game. That's how we're in the shit we're in right now because of the selective accountability. If I can be held more accountable than
what's
a
the accountability?
that's
like,
a
Peter,
problem.
What would you want? What would you want, like, if there's accountability for these people? Like, what is that? What's that look like?
I mean, you can see, if you think that one of these companies has engaged in behavior that is like illegal or malicious, and you can prove that in a court of law, you can take them to court and sue them.
Oh,
CNN has gotten to. Oh my God! I'm sorry. Did I just interrupt your interruption with my answer to his question? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, so you can take CNN to court if you feel like they've published a story that's wrong. There was a really popular story like 4 or 5 years ago. I'm sure everybody in here saw it. It was like some white high school kids that were outside, and there were, I think, Nation of Islam people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that family took CNN to court, and they got a decent settlement out of it, which they should have because that whole story was bullshit.
What
and the way that it was edited.
What does that have to do with
absolutely,
Facebook?
What is that?
I just said CNN.
I can walk you through it. No, that's fine. If we want to spend the
He's
time.
talking about accountability.
So you said there was no accountability.
No. What I'm
showing to you is that if you take somebody into court and sue them, some people would call that accountability.
Facebook cannot. What are you talking about?
The only
we're
one
having the same conversation.
The only ones winning when we're talking over each other is like the echo. So go ahead. You were gonna summarize.
No, I was just gonna say he's talking about accountability. I think that is one way of people being held accountable. I don't think necessarily it needs to. I don't think we need to start suing people to be held accountable, though.
We're talking about
have those people be held
about social media platforms in the inconsistent application of accountability.
Yes.
Like that's so. I don't know what you're talking about. I already
because
said
you brought up CNN.
We already know
you brought up CNN. That's not a social media platform.
Because I said on these platforms, on YouTube, which is owned by Google, which is owned by the CIA. On Facebook,
what the fuck?
Right, but it literally is, bro. You can just look the shit up.
Well,
it's
no,
not complicated to find.
For example,
you think Google is owned? You think Google's owned by the
look,
CIA?
Bro, I'm not gonna do your homework for you. You should have before you got here.
But
anyway,
what I think he's trying to say
is
Nick
51%
Sandman
majority stake, or what is
successfully
it?
sued CNN for libel. Nick Sandman successfully sued CNN for libel. So he's saying accountability is. There are methods for this.
Suing CNN for libel isn't CNN being treated like you or I on Facebook or Twitter, which are two of the most powerful platforms in the world that have unlimited sources of
I have a good way of, in my opinion, holding people accountable. I think that people like Facebook, or like businesses and companies like Facebook or Twitter or whatever, should be honest and upfront about their political biases. I think that's one way to do it, because then going in and you're going on these websites, you know that their feed might be tailored a little bit more to people left-leaning or right-leaning. And I think that the Daily Wire does that. They literally say, we are a conservative news source. So people know going in that they're going to be...
But those are all publishers, right? And they all can be held accountable to a degree, Facebook and Twitter. That's everything that you're saying is true, but then Facebook will turn around and say, we're not publishers. What are you talking about?
All right, so take an example.
Yeah.
So on Section 230, to modify that, like I haven't gotten a ton of specifics, but Vivek Ramashay, I maybe butchered his name, the guy that wrote Woke Inc. What he says to do on Section 30 or 230 is to guide it by the First Amendment. So they would not get liability anytime they're outside of the bounds of the First Amendment. So they can censor content, for example, that the First Amendment doesn't protect, which would be like your child pornography, threats of violence, libel, and all of that. But everything else, they would have to do in the spirit. Or they could choose to be a publisher and lose the liability. What do you think about that?
It's like it seems weird. It's like paradoxical. Enforcing that a business follows the First Amendment is contrary to the purpose of the First Amendment. This is the reason why anytime you participate in any private business, if you go into any restaurant, if you go into any private anything, there's always that line on the bottom of, we reserve the right to remove you for whatever reason we see fit. Part of your ability to run a private business in the United States is that you can exercise your private level of discretion in any way you want, as long as it doesn't move contrary to, like, protected classes, for instance. You
Bro, I'm gonna lie, that's not like the same argument that was made for slavery.
It's a reason. Was I interrupting your
we can do shit that's morally bad.
Coloring books backstage.
The Constitution. As long as you're private. If you're a private company, it's cool.
Nico.
That's exactly what. Yes. Welcome to the First Amendment. That's exactly how it works. The First Amendment does not apply to private enterprise. That's not what the First Amendment is.
People make arguments where they pretend as if they could undermine the First Amendment, and then they usually, if everything goes well, get crushed in court later and sued for it.
Okay, so Peter brings up a restaurant is not the same as Facebook. So
not the same.
would a limit? Patrons. What about a company-sized liability limit that you get protection if you're small enough, but if you're big enough, different rules apply?
This is like an interesting argument. So again, though, the problem is like there's either two things going on here. Either one, in my opinion, we should be talking about antitrust law, which I think there are way more better conversations to have. Or two, you're essentially saying that once a company grows to a certain size, there's like a whole other set of like constitutional provisions that come in to moderate or guide that company. I mean, you could, but that gets into like a lot of really weird.
It's not a constitutional provision. It's a law. It's just a law. Section 230 is a law.
Sure. I would also argue that
I thought you were mentioning more specifically like the First Amendment stuff.
I'd also argue that quantitatively is not necessarily a good way to figure this out. I think it's really like when you look at Facebook or Twitter or any of that, there's a tiny percentage of posts that they spend their time pushing and boosting or moderating for that matter. I think it's really, are they acting in a manner that like they are very, very heavily curating their site in terms of what they boost.
I have a very possibly, I don't know if this makes complete sense, but to me, I think the argument can like be summed up in like as book burning. Like people are allowed to publish, but then people are denying those publishings to be seen, right? Is that kind of where we're at? Is that what both of you are saying? Yes, people are allowed to publish on Facebook, but is Facebook also becoming a publisher?
They do. Like
that would be the book burning, right? Yeah, they allowed them to produce the books, but they're also burning them, right? So they're also hiding some information from being seen. Yeah, is that technically a publisher? I don't know how to answer that. I don't think I don't know if any of us do.
If you are like curating information and like, or what just came out recently, even blue checks, right, on Facebook, they got caught whitelisting certain celebrities and certain political figures and basically blacklisting others. Like, when, once again, in the grand scheme, what is that actually doing? That is influencing not only political narratives, but social narratives as well, and it is disallowing open discourse, which is fine if you're CNN or MSNBC or Fox News. Because once again, if somebody is allowed to lie, like outright lie about me on CNN and MSNBC, if somebody does that, I can sue them, and I have a pretty good chance of winning. If I supposedly pushed a lie about Hunter Biden, which is kind of hard to lie about that guy, like, but hell, fuck that. Even if I tell the truth about Hunter Biden, I can get banned off of Facebook.
So you're saying like these big companies can't be political? Is that your argument?
If I can push a lie about Hunter Biden and get removed, but then Hunter Biden can then log on Facebook, push a lie about me, and nothing happens, there is a problem. And that's what we have seen done consistently over and over and over again. And we keep getting into the weeds about, oh, what about antitrust? Like, there is no difference between addressing antitrust laws in 230s. Maybe we have two different methods of dealing with the issue. Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
We have two different methods of dealing with the issue, and that's fine. We can have those differences. But we both agree that this is inherently a problem. And what I am telling you is the root of the problem is which is something that you keep ignoring conveniently, is the fact that you're having unlimited funding from the government, prop up countries where there are, companies where there are no competition for that, and then there are real life consequences that are felt because of the government funding that you can't compete.
So too much funding. There's one person. There's one other person on the stage that would have a good solution for this.
Right. I would say, how will antitrust solve the problem? Because I think what you're saying is let's solve it. How does antitrust solve it?
So the only way to solve the problem the way that you're addressing it is like the Marxist solution, which is you're saying that private companies should have some greater obligation to their like public operation. If that's the case, then they need to be owned and held publicly by the government, and then they need to be regulated in that way as a utility.
Well,
that's the ultimate end
morally,
goal of what you are
can't
pushing
get away with
for.
shit you shouldn't be getting away with.
Is actually a
if
joke?
you did all your crimes.
Is it like a prop bet that he took? How many times did he cut me off?
What's the CIA for?
I mean, like,
what is the CIA for?
How many times
does
the
CIA just like, hey guys, let's let you know
how many shares does the CIA own of Facebook? How many shares does the CIA own of Google?
Before we come and overthrow you. No. If you're doing
like the CIA hedge fund or
we're officially measuring.
Does Biden go down to the New York Stock Exchange and execute these trades, or does he send his son down to do it?
Then you're not going to do your dirt out in the open. When you have congressmen threatening Amazon, threatening different companies, if you even
gotta let him make the argument.
Trump, I didn't get to finish making my argument. When you
stopped talking, you weren't done.
Finish, bro.
Okay, I'm so
I'll
sorry.
let you say all the dumb shit that you want to say. Let me finish. So like I was saying, when you have politicians
to be clear, you didn't let me finish saying anything. But
Twitter,
that's where we're
and then threaten, say we will use our legislative power to force you to do something if you don't do it yourself, and then without any process. They then get to remove the president.
Finish his argument.
Parler gets removed from app stores, and then no one gets held accountable when we find out, oh shit, maybe we did this the wrong way. Like, politicians shouldn't be able to fucking skip steps in the legislative process and have presidents removed from platforms. That is insanity. There's no justification for that. And why did they get away with it? Because the government is who is allowing the shit to happen.
Destiny.
And as long as you do what the government wants, who no one trusts, then you won't be held accountable.
There you go. We're going to pull
it.
the mic in a second. Like, seriously. You finished the argument about your antitrust. How does antitrust? So first, you got the argument that unless the marketing control. So how does antitrust fix it? Finish your argument.
I mean, I think that you can look at the amount of market share that a certain company owns in an area, and if it's too great, then I think the company needs to be broken up. Now, the problem is I think people try to argue like how broad the areas should be. So I don't quote me on this, but when Facebook took over Instagram, they were trying to make an argument that like, well, we occupy totally different spaces. It's not similar at all, so that's why we should be allowed to acquire them. So, but I think there's like a point to be made that if you want to do, if you want to start a company of some kind and you're not allowed to list yourself on Facebook, you could suffer like a real material harm by just not having access to that one platform. If that's the case, that there are no competitors that are adequate to counter that single platform, I mean, if antitrust laws exist for any reason, I feel like that would be the reason they exist, right? That if I get banned off one place, I have no access to this entire market. That seems like a good place to make
So the obvious example that at least comes to my mind is in Parler, right? So Parler comes, and they get big enough, and immediately they're delisted off Google Play and the Apple Store, and they lose Amazon Web Services. So it's now I guess you got to create your own internet, right? Because it was before kind of create your own social media. Does your antitrust solution stop what would have happened to Parler?
Well, so the weird thing is that we're getting into we're testing the limits of how like private enterprise could be allowed to work, because cancel culture has reached the point to where like you want to try to like it used to be a long time ago that they would just try to get you banned from one social media platform. Now they want to get you banned from every social media platform. Now they might want to get you banned from social media platforms and like having a domain name and get your the people that host your shit banned. Like it wouldn't surprise me at some point they try to get you banned from like getting apartment people to like lease you an apartment because they don't like you so much, right? I think this is the problem. Now the problem is that all of these things are technically protected like First Amendment rights, but what we're hitting on is like these really weird limits of like how effective is capitalism at allocating resources in society, and then people following through on that. And here's the thing that nobody wants to hear. The reason why these platforms are so big is because everybody wants them that way. Every single person in here probably has some highly integrated Google device or Apple device where they've got like AirPods that connect to their phone, that connects to their computer, that connects to their fucking email, that connects to their school, that connects to their fucking car.
I love MySpace. I was perfectly fine
when
with
everybody
MySpace.
is obsessed with that level of vertical and sometimes horizontal integration, you're going to see these companies get as big as they are.
Yeah.
And that's a problem that like it needs to be regulated. But Nico said something correct earlier, which is that it's really hard to regulate it. But the problem is it's not hard to regulate it because the government is corrupt and bought out and blah, blah, blah. The problem is that it's hard to regulate. The problem is that it's hard to regulate it because people sometimes don't really know what they want. Another great example is people talk about their invasion of privacy all the time. Our privacy is being invaded. Our privacy is being invaded. Motherfucker, you can like dox somebody by looking at one Reddit post. They're talking about like, oh, like my name is like, you know, Peter Thomas and here's my Facebook account. It's like, bro, you post everything about yourself online. You use all of these services. You give all your information up, but that's because they like the convenience that they get from utilizing these products. So yeah, I agree that these situations are hard to regulate, but it's because people all the time don't know what they want as well. It's really complicated to figure out like how big should a company be, how much reach should it have, because how much convenience are we willing to get in exchange for some of our privacy, safety, freedom.
All right, go ahead.
Like, I feel like that's just kind of like insulting people by saying, oh, they don't know what they want. No, people like don't want to be fucking censored. People on eBay didn't want to like get sideswiped out of literally nowhere by unlimited funding to Amazon and Jeff Bezos, which is once again what allowed Jeff Bezos to become the richest man in the world after having a failed business model. Like people who are working at Yahoo and having the time of their life and making cool commercials, everybody remembers those. Like there was a time where you couldn't even imagine a world where Yahoo wasn't the #1 search engine. And then out of nowhere, once again, Google just, oh man, we just have a better business model by doing the exact same thing as you do, but worse at first. They weren't even as good as Yahoo. But somehow they also ended up making Google Maps because that was also for the government, and that's why most of the world doesn't even allow Google Maps because CIA just uses it to spy on people.
Most of the world?
And hold on, let me finish, please.
Have you ever been to another country before? What?
Yeah, they don't
But why
allow
wouldn't
Google
antitrust
Maps.
help?
Wait, which country?
Have you ever been to a country that isn't in fucking Europe?
So
yeah, sure. I've been to New Zealand. I've been to Taiwan. I've been to, yeah, of course. What do you mean? South Korea? These.
Bro. What? Anyway, so like I was saying.
But how does antitrust would help? He was saying that Facebook shouldn't have been allowed to buy Instagram. That would be part of the problem. That decentralizes it more.
Yeah, but
why
then we have to get to. See, that's the problem. We keep talking about part of the problem. I've already given you the root of the problem. Why was Facebook allowed to buy Instagram?
Okay, but the root
because the government allowed them to.
All right, but
because it served their interests.
That requires us
and
to
who has benefited the most from all of these mergers?
But what
if you just look at the election?
But what can you agree on? Like other than like the root is so deep in your thing. We have to tear it all down.
I'm
completely
honest. I hear where the unlimited funding comes from. That's what I'm curious about
for a while. Once we saw the 96 communications bill go through, and then like all of radio and all the companies got basically bought up by the major 4 or 5 companies. Like we knew then our antitrust laws no longer work, but somehow they just keep getting allowed to be played. And so what basically Destiny is asking us is, hey everybody, trust your government to do the right thing.
Well,
how's that working out for everybody so far?
He seems, to be fair, he seems distrustful of the big companies buying up and getting too big.
I just don't like it. People don't recognize where the problems come from. If you don't like the media, if you don't like big companies, I'm sorry, but it's a mirror. It's a reflection of what the citizens want. It absolutely
No, it's not.
is.
It is not true.
It absolutely
It's
is.
not true.
You can get as mad as you want about it. We live in a democratically elected society. People keep electing these politicians.
I need you to get out for
That's
Twitch
what
and
you're
go
gonna
talk
get.
to people. Because people tell you what they want if you go talk to them. They don't want to be censored. Motherfuckers did not like Joe Biden. And somehow he is in power, right? I don't give a damn who you were. He was the #1 target on the debate stage for a reason. Because he was the most vulnerable, because no one liked him. Nobody. But somehow, some way, he becomes a president anyway. Or everybody by the end of the George Bush administration didn't like George Bush. And then somehow, some way, he gets paraded back in front of us. And everybody's like, oh my God. Actually, I do kind of like George Bush now. We get told what we wanted through propaganda.
You gotta let
know this. Well, you gotta let me.
You can't play tennis with one person, man. Like you gotta let them back in.
I let them finish their thoughts.
I love that Biden won and stole the election with a Republican government, with Republican federal judges, with Republicans looking at every step of the way. Somehow he was able to get through
you're
it.
like the tennis guy that's running and hitting your own balls.
Well, shit, I can do that. I'm not good. But I'm not talking about stealing the election. I'm talking about, you're saying people do, they just don't know, they think, and then the government and the private institutions react to what people. No, we know, like, propaganda is a thing. Like, did you read about the 80s? Like Cold War?
Okay,
nah?
but that sounds like an argument for censorship.
Why would I? No,
Because
no,
you're
no.
saying when you don't agree with what
if I
propaganda
can
is.
then go out and tell the truth about that propaganda, I guarantee you, send me in a
but
room with
what's
Destiny.
propaganda?
Send me in a room with Destiny when he's spewing bullshit. I will tell you why it's bullshit, and you will know the right and correct way to go about solving issues. This is why we have these conversations.
So, if you could make one tweak, what would you do?
I don't want to
Just
mention
like
it,
one.
but Ariella? Ariel. Okay. There was a suggestion that you hit on earlier that I think would be a really good thing. I don't know if you would legislate it, but at the very least we should hold everybody accountable to it. I think that when you remove anything from your platform, I think that the ban reason should be publicly stated. That's like one thing that I would really, really, really like. There are some platforms that have done this. There was one Kickstarter or something, I think, where sometimes when they remove like really charged content, even if you don't agree with it, they'll put a video out saying why they did it. I think that would be an awesome level of transparency so that if we can see stuff is getting removed, at least we know why it's getting removed.
And then we can make the decision if we want to continue supporting the platform.
Sure, exactly, yeah.
So, and then the way to get there would be how?
I don't know how I feel about legislating it, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Like if that did go through legislatively, I don't think I could see like it would be really abused or horrible. I think I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
If it was like a thing where like if you are a public platform, or not a public platform, but if you're a platform that allows users to post on it and you're going to remove content, at the very least you have to state the reason why.
Okay, but you'd prefer it to be more of a cultural push, but you're okay with legislation.
Culturally, we failed.
Okay.
So
all right.
There's a reason why these platforms are so big. Everybody wants to be where everybody else is, right?
Got
It's
it.
why cities are so big. Everybody wants to move where everybody else is. Like no offense, but nobody wants to post on Gab because that's not where all the people are posting. So people will say in one breath, I wish these companies were broken up, or I wish they weren't monopolies. But in the next breath, they want to be able to post and have 300 million users have access to their public messages.
Well, that's not totally true for Jangles. He lives in the sticks. What do you? If you make one
It's
change?
actually a similar one to that. I think that they should have to publish how they are judging what they are doing in terms of content. How are they censoring content?
Yeah, that's
How
what
are
I
they
said in the
pushing
beginning,
content?
yeah.
If the model is something that is
should have, yeah.
majority, like much more heavily weighted towards them promoting a small amount of the content, I think that should put them in a different place in terms of their relationship to Section 330.
Okay. Do you feel like they should be more open with their algorithms?
Yes, absolutely.
That's what I said, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think that would solve a lot of problems. And I don't agree with everything Ben Shapiro says, but he did say that he thinks the same thing. That's where I got the idea from. He says that his media companies, Daily Wire, says straight up, we are a conservative news source. So naturally, we're going to be a little bit more biased. And I understand that going in, okay, when I see these articles, I know that that's where their mindset's coming from. They're not claiming to be in the middle.
What does
They're
that
not
look
claiming-
like, though?
I'm not sure. We're figuring that out as we go, I think.
But like
it could be
some
like
kind of
posting
statement.
like this is your clear TOS, and then like you would like reference like this is banned because it violated one subsection 2A or whatever, right?
Okay. So you go, what if you could change one thing, right? I don't know if we could go to the root, but if you could change one thing, what do you change?
I guess you could do the thing where you show why you banned them, but that's not going to change anything. It has to be the accountability. You have to hit people in their pockets for them to pay attention, or threaten them with losing their business.
What does that look like?
So in the case of, let's just say Facebook, for example, when they remove like Alex Jones, if they would have given a reason and then say, this is exactly how we got the community, this is what the community guidelines say, this is what he did in this specific instance, and that's what got him banned, and then it turned out that wasn't true, and then Alex could take them to court for that ban, and they could actually feel it, like that would be, but they, obviously they can't, but if they actually were able to get hit in their pockets consistently and often for wrongful bans, that would solve.
So you want a penalty for wrongful bans?
Yeah.
But how do you determine then what's wrongful?
I mean, that's what a court of law is for, if they're doing their job.
Mr. Moderator. All right, we're going to have to start getting into our QA.
Okay.
Yeah. We can start the QA.
All right, no, yeah.
Okay.
Start Q&A.
All right. Anybody have any
Not much
questions for any of our
censorship, I don't know.
panelists?
All right, sorry.
You guys can go and line up right up here.
For some reason,
Please try to keep it to one question if you can. Keep it nice and brief so everybody gets a chance.
So there were a lot of different reasons to go in and I guess regulate these companies. I think the big thing that we discussed was
you got to get really close to these things.
I think the big thing that we discussed was the publishers. So what would your bright line or standard be for considering someone a publisher or not? Because if you talk about like Facebook or something, you kind of would have to like go into their code and algorithm, and that's kind of like their own personal property. So like, how would you be able to determine that?
So like a more defined like idea of what a publisher is.
somebody that like writes and contributes to their platform like in a meaningful, original way. So if you're writing your own tweets, you're writing your own articles and posting them or whatever, you're like publishing those articles.
That's a content creator, though. That's not a publisher.
What is the difference?
Well, does Penguin Books write all the book? Does they write? No, authors do. It's a publisher is the larger umbrella that all of these content creators.
That's getting the messages
out. You and
out.
me are technically content creators as
Yeah.
well as anyone else who's tweeting. But here's the thing: if we had a TOS that outlined exactly what goes into that, that I think would be because. People who are getting banned off of things and they have something to do with the TOS, that, I mean, you at least can expect that type of a thing to happen. Let's say they violate, X rule on the TOS. Whereas if you also had this sort of unwritten set of rules where you're either promoted or demoted or you're also subject to even disappearing. I've known people who have been disappeared off these platforms without any real, violation of rules. They haven't had anything articulated to them. That, in my opinion, especially if it's the majority of what they do, if it's a minority of what they do, I don't know. But if a large portion of their business model is pushing and demoting content based on whether or not it's in their interests, that to me says publisher rather than just provider.
Quick rebuttal.
Yeah, I think there's a difference because when you talk about a book publisher, it's not just user-generated content of people that can sign to a site. There's usually an implied relationship. If you're being published by a certain publisher, unless there are some open publishers out there, there's some collaborative effort there where you've kind of endorsed the message to some extent by being a publisher for a certain person.
Yeah, but when you push certain content and a large amount of content is just totally ignored by these standards, when you push certain content, you start acting in that way.
Yeah, but then the question is, should you not be allowed to ever do that if you're considered a publisher? Let's say I had a website that did dogs.
I think you should be, but I think you have to.
You have to have some
liability.
liability.
You have to say. I think you have to say upfront. This is why we're not
sure, that's fine.
promoting
That's okay.
these types of people.
Because if I had a dog of the day post, am I held liable now? Because do I lose those protections because I'm favoring some
before
pictures?
Facebook and Twitter publishers, the thing that made them different than just a platform you post on is that New York Times allows and disallows content. And they edit and censor content on their website after it goes through a clearing process, and then you're likely going to be told why you weren't allowed to post that op-ed or that column. Whereas on Facebook, when they enter the game, it was post whatever you want. That's what you're allowed to do. But then when you get to the level of you can post and they can see your post, but we don't like what you're saying, so they can't see your post.
Okay.
So that's it's you're behaving as a publisher while basically trying to undercut what a publisher, what it has meant to be a publisher up until this point because of how elastic the laws have been.
All right, go ahead, Michael.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon.
Morning.
Yes,
Yeah.
It's the wrong time of day. It is, in fact, the afternoon. A lot of this debate seems to surround around issues of the First Amendment. How do we square the First Amendment with private property rights? I'm reminded of a debate we had in previous generations about something called the Fairness Doctrine, which was this doctrine which stipulated that radio had to cater to both sides of the political aisle in due fairness. And the number one people who argued against that were conservatives, saying that this was a violation of some property rights from these radio shows. Simultaneously, conservatives all over the country are trying to ban the teaching of critical race theory in classrooms. It seems like conservatives are the biggest pioneers of censorship, right? So how can I trust conservative voices, or maybe I should say any voices that are trying to repeal Section 230 to be neutral in the application of this and not to just build a safe space for conservatives?
So I think the question is, would the reinstantation, or whatever, if we put the Fairness Doctrine back, would that help it?
Well, the Fairness Doctrine isn't explicitly they're required to show both sides of an issue. They're required to attempt to show more than just a simple.
They're required to have parity.
Yeah. Did I say fair use? I'm sorry. I meant Fairness Doctrine.
No, the Fairness Doctrine is you have to have parity.
Do you like the Fairness Doctrine?
No, that's fair use.
Did you guys like it? You want it?
I think that
back?
the Fairness Doctrine was an inelegant solution for the problem that it was attempting to address, because it actually did not obligate dissident politics. It was just a mechanism that people could complain to the FCC if indeed they didn't agree with it, which meant that if there was nobody actually holding the station accountable, they weren't really required in any way.
So it didn't have any teeth? Yeah.
They had teeth. You could be sued.
Do you guys like it? Fairness doctrine?
I don't have strong opinions.
We would have to. So I would like it. You would have to strengthen it because there was like Tulsi actually introduced legislation on it while she was running, and it was to strengthen it, and then because Obama was the one who actually repealed it.
Oh, I don't know what the language of the law was, but the idea was both sides.
It was what 2014.
It sounds like a
when he did
garbage,
it?
but I don't know the implementation or how it was like.
It's like allowing propaganda where you don't have to have any parity, and obviously the parity isn't going to be perfect. But then once again, then you can take it to a court of law if you feel like it isn't good enough, and then hash it out in court. We get all the discovery and the documents, and now the people can then be a fair judge, and hopefully, if you do need to be held accountable, you can.
All right. So next question.
How's it going, y'all? Nico, I think you mentioned earlier that the banning of Trump off of Twitter had like major geopolitical implications. Do you believe that there's a line? So, for instance, if the president were posting child porn or inciting a riot or something like that, do you think that Twitter has the right to be able to ban people like him off the platform?
If the president was to post child pornography, that's against the law. And so you could then, I feel like that's a good question.
No, I think that's your example.
Yeah, no, well, because that's what he said. So, like, but it's true, like, right? So if he's posting that, then he is literally breaking the law. Not only should he get banned, but then he should be taken to court, and they should figure out how many years they should be giving him, hopefully more than what they have been giving. But when you get to the situation, like, for example, inciting a riot. So now you're in a gray area because what does that actually mean? Like, for example, is Travis Scott going to be charged for the 8 deaths that he may have caused last night at his concert? We don't know. But there are courts to have that discussion. In Twitter and Facebook, if I'm not mistaken, none of their executives are a federal judge or a Supreme Court judge, and nor are they going to have a conversation, and nor is there going to be any due process applied. So if we want to see accountability there, then you go through the due process to make sure that it's being done the right way and publicly rather than behind closed doors.
Okay, next question.
Hey, my name is Sean. Hey. So my question, you're all on YouTube, I believe, and I have
get close to that mic, man.
So I have a question about, in particular, in regards to misinformation, disinformation. I haven't heard too much discussion about that tonight, but in particular, what YouTube content creators are kind of having to self-censorship, and the left and the right is being deplatformed. This is going both ways. You know, I think it may have been served, or someone has recently been banned for debunking misinformation about the vaccines, and he was just trying to, follow the guidelines. But so, where do you think that these platforms are headed in terms? Are we going to be constantly self-censoring for the next 10, 20 years? Is there a solution that we can, that people can feel more comfortable talking about things that shouldn't necessarily be banned from discussions in like the open space?
I just actually got banned recently, last week, because I had quoted verbatim a mainstream media article about the vaccines. And I don't know if you all post on YouTube, so you probably got the update, where they basically said that it actually isn't about, you can get banned, and it isn't about whether or not you're right or wrong anymore, or if it's factual or inaccurate. It's, does it disagree with the institutions that they trust, but more importantly, is it the consensus? And so now you have obviously so much that's left up to so much interpretation that we couldn't possibly know what that even means anymore, because the institutions disagree with themselves every week, and the consensus is changing every week. So what they're now using is they're taking advantage of it and saying, well, we're just going to ban anyone who is talking about it. Because I like for example, I'm pretty sure me and the serfs are not on the same page when it comes to mandates and the vaccinations, but somehow they'll receive the same punishment as me, and I don't think that they should be removed off of YouTube no more than I should. And so it's going to eventually leak over into everyone else. I'm a black man. I don't know if y'all know that. But we have this saying. Yeah, no, man, it's crazy.
I'm totally colorblind.
We have this saying in the black community that we're just the test subjects. Whatever happens to us will absolutely happen to everyone else eventually. And that's what happens. So.
What do you think over here, like in regards especially to like the medical discussions, because expert consensus in medicine is the lowest form of evidence, right? But it seems to be established with this restrictions around this to much higher credibility than it is. Like, is that a problem?
I don't have a good answer to this. I would say that, in my opinion, I think that misinformation is actually the biggest problem facing the Western world today, our inability to agree on what is factually true, because from that stems an infinite number of disagreements. We live in epistemically different worlds. Like, people believe totally different things, right? You know, some people believe that if you get vaccinated, you'll never get infected by anything and you're safe from every disease, and other people think that if you get vaccinated, you've got an 80% chance of getting myocarditis and dying. Like, the worlds that we live in are worlds apart right now. In terms of how do you address that, I mean,
what's
like,
worse?
What?
What's worse, the misinformation or potentially not allowing legit information to get top? Because the fringe theory could be the mainstream. So
it could be, but I mean, like,
that's why we believe in conspiracy theories. Because why aren't they allowing these
People
other
die.
information? Why aren't they allowing this other information?
Ivermectin for a year and a half, 2 years, it is like turns out to be a Nobel Prize, like one of the safest drugs ever. They had all the studies in other countries.
Ivermectin is not a safe drug. Ivermectin is not a safe drug to treat.
It's one thing to worry about censoring misinformation. It's something else entirely to then restrict legitimate information from experts because they disagree with the narrative.
So real quick, so ivermectin is not a safe drug to treat the coronavirus. That is not true. Number one.
All right, doctor.
That's not true.
All right, Dr. Bonnell.
Let's move on.
Number one.
That's fair, and then you wouldn't. We would. I believe my body, my choice.
Wait, hold on. I'm actually curious. Do you know what ivermectin is prescribed for?
River blindness, parasites. It actually has been prescribed for COVID all over Florida. That's why everybody's moving there.
So what did it win the Nobel Prize for?
What did it win the Nobel Prize for? For treating for virus. Actually, it had multiple applications.
It was for anti-parasitic infection.
Yeah.
So
okay.
the idea that
do you know why it works for? I'm not having.
No, I do. Actually, go ahead. No, we can talk about this all you want.
My point is that there are certain studies, just like there are some studies that support the vaccines that also supported that ivermectin. Yeah, even if it had minimal positive effect, it was far more safe and proven and tested over time, and people did not have that option where there wasn't a vaccine. And so if it could have saved someone's life, it didn't, because it was being banned based off of information being put out.
So
and
ivermectin,
the information that was considered to be on the fringe. That
I'm not going to answer.
We're gonna argue over the science of this.
My point is, are the consequences from suppressing potentially legitimate information could cost lives. That's my
The problem is this misunderstanding that, like, we're going to find truth on fucking YouTube when it comes to, like, medical information. Like, that's chances
there are literally doctors on YouTube. What are you talking about?
Doctors
there
are
are multiple doctors on YouTube.
A doctor,
like actual doctors, not like fake Twitch doctors.
Who is he talking
real
to?
doctors.
Wait, who is he talking to right now?
I'm talking to
multiple doctors. Multiple doctors does not make research.
Watches YouTube.
Multiple doctors does not make scientific consensus.
Maybe YouTube should be held to publisher standards.
Next question, go.
I swear to God, this was my question before all that started. All right, so it's mostly to Nico, but it's for anyone else on the panel. Let's say, in a hypothetical scenario, there was some sort of global pandemic. And let's say that hypothetically, misinformation was being spread on social media platforms that, if followed, would reasonably result in bodily harm or death. Should social media platforms do anything about that? And what would that look like if they should?
So I don't think it should be social media platforms that get to decide whether or not information is or isn't legitimate. Because once again, everyone believed, for example, like that hydroxychloroquine and zinc was a problem, and then CNN had to retract their article. The Lancet, which is supposed to be the super prestigious medical journal, had to remove their study because it turned out to be BS after a Harvard MD who works in the emergency room called them out, and then no one could replicate their study. But policies were crafted because of it. Social media reacted to it and then never backtracked their reaction. There's some doubling down since. And people have once again died because they didn't have the potential to have access while they were waiting for a vaccine. So the social media generally, one, I don't believe they have the heads of these social media companies. They have the best interests of the powerful who pay them off and who they can pay in Congress at their heart. That's who they're worried about. They're not worried about us.
Okay.
So it shouldn't be social media's job. It should be everyone gets to put information out there, and then you have these groups, and you choose, based off the information available, what is the correct solution. But what we've seen historically, like with marijuana, for example, the same people who've pushed lies about hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, or interferon alpha 2B, were also telling us marijuana was going to fucking kill us. Remember? So, and they were wrong. But why did they do it? Because of the agenda. So it's the same agenda that may be disallowing things to come out, or also could be the agenda that is why they're purporting lies about things that they're saying is good for you or good or not good for you. So the answer is no, they should never be in charge of that. They should allow the information to flow
Do you think
freely.
like those biased narratives are curtailing the truth?
That the what scenarios?
The bias narratives, the
Yes.
idea, like an agenda.
I do. I do. I have friends that work in the medical industry, and I know what goes on behind the scenes.
Well,
and
Capital
I've had,
has. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I've worked in the medical industry. I used to work in pharmaceutical advertising before I was a YouTuber, and I know what people will say to sell drugs. So I know that there are narratives, and the narrative is money in this case, and we just have to be aware of it.
Pfizer was
Does
just
it worry
sued,
you,
right?
Stephen? Does it worry you, Stephen?
So I think that, I don't know if I would say that legislatively it should be a law, but at the very least there should be like a moral and then enforced culturally, like an obligation for these private social media companies to try to do some sort of fact checking on their platform, because like the rampant misinformation is just so unbelievably societally and physically destructive.
We
in terms
definitely
of how it
agree
works.
on that.
I think fact checking would be a great thing.
Sorry.
Definitely agree.
Fact checking, no, I think everybody agrees fact checking would be a great thing. It's just we don't trust the fact checkers.
Yeah,
I think that's the
there's-
argument on this side.
There's influence. There's money in that.
Right.
Like in terms of like even with medical studies, there's capital who is able to write grants to these people and not to these people based on their agenda. That's just how self-interest works.
Isn't 80% of the FDA funded by pharmaceutical companies, right? Roughly, right? And then Pfizer was the #1 donator of, they were #1 lobbying. I think number.
Well, we can get into like
yeah, but
corruption
in
in
Congress.
FDA
All
later.
right,
but
we gotta go to the
like,
next question.
agendas.
We gotta go to the next
ask
question.
that exact question. Let's do the next question.
Next question.
Hello. Go.
Man bun.
Checkered shirt. Let's go.
Right. So Nico, this is a question for you. So I'm.
Oh, you said me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So like the board of directors at most companies, they're going to have like a fiduciary responsibility to like seek profit for their shareholders, and they usually get.
Say that
to-
again. Can you speak a little bit?
So the board of directors at every company is going to have a fiduciary responsibility, like legally, to the shareholders to seek profit. Now, most conservatives, I feel like, would agree this is a good thing in most industries because it requires them to make decisions that are going to, make the most money, follow the like invisible hand of the market, all those things they believe in with, arguments for capitalism. So it's just interesting because they would like make approvals on the terms of service usually at most of these websites. So they're making decisions on like what they ban based off of what's going to make them the most money. Like there's a reason that BitChute is not as big as like YouTube at this point. So what I'm finding inconsistent is, do you want to like promote free markets and follow that, or are you trying to like intervene in the market where it's only convenient for basically your side of the
Let me just
political
say,
aisle?
you know not of what you speak, Jon Snow.
I was thinking the same thing.
Nah, but
He really does look like
so
that.
one of the reasons that you really do. One of the reasons that BitChute or any company or platform isn't as big as YouTube is because there is literally no way to be bigger than YouTube. If you would be, Google could then just harm you in the algorithm so that no one ever finds you because they receive unlimited money from the government. I need everybody to understand this concept. They don't have competition because there is no competition for black funding. So like black market funding, which is effectively what they're doing with InQtel.
Dark money.
Dark money. I mean, I
Can
wish.
you explain the unlimited money thing? I really want to know.
No, they literally get unlimited money. Yeah, this is you can't keep track of it.
It's an infinite design.
So in a vacuum, I would agree that it would be a good thing for people to craft their terms of services based off of what would make the most money. But what you have though is like Facebook and Twitter both do things where they know it will hurt the engagement, which is actually how they make the most money. And they don't have to worry about the consequences because they are eternally shielded from those consequences because they're doing the agenda of whoever's in power at the time. So they don't ever have to be held accountable as long as they're following to that agenda, and then they still make money regardless. So I would love a free market in this particular case. The problem is it isn't truly a free market, and that's not obviously with just social media or censorship. It's with everything now.
Okay. All right. And next question, and direct it to somebody on the panel. We're going to try to get them all, but we can't really have too much discussion. So pick who you want, and then your question.
Anybody, up for grabs. Any radio station, any television station, any cell phone provider, anything that goes through the airwaves are dictated to be public property. So you have to have a license for the frequency that you broadcast on. Could the private property public company issue be ameliorated if you just said that the internet itself was like the airwaves and that it is public property and these private companies become in their own fiscal interest, if they want to grow, once they get to a certain scale, then they reach certain levels of regulation?
I mean, I think, or what you're saying is like kind of switch the technology to go to airwaves so you don't have this like Yeah, but how would you store content, though? Like, you still need Amazon Web Services.
Their broadcast towers for radio stations are privately owned.
I guess, but
servers for DirecTV,
Wait, so
satellites.
what is the question whether or not it should all be regulated like the airwaves are? Then,
Yeah.
or?
It's just
Regulated like the
hypothetical. It's
airwaves
a
or
question.
actually broadcast through the airwaves?
What?
Regulated through the airwaves or actually broadcast through the airwaves?
I don't understand what you mean.
He's asking you. Like, the question you're asking, should it be regulated like airways have been, or should it be, you're saying that the internet should be broadcast through airways? I guess that's what.
Just regulated, because obviously it's not broadcast through it.
The communications bill kind of killed the way that they were regulated before.
Yeah, that's
They're not regulated anymore effectively. So,
But yeah, it's kind of weird too in a different industry. I don't
want like all of the internet to have to like be like no profanity, no obscenities, no pornography. Like that sounds like a pretty boring place.
Yeah, you'd be screwed.
but you're talking about like as a public, like basically this is a public sphere, and like everything can be regulated as if you. I don't know what you. I do believe it's a public good.
All right, next question. We're ticking here. Fire away, Justin.
Next.
And make sure you're
Hey, handsome.
getting coronavirus
Hey, you
by
handsome
putting
with
the
the
mic.
suspenders.
Yeah. Do what Ariel did. Get real close to the mic.
Okay, so this is for Peter and Nico. So do you believe that companies should have the right of freedom of speech? And if so, do you understand that what you're advocating for is going to be restricting the freedom of speech?
How?
Well, telling them that, these companies shouldn't be able to ban these people for talking about COVID-19 or talking about taking ivermectin, whatever. Telling those companies that they shouldn't be able to ban those people, isn't that restricting their freedom of speech?
Well, yes. In some ways, I agree with you, actually, on that. I don't know that I actually 100% think that one way or the other, as things are today, in a world where there is ownership that is very specifically concentrated among a few people and everybody else is not the same thing. I don't know that there is like an explicit, simple solution for it. So what I'm advocating for isn't necessarily just totally like, hey, you can censor whatever you want. I don't want that. I want the decisions to be made based on these sort of rational rules, which Section 230 ultimately is a rational rule. The problem is that I don't think that these companies are acting explicitly as just platforms. I think illegal stuff, like threatening stuff, that stuff, if like they have in their terms of service, you're not supposed to do this. I think that they're within their right not to have that there. I just think that if we're in the more like political freedom of speech area, and we have companies that are basing much more of their model on boosting or de-emphasizing certain content, then they should be looked at closer, not necessarily exactly the same, but closer to like a newspaper or a New York Times or somebody who solicits content and publishes it, as opposed to somebody who is just allowing people to say whatever they want on their platform.
And I would say that saying that you don't want people to restrict free speech is in violation of the First Amendment. It's upholding it. Like if for example, I'm a journalist. I work for RT News. If I get banned, then my First Amendment rights, and this is what we're seeing over and over again, journalists, verified accounts getting banned for doing their job. Like, you're literally violating freedom of the press. And it's like, if I say I don't want that to happen, then I'm actually against the First Amendment. That doesn't really follow. Say that again? Well, then once again, then when that corporation stops getting unlimited funding from the government, then I guess we can have a different conversation.
But he's saying they're too intertwined. All right, next question.
This one is directly for Stephen. Stephen, you've said before that one of the issues with our consumption is that viewers demand the type of content that enriches companies. Given that they also use algorithms to make their content much more engaging and addictive, would you be in favor of a Pigovian tax or a tax on negative externalities on excess viewer engagement? And do you think that would be an effective way to curb the excess influence of big tech and content companies?
I'm rephrasing this because it's hard to hear sometimes. So are you saying that if companies are motivated to get you as hooked or engaged as possible into their content, are there negative externalities related to that that should be curbed with some sort of federal legislation?
Yeah, specifically attacks of some sort.
That's a really good question. I feel like the answer almost has to be yes. I feel like we've got so much literature now on how social media is negatively affecting everybody's life. I'm 32. Honest to God, I cannot imagine being in high school with like constantly plugged into like the crazy social media shit these days. I would blow my brains out. It sounds like the worst experience ever. And we have like more and more studies that show that like especially women that use these platforms are getting like worse images of themselves. Men, young, everybody is like getting fucked on these platforms. You know, is this so much of a negative externality that it demands some sort of regulation? Maybe. I mean, we've done it for things that have negative stuff in the past, like, you know, drugs. Obviously, things like cigarettes or alcohol are disallowed until a certain age. Do we need to take the same step with social media or go like a Chinese or a South Korean route where you say, like, you have a limited number of hours you can spend? It sounds really draconian. It sounds probably incompatible with our current U.S. understanding of freedom, but I feel like something should probably be done, yeah. Because
3 hours of video games per week would definitely hurt you.
Okay, okay, let's, hey.
I wasn't even allowed to play. I wasn't even allowed to play video games during the week. Lucky bastard.
So next question. Oh, sorry. Real quick, 15 seconds. Go for it.
No, I was just going to say, I think that also can have a negative effect because we might be banning people from positive experience as well. So it really depends on how that person wants to live their life, and they have to make the decision for themselves, unfortunately. And I agree with you. I think that too many teenage women, I've made videos about this, are, you know, massively, you know, coming across more depression symptoms and anxiety symptoms. Yeah, and I think, but at the same time, some of those things can alleviate the pain, some of those internet, you know, experiences. But yeah, it goes back and forth.
All right.
Nico, you were talking earlier about how basically our government, including the CIA, has overtaken some private businesses. I truly believe that DARPA and Lifespan was turned over the same day that Lifespan ended because it was deemed illegal and unconstitutional. Is the same day Facebook went live. Okay, so I believe these platforms are being controlled by our government, and therefore our government is using the phrase private to get away with things because they know that they could never get away with it if they went and said they were government. Yes. As a 21-year retired Iraq war veteran, I'm repulsed. I have had 3 Facebook accounts permanently disabled and 4 Twitter accounts for telling the truth because they don't want to hear it.
Yeah, that's a brilliant point that you brought up. I was going to bring it up, but
thank you for your service.
So, like, what she's talking about is the fact that Lifespan, which is a CIA program to track people as they get older, know exactly where you are at any point, and have you actively, voluntarily engage in telling everybody about your life. That stopped the day of Facebook going live, which was like February 2004, if I'm not mistaken. And then the female who was in charge of that program actually ended up in Facebook a few years later. So you're literally having ex-CIA agents during election years, it was 2016, I believe, is when she joined, going into the program, basically going into the mirror of the program that she was the head of the CIA, and then we're supposed to pretend as if these programs aren't doing, or these private, quote unquote, private companies aren't doing what the government is doing, but they're hiring all the people who are involved in the government.
So this is the root again. Yeah, we're getting what you're saying, but we're kind of. Is there anything to add because like we're right at time? And go ahead.
The thing that I have to add about just this conference in general, I think that nobody knows the exact truth because I think truth is hidden from us for personal biases, and I think that we just need to calm down a little bit. Too much testosterone.
That's good.
And I think I think that the point of this conference and the point of making YouTube videos and such should be more civil and more open to other people's ideas and not attacking other individuals for having different opinions. And I think that is the way to go forward.
I concur.
And I think, yeah, and I mean, that's coming from a moderate, which makes a lot of sense, right? So.
That's cool. And the one thing I think I can say is everybody here, it seems at least, slightly favor the fact of transparency of why you would get banned. And even Stephen said he would probably vote for that law. So, I mean, that seems to be shared. So,
and antitrust laws are not strict enough. I agree.
If anybody that used to work for the government wants to sign up for my company, my email is open. I need some of that unlimited funding, so yeah, jump right on that.
That's awesome. All right, we're going to take a break.
right.
Thanks so much.
All right, so we are going to do a 10-minute sharp. So we're talking about 2:56. Please be back in your seats and we'll get the next panel started. So 256. I'm sorry, 257. Thank you.
That was intense. That was a lot of energy for me. I need a nap, yeah.
Oh man, guys, what a what an adventure. Oh man. Like I had psychosis. I thought about bringing out the psychosis, but I feel like it probably wouldn't have been. I don't think it would have been very positive. Stalk yourself for a surprise. I think I typed all of these. Hey.
I just want to thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Oh no, Alicia just messaged me and said that she's on LSF right now. Oh no. Rip. Man, I hope that there are some good mythic rarity minted clips from these interactions, guys. Alright, I'll be right back. Good luck for the next one. I'll unmute Dono so they'll play in the middle of this. I'll be back. I hope you can hear these. Wait, can you hear these?
Go vegan.
Dono's playing right now? Yeah, I think you can. Alright, I'll be back. I don't have time to look at the Alicia clip. I'm just gonna turn these on in
Mass
between the
psychosis
debates
on a
and everything.
global scale.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Are you allowed to poll if you should sell your stock? Wait, how is this affecting Tesla's share price?
Your first mistake was debating a man who came out wearing
Are you allowed to do this?
I saw him get
Sound
out of
like
a small car with
half
20
a
other
point?
people.
Okay. Jesus. Are you on any more panels? Yeah, I'm going on the next one with our good friend Jack.
Fuck up, movement, all right? It's a stupid.
Coffin
back
won
one
the
second.
outfit battle.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Bing chilling, love you, Steve. Fuck the haters.
/raid. That's tiny. /raid. That's tiny.
Fucking dubstep. Because I'm putting 100%. Stop stuffing your fat
Dinklin.
fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
You're a genius, dude!
Because I'm putting 100%.
Thank you, Steven.
Fucking dubstep. Fucking dubstep.
Thank you, Steven. You're a genius, dude.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Yo, is this guy Nico serious? You can get infinite money from the government. I need to know if he's serious. To keep it
Because
a
I'm putting
stack, I'm
100%.
down terrible. My shipping container is getting cold.
100%.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
You're a genius, dude. You're a genius, dude. Thank you, Steven.
Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Steven. You're a fucking statistician.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Fucking dubstep. Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
New shot buckle. Best. Are you dest? I'm in the 6th row. Do you see me? I was the one making the gorilla noises when you cut off that woman. On a stack, I do need a fat pad. Just $1, I'm good for it. Come on, it's me, Domi.
/raid. Desk timing.
Yo, Destiny, I hear you're making fat stacks from the NFT sponsorships. I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you. Can I have 10K? I'm down real bad, Destiny. I think my Russian loan shark is going to come break my legs. Send help.
Fucking dubstep. Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme. Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
You're a fucking statistician.
/raid.
All right, if we can get everybody back to their seats, please.
We also did like
/raid. Desk timing.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you.
Shut the fuck up.
Dab,
Moon,
dab,
all
dab,
right?
dab,
It's a
dab.
stupid fucking
Shut the
meme.
fuck up, Mountain. It's a stupid fucking meme.
All right, can we get everybody back to their seats, please?
Because I'm putting 100%.
Okay, Destiny, remember when we talked about the triad shit and I called everything? Listen, you're dealing with a Rust mastermind. Okay. I see everything, and this train TTS will be gone because dipshit chat can't stop using it. I don't want to lost it, Steve.
Okay, Dick Hatter, are you fucking happy? No, seriously, bro, this is super fucked up. My
Panel, our
legs are
second
fucking
panel,
snapped,
national
bro.
narrative.
They got me.
Invisible,
They fucking got me. What was
indivisible
his
with
name?
liberty and
Vladimir
justice
or
for
something.
all.
Dest? Lend
When
me
you think
some
about the
fucking
phrase
money
with
now.
liberty and justice for all, with a period, it was a very bold statement, or a very somewhat ironic statement when it was written into the American infamy. But what the founders did was set a specific precedence for those who would follow in their footsteps. It was a challenge for the following generations to devise the concept they envisioned. It has taken a long time for liberty and justice to be evenly experienced by all, and we still have work to do. But where do the rights of one person end and the other one begin? This day and age, the more people we bring to the table, individuals' liberty and justice can appear to overlap, and what we think those rights are coming into conflict. There's a very fine line, and our panel here today is going to discuss how precious that line is and what does the future hold if we aren't careful and remain indivisible with liberty and justice for all. I am proud to introduce our second panel of the afternoon. Our moderator, the founder of Civility Dinners and co-host of Unsafe Space, Carrie Smith. Our speakers for the panel, former Navy officer, host of Human Events Daily, Jack Posobiec.
Yes, exactly. These are OGs. These aren't Vipers. These are OGs.
Please.
These aren't Vipers. My brother found them in my parents' closet. We've had them since the 90s.
Welcome back to the stage, Stephen Bonnell. And my man who just hit 150,000 subscribers, the Sean Fitzgerald. And host of the news and why it matters from Blaze TV, Sarah Gonzalez.
Sarah, I feel like your shoes need their own introduction. What do
I
you-
was hoping that NASA could see them from space when I was walking here. Was my goal.
I think you're giving Nico a run for his money.
You know, someone's got to do it, so.
Well, thank you guys for being with us here today. I wanted to start off by saying something that I think is probably obvious to anyone who's at this conference. America is in the midst of an identity crisis. Vanity Fair recently described the controversy surrounding the 1619 Project, for example, as, quote, a fight over who will tell the story of this country and how we think of its identity. It seems as if we are to find any common ground, we might first start by seeing if we can even agree on what is our national story, what does it mean to be an American, what are our country's founding principles, and should they be seen as a source of unity or a source of division? Jack, if you'd like to start.
Wow, okay. You know, it's weird kind of thinking about this sort of like national identity stuff and national narrative, because it feels like every day when, you know, you're sort of in the front lines of, you know, news or breaking news or, you know, cases like Sean covers, you know, so many criminal cases that are going on, that because we've sort of merged the essence really of what our national ideas are, what our conceptions are, what we think of as important, versus just this sort of like dissembling of identity, right, in America. And I think that's the real crisis, is that we've lost the national identity. And somewhere along the line, through a lot of deconstructivist thinking, and really also through commercialization and hyper-commercialization, hyper-individualism, where have people that instead of identifying as maybe in the past they might have said, well, I'm an American, but I'm also we were just talking backstage, a Bostonian, or a New Yorker, or I'm originally from the Philly area, so like you're an Eagles fan, right? And it just is what it is. And of course I'm saying that in Dallas, and my dad said
that's
that
brave.
My dad, of course, said he would give me $20 if I said that while I was in Dallas, so Dad, you owe me. But right, we had these sort of identities, or maybe a religious identity, you're Catholic and all this, but somewhere along the line we started adding identities, and we added more and more and more and more, and now it seems like those new identities, what shows do you watch? Are you a Marvel fan? Are you a Disney fan? Are you this? Are you that? What political team are you on? Well, I'm this, I'm that. And so you then start to identify as this label that you put yourself on. And it used to be that some of those identities were at least rooted under the sort of like umbrella identity of being an American, being an American citizen, what that meant. But somewhere along the line, probably since the 90s, I feel like it's actually changed, and we're taking the newer identities and sort of forgetting about the older stuff.
Yeah, to double up on what he's saying, the phenomenon that you're referring to is actually called neo-medievalism. And it was like first written about in a book, or I first heard about it in a book called The Modern Mercenary. And it was talking about the impact of this on the battlefield, because we're relying more and more on contractors. And if you guys know your medieval history, like you would, as a member of society, you would swear allegiance to a lord, a king, and you would also have a faith. And it's like, what happens when your lord is in conflict with your king or in conflict with your faith? This would produce problems and contradictions that can rip societies apart. And we're seeing that not only overseas with our contractors, where we have people who are loyal to companies, their own nation state, their own faith, but we're also seeing that in the United States. Like all this like over-identifying and identifying with things that are in conflict with one another is bound to create these negative consequences. Because again, if you're identifying as something that is in conflict with like an American vision, or in conflict with somebody else, or you have multiple contradicting identities, what happens when those conflicts are brought to the forefront? And I think that's what we're seeing in our society right now.
If I could, I would also just like to add too, I think just as people, as humans, we are tribalistic, right? Like if we look at our ancestors, we were all tribal. And so we have to have this common purpose, this common sense of identity, this common goal. And I think I would agree that we've completely lost sight of what that goal is. And I just think even if you look at in society, even if you look at a smaller subset of people, you look at a family. What happens to a family, a husband and a wife and children who disagree on what their common principles are, who disagree on what their common goals are? Does that family stay together? Absolutely not. And so I think that when you're looking at, how America has really shifted, and we've got these new ideas now, which isn't a surprise because of the indoctrination that's happening in all of these institutions that are teaching our children, teaching these people who are exiting college. When you're looking at that, it's no surprise that we've lost our sense of identity, but certainly if you are on the train that America needs to come back together, which I recognize there are two thought processes here, and one of them is we just need a national divorce because we're too far gone, and one of them is we need to come back together, and this is how we're going to have to do it. But I would say if you are on the team of coming back together in America, there is absolutely no way we can do it with no sense of common purpose.
I would say that all of us suffer from a really bad bout of recentism. I think it's easy to feel that we have, right now in this moment in history, an incredibly unique fracture in what we would consider an American identity. But I would say that, one, there have been far worse periods of history in the United States. We literally went to war with ourselves over a fractured identity. But even more importantly, I'd say even in the founding principles of this country, with the Federalist Papers trying to bring together the 13th colonies, we've always kind of had this idea of, yeah, we're Americans, but we're not all just Americans. You've got people that live in different areas. You've got a divide between religious people of different factions. You've got divides between city dwellers and urban dwellers. You've got Midwesterners. You've got NFL fans. There's all these different ways that we've historically always kind of divided us. We've had slaves. We've had not slaves. We've had, Irish and Italian immigrants. We've had so many different groups of come into the United States and ultimately, hopefully, merge together. Now, I think we kind of disagree on what it means to merge. We use the phrase melting pot. We have a lot of different groups here. In some ways, we seem to be like at strife with one another. But I think that part of the strength of the United States is we've always been, to some extent, pretty fractured. And I think that it's easy to feel, because of all of the unique problems we have lately, especially with social media, that we're in some unique point in history where our identity is fractured. And I mean, aside from the Civil War, aside from internment camps in World War II, aside from crazy college kids that were indoctrinated in the 60s protesting against things like the Vietnam War and civil rights, I think that we've always had a healthy amount of conflict in the U.S. identity. I think that we can do things to bring it together, but I think it's important to recognize that it's not unique that we feel fractured today.
Do you think, though, that it's the level of contempt that we have for one another, for people who disagree with us, is unique, that we're at a pretty high point of contempt? Because it's one thing to say, like, we're fractured, we have different cultures or different opinions and different beliefs, but I think it's another thing to say we also view people with different opinions as morally in the wrong, and we have contempt for them. Is that something that's new, do you think?
I don't think so. I think that we've had, historically, there have been huge conflicts between different groups of people in the United States, where we've seen, Irish and Italian immigrants were like enemies of the U.S. or couldn't find employment in places. Union versus non-union workers, especially post-civil rights era, was a huge divide in terms of how, should unions be regulating themselves or should the federal government do it, a la the Civil Rights Act. I think we've always had like some level of contempt for each other. I think that what's unique today in U.S. history is the amplification exists in a way that it never did before, which I could maybe say to some extent makes it a little unique. Because, a long time ago, if I hated Joe Schmo in my neighborhood, I hated Joe Schmo in my neighborhood. Maybe everybody in my neighborhood knew. If it was really bad, maybe my church knew. If it was really bad, maybe everybody in the union knew. But nowadays, the entire world can know in a heartbeat if I don't like a particular guy, and uniquely, the entire world can come down on that guy. Cancel culture didn't exist when news only spread as far as your newspaper traveled.
But I would also argue that that's why it is more fractured than in previous times, because as you said, the amplification of one voice can affect so many different people that they didn't even realize that they could affect.
I'm actually not going to disagree with him on that. We literally had a mini civil war over the state of Kansas. I think that we've had worse times, and a lot of this national divorce talk is doom and gloom. And I called it subversive nonsense on Twitter, and people got mad at me for it. But we've had divisions that are deep in this country that have led to conflict in this country. I think the thing that's different now is the way that we view the federal government. Right now, we believe that when you elect the president, it's that person's job to impose their will on the rest of the country. Before, we had more checks and balances, so you could have states that were kind of going in their own direction because you had specific roles for the federal government and specific roles for the states. So I don't think it's as bad as it's ever been. I think that is a little bit of catastrophizing for sure, but I think the way we view national politics is worse.
I think also to piggyback on the back of that real quick too, I think that a lot of it becomes a numbers game with the amplification as well. Let's say, for instance, I could show you every single day a new story of a horrific black on white hate crime or white on black hate crime. If I could show you one story every single day, would that even necessarily be a bad thing? In a nation of 330 million people, you're never going to have zero problems. You're never going to have zero crime. There's something called the Chinese bank robber fallacy, where I could theoretically show you 1,000 new Chinese bank robberies happening every single day, assuming that we're looking at all the Chinese people across the world, and it still wouldn't necessarily make it a trend or a bad thing. It's just when you have so many numbers of people, you're bound to be able to pick and choose the types of stories you want to tell, which can lead people into thinking that things are so much worse than they actually are.
So the biggest division today isn't necessarily even political in the sense of conservative, liberal, or Republican, Democrat. The biggest thing is that we're living now in the United States through an era of regime politics. And there has been, really since probably 2015, 2014, a level of populist sentiment on both the right and the left that has, and I think rightly, targeted this regime of, and it's tied to the federal government, it's tied to the president, it's also tied to Congress, it's tied to many, many institutions throughout the government, or that work in hand with the government. The rise of essentially this administrative state that, and it was goes back to Wilsonian doctrine, This idea that universities and the academy would essentially borrow some of the sovereignty from our government and then be used to control, the decisions of the government itself, even though they're, of course, not elected officials. This was part of the German idea that the regime should exist separate from elected government, and that science and enlightenment and reason should be separated from the muddy, grubby world of politics. And so that regime has become more and more powerful. It has also been amplified by many of these factors, but because so many people have decided that it is not serving the people well, they're turning to candidates then, and again, this is both on the right and the left, that are actually in opposition to that regime. If you look at what happened in 2016 and then after that, you can see that the regime feels very threatened. This is one of the reasons that even though we had the social media amplification system, which arguably is still in place, they're doing everything they can to put these shackles and hammer down on anybody that really speaks out across these narratives when it comes to this, because the regime has the line of the regime, the inner party sets the truth, and that anything that stands in opposition to this must be rooted out. And any people, if they become rooted out because of this, must also be taken down. This, of course, leads to the arrest of Julian Assange. It leads to the current investigation on James O'Keefe. It leads to the demonization of Tulsi Gabbard when she ran for president. Many of these other voices out there, and the entire anti-war movement, by the way, any of these voices, Chelsea Manning, great example, any of these voices, right, that come out that say, I don't like what the regime is doing, are then destroyed, and they must thusly be destroyed because we're living through that era. So I don't necessarily think that it's all left-right. I mean, there certainly is a lot of that, but there's also a lot of this sort of up-down division that we're seeing as well.
So I want to get back to this question just quickly about the level of contempt that we feel for one another as a result of all this. I was reading a recent Brown and Stanford University study that reported that effective polarization, meaning the amount of negativity that a citizen feels towards political parties other than their own, has increased dramatically in the United States in the past 40 years. And I agree with you. I don't think that it's necessarily organically a political kind of division. I think that's being manufactured. But in the past 40 years, people are now reporting more contempt, more negativity towards people in the other party. So if you look at people in 1960, for example, 4% of Democrats and 4% of Republicans said they would be unhappy if their child chose to marry someone of the opposite political party. By 2019, that figure was 45% of Democrats and 35% of Republicans said they would be unhappy if their child married outside of their political party. What are the factors specifically, if there are any factors like social media that are making this a uniquely contemptuous time for people with disagreements, what are those factors? Could we agree on what some of those are?
Well, I would say that we've known for a long time, I mean, if you guys read The Righteous Mind, Jonathan Haidt's book, that it's Haidt, but I like to call him Haidt, because that's how it's spelled. If you read his book, that the left has hated the right for a long time in this nation. And one of the unique things, and they've done this through surveys where the left literally can't understand, the further left you are, the worse you are at guessing the values of right-wing people. But one of the things that's happened that's become interesting is now we have the right hating them back. It used to be a situation where the left thought you were evil if you were on the right wing, and people on the right just thought you were wrong or stupid, and they would try to convince you. But now we're seeing this almost, it's taken decades. We're seeing the right push back, and I don't know if that's due to social media. I don't know if it's due to the fact that, for decades these people are telling you that that they hate you, and you can only go for so long saying, oh, they're just ignorant, and now people are like, all right, I hate you back. But I think the right's polarization, or their more vitriol for the left, that 35% number is, it's still lower, but I think that's relatively new.
I think as well, a lot of this, to kind of use my theory of the regime on this is fomented, right? This is fomented on both sides to keep them pitted against each other, to really sort of occlude what is actually happening in this country right now. So you'll see, or many times we've seen federal agencies or agents of national security teams go in and then implant informants in things like Black Lives Matter or other left-wing groups. You're starting to see it now in this Boogaloo movement, which it seems like it was almost completely created by the federal government, as well as people that are more associated with these militia groups, these 3%ers, Oath Keepers, and various other groups that are associated with things that happened throughout 2020 and early 2021. And so this type of anger and polarization is fostered by the regime because they are seeking to push what's essentially known as a color revolution. Now, color revolution is something that, had you been in Eastern Europe, or if you had been following the events of the Arab Spring, you would see how different regimes or pockets of regimes or groupings of regimes are using these tactics to be able to achieve geopolitical primacy. You're seeing that. We saw it in Ukraine. You saw it across the Arab Spring. You've seen it. Really, pick a country in Eastern Europe. It's happened there probably a few times. The only difference is these types of forces aren't really used in the West. And so through those instances, any one of these polarizations, and then specifically acts of violence, has to be filtered through the lens of the regime narrative. So whether it's the events of January 6th, whether it's the events of Kyle Rittenhouse in Kenosha, George Floyd, whatever it is, it's filtered through that narrative so that the regime can achieve its ends.
I feel like the regime has always done, if we look at it from the regime lens, I feel like that's an unsatisfactory explanation because the government has always done weird stuff. Whether we're talking Tuskegee with the experiments on black people and syphilis, whether we're talking the FBI informants that were embedded into people like the Black Panthers in the Civil Rights era, I think the government's always been up to kind of funny business, whether we're talking about MK Ultra. There's all sorts of different projects that the government has done, arguably some that have been worse in the past than what exists today. I feel like for a slightly less conspiratorial view, rather than regime versus the people, I think that something that happens, it's kind of in line, well, I guess obviously I favor my paradigm, with the amplification of stuff, is something that's happened is we have become hyper-nationalized in our political landscape, and we're kind of sold this illusion that there is a unifying Democratic Party and a unifying Republican Party, and that is absolutely not true. A Democrat that exists in West Virginia has absolutely nothing in common with a Democrat generally that exists in like California. And we have this issue where when and it doesn't surprise me that people might view each other as worse, but that's because if I were to ask a Republican in any of the Bible Belt, what do you think of when I say like Democrat? You're not actually thinking of another Democrat that might exist in your city or on your state legislature or your city council or whatever. You're thinking of AOC. You're thinking of the Justice Dems. You're thinking of President Biden. You're thinking of Obama. And then much the same if I ask a Democrat, like, oh, well, who are you thinking about? And they're thinking like, Jim Jordan, or they're thinking Donald Trump, or they're thinking of, all of these national level Republicans. I think that when we kind of lose, I think that when we look at our unique political landscapes that exist on a local level, you're going to find a lot of overlap in values. If you go to a particular city election, it's pretty rare that you're going to have an ultra left-leaning socialist running against like a far-right Trump supporter. Usually there's going to be a lot of shared values in between the two of these people, because that's typically how local politics works. But I think when we become so nationalized in all of these conversations, we kind of forget, like, not to call anybody out, but like, who is on your state legislature, or who is your mayor, or who is your governor sometimes? People don't even know, But we sure can name the last thing that AOC tweeted, or the last fight that Ben Shapiro got in with some congressperson, because the national level politics is all we see. And when that is what you see, I think because we see the most extreme of that, you tend to think that the people of the opposite political party living near you embody the values of the most extreme figures you see from halfway across the country on Twitter or television.
I kind of want to add to something, Sean, that you said, which was, I know you said, finally the right has said, I hate you back. And I do just, maybe it's semantics to some people, but to me, I would just like to, in my opinion, tweak that a little bit, which is, I think that you can only poke the bear for so long until the bear finally says, I'm done, right? So what I have seen, it has not been so much that you hate us and we hate you back, but it's just we have been disrespected for so long. We have been told that we are white supremacists, that we are this, that we are that we are transphobic, that we are homophobic, all of the phobics for so long that you can only live like that for so long before you turn back and say, you know what, I'm kind of done. I just don't really care to live like this anymore. And I do think that it is an important distinction, because in my experience, I haven't seen that hatred coming from the right, but more so just, okay, I'm kind of tired of this. I'm done with the energy. I just don't want to play the game anymore.
Oh, for sure. And I do think a big driving factor is the emphasis on racial politics. Obviously, race is very divisive, and no matter what most people say about how they don't mind being called racist at this point, it's something that bothers you because that's one of the worst things to call somebody. It's close. The closest thing to it is calling somebody a pedophile. Like, that's how serious the allegation is. So ever since the left has really, and you could track their mentions of white supremacy on Google Trends, ever since they've ratcheted up that rhetoric, we've seen the response from the Republicans because they were always nasty. They always hated George W. Bush. They would call him an idiot. They hated Sarah Palin and all that. But we're like, whatever, that's politics. We understand. We don't like Hillary Clinton because she kills people. We get it. But once everybody became deplorable white supremacists and all that, and you just see this everywhere, and it's not the full left. Progressives make up 7% of the population, and these are the people most likely to be ratcheting it up, but people just fall in line and they comply with that loud 7%. And I think that's led to the right seeing the left as that and realizing that even if I know intellectually you don't hate me on the left, you're willing to stand idle while my name gets dragged through the mud or my family's members' names gets dragged through the mud because you're not willing to call it out because we've glorified the allegations of racism in this country. So I do think that has led to, that is the poking of the bear, and that's where we went too far, or they went too far.
We would also probably be remiss, or I would probably be remiss if we didn't bring up the one area of polarization that's even larger than political right now. And that has to do with the way that society is becoming polarized on the issue of COVID-19, specifically on vaccination status versus unvaccination status. And you've got people now within the federal regime that are coming out and saying that if you are unvaccinated, you are the problem, you are scapegoated. Jacinda, the Prime Minister from New Zealand, was asked about this, and they said, are you creating a two-tier society where there is one rung of citizens that has less rights, right? They are second-class citizens with less rights than the people who have become vaccinated. And she said, yes. Yes, we are. We positively are doing this. And so whether or not your vaccination status is this or that, whatever, listen to your doctor, do your thing. But I'm not going to sit here, and I don't think any of us should sit here, and look at a country that becomes so incredibly polarized where we take a group of people, it is a smaller group of people, by the way, and then blame all the ills of society on them. This has been done throughout history when regimes become decrepit, when they feel threatened, and they come up with these scapegoat targets, and it never ends well. It always ends horribly.
I think there's something else to that, Jack. And actually, we talked about it on my show yesterday, which was, it was a comment that I had just gotten. And I hear this all the time in regards to COVID-19, which is the idea that someone had said, well, true patriots care more about public health than they do about individual freedom. And I hear that so often, is that people are like, you are not patriotic if you don't care about the common good. If you care about the common good, you will do this for your neighbor. You will wear the mask. You will get vaccinated. You will do all these things. And I really do hear that so often, that there are these two lines of thought that, well, you're not patriotic unless you put the greater good first. Even though when you look back at the collectivist mentality, that's never been what America has stood for. That's never been what America was founded on. And yet somehow here we are finding ourselves with these people who have been conditioned to view their freedoms as selfish. And I think it's a really dangerous time.
I think we've absolutely been collectivists in the past. We literally had a draft where we forced young men who were 18 years old to go overseas and fight to the death in wars. I would say that we had an office of censorship around World War II, where we were literally disallowing people casting baseball games to talk about the weather because we didn't want, foreign enemies to have any sort of information coming into the United States. I think that there's always been a healthy balance between, these are our private liberties, but as we tell our children, with more freedoms comes more responsibilities. You want to drive, that's fine. You can't drink and drive. If you want to, stay out late, that's fine, but you've got to call and check in. It's always been historically, whether we're talking to our children or our fellow countrymen, that with additional freedoms is always necessarily going to come additional responsibilities, because you just can't have an anarchist society with everybody running around doing as they will and saying, we have freedom, because freedom is really only as good as the people around you ensure it is. You know, like you can have an ultimately free society that at the end of the day you don't have the ability to do anything inside. So whether that's a pandemic and you're immunocompromised and now you can't go anywhere because nobody wants to do anything to take care of themselves or take care of you to make sure that you don't get sick, or whether that's driving on the road and other people are drunk driving because we decide, well, they can drunk drive, but if they get in an accident, that's where we're going to punish them. I think that we always accept some level of limits on our freedom. If we want to say also that there's like a two-tier system being created between the vaccinated and the non-vaccinated, I mean, I guess we can say that, but that system was created a long time ago. We've had that for a long time. In order to go to public schools, and most
That's
private
not
schools
true. That's completely not true.
Wait, do you require vaccinations to attend most schools?
Did they check a vaccination status when we got into this theater? When you went to a supermarket? When you went to?
I would argue going to school is more important than going to the theater. Or
most states have exemptions.
This is Mott and Bailey, right? We're not talking about those vaccines. We're talking about this vaccine.
And I'm just saying, if you to utter the phrase, we're creating a two-tier system between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, that's already existing.
There's a crucial distinction.
It's actually happening.
Absolutely. You cannot go to public schools and most private schools unless you are vaccinated, and you have to show a record of that.
I'd like to just correct, but on top of that, most states in this country offer a wide variety of exemptions for parents to fill out. I know because I do them. It's very easy. I go to my state's registrar, the Department of Health. I go fill out my information. They send me a form. I go get it notarized saying I don't want my children to be vaccinated for whatever reason I so choose, my personal conscience. I believe that it's New York and California who are the only ones who have done away with everything except medical, but medical still remains. So the idea that I can't send my kids to public school or private school unless they're vaccinated is absolutely untrue. I know because I do it.
There's an exemption process, though. My understanding for the COVID-19 vaccine as well, though. Yes, you're allowed to get tested, and you can show that you've been tested.
Many employers are not accepting that exemption. But I have a question. Do you believe, Stephen, that you don't believe that there's an attempt to use vaccine status to divide us in this country? You don't think that's happening?
I think at this point, you could literally tell people to stop shitting in the streets, and Republicans will pull down their pants and run up and down and do it. I think that people are looking for divisions in any possible place you can find it. I guess as an American citizen, I think that we have access to a wonderful society, but there's going to be some buy-in to that society. Whether it triggers people or not, like paying taxes is part of your obligation to society. Being a good neighbor is part of your obligation to society. Taking the bare minimum steps to ensure that you're not transmitting a deadly disease over and over and over again to other people is like the bare minimum step you can take in society. I think it's a fair.
What does being a good neighbor mean, though? That means different things to different people, right? Like when you're saying,
that's what we vote on.
But when you're saying it's my responsibility, public health is my responsibility, it is not my responsibility that we have an obesity crisis in this nation. I have not forced people to go and make themselves.
Obesity is not contagious.
But it makes people more prone to getting COVID, which means that
so if you contagious.
But if you have made yourself have comorbidities to something that is going around, how is that my responsibility?
I mean, we can talk about reasonable steps you can take to prevent one from getting sick. I don't know if I would say that like every single person
wasn't your argument.
Right, people don't take care of their own bodies.
I don't think we can say every single person has to live an optimally healthy life, otherwise it's your responsibility.
Right, but that wasn't your argument.
When it comes to something like a vaccine,
by the way, can you guys see why I brought up vaccines? Because this was kind of, we were kind of like just chilling up here, and then I was like, let's talk about something spicy.
He wanted to make it interesting. Actually, this I think goes to your point.
We are going to now speak of the vaccine. We are going to have a lively argument and discussion for your viewing pleasure.
Suddenly, it's very contentious.
Yeah,
okay?
I do have a point about that because you brought up the in order to go to public schools, and true, we require most kids. There are exceptions to get vaccinated for public schools, but what do we require them to get vaccinated for? Diseases that are either more contagious than COVID and diseases that are more deadly for children than COVID. Like we don't require flu shots every year for kids to go to public schools, and COVID for kids in that age is about as dangerous as the flu.
Nor did we require masks.
If you want to compare this to a smallpox vaccine, smallpox's fatality rate was 30%. It was a worldwide pandemic, or a worldwide plague on humanity. These two things are not comparable. So
I agree that we don't require flu shots, but if the flu was killing, 500,000 people in a year,
the flu kills more children than.
Wait, hold on. The flu fatality rates are nowhere near the SARS-CoV-2.
He's talking about for children.
We're talking about children because you brought up schools.
But you don't get vaccinated just for children. I don't know why conservatives are so short-sighted when it comes to public health. You don't get shot just for the children. You get shot to protect their families, to protect their teachers, to protect other people in society. This is how vaccinations work. Vaccinations are not an individual protection measure. It is a societal epidemiological health prescription.
Just to get us back on subject for a second. I'm curious, because we all seem to be, at least I thought we were in agreement on several things until we got to this very divisive issue of
Psych.
vaccines. But I'm just curious, do you believe that there's a concerted effort in this country to divide the populace along issues like race, for example, using race, for example, to divide us, using the vaccine to divide us, using partisanship,
I mean, I think the division is a byproduct of other goals. I don't think the goal is explicitly like, we're going to divide with this issue and focus on it. I think that people have issues that they care about a lot, and then people end up being divided on it. So whether we're talking about people on the left dividing people with the coronavirus or Republicans dividing people with abortion, I don't think anybody's goal is to divide somebody with a topic. It's just you have things you care a lot about, and then you push it, and those topics end up becoming divisive because people disagree with them.
Look, I think people's uninformed nature leads to bad policy and authoritarian policy. We've seen the polling that a bunch of people in this country think that the hospitalization rate for COVID-19 is over 50%, over 30%. So, like, people think that COVID sends you to the hospital like smallpox. I understand why they're pressuring their governments to pass regulations to treat it like smallpox.
Russ Doe had a column in the New York Times where he was saying that what if COVID was 10 times more deadly? And my response was like, well, yeah, then I'd be there with you, right? That I would understand some of this stuff and we could take those steps, right? If it was as deadly as smallpox, then yes, certainly we would be using much more drastic measures. But, when it comes to this, I find it very interesting that we argue more about the effects of the steps that we're going to be taking on this, rather than, for me, I've been a big, proponent of understanding where COVID came from, understanding this process, the NIH process, and looking into, early January 2020, I was like one of the first guys in the country who was reading the Mandarin on various Chinese blogs, trying to figure out what the heck was going on in Wuhan, and then digging into the lab and everything else. And it's amazing to me how that, which really seems like something the country could unite on, and I don't mean to drive the conversation into this, that has been completely usurped by instead, no, we're going to have these divisive mandates. And it's amazing to me that when I see Joe Biden, every time he announces a mandate, it's because he's trying to distract from something that's just happened. So Afghanistan falls apart. He announces he's going to push nationwide mandates. Then he has a political loss. He's suffering badly in the polls. He announces that OSHA is going to fund, just this last week, right, is going to push the new rule. 49 pages, the thing comes out, everyone's going to be fined. And so everybody then goes and talks about the mandates. At the same time, you're seeing the ordering of vaccinations for children in New York State. And so looking at it again, because I do look at everything through the regime, not everything, but I look at a lot of this through the politics or the lens of regime politics, that you can really see that a lot of what the regime, and to your point, I do think that this is something that a lot of people care about, but I can see that the way that the timing of these orders is really being pushed to help benefit the regime in terms of the larger narrative war.
I would also say that the idea that I am supposed to put my child at risk, because there is risk to both things, right? If you want to say there is risk that my child might be one of the few who gets COVID-19 and has some sort of long-term complications or, passes away, there's risk there. There is also a risk when you are talking about a medicine, a drug that you are injecting into your body. And I just think the idea that I am supposed to put my child at risk for a stranger at the supermarket that I don't even know, I am beholden to some stranger in society more so than I am to my own family, is absolutely preposterous.
I mean, you can play that on both sides, though. Maybe you think you don't want to put your child. I wouldn't want to put my child at risk being in a classroom with your child. I don't want my child to contract something.
Then stay home.
I don't want.
Then stay home.
No, but your child is the problem, not mine. Because I'm
It's
willing
not,
for
though.
my child to
You
take the
can't
minimum
spread a
number of
virus
steps
that you don't
necessary.
have.
I'm willing to have my child take the minimum steps necessary to make sure that they're safe and they protect their classmates as well. I'm guessing you're probably against children wearing masks too, or other types of.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so
It's abusive. It's abusive.
Yeah, but the problem is
My child never wore a mask.
If my child catches something or gets something because another student isn't taking the minimum preventative risks, and we know that children are pretty tenacious when it comes to the coronavirus, they're probably not going to die. They're probably not even going to get seriously ill. But if they bring that home to grandma and grandpa, and now grandma and grandpa die because you decided to fill out a bullshit exemption for your kid because you didn't want them to get a vaccination because of a stranger in a supermarket, right? That's just absolutely absurd.
Okay, so hold on. So here's the thing. It's if your mask works, if your vaccine works, if your child's vaccine works, you shouldn't have to worry about my child. My child is not a threat to you.
I don't.
If you believe in your science, then believe in your science. You're fine. And if you don't and you're worried about my child, what does that say?
I cannot understand how conservatives are so bad with probability. Absolutely blows my mind.
Why do you keep saying
if your seatbelt
conservatives?
works, why do you have an airbag? If your airbag works, why does your car crumple? If this all works, why do you care about other drunk drivers? Like, you can make the dumbest face one in the world, but this every single
That's
thing
not
that
at
you
all
do, it
a great
absolutely
analogy.
is completely one-to-one in comparison. The things that you do epidemiologically is not we're going to do this one thing and 100% prevent the virus, and if we don't, it's a failure. It's all the little steps that you take on the way. If everybody social distance and mask, you prevent the spread this much. If everybody did that and then got vaccinated, you prevent it this much. If everybody stays home, this is how it works. All of it is probabilistic. This idea that, well, you've got something that increases your probability by this %, so now nobody has anything. It's the dumbest look at.
So if you are living in a free society, if you choose to live in a free society and you choose to go into society, you are accepting the risk that you will get a transmissible disease every time you exit your home. That is how a free society works. You will never vaccinate every virus out of the population. You will always have sickness and we will always transmit diseases because that's just the way a free society works. So if you are worried about what everyone else is transmitting, you are the one who should stay at home.
So
because
we don't
how
live-
we've always lived, we've always transmitted flu at the supermarket. No one's been worried about that. We've always transmitted diseases. No one's been worried about
We don't live
it.
in a free society. We live in a democratically elected representative government. So if most of the public decides that these mandates are indeed necessary for you to participate in society, then you are the one that is going to have to abide by what the public
So what if the
tells us.
majority
That
doesn't
is how
believe
our
that?
government works. That's how our
Let me
system
ask you a
works. We're in a
question.
democratically elected republic. That's how it works.
How do you define rights? I'd like to know how you define rights. Like this will actually get us back on topic a little bit. Where do rights come from? Because it sounds to me
there's a whole other conversation on do we believe rights come from God? Do we believe they come from government? Do we talk about
But
positive
it
rights
sounds
versus
to me
negative
like
rights?
you're saying it's within your right for the majority to dictate force against others. So, for example, if the majority of people say we should enslave people, then we should enslave people.
So
Is
we
that
can
what
have,
you're saying?
we have edged out in our Constitution. There are going to be minimums, or there are going to be certain inalienable rights that we cannot take from other people, and that's up to the courts to decide,
Bodily
or us
autonomy?
to change the Constitution. Otherwise, right? You can say bodily autonomy you want, but vaccinations are required for children going to public schools,
Yeah,
right?
what we
But
discussed
the point
that,
is that rights exist on paper. Okay, it doesn't matter what right we talk about if we can't leave our house because we're worried about something, or if we can't go. Now, I'm not saying that the coronavirus is so bad you can never leave the house. I'm just saying that in order for society to function, we don't all work in this ultimately free way. We have a responsibility to other people around us. Conservatives should understand this the best because conservatives are the most local people that tend to participate locally in their churches, in their charities. They give more than liberals do. You guys should know this better than anyone else, and that in order for society to function, to be well lubricated, to not have a lot of friction, you have to have some minimum level of buy-in in terms of how you treat the people around you. One of the ways you treat people nice is by not volunteering as a bioterrorism weapon because you don't want to get vaccinated because of something that fucking Anderson Cooper said on CNN.
For someone who claims that conservatives have a hard time believing in science, you seem to not understand the idea that no one can spread a virus that they don't have.
And also, my rights aren't.
I'm not a bioterrorist weapon by going to the grocery store if I don't have a virus. Your assumption that everyone else you come into contact with, if they are not vaccinated, must have COVID is ridiculous.
There's an increased probability.
No, but like my rights are not subject to your inability to assess risk properly. You're talking about people afraid to leave their homes because of the coronavirus.
I literally
You're talking
said I
about
didn't
children being afraid to go to school, or parents afraid for their children to go to school. The risk is near zero. Also, when Biden was announcing the vaccine mandates and what he was proposing, he said breakthrough cases were 1 in 5,000. Breakthrough hospitalizations, again from the president, were 1 in 160,000. I think 1 in 160,000 is not enough to infringe on other people's rights. Jack said it earlier. If COVID was 10 times, 20 times more deadly and more deadly for children, we'd be having a different conversation. But we need to assess the risk.
You also wouldn't have to mandate it.
The answer to this is simple.
You wouldn't have to mandate it. People would go get it.
You vaccinate, everyone vaccinate, then you will plug into Zuckerverse, and in Zuckerverse we will all vaccinate each other multiple times a day. You'll be taking every new vaccine, then the pill comes out, the injections will continue until compliance has been achieved.
So just to attempt to get us back on topic.
But there is
once
I
more.
mean, there is a bigger question here, right? And I think we should separate the two over like, are vaccines good versus should vaccines be mandated, right? Isn't that I mean, that's like two separate things, right?
Correct.
I think it boils down to, do you believe, we'll have time for questions in just 1 second, but do you believe that the government,
Be very
some
quiet,
people
audience.
phrase
We
it
don't
this
want to
way,
hear from
do
you.
you believe that the government owns individuals or individuals own themselves? And is this a part of our American narrative that we've lost? Like, what did the founders intend when they talk about liberty? When I asked the first question on this panel, like, how do you define the founding principles if you were to explain them to a child? Like, what is America? What does it mean to be an American? Does anybody have an answer for that? How do you define
There are no rights. Rights come from me if I give them to you. You're not allowed to have these silly things. You're silly people. There are no rights. The government has rights, and you are children who will obey what we tell you. We might make you think you have the right to vote for this approved candidate or that approved candidate, or have arguments from this approved source and that approved source asking this approved question or that approved question, but at the end of the day, you have nothing. This is silly.
Jack has the weirdest filibusters. I was gonna say, I think fundamentally, like the American identity, like we should all have an understanding of what like the principles of America mean. Like I want to move past that. I think fundamentally what separates Americans from other peoples in other nations around the world is that we have like an optimistic mindset, and this is in part due to our structure of government. Like people always say, we're the first nation to put freedom of religion in the Constitution. We're also the first nation to put intellectual property rights in the Constitution, because the idea of America is that if you invent it, you own it, you take it as far as you can take it, because it's your adventure. And we see the American optimism in different aspects of our lives. Go watch the ending of a British sitcom. The joke is always on the main character. American sitcoms always uplift the main character. This is because fundamentally we're an optimistic people, and we shouldn't lose the fact that we're an optimistic people. The Hollywood ending, when Hollywood used to reflect our values more, is a thing because that is reflective of our American values, that we want the hero to win. We want, like, we're rooting for good over evil, not to make it so dramatic like that. That's not the same in other nations, and I see us becoming more cynical, less optimistic, talking about subversive things like national divorce, just giving up, packing it in, dividing up the country, as if that's not going to lead to a civil war. So we got to hold on to that optimistic ideal, because that's what America is. It's the adventure, not the result.
There's a great kind of like, it's one of those memes that's out there, and it's it's talking about the differences in literature. So for different societies, and so the stereotypical American, it's it's like, I will die for liberty, right? And then it's got the British, British literature, I will die for honor, and then the French, of course, I will die for love, and then the Russian is like, I will die. And it's sort of this like very cynical, very Eastern, kind of thinking. And, I do feel though that we have lost kind of that American sort of sense of, if I have liberty, it's not just liberty for, the sake of being able to do whatever I feel like. It's liberty, it's what you say, to achieve those optimistic goals, to achieve those optimistic ends, because we don't want to be stuck in the pod eating the bugs. We want to be adventurous and take risks. If everyone here, right, unless you're native, your parents came, or if you are native, if you go back, that your parents came or your ancestors came on a dangerous and arduous voyage to get here. So we were self-selected to be part of this experiment, over time. And I think we all do come from that stock. And so adventure seeking, we're in Texas, right? This is the home of the cowboy, right? What is the more American stereotypical archetype than the cowboy, riding out with, the 10-gallon hat and being on the range? This is the American figure. Now, like, I'm from Philadelphia, I'm not a cowboy, but, that there is, a huge part of the American mythos that's tied up in that. And it's a figure that people strive to kind of emulate. And I think that we have lost, getting back to the original question, we have lost that as a country, totally lost that as a country.
I will say, just as a quick note, that your go-to example for like American values was what came from Mexican cowboys. I think that's kind of funny. But regardless of that, I think that we talk a lot about liberty in terms of what are we guaranteed on paper? What can we do on paper? I wish that the conversation would move past that, because it is so unbelievably boring to hear about how much opportunity you have on paper if you don't actually have the opportunity in real life. You know, like, it's when you can go to so many different countries across Europe and people have access to education, they have access to healthcare, they might have to wait in line for it, but they get it. When they have access to like actual opportunity, and then we brag, well, you know, in the United States, you could go from selling crack to, you know, being the CEO of a major company. I find those conversations wholly unsatisfying. I wish that we would talk more about how do we actually ensure that people have actual real access to opportunity, rather than jerking ourselves off about, like, you know, words on paper that don't mean much for a lot of the American public right now. We talk about how the public is like, in the United States, generally optimistic, and then, you know, we try to use like British cynicism to say they want evil to win over good. I don't know if I agree with that, but I mean, if you want to look for optimism, I mean, look at like the millennial crowd that came up after one of the worst recessions in U.S. history. Or look at people right now that can't afford to move to another city to get a job. Or look at people that can't afford to go to college. Or look at people that you know, feel like they have to live with their parents till they're 30 years old. I think that we have problems in this country that go past just the wording in the Constitution, and it seems like we're unwilling to come together to acknowledge that reality from the left and right, and actually like work to fix those problems.
I would say I think that we would acknowledge that there are problems that exist. I think that we would just disagree on the reason for the problem, is I think the issue. I mean, I agree. I think it's, when my kids get that old, I sure as hell don't want them living with me, right? Like, I understand the problem of millennials having to live with their parents, but why is that? I would argue that we have a generation of people growing up who are entitled, who don't understand how to spend money.
This debate's not as fun
spend
as the
themselves
last
into
debate.
debt,
Am I right?
don't understand financial responsibility, and that those are the reasons driving what you just mentioned, right?
Where do they get those values
well, I'm
from?
not done, but as you're about to do, you would argue that it's something different, right? But what I'm saying is, I don't think that we disagree that there's a problem. We disagree on the root cause of the problem.
I just want to point out that one person clapped for there is no opportunity, and I found that hilarious.
No, I think you're right though when you say that it's a knock on conservatives, and I think it's a good one. Like I give you credit for saying it. That, you know, conservatives will just kind of like be in this sort of like you're stuck in one of those C++ routines, you know, if you know anything about coding, where you're just like the Constitution, the Constitution, the Constitution over and over. Whereas for, you know, huge swaths of the country, they're saying, look, you know, my job went overseas and my town died because the factory closed, and I don't know what I'm going to do to feed my family, and this town is like falling apart. And so, you know, you telling me, hey, the Constitution, bro, right? It doesn't really do much to help me and help my family. Or, you know, if you're younger, it doesn't really help my prospects. And you talked about millennials as well. And I think that, you know, as someone, I was born in '84, so we're sort of like the elder millennial, centennial kind of thing. And, you know, you look at, if you came of age during, you know, the financial crisis, like you were in debt, you were not getting a job, basically, you know, a lot of people then went back to school, they continued to get more into debt, and a lot of this stuff was driven by insane speculation on Wall Street, which was, of course, provided for them by the government. Nobody went to jail for any of this stuff. And the way that people decided to fix the system was to take away, like strip ownership away from, you know, millennials, Zoomers, and the rest of it, and to say, well, maybe home ownership isn't something. No, home ownership, of course, was what was the traditional, we talked about the American archetype being the cowboy, but what is the American dream, right? The American dream used to be owning your own home. This was like the synonymous thing everyone was told, and that, you know, the path was laid out. Go to school, get your bachelor's degree, get a job, get a wife, have some kids, boom, there's your house, you're good to go, right? That's totally been broken, and it's been broken for a long time, and a lot of Republicans are running around thinking it's still the 1980s and using these boring, I agree with you, like boring arguments, and not talking about what's actually happening, because you see the same financial institutions and the same government institutions coming in and saying the problem with all of this was those stupid people thinking that they could own their own homes. We need to take that away from them. We need to take ownership away from them, take away the ability for them to build that generational wealth that they could actually then use, you know, to seek. You talk about opportunities, but, you know, you're exactly right that there's so many challenges that have been put in place by this system, this corrupt system, that's preventing people from actually achieving any of these ends that we'd really like for there to be. But it isn't just, you know, their beliefs, and it isn't just not understanding the Constitution. It's actual huge structural problems in our country.
Look, I would agree that there are problems in the country, but the reason I'm emphasizing that America is about the adventure, and I didn't say Constitution, bro. No,
no, I don't
I
mean
know.
you. I
I'm
don't
just
mean you,
saying, like,
no.
I specifically didn't do that.
But I did mean you.
Like,
You fool.
I feel sympathetic for a lot of small town America, and there are some instances where small town America has like fallen apart not due to circumstances not their own. I mean, the fact that we allowed pain pills to flood this nation and then cut them off, and that led to disaster.
Thanks, Frank Luntz.
Yeah, everybody understands that. But like, we have to also understand that the reason the Rust Belt existed, all those areas had manufacturing, is not because it was ordained by God that manufacturing would be there. It's because they had access to waterways, and it was expensive as hell to transport anything in this country or anywhere by ground transportation. If you were to ship a product from Pittsburgh to New York, which is only 300 miles over ground, you would send it on rivers, down to the Mississippi, out of the port of New Orleans, up the East Coast, into New York's port. So what happened in the 70s was not like a giant conspiracy. It was that somebody invented two things. One, ground transportation got less expensive. There was containerization, so you could ship stuff over large portions of the country. And two, we invented air conditioning, which is awesome. The reason we're all here in Texas is because of air conditioning. You know what else was allowed to come to Texas because of air conditioning? Manufacturing. This is why, like, the death of Michigan coincides not with the rise of these foreign auto companies, although that did play a part. Competition is a real thing, but it coincides with the rise of Auto Alley in South Carolina. So we can talk about like restoring Michigan and restoring all of these like different places, but in reality, the major problems that they have are problems of them passing laws based on their natural advantages that no longer exist anymore, and people should move when the jobs move. Like, there is too much complacency in this country. Like, it's just a fact.
I think there's also an issue, too, when we talk about some of the older values that were sold. I think to some extent we have to acknowledge that as we continue to grow as a country, it's not going to be possible to do these things. You know, if you want to buy a house and have a family and be able to afford all of that off of a single job today, people will tell you it's impossible, but it's totally possible. You just have to move to Montana or Wyoming to do it. You're not going to be able to go to LA. You're not going to be able to go to New York. You're not going to be able to go to Miami. You're not going to be able to go to San Francisco and have the single family home off the one job and the mom at home staying with the kids, because it's just not affordable. It's not possible. We have so many people that live in this country today and so many people that want to move into cities. If you're trying to sell them simultaneously this idea that they can have the single family home and the white picket fence while also living in the most economically prosperous areas in the United States, it's a physics problem. You just can't do it.
No. Move to Houston if you want to do that. It's one of the fastest growing cities in the United States of America, and incomes grow faster than the cost of living up until they had a bunch of transplants from New Orleans, but even that is correcting. The reason why is because Houston has no zoning regulations. So if you want to live next to a parking lot in your cul-de-sac, like, that's totally dope. You can see those images online. But also Dallas-Fort Worth area is very inexpensive because they have virtually no zoning regulations. Like, the reason you can't afford to live in San Francisco or New York, and I live in New York and I can't afford to live there, is because of zoning regulations, it's because of open space laws, all of these restrictions that people who live there are imposing on people who could move there because they want to have a nice little bit of scenery that they can look at. Well, I'm a capitalist. If you want scenery, buy that property that has the scenery and you pay for it. Don't vote to keep future generations out. Like, that is a complete violation of our rights to due process and equal protection under the law, that just because you showed up first, you can vote to ban these other people. But yeah, if you want to move to a big, growing city, Houston is the one.
I think.
I mean Dallas. Dallas, Fort Worth.
Go Cowboys.
Found the Dallas. Yeah.
You'll have to get your passport from me.
Yeah, that got more of a boo than the Eagles thing.
So I've got a final question, then we're going to go to a Q&A. And this brings up something you've mentioned, Sean. Comedian Sarah Silverman recently has talked about the possibility of a national divorce. It's a phrase that I'm hearing more in popular culture in the past 6 months. And we're sitting here in the great state of Texas, which has a growing favorability rate for the Texit movement. My question is, do you think we're at a place where the political and cultural divide is so great that it would be better to have an amicable parting of ways? And make your case to me either way, because my mind is not yet made up.
Listen, there's no such thing as an amicable parting of ways. That's live action role playing. Stop doing it. And if you think there is, please draw me the map of how we divide up the Mississippi River, because international trade still requires water-based transportation. So show me your map of the United States where the coasts are given to the left and the interior has to use the network of rivers to go to the Mississippi to get out of the port of New Orleans, that's going to make sense and not lead to a civil war. It's nonsense, it's subversive, and I'm not in for it.
Yeah, I have two really quick takes on the national divorce thing. Number one is that we're probably not going to get a national divorce. We'll have more like a national separation. Like, we're still living under the same roof for the sake of the normies, but we're sleeping in separate bedrooms. We're dating other people. It's just but we got to stay together for the sake of the normies, so we don't go down that road. But then number two is that I find it very interesting, just from sociological perspective, that every single person I see who's totally for a national divorce, I'm definitely not one of them, but they're all Gen Xers. And it's like, divorce is the answer for everything for Gen X, right? Just get divorced, man. Just walk, bro. Just get out of there. And it's like, it's such a Gen X thing. And so what's interesting is that, as that sort of cusp, centennial generation, it's sort of like, we have we're not quite as, what is it? We still have like youthful hope in the sort of elder millennial area, but we also but we don't get the cynicism and the jadedness of Gen X.
I think if I were to imagine that you said amicable, if I were to imagine that it could be amicable, which I agree with Sean, I don't think that it could be when you're really looking at the details and the logistics of it. There are days where I wake up and I say, I'm really tired of being hated. I'm really tired of being told I'm a bioterrorist threat. I'm really tired of my children being told that they're a bioterrorist threat. I'd really love to live with my own people, and I would love that. But I think when you look at the logistics of it, I'm just not sure that it's possible. I will say, when you mentioned Texit, I did see my friend Chad Prather. I know he's coming up later. I would just like to say he is running for governor. And if you want to know about Texit, you should ask him more about that. But I don't know how possible it is, but I will admit, in my weaker moments, there are days where I'm like, I'm just kind of done being hated. I would much prefer rejoining with the people who believe in the foundational principles of this country.
I think it's LARPing cringe. I think most people up here seem it's LARPing, live action role play. You pretend it's not going to happen. Logistically, it doesn't make any sense. I haven't seen people talking about it seriously, but I'd be curious what those maps look like too, because I feel like people miss that one of the big divides in this country, it's really not so much red states and blue states, although those exist, but it's like blue cities and red rural areas. And I think that when that's your largest divide, I don't even know how you'd go about cutting up the map to figure out who would be in which area and how I don't know, it seems completely impossible.
We also have quite a division between people who can defend themselves and people who can't. So people who can defend themselves, and we've seen this historically throughout cultures, will tend to think freely because they don't they're not seeking consensus. So if they're saying something, it's, am I saying this because it is true, versus if you're someone who can't defend yourself, you're thinking, can I say this because it will be accepted by the collective?
And if you want to wrestle more local control, I know you have to go to questions, then put that energy into repealing the 17th Amendment. Most of the problems in our country that we're all concerned about power drifting to the federal government, are due to the fact that we directly elect our senators and they're federal entities. There's a reason all these court nominees were confirmed by the state's representative senates, because the state legislatures used to send the senators. It's because the courts are meant to adjudicate disputes between the states and the federal government. So you have the president, an agent of the federal government, appoint and confirmed by the senators, who are agents of the states. We don't have that, and we wonder why power keeps trickling up to the federal government. We removed a major check and balance in our federal government, and we pretend I wonder why things are going that way.
I mean, that's really what I mean by national separation. Empower the states. National separation, it also used to be called federalism, which is something we had in this country.
We're going to go to Q&A, but I'm going to ask one quick question. You have 10 seconds, Stephen. What is the what is the unifying narrative for this country if we are going to stay together?
I have no idea. I don't think there is a unified narrative for the United States. Yeah.
Let's start with questions.
Well, on behalf of all the Gen Xers, I am not jaded. Very excited to be here. I'm a Built Bar rapper. I wanted to give it to you, Sarah, but I ate it. Sorry about that. Just to get back to the most contentious thing, because I really see it in Dallas, and I'm from California, dividing us is how can you, Sarah, and Steve, is it Steve? be together, live together, commune together when you do not want to get the vax and will not get the vax, and your children won't, and they won't wear the masks, and you seriously believe that it's a major health issue and that, you know, you're a bioterrorist. How do you get that to work?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Stephen would have a different answer than I would, but I would argue that that's just how we've been living in society this whole time, and it should work no differently than we've been living in society this entire time. We all make different choices for our own bodies. We all can make those choices. We all have the ability to make those choices, and I'm not going to judge someone for getting the vaccine. I don't think anyone should judge me for not getting the vaccine because, again, we live in a society where risk of transmitting disease is literally always going to be 100%. We are always going to transmit diseases. I'm willing to understand that and accept the risks. If someone else isn't willing to understand that and accept the risks, there's only so much I can do. So I'm happy to live with people who do or don't or whatever. In fact, I don't care to know their medical status. And I think that that's the problem, is that you have one side of the aisle who says, I actually don't really care about your medical privacy. I believe that that should stay private. And then there is one side of the aisle who, you know, again, thinks that I am a bioterrorist threat. So I hope he has a great answer for how we can come together, because I would love to hear it.
So I am absolutely judgmental, very much so, people that I disagree with. However, in the United States, you have two options, basically. So we live in a democracy. I've said this over and over again. I'll continue to say it. I can push for the things that I believe in, and I can hope that those policies are popular enough to get elected. If the ones that I agree with don't get enacted, I have two options. I either abide by it, and you do it, and there are policies that I disagree with, and you abide by it, and that's how it goes. Or you take your child out, or you remove yourself from whatever situation it is that you don't agree with. If I think that the way that speed limits are done in a way that I don't agree with, then stop driving. Or if you think that the way, if I felt very strongly about vaccine mandates for children and they weren't mandated, then you take your child out of school and you do homeschooling, right?
Well, would you agree, though, that if we had, like what Sean and I are saying, that if we had more empowered states and that it wasn't a federal thing, that, you know, if there were a state law that said that, and, you know, go with the moving, that, you know, hey, I want to live in a state where my policies are more accepted versus coming to a place like Texas or, you know, wherever, like Texas versus California kind of question. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, states have a right. I mean, it has to be decided on a legal battle. I don't know where the rights of the states end and the federal governments begin when it comes to matters of public health or whatnot. But I mean, that's something that the courts fight about. But yeah, I mean, some states have different laws for different things, and obviously you respect the different laws of the different states depending on where you live. Yeah.
I believe the precedent that's often cited for why the vaccine mandates are constitutional is a state vaccine mandate.
It is, yeah.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
The central principle is consent of the governed. That's the most important phrase. Consent of the governed, that's the most important phrase in the Declaration of Independence. That's the basis of the Constitution. It requires accountability, which nobody out here, whether you're left or right, is actually seeing in our government. And with accountability, you get credibility, which also is what's lacking with regard to our government. And nobody out here actually thinks that the government gives a damn what we think. The mandate was not part of the last presidential election. Nobody ran on it. Nobody voted for it. So my question is, can y'all agree that consent of the governed and the rules that we play by is actually the way to get back to where we need to be?
Yeah, I mean, I would say you absolutely do consent. Every single decree of the United States government is not voted on by direct democracy. We vote for people that represent us, and then we hope that they enact whatever agenda that we agree with. If we don't, then you go and you vote them out next legislative session. But the idea that just because the president is enacting something or something comes from Congress that we don't directly vote on, it's not the will of the people, I think that betrays a misunderstanding of how our federal government is supposed to work.
Yeah, I would actually agree. I would agree with that to a certain extent. The idea that if something is not in a campaign or in a platform, therefore you didn't consent to it. It's like, no, we do have a representative republic. So you send representatives for a period of time. They don't have to tell you literally everything they do. They should, but you have the opportunity to punish them at the ballot box. However, we have a system where supposedly, allegedly, theoretically, the legislature makes laws, and the president shouldn't be able to look at an OSHA regulation that has to do with people wearing hard hats and say that that applies to a national vaccine mandate. So
you stupid people.
So we
you
don't
think you have rights again. You have none. You have nothing. We'll mandate everything for you from now on. This is how it goes.
By the way, just to add to Sean's point, these are, and it's not just the OSHA regulation, right? It's also the CDC being used as another arm to enforce the eviction moratorium. I mean, we're seeing these departments being abused, and admittedly, the Biden administration already said, yeah, this really isn't legal. We really shouldn't be doing this, but we're going to do it anyway. So, I mean, I would agree with you, Sean. I think, like, if we were to get back to the actual system that we were supposed to have with checks and balances and the legislature working as it's supposed to, then I think that would be way better than the system we have now, which is clearly an abuse of power.
I mean, we say abuse, but it's a conservative court right now. If you think that it's being abused, you challenge it legislatively. If the Supreme Court upholds it, then maybe these federal institutions had more power than we knew originally. Or maybe we should vote in Congress to remove some of the powers that are delegated to them. There's a great deal of deference given to executive agencies when it comes to how they want to implement or enact their particular laws. Maybe that could be scaled back on, but I don't like the idea of saying that, like, it's illegally used or it's not really legal. It's like, I mean, if you don't like it, you have a Supreme Court that is conservative, you can challenge it.
Right. Unfortunately, a Supreme Court case doesn't go there overnight, right? Like it takes time. Right. It takes time. I mean, I don't disagree with you, but there's not always an immediate fix.
A lot of the lefties, when they were against the wars, would talk about how the war wasn't declared and the president shouldn't just be able to do this, that, and the other. I agree with that in principle. Like, you can't transfer your duties to another branch of the government. That's not how checks and balances work. And the Supreme Court did shut down the eviction moratorium twice. Once they were like, you know what, we'll give Biden a little break. So it was a soft shutdown, and then he took advantage of that to expand it again. And he knew he had no authority, admitted it, he did it anyway.
All right. This question is for Destiny, Steven, whichever you prefer. Do you believe that people on the right, including some of the people on this panel, actually believe that the left is goading them into extremism? Or do you think that they're intentionally lying to gaslight moderates and the left?
One of the hugest problems, what? Yeah, true, you are, am I right? I think it is absolutely fucking horrible how crazy everybody is on different sides of the political aisle. I will, unless I have a really good reason to believe so, I will never think that somebody is acting in some malicious or horrible manner. Like, I think that you probably genuinely do believe that you're doing what's best for your family and your children. I would hope so.
I know I am.
And I would assume the same of any conservative. I think that people on the left and people on the right all too often get into these mindsets where they're very quick to demonize or frame how other people are acting in the very worst of ways. But I mean, like, that's just the nature, unfortunately, of the political landscape.
You see this, Sean? You cannot simply run around calling everyone a pedophile.
Yeah, my question is actually for actual Justice Warrior. Earlier, you were making a point about the left not understanding the right, and you cited a study from Dr. Jonathan Haidt about that. I was curious why you didn't mention the fact that that study actually said that everybody over-exaggerates the differences between everybody. It's just that mostly left people have larger discrepancies between those things. So if you were aware of that difference, the actual conclusion of the study, why didn't you say it? And if you don't know that, then why are you citing studies that you haven't read?
Okay. All right. So what he's talking about is there's Jonathan Haidt's research. They have people fill out surveys about their values as themselves and as other people, right? So obviously, this should go without saying, people aren't 100% and filling out the values when they fill them out as other people. But the overall conclusion, and this is in his book and it's in his research, is that the further left you are, the worse you are at identifying moderate or right-wing positions. So yeah, obviously they're not going to be 100% perfect, and being right-wing or being a centrist does not appear to give you a disadvantage in taking the place of somebody else. So that's why I didn't mention the thing that wasn't that relevant or interesting or compelling.
So this question is directed to both Sean and Steven. This has to do with general trends that we're having. In 2020, Biden won about 53% of the vote, but he won 70% of the GDP. And more economic prosperity is concentrated in cities. And we're seeing such a huge rural and urban divide. Is the issue with the struggle with national discourse and national unity going to increase? And how are ways that we can fix that going forward?
There's an echo for us on the stage in hearing the question.
Yeah, when you guys speak into your mics, you have to speak directly in, because it's really hard to hear it if it's not directly in.
Maybe step a little closer, actually. I think we could even hear you better.
All right, so the question has to do with more and more cities being concentrated centers for wealth and those cities also being places for political polarization versus the rural area. Given the trends in our economy, this problem seems to be getting worse and worse. So how would we restructure maybe zoning laws, as AJW pointed out, or the way that we structure our country to kind of bring people together and increase political unity?
So I think it's basically, we're talking about how you're getting a greater concentration of people in cities, and how do you account for that, like in the way that your legislative body is made up? Is that, that was kind of his question?
I thought he said concentrations of wealth are leading to polarization. Wealth and people, okay.
So I get a lot of heat over this. I really like our bicameral legislature. I like the idea that you have 2 senators from every state, that the state of Nebraska in the Senate has as much power as the state of California. I also like the idea that you have a House that makes it so that, like, 4 or 5 small states can't totally write new legislation for larger states as well. In terms of, like, how do you balance it when you go inside of a state and balance power between, like, cities and rural areas, I don't think that we should balance power based on, it sounded like you were implying that we should do it based on, like, wealth or GDP. I think that there's a lot of people that can offer a lot to the United States that don't just come down to the economic productive power because they happen to work in tech or finance or something else. So yeah, I don't know if I would restructure things based on those questions. We can always have arguments over how you draw districts or how that goes, but I think that largely speaking, I think that the American system with the way our government is set up right now actually works pretty well. But I think the problem is right now what it's expressing is how polarized the country is, which means the government is pretty ineffective at getting anything done, unfortunately.
And like you mentioned the zoning law specifically, one of the things that like restrictive zoning laws does is it makes it like basically not profitable to build any middle class housing. Like you can have a rich person in a luxury apartment and you're like, oh, you make way more money catering to them. But in reality, if you built a ton of apartments for like low to middle income people, you would probably make more money and you wouldn't be subject to the whims of that small group of people deciding that they want to leave for greener pastures. So the reason I don't need to get rid of every zoning regulation. I understand people want some control over their neighborhood and they don't want to look like some of the most ridiculous images of Houston, which by the way, look those up, they're hilarious. But like we can't let like people in California is one of the worst at this, like vote against people who want to move into their areas to ban every single project from ever being able to be built. Like it's a violation, in my opinion, of their rights because you're giving the current residents rights over people who are in the country and should have equal protection, and it just makes it impossible to afford to live in these places.
I think one of the other issues is the reason you see a lot of concentration of wealth in the cities is something called the Cantillon effect, and it's just it's very long, but you could summarize it by saying those closest to the money printer are the ones who benefit the most of it, as opposed to those furthest away who are impacted by higher inflation and the bullwhip effect of rising costs across the world. And so you see that as well in the cities, where so much of this wealth is essentially fake, because we have this system where you're putting massive amounts of money in at the top, it's benefiting those at the top, and then it trickles down, not very well, Reaganomics, whatever. Again, it's not the 1980s anymore, and I think you're seeing that more and more. So you shut down that system, and that'll actually help to ease some of these issues.
Alrighty, so Jack, you've kind of touched on this a couple times already, but I'd like to hear an expansion.
Can you put the mic like up,
yeah,
almost uncomfortably up, like eat it?
All right, is this better?
It is actually.
All right, so Jack has touched on this a couple times already, but I'd like to hear an expansion. Instead of a national divorce, can we just return to states' rights and rule and severely restrict federal power to minimal needs, and how can we effectively do that?
I would be totally in favor of that. I am all for that. How we do it is, I hope someone else can answer that one.
Repeal the 17th Amendment.
Well, how do we do that?
Have a constitutional convention.
Right,
like
but I'm just saying that the
Amendment.
likelihood of all of that happening is so slim. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be optimistic. We will totally get it done.
I think that there's a great amount of productive power that comes from like working as like one cohesive body rather than 50 separate states. I think there's always places where we can carve out more state rights for certain issues, but I mean, to some extent, it's probably good to have some like parity or equalization of like rights across different state borders. Sometimes it's a little weird that like, for instance, I can get arrested, like smoking marijuana in one state but not another, or I could smoke somewhere, or I can have a public drink somewhere and not other places. Like, I don't know. I think that hitting parity across some states for certain law, or for some of you might know, like There are some states where you can ride without a helmet, and then as soon as you cross into another one, like state troopers will pull you over if you don't have a helmet on because of different rules. I think it's okay to have a high degree of mirroring of the laws between the states. Maybe we just carve out more individual state rights for things that we feel are important in the future.
Regarding democracy, is it okay if 90% of the population votes to, slaughter the other 10%? I mean, that's democracy, isn't it? I mean, how do you answer, when the German democracy invaded Poland and massacred 6 million Jews? I mean, democracy has no credibility anymore. I mean, democracy is, Australia. Democracy is, rounding up the Japanese in World War II. I mean, how do you answer all the disasters of democracy?
I do think, I mean, maybe that was directed at Stephen, but I do think but democracy is a terrible argument for like that reason. Obviously, we want limits. Even he would say he wants limits that respect the rights of individuals.
Rights, right? Yeah, I mean, like, ideally, I mean, truly, if we're being honest with ourselves, nobody here would disagree that if 90% of the country wanted to do something, it would happen. Right? That's just if you have 90% of the people that want to do something, it's going to happen. 90% of the people want to do it. Ideally, the way that a democracy hopefully functions is you have some special protections carved out where people can't vote away the civil rights of other people. But I mean, a democracy is only as good as the people that vote in any given democracy. So there is no, I can't give you like a guarantee that like, well, this will never happen because I would be lying to say so.
So Destiny has confirmed that he's against 90% of South Africans voting to attack white farmers.
I guess so. I don't speak for South Africa's government. I speak for, sure.
All right, this question's for everyone, and it kind of has to do with a lot of issues, underlying seem to be with data, personal data, health data, DNA data, speech data, whether it's online, in public data. So do we need a new Bill of Rights for our digital data, for our digital footprint that we put out there in public and on the internet?
Absolutely not. This is hilarious. Your data is our data. You've given it yourself freely. You've given it to Zuckerberg, to Bezos, to everyone. Your data is now ours. There's no rule for this. You will not be given any control of your own data, your own power, your own life. You'll own nothing. You'll be happy. You'll be in Zuckerverse. You'll be given your injections on a bi-daily basis. Your data will be controlled, and your life will be planned out. It'll be very nice for you.
We had a surprise panelist on this one.
I mean, I don't know that would take a brand new Bill of Rights, but I do agree with you that there is a lot of data that is going around that, a lot of people are making money off of, and it needs to be addressed. How that is addressed, I think, is, I don't know that we could get that done, but certainly something needs to be done.
I mean, I could see one written that I would support. I think the GDPR took good steps towards ensuring that you could keep track of what data a company has about you and have a right to have your data deleted after some period of time. So there's probably some legislation that we could come to an agreement on for like an Internet Bill of Rights. I don't know if I want like the median age 75-year-old congressperson figuring out like what Facebook memes should be banned or not. I don't know how I'd feel about that, but yeah, it probably would be a good idea to move in that direction.
If they can't log on to the computer by themselves, we don't want them making the rules, right?
So my question is to Jack, but anyone can answer. At the very, very beginning, it might have been in your opening statement, you either alluded to or directly said that the Boogaloo Boys were created by the feds in order to create some sort of narrative to keep them in power. Do you not think that the fact that people on both sides of the aisles, whether it's conservatives with the Boogaloo Boys not accepting that they're a real organization, or lefties with groups like the Black Hammer not accepting that they're real and that they're all just psyops, might be leading to a lack of cohesiveness in the U.S., not being able to call those things out for what they are?
I mean, did you have like a specific question, or? Yeah. I mean, I agree.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Then at the beginning, you referenced that, or you alluded to the fact that the Boogaloo Boys were feds. So my question is,
do you not think that that is damaging to discourse and to cohesiveness?
The Boogaloo Boys are definitely feds. Like, that's very obvious.
Wait, like all of them?
Very, no, not all of them. That's the way a federal operation works, right? You push this, there's a meme that gets pushed around, and then people get caught up in this thing, and then federal agents decide to go and pinpoint certain people. They did the exact same thing, by the way, to a lot of Muslim teenagers during the War on Terror who would be posting stuff, and, you know, there wasn't like the Facebook groups like it was in like it is now, but they would catch some kid posting something online, and then they would reach out to him and say, hey man, I'm from Hezbollah, or I'm from the PLO, and I want you to come work with me, and we're gonna do this mission to save, you know, or to fight back against the US government, and it would go all along down the line until that person had committed what's called, you know, conspiracy to commit, you know, whatever it was, most likely terrorism if it was one of those cases, and then they would snatch him up, right? So it's an entrapment operation, and it's very clear that's very, very, very large amount of Boogaloos, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers. I'm not saying that it was in it that the forces behind what made people want to join, you know, a gun rights group, you know, is some kind of federal operation. Obviously not, right? And that makes people become anti-government. Obviously not. But I'm saying these groups are targeted, used, infiltrated, and then eventually people go to jail because of things that federal agents do to them.
Just to be clear on what entrapment is, because we use this term a lot, if somebody presents to you the opportunity to do a crime and you jump on it, that's not entrapment. Entrapment is if you were forced to do a crime that you wouldn't have otherwise committed. So for instance, if I come up to you and I say, hey, you want to sell some crack, you can make a lot of money, and you do it, that's a legitimate catch. Like, if somebody else would have offered you, you would have jumped on it. Now, if I come up to you and I say, like, hey, I'm holding your wife hostage, I'm going to kill you if you don't sell crack, now we've got entrapment. Absolutely, absolutely. Offering somebody, presenting somebody the opportunity to commit a crime and then them committing it does not rise to the level of entrapment. Absolutely not.
No, you're right about that, but your example of what is entrapment is way overboard.
Well, if you threaten somebody, if you make somebody, I'm not saying it has to go that far.
You have to present circumstances that would make like it's a weird way the law is written, but to make present them circumstances that would make somebody who would not normally commit this crime commit the crime. Like, you're literally entrapping them. But you don't kidnapping their family and taking them hostage. That has nothing to do with
I'm giving the most extreme example.
No,
I'm just
that's
saying that,
literally like a different crime, though.
Sure,
like,
okay, but I'm saying that if
it's
you
like
present,
not
somebody,
an example
if you present
of
somebody
it.
the opportunity to commit a crime and they do the crime, that's not entrapment. That doesn't count as entrapment.
Like, if somebody held a gun to your wife's head and made you do something, don't go to court and be like, I was entrapped, bro.
Okay, we only have 5 minutes left, and we have far more than 5 people. So, quick question directed at one person, one answer.
Yes, my question's for Stephen over here. So you said earlier that part of the justification for vaccinating children is to protect others. You gave the example of Timmy spreading it to Jimmy, giving it to Grandma, right? Now, are you familiar with the study that came out of Barnstable County, Massachusetts, about 2 or 3 months ago, where they found that the viral load in vaccinated people was very similar to the viral load in unvaccinated people that had, well, I guess the vaccinated people have had breakthrough cases. With that being said, if you're less likely to show symptoms if you're vaccinated, wouldn't the person who would be the most risk to spread disease amongst children and spread to a grandmother be somebody who's actually vaccinated?
So I know there's been a study. I know there's at least one that came out that said that I think at the peak time of symptoms, viral load for vaccinated people, I think was similar to unvaccinated people. I don't remember if that was a preprint or if this is like published, peer-reviewed and everything. But even if that was the case, to figure out who's more likely to transmit, at the end of the day, we still have to gather the data on that and publish the research. Just because there might be a mechanism by which we can guess there might be more transmission, for instance, being asymptomatic, doesn't necessarily mean we can say there was more transmission, because there might be other confounding factors that make it so that's not the case. So for instance, if a vaccinated person has a high viral load but is less likely to get infected in the first place, that might be a confound that would reduce the likelihood of transmission, even if they might do it asymptomatically without being aware of it.
So doesn't that sound like a bunch of stuff we should probably figure out before we push national mandates?
Yes. I guess, Steve, what I would say is, you know...
I mean, this is what the CDC studies. You can go and read the site. You can read the study if you want to look it up.
This is off the CDC's website.
Like,
highest
also,
vaccinated, highest cases in the highest vaccinated places.
You work for
Israel.
Pfizer now.
Right. Yep.
I mean,
next question.
I just want to know.
Based and Pfizer pilled.
I just want to know how many of you up here actually believe that the FDA did approve the COVID vaccine, and if they indeed did not approve the COVID vaccine, I'm not talking about the press release that was released. I'm saying, did any of you bother to actually go to FDA and see if it was actually approved? And if not, what can you tell everybody about the Nuremberg Code and how forcing experimental treatments is a violation of the Nuremberg Code and a crime, a war crime against humanity?
Did we walk to the FDA building? Was that the question? Or I didn't, so.
Did you go online and actually look at FDA and see the FDA document and what was actually approved?
Are you referring to the fact that it was approved for a later date?
Or I think the only vaccine that's approved right now, I think it's called the. Yeah. So I believe it was the Pfizer. The only one that's gotten past the EUA, I believe, is the Pfizer. I think it's called Community or something. Like the actual name of the Pfizer one is the one that's been approved, I believe.
And it's only done overseas, not in America.
What's only done overseas?
The one that's being.
But the FDA doesn't approve drugs for overseas. For Europe, it'd be the EMA that approves the drug. The FDA has approved Pfizer's version of the vaccine.
We have to move on to a next question.
Next question, yeah.
The FDA sucks.
I was kind of hoping that I was going to have a little bit more time, but this will go out to any righty that wants to take it on stage, all right? So,
I can't hear anything.
Say again?
Speak up. Speak
Okay.
up. Do you want to try it without the mic? Yeah, let's try it without the mic. Can you say it without the mic?
As loud as you can.
Okay. So you said, and this goes to the conservatives, so you said that you're simply hated by your political opponents on the left, and you compared yourselves to a bear who was simply being poked, and that these feelings that the left has for you is not deserved. Forgetting political parties, that self-described conservatives have been seen throughout time to be supporting things like obscenity laws, anti-gay laws that bans them from being able to have legal marriage, Jim Crow laws, white backlash towards anti-segregation, and blasphemy laws and more. Do you really feel like none of these feelings that the left has for the right are deserved at all?
Yeah, but see, you're doing the exact same thing that you just said you were against, right? You're taking things from throughout history that none of us up here that I recall have said that we espouse and just applying it with a broad brush to a group of people that you don't like. You're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, I'm Northern scum, so I don't know what you're talking about, Jim Crow laws, and I didn't do none of that. Also, Jim Crow laws and a lot of segregation wasn't a response to anti-segregation legislation. Segregation kind of comes before the anti-segregation movement. A lot of segregationist laws actually came in the northern parts of the country, in the Midwest, due to the great migration of blacks from the South, because a lot of the blacks that were already in the North and in the West were already integrated. We have this like comical view of America and race relations that it's like this linear path of improvement, but that is not the case. It's actually like fits and starts in this country. And that's like not only true for black people, but it's true for like Jewish acceptance in the country, for Asians, etc.
So guys, we have to wrap it up. I just want you to give a warm round of applause to Stephen, Sarah, Sean, and Jack. And thank you guys for being here with us today.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And a round of applause for Carrie, the host.
Yes. Congratulations, we have left Pfizer pills on all of the chairs. You have now all been vaccinated by the latest Pfizer pill. Thank you very much.
All right, so it is 4:30. We're looking at coming back butts in seats at 5:30 for panel number 3, Learn Your ABCRTs, Education or Indoctrination. Don't forget to visit the U.S. Trump store in the back. You can see Sonny. Also, don't forget, we have our Myth-Informed MKE. You can go on there. We're live streaming, so you can share that to all your friends and whatnot. So please enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back in an hour.
All right, hello, sorry. I hear you. I hear you. They're talking about killing me. They're actually talking about killing me behind me, okay? Sock done left and Merrick the evil one, okay? These guys are actually... They're actually talking about kidnapping me and killing me. So if I don't come back, okay, you guys need to know that that's what happened. Okay, how you guys doing out here? That last one was not as fiery as the first one. We need to do some one-on-one panels, man. I want to argue with that lady. That would have been fun. Check super chats. Oh my God, who's this? Robert Evans. Got the guy. Oh, Robert. Oh shit, Robert is my dude. He's my close friend. He works at Pfizer. Damn. Oh my God, I didn't know you were going to be paying me on super chats. I thought that was going to be like a behind the scenes thing, but thanks, dude. That's fucking awesome. He's donating me, I think it was $2,000 was the agreement, and in exchange, I was going to autograph his mythic minted NFT of me debating and screaming at people. What?
There's a Mexican restaurant across the street. We can walk to it.
Cool. Sounds great. Qdoba. Oh, Qdoba. You could just say that. There's like a Mexican restaurant, Chipotle. Okay, yeah, I'll go. Okay.
They're saying it's a downgraded Chipotle.
It's a chain?
Yeah, it's Qdoba. Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an upgrade from Taco Bell.
You should have attacked this guy's valor in your opening statement. Oh my God. Are there any American cowboys? Dude, I can't believe he brought up like I can't believe that he brought up cowboys. Like, of all the things, fuck. What were they called? There's a name for Yeah, I'll be there in a sec. Okay. Don't wait for me. I'll come running over. What were they called? I could have triggered them if I would have remembered. Oh, vaquero, I think was the what was the favorite cowboys? Oh, because vaca means cow. Yeah, of course. Vaqueros was where the American cowboy. Is it vaqueros or vaqueros? Vaqueros, I think is good. I thought Merrick had beef with you. Well, everybody's nice in real life, okay? So nobody maintains the beef. Dude, some of these panels are painful. What was the lady trying to say about FDA and Pfizer rule? I have no idea. She's on some conspiracy level shit. As soon as she said she was banned from Facebook 3 times, I knew she was on some like conspiracy level shit, okay? Oh, FDA approves Pfizer anti-vax conspiracy theory. Following the FDA approval of Pfizer's shot, the anti-vaccine movement cooks up a new conspiracy. What is this? Oh, hey. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no problem. Hold on one second. I'm going to turn on Dono so I can catch up for you guys, all right? Hold on. That voice shit was so annoying. Yeah, but, I mean, it is what it is.
Yo, Dest, I'm going to keep it 350 with you. I'm down bad. I needed more time for playing slots, so I am now on meth. My dealer dipped out, and I am itching. I'm in the 6th row if you can help a brother out. You just, I hope the debate is going well. I'm going to keep it a stack with you. I'm down badder than when Nico found out Lon is about to sell 10% of his stock to the CI.
Shut the fuck
I need
up,
cash,
all right?
man.
It's a stupid fucking meme.
Got you, bitch. This panel is fucking crazy, El Mafro.
So, you know, it's you and Nico, so it's fire for fire. That one obviously wasn't.
Because I'm putting 100%
lit. So, I mean, you know, rise into.
Poggers.
I always like, people get mad at me because they'll say like, oh, he screams at people. I always match people where they are. So if somebody wants to scream at me, I love screaming at people. But if they're more chill, like I'm not going to like start out a because then I look unhinged. It looks bad for me.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, but, you did a good job. Yeah, it was fun. Especially
It's on now.
Last one, it couldn't have been the most, it wasn't the easiest because I know Sean is kind of, he does a good job at least trying to be moderate or at least seem moderate. And I know you're not always left on
Read with Jack. So sick of this mandate. If Americans do their research and go to Asia, they wouldn't
That's
be
fun.
even
I
able
love
to
it,
speak
dude.
as however they want.
1-on-3 or 1-on-4. It's super fun. I really enjoy it.
You did a good job.
Yeah, it's fun. Sean is pretty chill. I think he's definitely has like a more right-leaning bend, but I think he tries at least to get like the factual shit correct. He's not just going to start making shit up or whatever.
He has I like his actual Justice Warrior tag because he tries to be objective.
Sure. Because I'm putting 100%.
Cut this guy's mic, please. He lessened the productivity of this entire debate.
At least veer towards
what the objective answer is as opposed to what the one that qualifies on
Politically
his.
sound. Yeah, he seems right. I appreciate that. Sean does.
We should repeal the 17th so the next time it snows in Texas all of them freeze to death, and I never had to hear about their unwarranted
Because
pride
I'm putting
again.
100%.
So apparently, you guys do like a VIP thing from 10 to 12. I should probably stay because if people
Yeah.
bought tickets to hang out, then I'm kind of shitty if I just like peace out.
You're
Yeah,
a
so
genius,
probably
dude.
till 12, I think, or at least till 11 or 11:30.
When are you leaving?
Like 5:30 tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay. So you got to kind of.
Destiny, my
Stop
bro,
fucking
you
your
looking
fat
thick,
fucking
bro.
mouth.
Twitch been good to you this year.
Whoever will have me out. Well, this doesn't count as online stuff, right?
No, it doesn't. No, I'm saying this is an event, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying, do you do other events like this?
Oh, I mean, if people will invite me, but it's really rare. I mean, political stuff is really cancerous for sponsors, right? It's really hard to get money to like host these live events and shit. So it's really hard to.
We're aware.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. Yeah, you have like it's like Black Rifle Coffee, and then like some gold investment, right? And that's like all you can find for sponsors for anything like this.
You're a
yeah.
fucking statistician. Shit, if we could go Black Rifle, that'd be amazing.
Sure.
Matter of fact,
Wait, hold on. I will say real quick before you say it, they might be able to hear some of us, so don't give any specifics or whatever.
Shut the fuck up, Lipman, all right? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Particular company, maybe.
Oh, sure, maybe, yeah.
Would, so, but no, I was just wondering because I know that because you do.
Shut the fuck up, Lipman, all right? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Typically, yeah.
Twitter and I'm sorry,
YouTube, Twitch, yeah.
And YouTube. And do you interact with the people that say that's invited to the conference now? Do you usually? Is this the first time that?
It depends on the
or
person.
only time you're around these people?
So like Sean, I've talked with before.
Sean Fitzgerald?
Yeah.
You're a
People like
genius,
Jack,
dude.
I think, are more not like in the online debate sphere. So yeah, it just depends on the type of people. Yeah. I might have talked to the woman next to me, Ariel. I think I've argued with her before a long time ago.
She says you have.
Okay, then I definitely have. Yeah.
She goes, "Do you know Stephen Bonnell?" And I go, "Yeah, I know him."
Yeah.
I think he's been to a couple of our events.
Yeah, we definitely
I don't
do.
know what she said, but it was funny because she was excited. She was excited
Because I'm
to
putting
finally,
100%.
Meet you, see you, and then obviously exchange your
have the experience.
create a discourse with you.
Yeah, it was fun.
Because I'm putting 100%.
All right, well, I'm gonna say goodbye to these guys or put them on pause.
Oh,
and go eat,
sorry,
so.
buddy. Yeah, no problem. Yep,
Thanks a
we'll
lot, man.
see.
Have a good one. All right, hello. How are we doing? The Ariel person, is that like the turf person? The U.S. Fifth Circuit U.S. Federal Court blocks the coronavirus mandate. Is this the one that? Oh, the OSHA one. Yeah. Yeah, it's fair if they do. I mean, that's how you do it. That's the process. Go through the courts.
Thank you, Steven.
Wait, where did we settle on this? Where did we settle on this Tesla thing? Is Elon Musk allowed to take a public poll to see if he'll sell 10% of his shares? That feels so illegal. Or like, is he allowed to do that?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Do you think you need a better answer for an ideal to unite America? I don't know what like a realistic answer.
I feel like I've outpaced
I don't know if there's like a realistic answer to that ever. Like the problem is that like you can find bullshit answers, but like what do you think somebody agrees on that lives in like California and then someone that it lives in like Alabama, like a liberal in California and a conservative in Alabama? Like what do these two people agree on for ideals?
You're a genius, dude.
Today I learned that everyone is CI and the CI controls everything.
Tell him to see it, yeah. I'll probably leave donuts on as I run to get food. Did you see Sirius's gift? Oh, the Nico guy is unhinged. I don't know what to say.
Shut the fuck up, Lipman, all right? It's a stupid fucking meme. Fucking dubstep.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Fucking dubstep.
Oh, I read it on my phone. When you guys told me to drop the who is he talking to? I wheeled that one out. Who is this guy talking to? That was a good meme. Good job. Good job. Chat with a layup on that one, okay?
You're a fucking statistician. You're a genius, dude.
Okay.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Boom, 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 boom. Dude, it's so cold outside. I don't know if I can survive the journey.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Stool Presidente. Who is this guy? Click, 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 click. Oh, the Rimworld, or not Rimworld. Fuck, I'm reading something else. I'm sorry. The Barstool Sports guy. What is this? Do I care about this?
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Where's Melina? She's either at the hotel sleeping. She's probably hungover from last night. Or, I don't know. She might be up now. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna go do my thing. Should I leave this stream on? I could put music on in the background, I guess. I don't know. Why did you stand up that one time? Because the motherfucker was talking about limiting my video game time, alright? I don't know if we were gonna have to... We were gonna have to throw down. Hi. Oh, thank you. Take us with you? Okay, is this super loud or is this okay? I'm putting it at half volume. There you go. I can't really I can't carry you because you're hooked into like an HDMI feed.
Fucking dubstep.
I'll be back soon, okay? Don't worry, guys. I would never leave you guys, okay? I'll be back as soon as possible, okay? Stay chill. I'll be right back.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
And finally, supping. Love you, be safe.
You're a genius, dude.
/raid. That's tiny.
Fucking dubstep.
Thank you, Steven.
You sadly never came back. Sad.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Because I'm putting 100%. Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
That's tiny.
Fucking dubstep.
like an NPC in like someone else's life?
He wouldn't just leave us, right? He's coming back soon, right?
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
He's gonna kill me again.
/raid. That's tiny.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Train, Mom, can you come pick me up? He left me. He really left me this time. I could have never known. I thought he was the one. Call me back.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth. Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth. Because I'm putting 100%. Because I'm putting 100%.
Remember when Streamer Man went out to get cigarettes? I'm afraid it's been 9 years. His legend is gone. His DGG gone. Think on what we've lost.
Because I'm putting 100%.
It's moments like these when we are alone with no streamer meant to comfort us and speak to us that I remember the love I received from long ago. But not anymore. I am sad. I feel like an NPC in someone else's life, and I can't stop crying. And their destiny went, leaving his chat behind to find greener pastures, away from the daily misery of the streaming world. He never came back.
Warning, warning, please bring this device to your nearest security officer, as it has been compromised. Warning, please bring this device to your nearest security officer, as it has been compromised while you wait.
You're a fucking statistician!
His final goodbye became the most expensive and rare NFT linked on eternal
The accident was 3 years ago. Chat. Stephen would want us to move on.
It's done. I won't be coming back. Now it's time I leave. You all can now live your own lives without waiting for me again. All the time you could be spending improving yourself is finally here. Just know I will always be in your hearts. So go.
Because I'm putting 100%.
I am done feeling sad. I'm not going to feel loser anymore. Like what my parents did.
just to suffer. Every night it's just so good. My streamer man might be attack. It still hurts. We're going to take it back.
There he went, Stephen Arnold, sick. As you can see, what we left behind in this the duty
Your guess. I'm going to keep it above 50. This music is way too low. I can barely concentrate fingering the slot because that music also is
Sometimes you say things I know you don't mean, but it really gets to me. He left us 5 years ago. And you know, the toll he left us with, how could you say those things if you knew how I felt? I miss Streamerman so much. He didn't even say goodbye. LJ. Years have passed and his chat is still alive, waiting for his return to this very day.
Fucking mouth.
One night, someone put a picture on Facebook of a cow. It said, "This is how Shay looks." She read it with a tear streaming down her cheek. Then she went to sleep permanently. She drank bleach.
I'm smarter and stronger. I will take it.
As I depart, remember that I leave a part of me in all of you because I fuck out your moms. William.
He left us without ever dyeing his hair.
Change.world. My final message. Goodbye.
Case of the missing streamer man. Detective Dan is on the case. How it seems Destiny was shot by Nico on the way to CA on Cheeto. My condolences. We can build him bigger, taller, faster, stronger, fat. We can make sure no one ever outpaces him ever again.
I leave this world. I want you all to know that it's 10/15fighter/world. Guys, it is time to go. Fuck you, GG. Fuck MGs3. Fuck the lefties. Fuck the right. Fuck the bridges. Fuck your moms. Fuck it all. I am out. I have a new goal to be the Lord of the Afterlife. You laterally not have to
It was at this time that they realized, even though the streamer was temporary, the DGG is for life. The world would know no peace.
time of destiny has gone on too long. It is time for something new, something greater. It is time for destiny 2. I'm coming back home. See you guys soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a heads up, it's 5:25. We'll be starting at 5:26:27. We're starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes if you can return your seats. I appreciate it. We got 1 more minute before we get started. If you can please return to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we'll be starting panel number 3. Learn your ABCRTs, education or indoctrination. I think most of us here today have at least one simple thing in common. We don't like to be bullshitted. We try our best not to tolerate revisionist versions of history, and we want to be given only what sounds the best about who, what, and why things are the way that they are. Enter the critical race theory debate. I think the argument really hits home because we, and I'm assuming there are parents in the crowd and some people that will be parents eventually, we aren't necessarily the ones at the table being wrapped up in this debate that rages around about CRT. It's our kids. I have a couple kids, and I'll be damned if I'm not as vigilant as I possibly can be protecting my children. And obviously, my children's physical well-being is obviously a priority. CRT, some say, is an invasion of their minds, which may be even more important because they're given a responsibility to try and articulate complex ideas on their own. Is CRT just providing context to the history of the people of this country? Or is it really a Trojan horse by ideologues who intend to shape arguments and dialogue in a way that could harm them? For our next panel, please welcome back our moderator, Carrie Smith. And our speakers, he's a math PhD and founder of New Discourses, James Lindsay. And please welcome back Mr. 150K, Sean Fitzgerald. We have a social justice warrior science dude who has an MS in biomechanics, Justin Jangles Gibson. And last but not least, our good friend, Michael Gonzalez.
So thank you guys for being here. Critical race theory has become one of the most contentious issues this past year, with many crediting it for the recent gubernatorial election results in Virginia. I'm going to start off with a hard question, one the media has told me that no one can answer. I would like for each of you to attempt to tell me, what is critical race theory? In your own words, how would you describe it to a friend?
Well, I mean, there's two answers with this, and I would hope that we would get past level 0 of the conversation where people stop talking about the obscure, like, legal theory that's taught in high-end academic institutions. Like, that's not what we're generally going to be talking about today. What we're going to talk about is how some of these, like, ideas on how to educate future generations from critical race theorists have trickled their way into education. And, like, I believe people have different terms for it. They'll call it, like, woke studies or whatever, but this idea, the idea that we'll have, like, white privilege, I forgot the word, mixed in with the curriculum, or we'll teach kids about we'll teach kids obsessed about oppression versus oppressor dynamics and all that. Like, in terms of, like, the legal theory, I just want to agree right off the bat that we all agree that the legal theory is not what we're going to be talking about, but what's being taught in the K-12 school.
We all agree with that, the legal theory is just race theory, not
We're going to talk about everything we associate with critical race theory without actually talking about critical race theory, because we're not talking about critical race theory because that's not being taught in schools. But it is being taught in schools, but we're not talking
because
about it.
I'm putting 100%.
We've not had a debate on critical race theory yet because we don't know what it is, or at least we don't know what people mean when they say it, because critical race theory is a very esoteric academic theory that's kind of boring. It's incredibly complicated, but at its basic idea, it holds that race is a social construct, one born of power, not based in biology. So it says that basically, you tell me if this is a Marxist idea or not, that it holds true that all men are created
because I'm
equal.
putting
All
100%.
racial groups are created equal. And
Who is he
therefore, if we
talking
see
to?
vast disparities and outcomes that we see from these racial groups, there must be some sort of policy that is keeping people from being the individuals that they could be. Race is something placed upon individuals that keeps them from realizing the American dream. And that's what critical race theory is. But we have to get bogged down into, like, all these things that people associate with it, because it's been associated with basically any weird race stuff that you see in school is now critical race theory. So it's a hard topic to talk about because we're never talking about the same thing. So it is very important to, like, define these concepts that we're talking about.
James, do you have any disagreement with his definition, his proposed definition?
Sort of. I disagree that it's complicated. It's extraordinarily simple, as a matter of fact. It looks like Lake Superior, but it's about as deep as a mud puddle. If you want a definition for critical race theory, I'll give it to you in 2 words. It's race Marxism. That's all it is. It is the division of society into a stratified situation where race is taken as the central construct for understanding inequality. That's a direct quote from Gloria Ladstone-Billings and William Tate IV in their paper Toward a Critical Race Theory of Education from 1995. So it is a study of the stratification of society through a Marxian lens. I will prove that to you in just a second. So that centers race in all understanding of inequality. So while you gave a good insider's definition, it's not complicated at all. It's pit whiteness as a form of bourgeois property and the people who have access to that against people who are said to be excluded from that as whiteness as property, as Cheryl Harris, 1993, where she says in particular among its property rights that whiteness carries, that whiteness has the fundamental right to exclude. And so the construction, or the claim, is that race was constructed by white people originally from Europe so that they could exercise privilege and power and maintain it for themselves over people of color. This is a social stratification theory. When it's said to be that these people are held in conflict with one another, now we have a social stratification theory combined with a conflict theory. And when it's said to be done in order to figure out
I'm not good with computers.
fundamental inequalities or to understand inequalities so that those can be redressed through redistribution of resources and access, which we call racial equity in this case, then you actually have a Marxian theory of race. That's what critical race theory is. But let's not belabor the point. Let's just read their definition from their own book. Critical Race Theory Introduction by Richard Delgado, one of the founders of critical race theory, who, by the way, at the founding conference in Madison, Wisconsin in 1989, said that they were a bunch of Marxists meeting to discuss if they had anything in common to talk about regarding race and law. But they were Marxists. And they wrote this book with his partner Gene Stefanchik in 2001. What is critical race theory? On page 2, the critical race theory movement is a collection of activists and scholars interested in studying and transforming the relationship among race, racism, and power. The movement considers many of the same issues that conventional civil rights and ethnic studies discourses takes up, but places them in a broader perspective. that includes economics, history, context, group and self-interest. There's your false consciousness part, by the way. That's a neo-Marxist idea. And even feelings and the unconscious. That's why they read your mind. Unlike traditional civil rights, because it's not like traditional civil rights, unlike traditional civil rights, which embraces incrementalism and step-by-step progress, which if it rejects those, it must be revolutionary, which is what all Marxian theories are. Critical race theory questions the very foundation of the liberal order, including equality theory, because it prefers equity, legal reasoning, because it sees the law as a construct to maintain whiteness and to exclude access to equal protection under the law for certain races, Enlightenment rationalism, because it sees that as a white way of knowing, as opposed to the kind of structurally determined ways of knowing from people of color that are determined by their position, called social position or positionality, against these social constructs of power relevant to race that were created by white people in order to maintain their power and privilege over other people, and also the neutral principles of constitutional law. Just to be clear about our subject today, the second paragraph, although critical race theory began as a movement in the law, it has rapidly spread beyond that discipline. Today, many in the field of education, today is 2001, many in the field of education consider themselves critical race theorists who use CRT's ideas to understand issues of school discipline and hierarchy, tracking controversies over curriculum and history and
just throwing ourselves off a bridge.
Political scientists ponder voting strategies coined by critical race theorists. Stacey Abrams is in this question, just didn't know it.
The aliens are in contact with
where
you along. That's okay because
ethnic studies courses off. This is an important point at the end of the paragraph. Ethnic studies courses often include a unit on critical race theory in American studies departments. Teach material on critical whiteness studies developed by critical race theory writers. And here's the key. Unlike some academic disciplines, critical race theory contains an activist dimension and not only tries to understand our social situation, but to change it. In other words, it directly in the second paragraph of the book on page 3 paraphrases Karl Marx's dictum for a social theory. It's race Marxism. It's as deep as a mud puddle, as broad as Lake Superior, because all it does is use a bunch of rhetorical garbage to make people think it's complicated, so you'll pay attention to it.
Speaking of rhetorical garbage, you notice how he gets something out of it, they define what it means. That's one of the reasons that we're having such a hard time talking about this. Instead of listening to the critical race theorists, we want to discredit critical race theory. This is better, so this is the Better Discourse Event. Rather hear that is explained in their best possible way, with the best good faith effort to understand the strongest position. They critique that, because there are definitely
okay, Justin.
There are definitely critiques of this theory, because there's critiques of any school.
Where? Name a critique of this theory in the academic literature.
Because it's
outside of like 3 law articles from 1990.
Sure, here's a really good critique of it. One, there is a lot of discussion within it, so they have a hard time. If you wanted a big critique,
they're all internal critiques. They all take on the fundamental assumptions that race must be the fundamental construct for understanding all inequality.
So he's doing the thing where he's trying to tell you.
You say critical race theory is Marxism. You say critical race theory is simple.
And you were
never
talking to
explain
the audience
behind how I'm going to
yeah, and then you
fuck your
interrupted me
mom.
to let them know what I was actually saying.
Mike didn't get to give his definition.
Can I finish that one point? So
These guys need to critically get laid critically.
Because, yeah, he's going to actually speak at some point. So one of the biggest critiques of it is because it's about critiquing, it's about deconstructing a lot of ideas. And that's not a bad thing. It's good to take a critical eye to certain positions. Like, there are problems with colorblind laws. Like, there's a lot of examples in history where there was a colorblind application of law that nonetheless had a very, very bad disparate outcome between racial groups. Like, for example, like, for a lot of, like, the Jim Crow laws, they treated the races equally. You had to stay on your side of the line no matter what race you were. And that's like, that's not treating races.
777
obviously,
777 HE 777 and then HE 777 and then HE 777 and then HE 777 and then
in what year did that become legal?
And then HE 777 and then HE 777 and then 777
So for example,
HE 777 and then 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 HE 777
Wait, is that a discrepancy that's based in their racial category? Is it a discrepancy that's based in economic status and correlates strongly with their race? Because it's an economic issue that correlates with race. It's an economic issue. But if we take, again, elasticity, again, I quote the paper, critical race theory exists to make race the central construct for understanding inequality. It's a direct quote from the Report of Critical Race Theory of Education, 1995.
Yes.
Hold on. If that is what's going on, what we have is a case with the univariate fallacy being applied, where now everything that's a discrepancy, a disparate outcome, must be condensed down to being understood in terms of race. Now, you even said this in your definition. When you gave your definition, so let me use your definition.
Critical race theory looks at race. Of course it's going to play.
No.
Because it's
It
the
makes
variable
race.
we're looking at.
No, it makes race the central construct for understanding inequality. That's a very different thing than to say it uses race.
It uses race because that's what the variable is.
It uses race as the determinant variable to all inequality, which is a bogus analysis. It's kind of a child.
What's the bogus analysis?
On what basis is that a bogus analysis?
I didn't hear you, sir.
On what basis is analyzing inequality through the lens of race a bogus analysis?
No, only through the lens of race. Because if there's any other variable, you've ignored every single possible other explanation. That's why.
What he's calling bogus is basically a reappropriation of the God of the gaps argument, except it's a racism of the gaps argument. So essentially, you see a gap, you fill it with racism, much as in the atheist versus creationist debates. God was filled in whenever there was a gap, something that couldn't be explained, or even if it could be explained. Like one of the things that was brought up is children's discipline and the disparities in outcome between children in K through 12 education and their suspensions. And it's like, oh look, black kids are disproportionately suspended more in K through 12 education. It's like, yeah, they're overrepresented in all our violent crime statistics.
Oh shit.
Why would we expect that to
I'm so
only
sorry, I had
start
the
when
music
they
left on.
leave
Oh my
school?
God.
And none of those problems would manifest there. So, like, we've had programs in this country from the Obama administration based on the idea that disparate outcomes is sufficient to prove racism. That's what we're calling bogus.
This is a very logical and easy explanation for that, and it's in the legacy of Jim Crow. There were race-explicit laws designed to create disparate outcomes.
When did those
There
go
were
away?
race-neutral solutions to those. That doesn't erase any of the legacies of those race-explicit laws.
When did those laws stop existing?
So there's also a very
Oh man, we got our
racism.
binder Andy on stage.
One is a deontological view of racism, which says that racism is bad because it's bad. And that's good. I hope we all agree with that. Racism is bad, kind of intrinsically. But there's also a consequentialist view of racism. Racism isn't just bad because it's bad because it causes
It's structurally
outcomes.
determinant.
It
What
causes
did I say?
people to have a lack of opportunity to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. That is a very American concept. A lot of people think
Yeah,
CRT
but we're
is
conflating-
anti-American,
Justin,
but it's a fundamentally
Justin.
American idea. It is taking those American ideas seriously. Primarily, that all men are created equal.
You're
That these
jangling,
racial boundaries are being
Justin.
placed on people
Yeah,
by
these
power
ideas are
structures.
called
You
racial
are
Marxism,
jangling.
by the way. That's what the construction Lindsay proposed, is that the idea that any of this
Let me
equality-
just read another freaking critical race theorist to you, and this is
let me
your
just-
In
definition.
that
Before you
long
read this, let me
filibuster,
just
please,
ask-
you had a giant filibuster where you read Richard
Wait,
Delgado's
just
entire
so
book.
we are
We
on
don't
the
need
same
another
page.
Richard Delgado book.
I want to understand what it is you
Honk.
disagree with about his definition, because he read Delgado's definition.
I don't disagree with that definition. He's framing it like it's a bad thing. He puts it under the guise of Marxism, and he makes Marxism sound pretty damn good if you actually listen to what he says. He's coming in with a framing, and that framing is dishonest. That's what I disagree with.
No, the first question was a definition. He literally brought a definition.
I literally
Like,
read
that's-
their
You can't be
And
more
I disagree
genuine
with
than
that.
Oh man, it's getting heated in here, guys.
And you added a lot to it. That's my critique of what your definition was.
Okay,
is that
let
every
me-
other thing he said, you would
Look,
interpret what it
I
actually
will
meant.
concede that writing things down, either on paper or on your phone, is for nerds. That is true.
I didn't use my no, I used their book. I actually have their book on my phone.
Yeah. But
I've read it like 8 times.
Reading is also for nerds. But I will also say, you brought up that Jim Crow is the reason, like the legacy of Jim Crow is the reason for disparate outcomes between racial groups, which is a little bit odd because we have certain indicators, like the homicide rate in the 1950s going into the 1960s, when Jim Crow was in effect, being lower than the homicide rate post the Civil Rights Act. If Jim Crow were the cause of all these negative outcomes, then how come
Am
the
I on
negative
any more
outcomes
panels?
appear to
No, I
have
don't believe so,
correlation with
no.
Jim Crow?
So do you think racial attitudes ended? They were fixed. They were fixed with Jim Crow. You keep asking like when these things were
I didn't say they were
passed.
fixed, but if you're going to say Jim Crow laws caused a disparity and that produced
The
all
laws
these
are a
negative
byproduct
outcomes,
of a culture which
example was
produces these
specifically
attitudes.
violent crime,
Well,
then
because
we
these
would
laws-
expect Jim Crow, if it caused a disparity in violent crime, to cause that disparity before it's repealed rather than after it's repealed.
These laws are a byproduct of a culture which produces this idea. People can self-racialize. People can have a conception of race that might be negative, even reinforced by society onto their own race. It's no mystery that people who are treated badly, who have an entire legacy, a generation, a history of negative treatment by people in this country, would persist in carrying on those negative attributes even when the barriers of the law are removed.
So this is what I call the racism of the gaps argument. So he said this was causing this. I disputed that because obviously Jim Crow laws, if they were causing something, would cause it when they're in effect. And then he's like, listen, out in the abstract, there's some racism that is causing this disparity.
Sean, you're not disputing what I said, so let's try this.
So this is where we...
Okay, here, I'm going to jump in here as moderator.
Thank you.
I have a question about this. I think this gets boiled down to a lot of the time. Do you believe that we should judge and treat people differently on the basis of race if it's for a noble cause? If it is in the service of ending racism, should we judge and treat people differently on the basis of race?
I think it's a terrible idea. That's Ibram Kendi's idea. He says on page 19 of How to Be an Anti-Racist Nerd, he says on the page 19, he says that the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination.
Hey, James, you have a degree in math. Isn't that mathematically correct? If two groups have had these giant disparate outcomes... Wait,
no, because
hold on, no. I have a question.
No, because the person behind can see that they're behind and run faster.
James Lindsay filibuster.
If you've ever been on a track team, you don't want to be the person in the front because you don't know what's going on behind you. You want to be behind so you can catch up.
If the person behind has to run faster, isn't that unfair? They have to work harder to achieve the same outcomes.
So you do believe we should treat people differently in the service of ending racism? We should judge and treat people differently.
No, wait, hold on. You're not going to absolutely explain that. In your individual life, absolutely not. However,
he advocated discrimination.
Are you having trouble? So if we have these giant, again, it's not just the deontological, the racism is bad because it's bad. It's because of the effects that it produced. So if you're saying, like, if you want to close this gap, if you believe that all men are created equal and that we should have relative parity among racial groups because they are equal, that seems like a very American concept to me, then how are you going to use a race-blind thing to get there? It doesn't mean that we have to know all the black people. No, we have to rise you up, all the white people. We have to keep you down till everybody's even. But we can enact policies that disproportionately help black people while helping white people as well. Right? If you don't invest any sort of effort into bringing this gap together, it will never close on its own.
So how do you feel, for example, about the Ted Cruz amendment that he proposed when they were doing the Stop AAPI Hate bill? So they were doing Stop AAPI Hate. This was in the wake of that shooting that didn't turn out to be racially motivated. It was a sex worker crime. And they do Stop AAPI Hate. Ted Cruz proposes an amendment that says, let's amend the bill to outlaw the currently existing, the currently being employed racial discrimination in our colleges and universities against Asian Americans. And it was a party line vote. Every single Democrat who voted, which was all but either one or two of them, I would have to check exactly what it was, voted against removing an actual form of institutional racism against Asian Americans. Where do you stand on that?
Not in favor of it. Not in favor of the law that would be disproportionately impactful against Asian Americans.
And how do you feel about vaccine passports, which are having disparate impacts on people?
Wait, I have another question, because you were talking about how everybody's equal and therefore we should expect some kind of equal outcome, and the only way to cure past racism is by future discrimination. I know you wouldn't call that future racism, so not trying to throw that at you. But
well, instead of straw manning that position, why don't you define that a little more honestly? What do you think he means by that?
I know that Americans are obsessed with race and our own personal racial history, but there is no evidence at all that being a discriminated against minority produces negative outcomes. In fact, the world is full of discriminated against minorities. Jewish people, Chinese people in Malaysia, there's different minorities like the Lebanese
What is his argument?
that have all faced similar forms of discrimination and have become successful, more successful than their majority countries. So you have to fundamentally prove to me that discrimination caused the gap in the first place before you can even get to the stage where you're proposing alternate discrimination to fix it. Because
and this
in
is
Malaysia,
what we're talking about. When you lump any of these groups together, no, black people do not have the same history. They do not have the same lineage in the United States as most Asian groups do. They are different. All discrimination is bad, but again, you have to take a consequentialist framework of it. So there's something called the Y tree. So if we do see all this big disparity between black and white people, and usually when we talk about race, it's black and white people, why do you think that is? It's called the Y tree. Why? Eventually, you get to a policy or a history of policies, or you really don't want to let go of this notion that maybe one group actually is inferior to another.
Well, what you call a big disparity, I call a small disparity, because the disparity between people in their origin countries of Europe and people back in their origin countries of Africa is much greater.
Their origin country is the United States.
So they're doing way better.
And say
that. Didn't you just treat people based on their race?
I'm talking
their origin country.
No, I'm talking about their origin countries. Like
how many black people in Appalachia,
white people in America just come from Europe. Do you guys know that?
We need some reparations for Appalachia.
Did
How
you guys
about that?
catch
Is that race?
That's what I'm talking about.
jump
Like,
in
so
here,
we have a narrower disparity.
But
I'm saying we have a narrower disparity in the United
States. I know, but
States.
I think you just accuse someone of not wanting to let go of the idea that their race is superior. And I just have a question for you, because Texas is one of the states that has proposed legislation. We passed legislation banning. It's been called an anti-critical race theory bill. That's passed. And in this legislation, it says that you're not allowed to teach that one race is superior over
Incredible.
another.
That's a great law to have. And so if you see these giant racial disparities, the reason those racial disparities are bad is because no group is inferior or superior to another. That's the entire impetus behind why critical race theory analyzes these things.
No, because it uses a fallacy and
education,
it attaches a fallacy to
income,
that.
in wealth. If we see these,
You're still filibustering, so I can't tell you what your flawed definition.
Inferior.
Let me read to you from Dr. Kendi. Racial inequity is evidence. Okay, sorry, I'll back up. To fix the original sin of racism, Americans should pass an anti-racist amendment to the Constitution that enshrines two guiding anti-racist principles. This was your definition from the beginning, by the way. Racial inequity is evidence of racist policy, and the different racial groups are equals, or at least you mentioned the different racial groups are equals part. You said it grows out of all men are created equal. But the second assumption here is all groups are equal, and then any disparity in outcomes must be interpreted as racism, which is exactly either the univariate fallacy that I was bringing up or the racism of the gaps.
Do you think that literally any racial disparity would be considered that, or maybe do we have
that's
a long
what he
history?
said. That is the view from critical race theory.
So he's not a critical race theorist. Is he a critical race theorist?
Here's the thing: you cannot explain the Appalachian achievement gap using this framework.
It's actually a great framework. I don't know why you pointed to him like it was a good point. Policy.
No, the thing is how do you explain?
When he says the Appalachian achievement gap, he's talking about how mountainous people tended to lag behind people in the plains. Like, this is true.
Yes,
and
you know why? Do you know why? I'm from Appalachia.
Geographical disadvantages.
No, bad policies.
No. What are you talking about?
Oh, wait, what are you talking about?
If you had better access to the ocean than somebody on the mountains, then you were more likely to have trade. Trade creates economic prosperity. This is why typically areas where there's plains, they can establish farms. That's what he's talking about with the Appalachian theory.
The Appalachian. Okay, I thought it was
talking about geographical things that would lead to differences in outcome.
And I could point to bad
I'm talking actually mostly about cultural values.
I don't want this to devolve into where we're just yelling over each other and people at home and watching online can't tell what we're saying. So I do have, there's a couple of things in the ideas that the media has been putting forward, one of which is that critical race theory doesn't exist. I think we're all in agreement that it does, even though we might have different definitions for it. The other thing they've been putting forward is that, well, if it does exist, it's not being taught K through 12. Do we disagree on that?
Sean said it beautifully. There's the thing that's actually critical race theory, and then there's the deconstructed term that means literally anything that you want it to mean that's actually being taught in schools, as they say.
So if you don't believe it's being taught in K through 12, what is it that you would oppose in the bills that... Why would you oppose a bill that says, let's stop teaching critical race theory when you don't believe it's being taught anyway?
Because, as you said, with the Texas bill, it doesn't actually ban critical race theory, does it? It bans certain concepts to make talking about race
It
harder.
bans critical race praxis, and praxis is an integral component of any Marxian theory. Any critical theory, by the way, critical race theory, any critical theory must have at least three components. This is according to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Entry on Critical Theory. The three components it must contain are that it must contain an idealized vision for society. It must be able to critique the existing society for not living up to or moving toward that idealized vision for society. And it must also inspire social activism and be able to be put into practice. So a critical theory requires praxis. So critical race theory requires critical praxis. If you read Paulo Freire, everything about the theory is praxis. If you read any of these folks, it's seriously, it's always praxis, praxis, praxis. It has to be put into praxis or it's not a legitimate critical race theory. So what's being done in schools is the praxis of critical theory, which is taking this stratification view of society and is teaching children by separating them into oppressor and oppressed groups, privileged versus oppressed, teaching them about racial privilege, attaching it to racial identity, telling people through culturally responsive teaching that different cultures have different races have different cultures, which is a fundamentally racist idea. I literally just met a black man the other day who sat here and talked to me about freaking anime for like an hour.
Just out of curiosity, are you?
He's a total weeb.
So just out of curiosity, are you quite intentionally redefining what critical race theory means in the public mind, expanding it as a catch-all for the new racial orthodoxy? Is that what you're doing, just out of curiosity?
I actually did not understand what you said because of the echo. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Are you quite intentionally redefining what critical race theory means in the public mind, expanding it as a catch-all for the new racial orthodoxy, so that we can actually talk about what it says? And now instead of ironically,
I'm not Chris Rufo. I'm a stealth bomber.
Ironically, instead of viewing each individual case as an individual case, yeah, there are definitely teachers out there who put out really bad assignments. And now, ironically, instead of treating those as individual cases of bad conduct, now we can blame it on this catch-all theory that says the exact opposite of what he says it is.
What I'm saying, so you can be clear, what critical race theory is, in its simplest brass tacks that's being taught in schools, is dividing people by racial category into privileged class versus oppressed class in maybe a complicated way, but nevertheless. So talking about racial privilege as a key component to understanding how race creates inequality, and secondly, teaching about the need for racial equity as a redistribution scheme that eventually leads to racial justice through some process of applying it long enough.
Actually, all that's pretty good.
It's not good. It's communism.
Hold on. All that was pretty based.
See,
now what he never does. What he never does is say what's wrong with any of that.
It didn't work last time. It won't work this time.
So you agree that that's being taught, but you agree that it should be taught? You think it should be taught that people should be divided up into oppressor and oppressed in the classroom?
No, because that's not critical race theory. It was what I was talking about. If there are individual instances of like bad classroom activities, yeah, critique those. But you keep saying that critical race theory says that it's things that it specifically doesn't. So, for example,
Iron law of woke projection.
Who here thinks that critical race theory says that white people are inherently evil? Awesome.
The correct statement is that critical race theory scapegoats whiteness as a form of bourgeois property.
What does it mean by whiteness? What does it mean by whiteness, James?
Do you want me to fucking read it to you? Whiteness is a set of...
Yes, I would assume you could just give me
But while he's digging that up, I just want to point out that we had every critical race theory discussion ever, and I tried to avoid it by saying, let's not argue about the obscure legal theory and talk about it in practice. We went through, it's not critical race theory, it's not being taught in schools, and also it's based, I'm kind of in favor of it, which is how every single one of these conversations happens.
Whiteness is a location of structural advantage of racial privilege. Second is a standpoint, a place from which white people look at ourselves and others and at society. Third, whiteness refers to a set of cultural practices that are usually unmarked and unnamed. That's on Brandeis Universities. I could talk about whiteness as property, which we already talked about. But to do this, we have to understand the definition of race.
Are you going to answer what's wrong with that? Like,
it is bourgeois property. It is a Marxist understanding.
He did it. You just called it Marxist.
Yeah,
okay, hold on. Definition of race from the same website. Hello.
Wait, we're talking over each other.
A misleading and deceptive race. A misleading and deceptively appealing classification of human beings created by white people originally from Europe, which assigns human worth and social status using the white racial identity as the archetype of humanity for the purpose of creating and maintaining privilege, power, and systems of oppression. Exactly like I said earlier when I was speaking off the cuff. It holds up whiteness as a special status. What we would have said bourgeoisie if we were vulgar Marxists. It gives this access to a greater standing in society to people that are designated as white, whether they are, say, Anglo, or whether they are, say, Polish, or whether they are, say, Irish or German,
because statuses already exist,
or now Asian.
Because there are disparities in outcome and achievement between the different racial groups
because
that exist.
It makes the fundamental fallacy of making race the central construct for understanding inequality. In other words, it commits the univariate fallacy of condensing everything down to race and putting it in a conflict theory sense.
So can I ask you a question? Are white people and black people biologically real?
Are they biologically what?
As in, like, can you have a biological classification of white and a biological classification of black that would hold up to any sort of scrutiny?
I mean, that's not exactly right. What you can actually do is there are biological classifications of population groups spread throughout the planet. Some of them have different colors of skin. That actually you can't. That's not deniable.
Are these genetic clusters called race?
Race is a low-resolution, socially constructed category into which
it
people...
is socially constructed.
I don't disagree with
By
you.
who?
What I disagree with is Kimberly Crenshaw, where she says this social category is imposed, therefore we can't deconstruct it and walk away from it, mapping the margins near the end. Where she says that we need to reevaluate social constructivism to turn it into a critical constructivism that recognizes the racial imposition so that it cannot be deconstructed. Therefore, we have to walk away from, and this is her own words, we have to walk away from people who happen to be black and embrace instead people who are black. I am black over I'm a person who happens to be black. Her reasoning is specifically, I'm a person who happens to be black, strains for a certain universality. In effect, I am first a person. When instead she says that we should be actually embracing an identity-first mode that says that no, race is, because it's imposed, has to become a social location for a anchor of subjectivity. That's her exact wording on this. What I'm opposing, the thing is, I'm saying, yeah, the thing that we call race is actually socially constructed. It maps poorly onto actual biological groups that you could find, you could draw DNA and actually detect differences in. It maps poorly on. It's socially constructed. And my view as a liberal is we should deconstruct that. We should take that apart. Whether that's, I don't really want to use postmodern means, but we could use liberal means. Hold on. But what critical race theory says is, no, we cannot and will not deconstruct it because it is imposed from without, which is not true in 50 years.
So how would you deconstruct the socially imposed thing? Because one, white has not meant...
Stop talking about it.
Oh, no. Stop. If we have a problem, just stop
Ignore
talking
the
about
problem.
it.
No,
Hope it goes
great.
away. It will. I mean, it's been doing great for the past 400 years.
But this gets back to my question
Jingling.
about, do you believe that the best way to fight racism is by teaching kids that we are divided along these racial groups and that some, based on your race, you have a different worth or you have more value?
Teaching them that there is a societal construction of race. Critical race theory does not propose this sort of biological construction, nor does it propose racial essentialism. It rejects it explicitly.
No, it actually synthesizes it into structural determinism.
There's nothing wrong with teaching children of something they can observe. They understand that race exists. They have a conception of race, and they develop it from a young age. It's worth exploring that topic.
No, worth exploring. We have a Mott and Bailey happening again. What actually it says is that the imposition of race. What it says is that the imposition of race creates a structurally determinate system in which the social experience of the position of race is actually essentializable. It's not essential in the biology. It's essential in the cultural and social experience, and that gives a unique voice of color, which is why Dave Chappelle making a trans joke came from his, according to the article, his position of white privilege. That's why Larry Elder's the black face of white supremacy.
I want you to
He's
take
black,
note of his
he has
entire
to stay on the
strategy here.
plantation.
I want you to take note of his entire strategy here. We're trying to give the best possible version of it, and he's done it several times now. He'll say, no, let me tell you what it actually means. I don't want to hear the strongest
Because
version
my
of this.
eyes are open, Jangles.
Because your minds are open?
Because I'm not a liar, Jangles.
Oh, no.
So,
I mean,
okay.
wait, hold on. Well, you kind of are. Do you think that critical race theory essentializes people based on race? Yes or no?
Critical race theory has a long
You're not
going
going
enough.
to answer yes or no.
Yes or no? Does critical race theory essentialize people based on race?
Yes, by proxy.
So this is exactly wrong. This is not a mischaracterization.
He
of
asked an
critical race
illegitimate
theory.
question
This
and
is
thinks he
not a
got a gotcha. Fuck
This is
this
not a
guy.
mischaracterization of critical race theory. This is the equivalent of getting every single question wrong on a multiple choice exam. The only way you can be that wrong is if you are intentionally being.
This is why I didn't go on his
critical race theory.
podcast.
In Delgado's book, which I also have, in Delgado's book, they said they reject race essentialism because it is not. It is a socially imposed thing. Therefore, someone cannot be essentially black.
It essentializes your social experience by positionality. I've explained it 4 times.
But if we agree on this race is a social construction.
They say it gives a unique voice of color. So if you're black, you have to speak.
You are
Ayanna Pressley says. Ayanna Pressley said, "We don't want black faces who won't be black voices. We don't want brown faces who won't be brown voices." Why? Because there's a unique voice of color associated with the structural experience. That's critical race theory.
Do you not understand
saying
the
that black
difference between-
people think the same.
Okay.
Not that they are the same, that they think the same.
Every single question on that multiple choice exam has been marked wrong on purpose. So, no, you seem to like this deconstruction of race. You said correctly that. Can I talk? You doing okay?
You used a lot of words, man. A lot of unnecessary words. Cut to the chase. You're wasting my time.
A little bit of irony coming from you, but okay.
Yeah,
All right.
some of us would like to get involved in the debate.
We agree that white and black are poorly mapped racial categories. Where do they come from? They came from power structures who want to, specifically in the West, who wanted to justify the slave trade. The people who were like, yes, Africans sold slaves, but they didn't think of themselves as the same racial group. That was something imposed upon them. So white people had this power structure, and then they grouped the races of the world into 4 different categories: whites, it was yellow, red, and black, and they marked them. They put them in this hierarchy with white at the top. Now, all that was genetically very incorrect. This is where these things come from. Now, if you're going to say, like, so, yeah, it happened a long time ago, so did the Declaration of Independence. We still see its effects today, right? So these categories of white and black didn't come from nowhere. They didn't come from biology. They came from power structures that wanted to use those.
We didn't reject the Declaration of Independence. We rejected biological racism decades ago.
So I have a question. What do you exactly oppose in the bills that are opposed to critical race theory in the classroom? Actually, let me hear from Michael.
Tell you the truth, I don't know much about them. If the construction you have for critical race theory, as any of these guys are explaining, is that it's outlawing this teaching that one race is superior to another, I don't have an issue with it. But I'm willing to bet there's probably a whole lot more baked into it and an impetus behind these sort of things that come from the likes of James Lindsay.
Well, Michael, can I read this to you? Because I think we might actually agree on some of this.
Hallelujah.
Well, no, it gets into something practical. Like, here's a bill that has been proposed and passed in Texas. So let's look at it. They added, first of all, they added things that they want taught in all schools. It includes a list of additional historical documents written by people of color and women that House Democrats had added. It also mandates that students be taught, quote, the history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery, the eugenics movement, and the KKK.
All that sounds good.
The ways in which it's morally wrong. So they've added,
that's great.
And I'm going to skip past like 2 pages of stuff
Just to
they've
be
added.
clear, can we teach more about Martin Luther King other than the one quote that everyone likes to quote?
Well, that one quote's in here.
Yeah,
but
is the scary Marxist stuff he said in there too?
Here, just let me get to what we.
It's race Marxism, yes.
This is the part of it.
Don't
that
fuck
I'm
with me on
curious
that.
Did you just say Martin Luther King was race Marxist?
No. Critical race theory. Sorry, I can't hear you because of the echo. I'm serious. I tell you.
So they've added all these things, but here's what they're banning. Okay, they're saying that a teacher may not be compelled to discuss a particular current event or widely debated and currently controversial issue of public policy or social affairs. Does that sound good?
No.
No.
It says she can't be compelled.
What better place to discuss controversial topics than in a classroom?
No, you misheard. It said she cannot be compelled. You want them to be compelled to discuss it?
Oh, okay.
Yes, because I think it grows critical thinking skills.
So you do want to enforce an ideology to be delivered by teachers
nobody
to
said anything
students.
about enforcing
We're
an
talking about
ideology.
compelling
nice way to
teachers.
straw man my words. No, I said I'm fine with compelling teachers to discuss controversial topics with their students because I think it improves critical thinking skills for students to think about these topics.
As advocates of free
topics
speech
about race.
Yeah, as advocates for free speech, wouldn't we be all for that? Because what are controversial topics? Who decides? What is a controversial topic? Because
Who's
right now,
to
with
say?
our current definition of
weird?
critical race theory, it means if you talk about race.
Well, I was tagged
it
in
does
this,
not mean
the
to
other
talk
day.
about race. It means to put race as the central construct for understanding all inequality.
So there was this thing sent to me, and can you at least say this? There was this thing sent to me. There was this survey given to 5th graders, and the survey asked, do you feel comfortable talking about race in the classroom? Do you know anybody of a different racial group? It was just a survey, like a survey question that you would give to elementary schools. And everybody was attacking it, saying, say, look at the critical race theory. The critical race theory is in our schools. And it was literally just asking them about race. It's the straw man version that I would construct to take down, but it's actually happening. If you talk about race, thanks to the obfuscation of what critical race theory
there
actually
are also
is, to be this
7-year-olds
catch-all
getting in their
thing,
car
to be this
on the way
catch-all
home from
thing,
school
to
saying that
be
they're the
this
worst kind of
catch-all
person, want to
things.
rip their skin off because they're privileged.
No, you're talking...
Look at how far you have to go. People
Hold
want to
on.
rip their skin
Hold on,
off because
hold
they're
on.
privileged. That's the degree of separation you have to get from talking about the
Jangles,
actual
would
issues.
you
So
also
like
be
anybody
comfortable-
can give a single example. It's like, oh, this innocuous survey, people freaked out about it because it's a hot topic in the nation, and then there was this overreaction right here. But like I've covered this for years. So I did a story a long time ago on the Edina School District in Minnesota, and I was talking to you about it I think yesterday. This was the #1 school district in the state of Minnesota, and they were worried about the achievement gap because they wrongly assumed that all gaps are due to racism. They introduced a racial equity curriculum. What ended up happening was the Edina School District as a whole is no longer the #1 school district, and the most negatively impacted students of that school district were the black students, the very same ones that they were trying to help. One of the reasons why the curriculum was so negative for them is because it emphasized like a lot of the things that we see in critical race theory. Like specifically, I believe it was Regina Austin, and I could be wrong on that, so somebody fact check me like a nerd out in the audience on your Google phones, where she was saying that that Ebonics, which they call African American Vernacular English, is a legitimate form of language, and we should teach black kids in that, because trying to get them to conform to a standard American English is a form of black genocide. It's cultural genocide. The problem with that, I mean, you might say, okay, people talk on the street and they have differences from when they talk on the street versus work. That's perfectly normal. And it's like, sure, but school, they should teach you standard English, because there's no textbooks written in Ebonics. There's no, in any subject at all.
I'm curious,
So what
would
we
you describe
actually
that
are
as
doing,
a dominant culture, perhaps?
So what we're actually doing is create.
Would you describe that as a dominant culture? This construction of language is an example of a dominant culture, which is one of the things critical race theory goes over. There is no basis to say one form of a language is valid and another form is invalid, other than whites have a dominant culture, and this
So
is
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. I'm also from fucking Appalachia. We
Are you
have a
from
different
fucking
dialect.
Appalachia?
We spell words
I'm from fucking
funny.
Texas,
we
man.
have not the dominant culture.
No,
and
ain't
guess
that
what?
a-
There's an
ain't that a damn
achievement gap.
shame
So
that some
why
people
do
go
you
down us for
lean
that?
into something like culturally responsive and culturally sustaining teaching that maintain and exaggerate those cultural differences?
Those kinds of teachings
Look,
because
the
you want the lessons to
multicultural
make sense
experiment
to the
was a
student.
failure.
And if you speak in a language the students do not understand, the lesson will not resonate with the students.
Listen,
That's why.
listen, we can make an abstract argument about how every dialect is just as valid as another dialect, but here's the thing. English is an international language of business. In India and everywhere else where they're teaching English, they're teaching standard American English. There is a wealth of scholarship throughout decades, centuries actually, written in English. This is why the Scottish, when they had their intellectual reformation, they needed to learn English, because in order to grasp the knowledge, they needed to learn appropriately the languages where the knowledge was all captured and written down. If there were this length of scholarship in Ebonics, then this wouldn't be an issue. The fact is there isn't, and this is one of the reasons why black literacy lags behind in this nation. So you're advocating for a policy in order to solve a gap that by its very nature will lead to greater gaps in the future, and we saw that in Edina.
So do we see how you can have 2 points here? So do you see how you can have 2 points here? There is a dominant culture, and you have to assimilate into it in order to succeed. Nobody has to be evil for that. But it is a thing that it is worth talking about. So for example, do you agree that it's really stupid to ban traditionally black hairstyles in school? You would agree with that, right?
I don't care what people's hairs look like.
Okay,
I'm wearing a shirt. Justin,
can you
I'm
agree
wearing
with me?
a shirt that says "based," which was a black slang term. I'm okay with the dominant culture merging in a melting pot type situation. It's not that the dominant culture doesn't move by virtue. Look how many things. I mean, frickin' Taco Tuesday is a microaggression now because everybody loves tacos, which happen to not come from the dominant freaking culinary tradition of England, which has one edible dish.
You know, a really good exercise to do. That was a really dumb thing he just said. None of us would agree with that.
I don't say any dumb things. Don't listen to him.
All right, no, because he's too based. All right? So, the way you had to stretch that to be an argument that would actually make sense, like, oh, Taco Tuesday is a microaggression.
No,
why don't
dude.
you ask?
No.
Now, hold on.
Every time I'm like hanging out with my friends, we're like, vámonos. We say it in Spanish because
that's cool.
Because it's spread.
Are we going to be offended by that?
But I'm in the dominant culture. Why on earth I'm dominating, right? No, see, if we had a dominant
two
culture,
people on here that you can actually talk to, or do you want to like talk to imaginary people that make you upset?
If we had a dominant culture, like you're implying with the word dominant culture, when somebody says, "I feel like that's racist," we're not going to have a conversation. We're going to say, "Shut up, N-word." That's what it looked like 70 years ago. That's what a dominant culture that's excluding other cultures and not trying to meet people looks like. That is not reality anymore. That was reality a long time ago, and we almost to a man in this country reject it now. And it's not because of critical race theory.
Do you accept that, like, forget about, set aside race for a second, even though these might, like, correlate with one another.
Why? We're having so much fun with this.
No, I'm just saying, even though these might correlate with one another, do you accept that, like, different cultural attitudes and practices can lead to different outcomes?
Where do they come from?
I'm just saying, do you accept that that can happen?
Absolutely. Where do they come from?
All right. So my follow-up question is, if you accept that that can happen, then why are you trying to preserve cultures, attitudes, and practices that lead to negative outcomes? If you want to do better, if you want the same end game outcome, then maybe you should emulate more successful cultures. Like, a lot of this reads to me, this critical race theory discussion reads to me like anti-Semitism. We hear about the conspiracy of the whites that are self-consciously and sometimes overtly like conspiring against all of these minorities, and they're working together either implicitly or explicitly. Sounds a lot like what a bunch of dorks say about Jewish people. The reason Jewish people are successful is because they have a long history of practices that lead to success. Instead of hating Jewish people people. Just like I say, instead of hating white people, instead of hating Asian people, if you want to be successful like them, maybe emulate some of those cultural features that allow them to be successful.
I'm going to throw out
And stop trying to preserve negative
beyond the
ones.
question, because there's an obvious answer to your question, right? You do not want bad cultural practices to persist through time, but you have to introspect on what makes some cultures bad, right? Why are these cultures producing bad outcomes? And not always is it because that culture is fundamentally bad on a fundamental level, but because of the society, the dominant culture, the way it might treat that other culture, right? And you should agree that you shouldn't be changing one culture to placate the dominant culture.
I mean, we're literally seeing people take up critical race theory to say that time is a whiteness construct and that being on time and punctual is white supremacy
is that from
culture.
a critical race theory, or is that from something you found?
Yes, that is actually that is literally from Judith Katz. That is from Judith Katz, who wrote the book White Awareness in 1978.
Michael, do you believe it's impossible to look at a culture and say objectively, like, that's a bad cultural practice? Like,
I wouldn't say objectively, no, because you exist within the context of like a broader society.
So, like, throwing gay people off of rooftops, is that culturally, is that a good culture that encourages
that? No, that's a terrible culture, right? But I only say that because I'm through this. The cultural context I exist in is one of a liberal order, right? If you change that on a fundamental level, you're going to change the people within it.
Well, what about all the
people
what about all the people in
cultures where they do that? We live in a culture where the death penalty is practiced today.
What about people who grew up in a cultural context of communism and 0% of them like it?
Objective moral wrong.
The dominant culture is communism, and every fucking one of them hates it. Why? Because it's a catastrophe.
The dominant culture is communism?
In the Soviet Union, it was, and you can't find a former Soviet who thinks communism was a good idea. There were Polish people here. Talk to them. See how they feel about communism. When they do want to die in a communist culture.
I want to agree with me that
I want to address something that Mike brought up.
Wait,
Mike,
I'm going to let
address something.
Sean go, and then I'll let Michael
Yeah, I want to
respond.
address something that Mike brought up. Mike said that I shouldn't be advocating for less successful cultures to assimilate and to please the dominant culture. That's not what I'm advocating for. A lot of the negative aspects of Black American culture date back to Scottish culture, which is where a lot of the Southern whites came from. The Scottish, the whole point of the Reformation, where they became literate, they started working hard, and they got rid of some of their negative practices, was to benefit the Scottish. Like, what I'm saying is if your goal is to benefit the culture that's not doing well, then encouraging them, excusing them, placating them is not going to improve their situation. The Scottish got better, and they were some of the leading intellectuals in the Enlightenment because they started to emulate successful aspects of English culture.
I'm sorry, what we're dealing with in critical race theory is a racial conspiracy theory.
I don't even disagree with anything Sean's saying. I think it's good things to emulate and to take things from other cultures that are good aspects of those cultures and abandon things that are bad from other cultures. I don't disagree with any of this at all. All I argued was that you need to deconstruct why some aspects of some cultures are bad.
Do you believe that some things work and some things don't work?
Incredible analysis.
My car.
No, I mean, what's the definition of good? I don't mean to be screwy with you. I mean, what is the definition of better? Not even good, not good. What's the definition of better versus worse? It must have some goal orientation set against it. Something that achieves the goal more successfully is good. A hammer that breaks at the handle when you swing it, not even a living thing, not a very good hammer. A hammer that can drive in nails and not break, a good hammer. It behaves better. Why? Because it's better at achieving the goal. So if you
and wouldn't it be better if we had a
the pragmatic argument means something here.
Would it be a better society if all the racial groups were equal?
They are equal.
Equal how? They are. What are you talking about?
Well, can you define what you mean by equal?
So, equity, I know that's a scary word. I know that's a really scary word. Equity is equality with an assumption.
Equity is adjusting shares so that citizens are made equal.
I'm going to let Jangles talk about what he means by equality, and then I'd love to let you respond to it.
So equity is equality with an assumption, that assumption being the very Marxist idea that all men are created equal. Again, so how do you measure whether or not we have equality of opportunity? So why is equity not a measure that we could use to get there? If we had equality of opportunity, if everyone had the same shot of getting where they wanted to be, why would we see these giant disparities? Unless equity could be a measure to see whether or not we actually have equality of opportunity. I don't think you would disagree with the notion that if you are born into a single-parent household in the inner city that is surrounded by crime, surrounded with shitty schools, you're not going to have the same access to any of the things that you're going to use to live a good life. And so you're not going to have the same access as someone who was born to like 2 kids with in a nice, safe suburb. All right, I don't think we can say that those two people have like the equality of opportunity. And one way we can measure that is to see what are their outcomes.
Yeah, I don't. So first of all, equality of opportunity is kind of ridiculous. Like, unless we're kidnapping all the kids at age 3, throwing them in the same dormitory, we're not going to have equality of opportunity. It's like a nice thing people say. I'm not for equality of outcome. I'm for equality of opportunity. We should just be in favor of increasing the number of opportunity because we're a merit-based society. And one of the things that you get when you achieve is the ability to set up your next generation for success. You talked about how you don't have the same advantage being born into a single-parent household. By the way, I was born into a single-parent household, so lived experience trumps everything. That makes me right. But yeah, that's because that's a consequence of the past generation's decisions, and those like you have to accept and believe in cause and effect. Yes, every cause will eventually have an effect. So we should encourage better behavior, like having children after you're married would be a crazy radical example because that leads to greater success. And if you have a wider
What is your solution here? It always comes down to like just hope individuals make better choices. Are there no policies that we could look for to make sure those things are better?
Well,
and if that's true, aren't you advocating for Kindy's idea that bad policies are the reason that we have these giant racial inequities?
Is a good policy not to discriminate by race?
No, I would.
Generally.
Because you advocated for that earlier, that we should discriminate by race when it benefits the people that you want to paternalize.
I'm curious. Do you think that like passing policies that disproportionately help black people to like, do you think that's discriminating based on race in the way that you would define it? That you're trying to.
That is discriminating based on race. Period.
So
yes, if you are making race-conscious decisions, you are discriminating based on race.
No, he's saying that have the effect without the intent.
That have the effect without the intent.
Like if just coincidentally it ended
Wait,
up
are
doing
you
that.
asking that if someone discriminates on the basis of race, are they really discriminating on the basis of race?
Or are you conflating other variables with race again,
No, I'm
like
asking,
the definition of critical race
discriminating
theory?
on the basis of race. In his head, he wants you to think calling someone the N-word, calling like using cracker with a hard R over here. That's what discrimination he wants you to think. But like helping in implementing policies that increase the access to education, the quality of education that we get in predominantly black districts. Black people live in much higher rates of concentrated poverty than do white people. And so if we pass policies that disproportionately help people who live in concentrated areas of poverty, I think that's a good thing. We're helping some of like the most vulnerable people in society.
So who are
and
you discriminating against?
Discriminating because it would disproportionately help black people, but is that not a good thing?
No, to answer your question, by the way, the policy I would implement is stop subsidizing single motherhood. It has been a disaster.
Correct.
If you subsidize something, then you get more of it. Sorry, Mom.
If poor people had less money, it would be better.
Yeah, pretty much.
No. It's not about taking away money. Like that's nonsensical.
By definition,
you want to
subsidizing is taking less.
No. You're trying to remove incentives for future people's behavior. I get it.
Do you think mothers just want to have children and then they're incentivized by the welfare
do I think the state of Georgia literally bans you from receiving welfare if you have a man in the house?
Nobody
because that is true.
aspires in life to be a single mother. This is a silly straw man. This
is a silly straw man projection.
He's talking about policies, though. Policies that
incentive structures lead people to do things.
What he said was that the welfare state incentivizes single motherhood.
It does.
Yes.
No.
100%.
It does.
No, the welfare state is in response to single motherhood.
No.
Not incentivized.
First of all, then it's a terrible response because the Great Society has coincided with the greatest increase of single motherhood in American history. I mean, shit, if we sent all the men to war, which we did a couple of times, we wouldn't have that many single mothers.
Society programs.
Wait, how does the welfare society?
No, you said it was a response. I didn't say it caused it. I just said it's a terrible response because it's coincided with a giant increase.
Let me ask Michael, how does the welfare society, how does it encourage or offer incentives for people to leave single motherhood?
I don't think it's designed to offer or encourage anybody incentives to do anything. It's designed to meet people's needs on the spot. Single mothers are people who don't have the financial support to take care of their child or themselves, and it's designed to meet them at that. It is only designed to stop them from falling further into a trap where their situation worsens and they can't climb out. They have to climb out.
I'm Puerto Rican, and my Puerto Rican side is straight from the hood. Let me tell you, they got men in the homes. They have the men unmarried for a reason to maximize benefits. If you don't believe people who are receiving benefits from the government do things specifically to maximize those benefits,
of course they're going to, because
then you literally don't believe humans respond to incentives.
Nobody aspires to be on benefits.
You're talking about aspirations versus behavior. Nobody aspires to be this, but it's what do they do?
And it's just not.
I think people make decisions based on their circumstances that they think rationally,
Where do
for the
these
most part,
circumstances come from?
that I think rationally benefit benefit them the most. And if you create a society that incentivizes negative behaviors that keep you trapped in poverty,
Again, we are not demonstrating
then
how
you're going to get these people who stay in the system.
Incentivizes negative behaviors. We are putting forward a thesis without evidence.
In the state of Georgia, it's literally illegal to receive welfare if you have a husband in the house.
Can I do the definition of equity first?
I would love for James to respond to Justin's
I actually don't even want to
definition of
respond.
equity.
I just want to give a definition of equity. The definition of equity comes from H. George Frederickson, who wrote the first paper on this in 1968 toward a theory of social equity in public administration, and it was defined as such as where equality means that citizens A and B are equals, equity means, or social equity means adjusting shares so that citizens A and B are made equal. It is the redistribution. So none of this rhetoric about it's equality with an aspiration or some bullshit. No, it is adjusting shares so that citizens are made more equal on the back end based on disparate impact analyses, which may or may not account for the correct variables that led to the disparate impact, because it's use race as the central construct for understanding inequality, univariate fallacy analysis, the racism of the gaps. Every disparate impact must be understood as caused by race and racism as opposed to possible other variables. That's it.
What are those possible other variables? And
We've just discussed culture for like an hour.
Yeah, where does
That's one.
And again, the why tree, where does culture come from? Why
I don't know. Why do Chinese people have a different culture than Americans? Is that racial?
If only there were some sort of means of investigating where these cultures come from. Perhaps it's
that people have different backgrounds.
Perhaps
like
a lens of analysis one might call
And
critical.
we should have kindergartners doing it? I have a question. So who gets to decide?
You're just gonna, firstly, moderator's just going to put that out there. Thanks, moderator.
Okay.
No. Nobody's advocating that you're going to teach
what you're advocating for,
Timmy that
Michael.
he needs to go and hate himself or anything like
Michael.
that. But there is a conception of race that children do have, and it's worth exploring.
Mike,
let me finish.
not Bailey.
Lindsay, you have spoken for like half this. Let me finish.
I literally have not.
You literally
I've interrupted
have. You have
everything.
literally been reading books on stage. Let me finish.
I read 2 paragraphs.
These problems do not arise out of a lack of, these problems do not arise because the left are too conscientious about the issue of race, and they're trying to teach children to be more conscientious about race. It arises because people like James Lindsay and the right are not conscientious enough about the issues of race. There are disparities that exist based on race due to past history of legacy of racism that have not been solved.
We're gonna go to Q&A, but I have one final question, because this is how this conversation always ends up. I feel like we get to this fruitless place where we can't even agree on basic definitions.
That's because we have to argue about whether we accept structural determinism or not.
Right.
That's it. That is the separation here. Critical race theory is based on the idea that race is structurally determinant. Liberalism is based on the idea that every individual is an individual, therefore your identity is not structurally determinant. And until you resolve that gap, which is unbridgeable, there is no conversation to be had, because you're literally talking about the world seen through 2 different lenses.
How can we have a social construction of race, but not be structurally determined by your race?
Because the construction doesn't have to be determinant. It doesn't have to be that the construction itself creates conditions so that it controls how your mind works. As I just mentioned, the other night I met a nice black man that came to one of my talks. We spoke for a little while. He's literally wearing like anime t-shirt and like a kimono over it, and he's talking to me about every anime ever and bowing to me as he talks because he's adapted a bunch of things from Japanese culture. So his culture, what is he? What's his culture? Right? He's a weeb. Is he structurally determined to have become a weeb?
Hey,
of course
can we
not.
all at least, can this be the unifying thing on the panel?
He's an individual
Weebs
who
don't deserve
likes.
rights.
All right, let the questioners ask their questions.
Okay. Actually, we're going to go to questions, but just quickly, I would love for you, each person, just to say something. Do you think there's anything that you share in common with the people who so passionately disagree with you about critical race theory? About underlying, if you tear everything down to your foundational beliefs, do you at least have a shared why, if not a shared how?
If I had to build a vision for the future, I actually agree with Lindsay. I actually agree, because I'm fundamentally liberal. I like the idea of moving beyond these social categories, but there has to be a time and a context for that where we first resolved for all the disparities the creation of these categories has created. We have not yet done that. We have not yet achieved equality of opportunity. A poor black person does not have the same opportunities in life as a rich white person.
But you want to get to a place.
But I want to get to a place where it stops mattering, where we've solved for these inequalities, and it stops mattering because there's no sense in keeping them around, the categories around.
Okay. Does anybody else want to answer that, or should we do Q&A?
I mean, he just gave us a great example of why we shouldn't use race as the deciding variable. He said rich white and poor black. A poor white person doesn't have the same opportunities as a rich black person. He had an...
They used to call them in critical race precursor. In
Why are
the
there more poor
precursor literature to critical race theory, they called such rich black people the black bourgeoisie.
There's a book called
They call rich black
Aristocrats.
people rich black people?
They called rich black people the black bourgeoisie, yes, and they are very much so against them.
Yeah, it just means rich, basically. I mean, there's a little bit more.
They
to
call
it
this a
than-
tautology in the business, James.
There's a questioner up for us.
I'm curious, like, why do you think that a lot of people called MLK Marxist? And do you think that they were wrong, or do you think that maybe this is a strategy that's
I don't know
utilized?
what if he was a Marxist. I know that he had socialist tendencies, but I know also that his legacy is the most
would you call a
liberal
person with
humanist
socialist
statement that has been
tendencies?
uttered in this country since its founding.
And let's learn about the other stuff, not just the one speech.
We're going to go to the first question.
Lindsay, you said that racial categories were created a long time ago and that nowadays people reject those old, outdated racial categories. How do you explain racial discrimination found in field experiments like Pager 2009, discrimination in a low-wage labor market, which found that white people were hired at roughly 1.3 times higher rates than black and Hispanic people with identical qualifications?
Okay, so how do I explain was the question. The explanation probably is that people are making judgments based on stereotype accuracy, which is the most confirmed finding in social science that we have. So a lot of people misunderstand what this is. I don't agree with this happening, but I do understand that that's probably the reason. What stereotype accuracy says is that if we look at a group and we list the stereotypes, that we will find large numbers of examples with high statistical correlation that works out. But if we look at any individual, there's a very low probability that any given individual will actually meet those things. That disparity in statistics is not well understood. And so hiring managers rushing through things might, for example, be on the wrong side of this. Is that actually racism? Yeah, probably. On the other hand, and is it bad? Yes, probably. Can we judge that that is the cause, like that racism was the only cause? No, certainly not. And so that is a possible explanation that is obviously the one that critical race theory wants to latch onto and expand to its largest possible thing. But there's another one, which is we've talked about cultural difference quite a bit. It could be the probability of cultural fit. It could be the probability that they suspect somebody's going to come in and be a liability in one way or another for the company. There are a lot of different reasons that hiring managers might make these decisions. But the stereotype accuracy reason is probably most legitimate. My response to you, however, and this is the key point for this conversation, my response to you is that critical race theory is probably at least the second worst, if not the worst way to try to fix this problem. To the degree that this problem exists, treating people as individuals rather than leaning into racial categories and leaning into stereotypes in order to make decisions in reverse discriminatory, I can fix you, don't worry, I'll help you ways is probably the worst way. Leaning into individualism is probably the best way to go about it. Leaning into stereotypes and leaning into critical race theory, which relies on these stereotypes and race-conscious hiring, is probably the worst way to go about trying to solve these problems.
Also, it was a tanning salon. Have you ever seen a black person work in a tanning salon? I haven't.
Next question. And you guys, I want to hopefully get through everyone this time. So if you could just if you have someone specifically, direct your question to them.
Question for the advocates seeking equity in social achievements. If two children raised in the same family aren't expected to reach the same achievements, like one child becoming a space engineer and the other ends in rehab, how can you possibly expect an equality of social achievements across whole demographics in a free nation in a random universe?
Well, because here's a really good answer to that. When we say all men are created equal, obviously there's individual differences. People do have individual differences, and that's fine. What critical race theory rejects, and this seems to be contentious, that there are no significant differences among racial groups. We have individual differences, but these fake categories of race that we apply onto people, those don't really matter. Critical race theory treats people as individuals who have been unfairly harmed by systems that have placed race upon them. And so when we get to the why tree, it always comes down, you call it the racism of the gaps, but it always comes down to why? Is it policy? that is causing these like disparate outcomes? Is it the process of linear time, which absolutely everyone agreed, no one disagreed with this, has put like certain racial groups above certain others, and maybe those have effects that have lasted, you know, more than 1 or 2 generations past the passing of the Civil Rights Act? So that's all that says. Yeah, individuals are going to have different results, but they shouldn't have different results because of their race, either past or present.
So it's funny to hear.
All right, so I've got a quick question here. There was a lot of conversation about how culture in of itself kind of dictates a lot of disparate outcomes in society, and I want to particularly put this towards James and AJW over here. What do you think it causes these cultural disparities between different people?
I mean, humans have not existed with this level of technology and integration for most of our existence. So adaptations to geography, there's a million different things that can change practices that can be reinforced through the culture that it creates. Which is why which is why when Columbus came to the Americas, the natives were more backward than the Spanish. It's like there's never been a time where everywhere in the world was equal, except for probably when we were hunter-gatherers in the beginning. Yeah, your cultures are influenced by your environment, all different kinds of factors, and geography is a big one. And yeah, we shouldn't expect equal outcome. That's a great fallacy.
Yeah, hey James, I wanted to ask you, so I know that we probably have some semantic disagreements on what critical race theory means, but I was just wondering, what would you say about a policy that specifically addressed also poor white Appalachian communities? I'm actually from East Tennessee myself, right? So it's building infrastructure for them, also providing federal grants to them for better schooling, and it's based on income. Now we acknowledge that that would disproportionately help black people nationwide due to the fact that they are statistically more poor, but would you be okay with that? Because it lifts everybody up out of poverty and then leads to less disparate outcomes due to the fact that basically the poor communities are no longer being so negatively effective and it doesn't compound in on itself. Because you said that you think that it has to be a non-economic reason for this due to the fact that under Jim Crow they were oppressed worse, but economic inequality has actually gotten worse since Jim Crow. Segregation as well, just due to the way that housing works as far as being able to pay for it, and also the redlining in the past. So I was just wondering, would that be a policy that you were open to?
So I'm going to try to guess a little bit at this because I apologize. It's extraordinarily hard to hear up here for the questions. It's shockingly hard to hear, and that was a bit of a complicated question. So if I've understood correctly, the first thing I want to say is that I actually think that being less race conscious, period, and being more, if you want to actually look at the conditions that cause disparate outcomes, I would say the overwhelming one of these is economic. And so policies that are more or less race blind, but that apply by economic status. The funny thing here is if you care about equity, they are going to, as you mentioned, I think you mentioned, will be disproportionately accessed by people who are in demographic groups who, for whatever set of reasons, are also more frequently economically depressed. And so the racial equity comes along with that through a race-blind policy, which seems to be a way that isn't going to exacerbate race consciousness and thus racial division. So for that part of your question, I would, if that's what I understood correctly,
I would literally call that an anti-racist policy.
I would advocate for race blindness in such policy and to focus on the variables that are more relevant. Now, if we were talking about what other variables that are not economics, and I think you said something about that, but I swear I can't hear you, and I apologize, but there are also cultural values. So we just talked about why cultural values arise. Some of those might even just be accidents of history. Something happened and somebody became famous and people started copying them and just, whatever, is this quirks or whatever. So there are different cultural values. When I look at Appalachia, and I grew up pretty deeply in the Tennessee Hills, and I have a number of friends who are proper old school Appalachians. I dated a woman in college for 3 years who lived, her family referred to where they lived as on the mountain. The entire family lives on the mountain. Nobody's allowed to leave the mountain, and she was actually heavily indoctrinated by her family while she was at university. The university's not for you. You're too stupid to go to college. You should stay here on the mountain. It's a betrayal of the family if you leave the mountain, if you leave the area. So these are all white people, so this is not a racial comment. But those particular values you shouldn't study You should stay here. You shouldn't reach out. You shouldn't go to places where there's more economic opportunity. You shouldn't get a degree that's going to pull you away, like J.D. Vance talks about in Hillbilly Elegy, that's going to make you culturally distinct from the family, which is a betrayal. Those kinds of cultural protectionist attitudes, which are also prevalent in the inner city ghettos, and they are also prevalent in Latino ghettos, those particular practices are actually part of the problem as to why we see these disparate impacts. And this is people choosing by their own volition to not integrate with a dominant culture. And my view from as far as critical race theory goes is that critical race theory by dominant culture, it's imposing on you, it's cultural colonialism, it's cultural genocide, that's words that they use, actually exacerbates those problems rather than loosening them, so that, again, critical race theory becomes the least good answer to a problem where there are many other possible answers. But critical race theory says that all other answers are intrinsically racist because they don't do critical race theory, therefore they uphold the dominant culture and they don't critique it at its most fundamental levels. And so it's just a terrible approach. And I don't know if that was exactly your question, but I did the best I could given what I could hear.
Hi. Having spent the last, over 30 years in a major metropolitan school district, I'm going to tell you, first of all, kids judge each other by the content of their character long before the color of their skin until they're taught not to. And second of all, I would like to know from this side of the aisle, okay, what you think about policies that have been inflicted upon public education by the liberals, such as policies inflicted upon education by liberals, such as Barack Obama's administration coming in and saying you could no longer disproportionately suspend students. So when you work in metropolitan areas where the majority of your students are students of color, the students that are being hurt by that are students of color. Also, because you guys, all of you do wonderful research, for the next time, I'd like to hear some research on how many opportunities are actually available. Maybe we should all be getting together and talking about what we could do to push education and how that's everybody's ticket out, rather than all of this. But to my question again, how do democratic policies such as disproportionately disciplining students of color in inner city schools, how does that help black children achieve, or children of color of any color achieve? Doesn't that disproportionately hurt the children who actually are behaving?
Truthfully, I do not know the policy that you're talking about, so I do not have an informed opinion.
Okay.
But from a critical race theory perspective,
go read Dear Colleague, the Dear Colleague letter from Barack Obama's administration, Eric Holder, Barack Obama.
Justin, she's referring to policies cracking down on schools that disproportionately suspend students to their population because it doesn't match like the racial demographics.
Right, restorative justice.
Those are worth looking into. It's not automatic evidence of racial discrimination.
And I know
it's something worth looking into. Like I never got to ask this. Are racial disparities significant ones on things that matter, like income, like access to neighborhoods without like high crime rates? Is this a problem worth solving?
Give them reasons to achieve rather than reasons not to achieve. Kids will surprise you. Stop insulting people of color and saying that they can't achieve, because that's basically what you're doing. I look at people that I've worked with every day of my life, and they achieve a great proportion. They love their children.
We just said gave you the idea. We were saying black people can't achieve. Notice again, this entire debate is us batting down silly strawman constructions of what critical race theory is. I don't think neither me nor Justin have argued that black people are fundamentally incapable of achieving.
Fun topic because people will tell you what you believe and then argue against that.
I couldn't hear any of that. So next question.
All right. Could you guys on the right please describe to me what the critical race theory education would look like that you would want taught in school? And could you guys on the left, based on what they say, describe the foreseeable negative ramifications of that?
Yeah, we're a little confused.
The political left, stage left, or your left?
Guys'
just
left.
Use political left and conservative.
My right. On my right, could you guys describe what critical race theory education would look like that you would want taught in school? And could you guys on my left describe the foreseeable negative ramifications of that, if there are any?
Sure. I think teaching students the benefits of things like diversity are pretty good. I think teaching a more race-conscientious history is also good. For example, a lot of people have this misguided idea that racism as a policy functionally ended with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, something to that effect, right? What's not really taught and what's not really translated well is the legacies that these laws have over time. There are racist laws that have been passed, right? And racism can manifest in more ways than just being explicitly. Just saying the N-word is not the only way to be racist manifest, right? You can be racist in intent, you can be racist in effect, and we still battle problems with this today. Take, for example, the state of North Carolina passed a voter ID law where the State General Assembly gathered voting data by race to pass an ID law. And the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals struck that down because they targeted black people with surgical precision. But in the letter of the law, it is race neutral. So you can have something that is presented race neutrally, which still has racial outcomes. And if we had a better education on stuff like that, I think our students would be more conscientious at solving these problems in the future. That's a good thing.
Yeah, so because remember, critical race theory is not taught in schools for the same reason that string theory is not taught in like elementary schools. It's an academic, esoteric theory taught up there. But there are certain concepts that I would like to taught. So, for example, James was talking about like stereotype accuracy and things like that. So a lot of people have a false notion of racism that it is a continuation of previous policies. While that certainly can be true, it can also work backwards from very, very American good-intentioned ideas. For example, if you believe in meritocracy, a good thing that everyone believes in, critical race theory critiques the notion that we have it, it doesn't critique the notion of it on its own. If everyone gets what they deserve, because we're in a meritocratic society, and then you see all these racial groups who are not doing as well as others, well, then you're going to think you're going to work backwards. Well, since everyone has the same shot at it, and since we solved racism with the Civil Rights Act in 1964, that must mean that some racial groups just aren't going to be as good at certain things as others. So racism can work backwards via that system justification theory. It can lead to like stereotype accuracy and people actually justifying why they're racist instead of working to correct it, which I think is a very American way of looking at things.
I mean, I would respond to what we just heard by saying what we're doing is elevating race consciousness and, again, structural determinism by race. The question isn't whether or not we should be working to try to understand our history accurately, or including the bad parts of it, or to understand, for example, that there are cases where you can put forth a race-neutral wording of the law that even in intention is known as they write the law that it's going to have, they could write a voting law or an ID law or whatever, at least hypothetically, that they know is going to exclude black or Latino voters on purpose because they predict that statistically they'll vote a particular way. And that is that's not even just impact, that's actually intent, and it can be hidden. And the idea of a critical theory of race at its best, if it were a liberal rather than a Marxian theory, would say that we should be critiquing that possibility and looking into it. For example, Kimberly Crenshaw, when she laid out intersectionality, pointed out that it is actually legally possible to get away with discrimination against black women, in particular by showing that, look, enough black men and white women both work here. So we have enough women, we aren't discriminating by sex because enough white women work here. We have enough black men, so we're not discriminating by race. But you could actually discriminate specifically against black women and have virtually none of them and still meet both race and sex. And a critical theory of the intersection of that she puts forth would be able to pick that apart. What I'm saying is that there's a difference in methodology. There's a difference in the way that analysis is going to be done. So what we've just heard is a presentation that we should use a critical theory that's based in Marxian theory, or critical Marxist theory, that's what neo-Marxism is called by Isaac Gottesman, for example, to do this, rather than to use the liberal method that begins by everybody as individuals, and we should treat individuals as equals to be evaluated on their talents and merits. Now, Justin's a little bit wrong about its critique of meritocracy. It also is a conspiracy theory about meritocracy, that the white people who are in power and have the dominant culture get to define what counts as merit and therefore exclude others by that. That's the perfect example of the kind of shit I don't want taught in schools, because it's not actually true. Yep. The white people are not conspiring under a racial contract to keep other races out, since whatever time, they are correct. Everybody knows. It wasn't 1964, Civil Rights Act passed, racism was over. No, everybody knows that. But what happened was that the legal apparatus changed so that racism could be made illegal, and then the cultural fight could start to happen. And dude, that is fucking rude.
I'm sorry, you take such a long time, and we have
Okay,
very
I'm done.
little opportunity to respond to what you say.
Okay, you answer
you
for me.
upload so much bullshit that we try to respond to. We just don't give it the time.
Listen. They're the ones who came here to get their questions answered. Let's try to get through as many questions as possible.
Oh, so this isn't rude. This, you're being
my
rude
answer.
to them.
My answer to your question is what I said earlier about how discriminated against minorities don't necessarily underperform the majorities. I think that's interesting for people to learn that discrimination is not determinative of your outcome. But next person.
Okay, so this question is for Justin. So I've heard y'all and even the moderator say this several times that apparently critical race theory is being taught in elementary school. Is there an actual policy or study or law that I can point to that says that critical race theory has to be taught in elementary school or even middle school? And if there's nothing that I can point to, then that other than like one school on Fox News, can you what is the reason to even be talking about critical race theory? Did you hear me?
It's so hard to hear.
Sorry,
with the echo. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I believe, are you asking, is there a study to point to say, here is critical race theory being taught in schools?
In elementary school specifically, because I've heard Justin and the moderator say that, yeah, critical race theory is being taught in elementary school, but there's no wild study or report that actually shows that. So
yeah, the entire
and this is for Justin. So yeah.
So the entire point of that was critical race theory isn't being taught in elementary school, not because we're trying to hide our secret Marxian agenda, but because it's a very, very complex. I say it's complex. I know you disagree, but it's just it requires too much knowledge of history, too much knowledge of sociology, too much knowledge of the law, too much knowledge of economics. There's a lot of prerequisites you need to understand it, and therefore it's only taught in schools. The problem is now that we have this, we have a very intentional campaign, apparently a very successful one, where it is to deconstruct the term to basically mean anything that has to do with race. And I wish that makes making these conversations happen so much harder, because now everything's critical race theory. Instead of looking at each individual case, now we have to call it this evil Marxian thing where it's teaching all white kids that they're evil. So that's why it's not taught in schools, not because of some we're trying to hide it. Race stuff probably is, but let's talk about that, not the secret agenda.
Next question, please.
Yes, thanks. So looking at critical theories, just how identity, race, and culture, or I guess for critical race theory, just how race plays out and affects the ultimate outcome of people. Let's say we were in an alternative country, Idealistan, and your outcome was entirely determined by whether or not you watched Pokemon or Digimon as a kid and played basketball and soccer as a kid. Could you use critical theory to tease out the difference between those two things? Could you reject the null hypothesis that race is a determinative factor in your success using critical theories? Is it a testable theory?
As far as your Pokemon versus Digimon, obviously kids who watched Pokemon did better because they were able to identify knockoffs, unlike the people who did Digimon. So we all get that. As far as the rest of your question, I don't know if anybody wants to take that. That's the important part I want to tackle.
It's just impossible to hear you guys. I hope you guys can sympathize with the cacophonous echo we have to deal with up here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take advantage of my organizer privilege, so you guys can hold that against me if you want. So James, this is for James. So James, you've been living and breathing this for years, even at the risk of losing friends in the past. So I think there's a lot of apologies owed to you on this topic. In the beginning, we were told critical race theory didn't exist, and then we showed the evidence. Then we were told that's not really critical race theory. Then we showed the evidence. Then they said critical race theory is not in K through 12. Then we showed the evidence. Then Virginia happened, and I thought the narrative was going to change, but the legacy media went back to critical race theory is not in K through 12 schools. Where is this thing headed, in your best estimation?
Where is which thing headed? The narrative?
Critical race theory.
Critical race theory?
Yeah. How is legacy media going to defend this? Where are they going with it? How much more evidence do we have to give? Where ultimately, based on all the years you've spent on this, where is this going?
Their job is to obfuscate the issue, like my compatriots to my left, so that people take their eye off the ball of what's actually being taught, and so that they can continue to teach it as long as possible. The goal of teaching critical race theory in the schools is to generate a racial red guard, just like we had under Mao in China. The goal is literally to create a cultural revolution.
Critical race theory into the public conversation.
Justin will answer for me henceforth.
We're going to let him answer.
No, I covered it.
And to follow up, we'll see what happens the next election this becomes an issue, because if denying it doesn't work again, then they're going to shift strategy. So like one election, Virginia, is not enough for them to change their strategy on how to deal with the criticism. But if education becomes a winning issue, they're going to change, because that's how politics works.
I'd like to thank you guys for sitting here with us during this panel, and I hope that you give a warm round of applause for James, Sean, Justin, and Michael. And I hope we can have more fruitful conversations maybe when there's not an audience.
Round of applause for Carrie.
All right. All right, 7 o'clock. That means we're going to break time right now. 7:10, please again. Back to your seats so we can get going on our fourth panel. China and USA, frenemies.
How you doing? Just checking it. Just making sure there's no garbage left here. Oh. Okay.
All right, if we can start making it back to our seats, we got 1 more minute. We're going to start our final, or I'm sorry, not our final panel, our fourth panel. All righty. All right. Our fourth panel, China, best frenemies? China, if you haven't noticed, everything is made in China. This microphone is probably made in China. I know for a fact when I picked up this podium the other day, it's made in China. After being left behind after the world's rebuild post-World War II, China seemed to always take a backseat to everywhere we decided to fight a war. The first time I remember hearing about China when I was a kid, I heard about them forcing families to decide which children to keep and the ones to throw away. They were kind of a joke to me growing up. But then all of a sudden we needed communist China. China sat in the corner figuring out how to make everyone else become dependent on them. And now here we are. Easily one of the most daunting military threats. They have more money than God. And now intentionally standing tall in the face of the rest of the world and sometimes dictating how we operate our everyday lives. Is this just the natural order of things? Can we afford to turn a blind eye to the freedom and the power of the Chinese to conduct business as usual? Should we continue to ignore what the Chinese government does in spite of what some are calling a new Cold War? Will you please welcome back to the stage our moderator, Brian Edwards. And our panelists, returning also, Jack Posobiec. Or the PC principal. The host of the Chad Prather Show and primary candidate for governor of Texas, Chad Prather. She's a journalist for The Spectator, Melissa Chen. And an American news editor at the Post Millennial, Mia Cathell.
All right, so China. I could have used a quote by Charles de Gaulle that says, China is a place that's filled with many Chinese people, which is the first quote from China that comes up when you get Googled. I have no idea what it means. But it's interesting because China was in 1945 probably our most important ally in World War II, soaking up much of the Japanese offensive army, making it a lot easier for this. Now, increasingly, it seems like China is a bit of a lunchroom bully that's taking our school money. And I guess I wanted to start out with, what do you feel in what ways is China playing like economic or political warfare that's like most concerning? I'll start with you, Jack.
Well, I guess to kind of set the stage, I'm, for the benefit of people who haven't, really looked at this for a while, but also are wondering, kind of what is the deal with China, right? It's a situation where the U.S. and China have been in this relationship since, well, originally from 1945 on, but specifically from the end of the Mao era forward, so starting with Deng Xiaoping in 1979, and then later, really through the 90s, post-Tiananmen Square, the response was bring China into the system, bring China into this world global economic forum, and that will make China better, that will make China become more of a liberal democracy, will open them up, and that will break communism in their system. However, it's been quite the opposite, right? They haven't become more like us, we've become more like them. We've become more authoritarian, we've become more closed, we have much more central authority than we used to have. And I don't just mean the United States, I mean the West writ large. And you've also seen this massive economic shift. So the manufacturing base has mostly moved to East Asia, whereas the U.S., both as a country and as an economy, is turned into much more of a consumer-based, consumer and server-based, service-based society.
Okay, what do you think, Melissa? Do you find like kind of the atrophy of our industries to be the biggest thing, or is it something else geopolitical?
It's all of the above when it comes to China. You mentioned political and economic warfare. China has grown a lot by very illegitimate means. I mean, they have, stolen a lot of intellectual property, used a lot of forced technology transfers that are really actually violating the terms of the WTO, but we've never actually punished them for it. So a lot of their growth has been ill-gotten in a way. And not to mention, just ideologically, the way they infiltrate our, Hollywood and with information. Like, they're censoring what Americans can say, what entertainment we can watch. And, it's like this. We're supposed to be a country that is free of this kind of influence. Like, we have the freedom of speech, but China's able to use their market access as such a huge leverage to prevent, stories from being told, to prevent certain narratives. So Jack's absolutely right. I mean, this is probably going to be such a boring panel because everyone here, it's hard to find somebody that's like, go China right now. And it mirrors the sort of the national mood on this. I think by and large, like 80%, according to Gallup, 80% of Americans, bipartisan, actually believe that China is the biggest threat and have unfavorable opinions.
If you want to make it more interesting, I can play the pro-China side.
Go China. All right, what is it? Stan Xi Jinping.
Well, it's simple. You know, the West is decadent. The West has fallen. It's a bunch of degenerates, people stampeding over each other at music festivals like a bunch of drunken fools. You've completely lost the plot. You are weak. Your democracy is weak. Your systems are weak. Free speech is stupid. By the way, this will be the part that Media Matters cuts, not, you know, without the initial part of me saying that I'm playing their side. So free speech is stupid. Human rights are stupid. All of that stuff only exists on paper. So why should we ever go along with something like that? We should have a meritocracy where only the smartest, the most cutthroat, the most cunning are put at the top, right? We will push this through our systems, and if you have a people like the Uyghurs are in the way of our pipelines and our roads, then they should be removed.
And also, China is banning effeminate men on TV.
Get rid of them. Get rid of the effeminate men.
And
get rid of the propaganda in schools. Get rid of any movie that disagrees with any of those things. And if you're talking about that online, get rid of you too.
Jeremiah, like on Chinese social media, what's being talked about?
Well, as Melissa was saying, effeminate men have been banned on TV in the entertainment industry.
Really close.
Oh, okay. And that's based off the makeup wearing, soft masculinity of those Korean pop singers we see. And from the Western view, maybe we want to masculinize our culture as well. But what it is suppressing artistic expression, suppressing any form of individualism, and that's more than just recreating China to be stronger, to be healthier. What it is cracking down on any forms of expression. It's similar to the ideological upheaval we saw that brought the country to a standstill before. So the kind of pop culture that it's suppressing, pop culture is what cultivates society, it's what shapes society. And President Xi has been trying to make it in the image of Mao.
So, Chad, what do you think? Like this cultural blending, is it cultural or is this straight up economic? Like, in some ways, like, who cares?
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing is, to that point, they may hate the beta male soy boy cuck image in China as a culture themselves, but they love it in America because they want to weaken America. This idea of toxic masculinity here, which is, you know, strong men and bravado, that sort of bravery that brought us through 2 world wars and into the 21st century and the way that we've come. China may hate it in their own culture, but they love it here because they love the weakening of America. You know, trying to hold China's feet to the fire is almost like trying to hold Santa Claus's feet to the fire when it comes to Christmas. We know that Santa Claus isn't the meaning of Christmas, but let's face it, Santa Claus is an important part of our traditional ideas of Christmas. Well, China is, you know, to alienate them economically and to push back on them and to defund them, if you will, is sort of like saying, well, we know that there is this evil dictatorial Santa Claus in China that's doing, you know, his workshop of elves are actually Uyghur slaves, and but they give us our stuff, right? And we love that. And so, like, we don't like it, but we're willing to not give it up because it eliminates so many things from our lives. And China's kind of sitting back in a lot of ways and I think laughing at us in the Western world because they live in an alternate reality. They don't see things the way we see it. You know, the Oriental mindset sees things sort of circular. Time is sort of circular versus us in the West where our timeline is on, you know, we have a start and a finish. They see things in an alternate reality from the way we do. So the way that they wage warfare is not necessarily by dropping those hydrosonic bombs on us that are traveling in low orbits in the atmosphere, but rather what they want to do, and you know the term re-education camps, what they want to do is they want to control the minds of their enemies, and that way they control the behavior. And right now I think we're being controlled in a big way because not only are they controlling our minds, they're controlling our spending habits and so on and so forth. And to that degree, until we get on board with this big evil Santa that's out there, and stop being quite a selfish culture that we are, nothing's going to change.
You stupid Americans.
You did the German and the Russian thing. I want you to do the Chinese accent.
Led by your stupid, senile, escaped nursing home patient of a president think that you can come around and tell us like how we are going to run our country. Why should we do this? You've failed at every, look at what you did in Afghanistan. You failed there the same way you're going to fail in Taiwan when we come in and reunify our country under the might and glory of the CCP. We are the strongest force on earth. We have the strongest and largest army on earth. We should be the ones to rule this world, to set the rules the way they should be. You guys can't even handle a little virus. You tear yourselves in knots when it comes to taking care of this thing over rights. What are rights? Rights are nothing compared to progress. Progress and advancement, building a strong culture, these are the only marks of a strong government and strong leadership, and you have none.
In some ways, to be fair, how is that culturally different from a religion that preaches similar values, like of our way is the best way? I mean, often that's what you get. Like, this is a recipe for life, religion is.
Religion is a crutch. Religion is a crutch for you foolish, opioid-addled fentanyl freaks who sit in church pews and think, oh, if I go here for once a week, then maybe something good will happen after I die. It's ridiculous. Look at where it's led you as a country. Look at where it's led you all as a people. There's nothing compared to that. It doesn't make you any money. It doesn't strengthen your military. It doesn't strengthen your economy. It's a joke, and it always has been.
Okay, there's 5 religions, if I'm correct, that are allowed to be practiced in China. How does that happen? Are they allowed to practice?
Not really. China is very intolerant as long as it doesn't overpower the state. You know, there's actually a Chinese version of the Bible where they actually rewrote the actual Bible. And there, you know that there's this like story or parable about Jesus Christ pardoning the Good Samaritan or something and asking the crowd not to stone her. In the Chinese version, she gets stoned.
Really?
Yeah, she does in the Chinese rewrite of the Bible, right? Because she broke the law. And Jesus' compassion cannot override the state law. She was guilty of adultery. And so that's just a good example of how, yeah, religion is tolerated as long as it doesn't subvert the state. At the end of the day, China is a Marxist-Leninist state and upholds this idea that, you know, religion is the opiate of the masses and is completely intolerant to all kinds. I mean, you know, you see what's happening to the Uyghurs, and you know other religions. I believe even the Jews are you know, there's like the last group left or something, but yeah, it's not.
So if part of this is cultural, right? And you have somebody as brave as, say, Enes Kanter, who's the basketball player for the Celtics, that's willing to wear his shoes that say things like, you know, they have Winnie the Pooh, they say stop slavery. Like, is that the sort of cultural bravery that you're talking about? Or at what point have we bought into our own censorship? Or what China wants us to think and say out loud?
This NBA player is clearly a CIA operative who has been paid by the American agencies and is being told to say these things. He has no clue what he's talking about. He's being paid off by the American government because your elites have finally realized that we've been bilking you for all these years, stealing your wealth, and you think that because some of you are getting rich along the way, the NBA owners, by the way, we should have maybe even a talk about how the NBA players are owned by on these teams, but of course he doesn't have any problem with that, does he? No, 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 no. You finally realize the scheme. We are the ones who have been making all of this money. We gave you a paltry allowance to some of your elites, but now you realize that all your money is tied up through us. 关于他们美国和中国这些两个国家也是两个系统的话，然后和他们这是一个挣扎的话，这个挣扎的话肯定要有一个国家，全系国家超级中国，超级国家。
I wonder if this is being translated in the Twitch chat.
肯定，这个的话肯定是中国的。There will be one world superpower, and it will be China.
His accent is spot on, by the way.
Oh, that seems like a lot of words for that. I'll believe the translation. But what is the solution? I mean, you have one guy sticking up for this. Right? What should the NBA have done? If you would have been an exec, Chad, in the NBA, what would you have suggested they do?
As far as the NBA?
Yeah, like when it happened, who was the guy, the GM from the Rockets, initially said like free Hong Kong?
You know, at the end of the day, and again, there's a lot of speculation out there as far as you know, how much China is going to allow freedom to exist. They're opposed to it, right? They don't want free speech. To Jack's point, or whatever alter ego he is at this moment.
You may refer to me as Chairman Poso.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, they do see free speech as detrimental to society and to culture. To speak out on that is in some terms a death sentence. To in any way, shape, or form express liberty or freedom or a capitalistic viewpoint or a free market or anything in that regard, and to certainly speak out against the government is something, as Xi Jinping would know, who of course grew up in exile, it lands you in exile. That's the nature of their reality. And so to the degree that we look at, say, what's going on in China, and the way we've done things here in America, the things that we're used to, that we view as normal behavior, like speaking out on something that you believe in terms of a conviction, that's anathema. That is accursed in China. They don't do that under fear of life, fear of death, you know, and the life of your family and generations to come. You know, it means their life as well.
Though, if you're an executive and
Do you
somebody
mean
said,
to tell
this
me
is crazy
that,
to lose all this money.
Do you mean to tell me that the United States does not lock up protesters?
Say that again, Jack.
Do you mean to tell me that the United States does not lock up protesters? I saw what happened at your Capitol when you shot and you executed an unarmed American veteran woman. She went up there to protest, you shot and killed her, and then you locked up every single person that supported her, and they're in prison today, as they should be, because they undermined the government and they deserve to be punished for it.
But do we know where they are?
They're
Those people who were arrested,
in
do we know where they
solitary
are?
confinement where they belong.
But can you find them? Like we know where we know their whereabouts.
Well, yes.
Okay, but in China, you wouldn't know their whereabouts. They would just disappear.
Well, of course, because we're better at it than you are.
But that's the case. That's the case. And again, what we're doing is we're trying to compare two very big world powers, two very big governments. Is one right versus one being wrong? They're both right in some ways, and they're both wrong in some ways. There are ways of viewing you have to interpret people in the world in which they live. You have to interpret people in light of the history and the days in which they lived. So to look at China through an American or Western lens is a false viewpoint. That's a bad paradigm. You have to see through what they know. So again, Xi Jinping doesn't see himself as some radical leader who has named himself leader for life. He's operating according to the paradigm that he's always known. That's what he knows. That's what that's what they've allowed to happen in China. So that's why they're going to look at us, and what you view as normal, they're going to view as something that is completely off the beaten path. I mean, there's no excuse. There's no logic behind it. Because again, it's an alternate reality.
So explain to me, Ms. Chen, why is it that when Lee Kuan Yew operates the exact same policies that we operate under Beijing, you have no problem when he does it?
What do you mean the exact same policies?
The exact same policies that he understands that you must control a society and control the most basic instincts of this society if you want them to grow into an economic power on the world stage.
I think there's the philosophy upon which these ideas are guided, and in many cases, Lee Kuan Yew was the founder of Singapore, you know, had this idea about the state being very strong, and the state being a leviathan to kind of control human nature.
Yes.
So a lot of policies are very engineered top-down, but by and large, no rights. You know, people don't disappear. If you live in Singapore, you don't really ever worry about the state disappearing. I mean, your quality of life is pretty good. There's no crime. It's very
Why is there
stable.
no crime?
Because there's a lot of laws, and we protect the laws. I mean, it's a law and order country, right? But it doesn't go overboard in the same way that China does, with retaliation, people disappearing, journalists being prosecuted. For
China never prosecutes journalists.
China
China
does all
only
those things.
prosecutes anti-regime extremists.
Jack, it sounds like you're making a case that we're acting more like China. Slightly.
America and the West are trying to catch up because they've learned the system, which we adopted quite largely from Lee Kuan Yew, and we honor his legacy and his contributions to the world system in terms of this. You need a strong authority, a strong central authority to set your course for your nation, to make the decisions. China is a large country with a long history. We understand what is best for our nation, and it is only best when it is controlled by a strong central leader, strong central leadership. That is clearly the leadership of the party. Now, the United States has started finally to wake up from its long drunken stupor of believing in these things like rights and equality and endowed by your creator with all these various things believed by that idiot Thomas Jefferson, who's also supported the French Revolution. How did that go, by the way? Tearing apart an entire country limb from limb. So we finally decided to throw, the United States has finally, thank God, decided to throw, thank Mao, throw Jefferson on the ash heap of history where he belongs, throw Washington, and I applaud the efforts of many of the people who I've even heard here tonight say that they want to throw Washington and Jefferson and the Constitution on the ash heap of history. Thank you. You finally are starting to understand what it takes to play to win.
Okay, excellent impression of Xi and Klaus. That's impressive. I want to get Mia in here. What would you do? This is an interesting question because China is both not only kind of the world's manufacturer, as they like to claim. It's a huge manufacturing base, but it's also a massive market. So, I mean, what is the NBA supposed to do? If you're in that exec boardroom and they say, are you kidding me? We have to get these people to stop talking about Hong Kong, or else the Chinese media will take us off and we're going to lose a ton of money. That has to be equated. How do you, do they just say American values? How do you weigh that?
First of all, the NBA is one of the institutions in America that has certainly enjoyed the spoils of capitalism. Second of all, China is an economic bully. It doesn't answer to open threats. It answers to actions. We supported its ascension to the WTO about 20 years ago. And since then, our greatest mistake was not holding China accountable. We gave it this grace period, and what it has done is cemented its policies. And now we just look weak, we look vulnerable. We've been dependent on the productive capability of China, which is our chief adversary. And it's shipped American jobs overseas, it's compromised our American supply chain, and it's made us just so vulnerable. China's ascension to the WTO 2 decades ago, there were terms set forth meant to level the playing field in this international trade exchange, goods and services. We thought that it would permanently eliminate China's existing policies that were not compatible with this new liberal international order that's meant to empower and enrich governments no matter the size, no matter the power. And China is unwilling to compromise. It's not. It's somehow remained in technical compliance, but it uses workarounds. It's a protectionist entity, and we still do not accept that. It somehow keeps on circumventing WTO trade rules by distorting markets, by ignoring intellectual property, by using forced labor in its manufacturing and agricultural sectors, and by coercing smaller foreign powers to accept its unfair trade policy. We need to nip it right now, or else it's just going to get worse.
It's actually long overdue, to enforce full and effective compliance. to the WTO's set of rules that China's been violating for a while. I mean, in the realm of like international, relations, China really only responds to one thing: it's power, and we have not used power. When Australia complained and said like, "Hey, we need to call for an independent inquiry into the origins of COVID," what did China do? China retaliated by raising tariffs, raising duties on Australian wine, which is now in the WTO settlement dispute court. And I mean, rightly so. Like, that is mercantilist, actions in retaliation to, quite frankly, it's like the base level requirement. We should look into the origins of something that crashed the entire world economic system. But here we are, and China's still getting away with all of it.
Does the WTO have any real power, though? Or are they big enough to where they can just then say they don't care?
With enough effort, the world really has the power to isolate China. That includes the UN, which is so useless these days. But it seems like we're not willing to use, or just the international community is not willing to clamp down on this country.
What if you have, like, and this is for anyone, the fiduciary responsibility to your shareholders to increase value, and you've got a huge market of over 1 billion people, and all you're going to need to do is change a movie character and make him less soy boy and make him more Marlboro Man. Like, why? How do you justify that you're not going to do that? Or engage in the Chinese market by playing by the rules? Like, how do you justify to your shareholders that we're not going to make that move?
Your shareholders are subservient to your government the same way that our shareholders are subservient to ours. There are many things in the United States that you have no free speech on whatsoever, right? You can't have certain opinions on certain issues, and every single person in this room knows what those are. Because if you hold those opinions, you will be torn from polite society, you will be destroyed, you will be fired from your job, you'll be left on the street penniless, homeless, and probably hairless. And so when it comes to China, it is the same thing, only we make those issues on things that actually matter.
All right. Well, how do you justify it? Like, this is a legit question. How do you tell American companies to stop playing in the China market?
Well, I've been saying for 25 years people need to brush up on their Mandarin, and it sounds like Chairman Jack has done that very well. Because let's face the facts, the world has gotten very, very small. We are a global community in a big way. What one does affects everybody. And certainly we see what we do here in America that affects the global community. China is seeing that as well. And at the end of the day, as long as we continue to play greedy, again, to use that analogy, and keep glorifying that evil Santa Claus that gives us Christmas every year, the reason that China wants Taiwan is because Taiwan is the #1 producer of those semiconductor chips. And they know that to control that controls everything. Every phone you've got in this room is going to come ultimately from a chip. It's made in Taiwan. Same with your computer and so on and so forth. China wants to control that. They know that they can put you on a leash in a very big way. Now, again, we can't sit here and say that one government is superior to another, look, the ideologies are one thing, but reality is another deal. Whenever Bill Clinton brought China into the WTO, and they've never obeyed the rules of the WTO, and again, the WTO has no power really to enforce that. It's sort of like climate policy and everything else. They're not, the Paris Accord, they're not going to hold China's feet to the fire in regards to the climate or anything else. But it's interesting to me that Bill Clinton was talking China, 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 George W. Bush was talking China, 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 and then all of a sudden 9/11 happened. And when 9/11 happened, everything was Afghanistan and Iraq. So for the last 20 years, we've been focused on Afghanistan and Iraq, and now we pull out of Afghanistan in the way that we did, and who moves in? An unregulated China. And instead of being Russia, who's going to stick an AK-47 under the Afghanis' nose for 20 years, or Americans that are going to put an M16 under Afghani noses for 20 years, they're going to come in with big wads of cash, and they want to buy rocks, they want to buy minerals, they want to buy the soil. And so the weird thing about it all is that's going to work. That's going to work. And it wouldn't be surprising to me if we didn't start seeing maybe another large-scale terrorist attack that happens, because now we're focused back on China again. What we're seeing here is not one of those things where we say, hey, does your method of government work? Well, it depends on what the prerogative and the priority and the end result is. Does the government of China work according to their prerogative and priority? Well, obviously it does. It gets their agenda across and it makes it happen. When it starts spilling out across the borders with the Belt and Road, and you're going to build this massive infrastructure deal that's going to go all the way to Europe, you're going to start seeing a Chinese colonialism that's going to happen on a scale of bigger than anything we've ever known. And we're going to start seeing that spill over because, let's face it, cash talks. And to the degree that they can make some of these bad actors a lot richer, it's going to be harder and harder to hold their feet to the fire. And here we are, mentally obese. And we're gluttons to technology, and we're gluttons to convenience, and we're gluttons to our comfort. And we're going to continue to allow it to happen by apathy. So until we're willing to say no more and put a stop to it, it's not going to end. There will be no accountability to this. And in the end of the day, I do hope that you have brushed up on your Mandarin, because that's what's coming. And let's face it, when it comes to dictators, they've never been about anything except for world domination. And that's what's coming, because that's what the agenda is, unless we do something about it.
I think the toolkit that's available to us as a liberal democracy is very limited when it comes to addressing this, what happens when private companies kowtow or capitulate to China. There's this quote I really like. It's either attributed to Lenin or Stalin. It's the capitalists will sell us the rope which we will use to hang them. And I think that's exactly what's happening. At most we can use shame, right? Like, so we can shame Disney, for example, which is what South Park did, and point out the hypocrisy, especially when it comes to, say, supporting very woke agendas here in the United States, but enabling, a government that actually openly is conducting cultural genocide, repression of the Uyghurs, and slave labor and things like that. Modern day slave labor in 2021, which the WTO is still endorsing. And so, I think shame is a very useful tool. Consumers here can make their voting power, their purchasing power felt. By telling companies, no, we're not going to support that, So you gave the example of someone like Enes Kanter wearing these sneakers. Well, we should manufacture those sneakers, show Nike that there are consumers who actually don't want to be a cuck to China.
So in the same way that people will pay more for organic food?
Exactly. Right? If we can shame behaviors like that, we can do the same here. And then the other thing we can do is also, especially when it comes to, like, government can impose sanctions or have more industrial policy and things like that. We're very unwilling to take those actions, but we can do it.
Now China does, or sorry, Taiwan controls around 60 to 65% of all the chip manufacturers. So if we didn't have the political will, and let's say that Xi Jinping wanted to annex China, and we don't do, or annex, sorry, Taiwan, and we don't do anything about it, right? What does a future with a China-controlled Taiwan look like?
Well, Taiwan stands as a bulwark for democracy in the region. We cannot let Taiwan fall, because that would mean the crippling of our democratic alliance in the East. It's one of our last footholds over there. And so, as we examine the Taiwanese military, it's underfunded. It's certainly outnumbered by China, the largest military by active personnel, largest navy on top of that. And if we examine U.S. forces, we're so focused on prioritizing wokeness over our combat readiness. Meanwhile, experts are projecting that China will be able to launch a full-scale military takeover by 2025. We should be shaking in our boots and trying to tighten our forces, but instead we're running recruitment ads about women raised by lesbian activism moms. Russia is running military ads showcasing strength and hypermasculinity, but we are trying to represent what it looks like to shatter stereotypes over here. But we don't care if you're black or white, Asian or gay. I mean, it's about being a true patriot, willing to die for your country and what you believe in. And it's not striking fear in our enemies' hearts that we are upholding diversity and inclusion. They're laughing at us. It's humiliating. Meanwhile, China keeps building up its forces. It's probably obtained a nuclear triad to launch missiles by land, air, and sea. It's continuing to build up its nuclear capabilities. And what are we doing over here? We're focusing on woke politics that has no place in war. War has no place for the political correctness.
Well, what if someone said, if someone challenged it and said, well, look, rare earth metals, China completely captured that market. So the world didn't end. That happened about 10 years ago. So if they get control of the lion's share of chip manufacturing, the world it'll blend in. Like nothing will happen. What would you say to that?
Well, Melissa was bringing this up before, but perhaps the World Trade Organization is obsolete in this era because it was created to address the Soviet military threat and the fallout of the Soviet Union. Back then, it was a new liberal international order, but the trade review, it was a periodic routine of China's trade policies that happened in Geneva, I believe, last month. It was mostly performative. It's just political theater. The body that was hearing the complaints does not have the action to punish China. And so what are we really doing here? It's really just a chicken fight. Perhaps if we establish a new alliance, because America's alliances were built for a different century. We might need to have a new collective self-defense. And if we gather America's allies in Europe, we can counter the kind of statecraft that China is practicing, whether we impose tariffs on Chinese goods, release reserves of the exclusive rare minerals that China can threaten to withhold.
But look at the game China is playing. It's not just about, rare earth metals or chips. I mean, they're also investing heavily in AI. Combine that together, the hardware and AI situation. China's trying to jostle for this dominant position in building the fourth industrial revolution. And that is going to be the backbone of the next phase of the world economy. So we don't want China, building our 5G systems and having that backdoor, which, that's why the Trump administration tried to ban Huawei from our 5G network, for building any component in it. But that's the risk. It's having China be such a major player around the world in setting the rules on which the entire world economy is going to be based on. And that's the danger with, allowing Chinese dominance in chips, allowing Chinese dominance in very key industries that matter for our national security.
How would you, in a nation that really wanted to get out of forever wars, and that seems to be a sentiment that's both on the right and the left, how do you get them to commit to the defense of Taiwan?
Once Taiwan has been liberated from the clutches of the Western imperialists who stole it at the end of 1949 with the dictatorial fascist Chiang Kai-shek, the generalissimo, I'll have you add, Taiwan will be brought back into the fold. We will then use our economic might to strip the United States away from its status as the petrodollar. Once the One Belt, One Road is established across Central Asia and the entire world island, then all global petroleum and oil resources will be able to be traded in a basket of currencies. This basket of currencies may include some level of crypto, depending on which day of the week it is, the renminbi, the Russian ruble, the rial, et cetera, et cetera. We are going to take this US-dominated system that has construed chaos and insanity across the world, and don't even get me started on all your meddling in South America and Latin America, toppling regimes, attempting to remove the glorious Venezuelan government from power or the glorious Cuban revolution from its existence. No. We are going to make sure to set the rules of the road so that there will be equality for all races, equality for all nations, equality for all genders, as opposed to the sexist and racist West.
Equality like Venezuela, where China, of course, has raped the resources. And we know who the billionaires are. They're the people who are in charge. And with a government globally or even nationally that has those dictators and oligarchs that are in charge, they're the ones who are going to be reaping the benefits. They're going to be reaping the benefits of any economy, any resources. We know that China's out of resources. They don't have natural resources anymore. That's why all of their arable land now is in Africa. They know that they have to rape the resources of other lands, other countries. That's why they're willing to come in and negotiate with the Taliban with cash in order to get that lithium, the $3 trillion worth of lithium out of the ground. They're willing to do things like that. Who's it benefit? It doesn't benefit the people of China. The people of China, by the way, and I've been there a couple of times myself, we alluded to the religion of China. There's an underground church there. It's been underground for a long time. We've smuggled Bibles into China. I know the risk. I know the rewards as well of those strong people that are in the nation of China. But those people have given up any hope of ever having any sort of equal share or freedom or any opportunity to grow or get above the lot of life or any of that caste that they were born into. They don't anticipate any of that. To the degree that that spreads globally, we're going to see that more and more that's going to happen around the world. Anything that form of government, that form of dictatorship touches, it creates death. It is, the often used and oversimplified Nazi Germany. Hitler killed the best of his country. He killed some of the most talented, some of the most gifted. His greatest scientists defected. They came to America. Why? Because he was killing them all. The Jews were under attack. He was trying to wipe a race off of the planet. In fact, had he not engaged in the Holocaust, there's a good chance he would have won World War II. So to the degree that this same type of dictatorship that we're seeing in China spreads in a wild contagion by force, we're going to see not only destruction, but we're going to see an implosion that's going to happen that is going to have a global effect because there's a global economy that is invested in it. So we've got to pull away from this thing. Look, as an entrepreneur and as a businessman myself, I spend extra money every day to make sure that products are made in America. I make sure that the things that I sell are made in America. We've had our things that have snuck up on us, and we flip a cup upside down and it says made in China, and we're like, shit. How do you escape it? Because it is so entwined in everything that we do at this stage in the game, again, as a global community.
You can't.
China's everywhere.
And you're not going to. My question for you is, what makes any of you possibly think you are going to win? There's nothing. You have nothing. Your answers are stupid. Your ideas
China's
are
weaker
stupid.
than I think we.
You have no way.
I think China's weaker than they project. They're structurally, their economy right now, also with the direction that the country has taken, especially in the last couple months, I think China's weakening themselves kind of right in front of our eyes.
China is weakening itself just by its own ambitions. It's always been expansionist. By stifling freedoms in Hong Kong, how will it maintain its economic role as an international financial hub? Because there are capitalist features of it that makes it attractive to other markets. Beijing's ideal scenario is to keep it as this financial center, perhaps to integrate it with this Great Bay Area project that would absorb cities in the Guangdong province, but that will not hold. On top of it, the one-child policy in China, that was to curb population growth, the growing birth rates, but what has that created? A nation of bachelors, an aging population.
And demographic cliff.
Yes.
And yet, following our liberation of Hong Kong, your BlackRock, Larry Fink, put out through the BlackRock Institute a statement that you would be tripling Western investments in China. Tripling down on the pension funds from your states, from your 401ks that BlackRock manages. Where does that bring you back? To us.
But what does the Evergrande, what does that show? It's that there's a lot of systematic volatility.
The corruption
in the
of
Chinese market.
Evergrande has been dealt with.
So I want to line up for Q&A. We're going to do a little bit longer Q&A on this one. So anyone that wants to fire away, just go ahead up and find that mic. The one thing we want is it is echoey up on the stage. It's really hard to hear. So if you could just kind of like use your outside voice when you're talking into it, it'll be a lot better. Or yeah, why don't we start the line really close to the stage then? That's not a bad idea.
Hello? Yeah, this is a question for Sherman Jack. Did the Tiananmen Square massacre happen?
On January 4th, 1989, a rebellion against the glorious CCP was put down. The extremists naturally were taken care of, and our country was then funded by all of you Americans, by investing more and more of your money in us. And so we thank you.
Okay, there was a statement made about being adverse to forever wars. This is for Mr. Prather. Is there any record in history of an alternative to forever wars besides Carthage?
Well, the biggest thing, and to the chairman's statement before we started the Q&A, because the chairman's actually correct, and 100% correct. Because in their, again, alternate reality from the one we live in, there is no such thing as a complex problem that can be solved with political correctness. And we have elevated political correctness almost to deification. As long as we're continuing to make sure that everybody's not offended and they can't laugh at a joke, or we misgender somebody, or we have the wrong pronoun or something of that nature, we're going to continue to be walked on in that regard. Now, what I believe in is what they call a Carthaginian peace, so that when you conquer a people, you plow their fields under, you pour salt on it so nothing ever grows again. That's the only way you don't have ongoing wars. When you win, you fucking win. You don't rebuild their cities. You don't give them their armaments back. You win.
We agree completely.
But that's the difference between the attitude on the other side of the world versus what we're doing here. You're either in it to win it or you're in it to prolong it. And we know that prolonging it makes us more money. And so to that degree, there's going to be ongoing wars.
Over the past 20 years, there has been a strong reluctance to hold China accountable. And the few results we've seen, at least from the Trump tariffs, for every one job created under the tariff program, American consumers paid over $900,000 more in consumer goods. So it seems that anytime we try to fight against China, that hurts ourselves. So my question for the panel at large is American prosperity a worthwhile sacrifice to curb Chinese growth and aggression?
Sorry, can you repeat that, the very last sentence?
Is American prosperity a worthwhile sacrifice in order to curb Chinese economic hegemony?
Well, first of all, the U.S. is one of the largest military spenders. But united with its European allies, we can fight China. We can attack China with the West because we have more allies than it currently does over in the East. The U.S. has always maintain its standing as a global leader, as an economic chief. And that's the end game of China, is to take us out. So we have to play the same game that they are.
You see, war. She's already talking about war. China has never waged war on another country in all 5,000 years of its history. And she is already talking about invading and attacking the same way the 8-nation army attacked China for no reason whatsoever in the early 1900s. This is the type of Western imperialism that we've had to fight against for the past 100 years of humiliation.
Except for the current amassing of troops on the Indian border. Fixed bayonets.
India's incursion into Chinese territory must be responded to with force.
Vietnam, Korea.
What about that Russian island?
Vietnam isn't a real country.
French.
China still weaponizes other tactics of soft power. political warfare, economic warfare, as we talked about, media warfare. It doesn't play by the traditional view of what we think of war, but it still wields that kind of power. It has, Chinese entities has bought out Taiwanese newspapers and broadcasters using the lure of advertising dollars to take out independent outlets. Even Chinese state-run media inserts have run in Western media, such as the New York Times, Washington Post, Tough on China, Wall Street Journal. So we've seen China flex its powers beyond its border more than just machine guns and missiles.
And to be clear, I don't, this idea that the world's going to end in one big nuclear bang, that's not what we're dealing with right now. You don't have to fight wars with bombs. You can launch as many hypersonic missiles into low altitude as you want, fly them around in a low orbit at Mach 5. That's not what this is about. At the end of the day, it's all about your pocketbook. At the end of the day, it's all about this commerce. It's all about doing without, sacrificing, paying a little bit more. We are actually giving up, we're giving up a global community to atrocities in the name of having things at cheaper and more convenient sake. It's insanity. But this is where we're living, and this is what we're doing, because let's face it, at the end of the day, we're greedy, selfish people.
All right, next question.
China's real estate market is roughly 30%, 32% of GDP, and seems poised for a collapse. There are several that are already collapsing, and Evergrande seems any day now. There are multiple generations of Chinese investors that have sunk their entire life savings into real estate. If the real estate market in China does collapse, does the panel anticipate a Chinese government bailout or potentially a people's uprising?
Western idiots like that CIA operative Gordon Chang have been predicting the collapse of the CCP for over 20 years. And yet look who is collapsing. It is you. It is you stupid vassals and your idea that you can have ownership. No, we will own you. We will continue to own you. And there is nothing that is going to stop. We have slowed down our economic growth because we have decided to slow down our economic growth.
If you run on a fuel of human beings, you may have 1 billion human beings to consume in order to be that fuel, to remain in the power that you have. But eventually, especially with population control, you will run out of human beings, which is why, again, like just as China has no arable land, they're going to other nations. They're also trying to do that to consume human beings globally, hence the reason they're moving into Afghanistan as we speak. So at some point in time, maybe not in this generation, but you do run out.
I think there's no way that Xi Jinping will let the real estate bubble shock the system. Like, everything is about hoarding and keeping power right now, and whatever it's going to take, whether it's a bailout, they will do what's necessary to keep Evergrande from becoming that domino, the Lehman Brothers of China. There's no way that he would let that happen.
And if speculative bankers have been playing around in our real estate market, then they will be dealt with the same way the Uyghurs have.
Right.
Mia, do you want to add anything?
Unfortunately, China is inevitable. How it survived all of this is amazing, but President Xi, he might be the most impulsive leader of this country that thinks in centuries. He's looking at a third term starting in 2022. Leaders since Mao have tried to conquer Taiwan, and President Xi might have the military might for forced reunification to be plausible. So I think while he is very ambitious, he has to tread carefully.
All right, go ahead, next question.
This question's for American Jack and the rest of the panel as well. For those of us who are, sorry, it was good, but for those of us who are, passively aware of the Chinese social credit score system, what do you think we aren't seeing right now as far as that trying to come to Western democracies?
Well, I mean, U.S. democracies already have that. If you look at the ESG system that's set up by large financial institutions in conjunction with the Fed.
Can you explain ESG?
Yeah, so ESG is it's a corporate social credit score. It's basically a corporation's wokeness quotient, and essentially it's environmental, social, and social governance. And if you want to receive more funding, if you want to receive investment, if you want to receive direct capital injections, then you need to have a higher ESG score. So we already have them here in the United States. We have corporate social credit scores, and so there's this line about get woke, go broke, but they literally don't care. Like they don't. This is why you see all the woke Inc., et cetera, and they're getting money because these multi-trillion-dollar organizations are pumping this directly into these companies. So if you want any of that, then you've got to play into the woke game. And so this is why all of these really fake and stupid moves are being propped up, because the US economy, by and large right now, is fake and stupid. And that is American Jack talking.
One of the things that baffles me about the social credit system thing is that, in China, it's top down. The government actually, has built like a nationwide. Everybody has to buy into it. The system, so which it determines whether or not your social credit determines whether or not you can get a doctor's appointment or buy an airplane ticket, and it's entirely top down. What amazes me is that in a liberal democracy like ours, we're building a version of social credit that is bottom up. Yelp, for example, Google listing, for example, whether a business is black owned or, having indicators like that. Yelp now has a reporting system, has this, if you run if you're a white person running a Chinese restaurant and you're accused of cultural appropriation, that's a racist report against you. Expensify, the app, and a lot of tech apps are now having a social credit system-esque review system, and it ends up mirroring what China has, but from the bottom up. And it's just funny how it converges. It all feels like a totalitarian kind of techno surveillance state. It's just whether or not it's top down or bottom up.
Anyone else? Anything to add? Or we can do next question.
Because our system is best, and that is why you've begun to emulate it. It's simple.
Beyond protecting our allies in the region and we talked about protectionist economic policies, are there any effective punishments that we can levy on China that can curb their transgressions both inside China and outside China?
Sanctions.
Any sanctions, like what leverage?
Yeah, I mean, defund. I mean, you've got to leverage those sanctions. I mean, again, it's running off of this global economy that we are continuing to source and to fill that tank. You shut that down, and it makes a big difference in that regard.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'll just say this because it's American Jack, whatever.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. You need the only body that's strong enough to actually do anything on this is the federal government. But you need a federal government that's run by people that are going to tell the Chamber of Commerce to shut up and tell both parties to shut up and say, we're doing this. And, come hell or high water, we are going to throw these sanctions on, we're going to throw tariffs on, we're going to use economic leverage, because we're not going to go to war with China. That's ridiculous and it's not going to happen. But what we do need is economic warfare. And yeah, it's going to suck, which I don't know what the guy was who just mentioned that question, but it's going to suck for a while, right? Until we actually get some of this stuff right.
What's sucking, though? Like,
do you realize
how bad? Like what are you talking about?
Like big screen TVs are going to go up, right?
Yeah, even more practical, Jack. That pretty much, I'm assuming that most of the women...
And the only way is federal government action. The only way is federal government action.
I mean, you realize that the majority of pigmentation in your lipstick comes from a pepper that is picked by a Uyghur slave. I mean, there's every little thing that we don't even think about that is happening. I mean...
And every American company that goes along with that should be fined, and the executives probably arrested. Like these things can be done, by the way. It's just you have to kind of think outside the box a little bit in terms of what like a quote-unquote conservative would do.
But it's also our culture that needs to change because, you know, I mean, we're so used, I mean, think of even like our political cycles. They're short term. So we keep thinking in very short term. No administration wants to preside over this big sacrifice, which is exactly what it is. It's asking a lot of Americans suffer, you know, higher prices at Walmart. You know, who wants to tell women they can't use lipstick?
Yeah, lipstick.
Like, you know,
just keep the masks on.
Yeah, and if Kylie Jenner is the one behind that, arrest her too.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a kind of goes along with the last point, but I use a de-Googled phone made in America that I paid more for. I use a System 76 Linux laptop made in America that I paid more for. I don't use TikTok, but everyone thinks I'm a weirdo, I am a crackpot, I'm a Nazi terrorist, you know, all the things. How do you think there is going to be a cultural shift that says, if you don't have the latest iPhone, if you don't have TikTok, everything made in China, you're weird, you're wrong, you're bad, because you're not cool or something?
Go for it, Chad. You're as American as they get.
Well, I mean, look, it's a malignant tumor that's grown into a vital organ, right? You can't just flippantly state we're just going to cut the switch, you know, just going to come in there and just cut things out. Because it has gotten so ingrained in our culture and our world and our expectations and everything that we do, that, you know, to just roughshod say we're cutting it all off is virtually impossible at this stage in the game. But again, that's true in almost every aspect of our culture, our politics, our geo-relationships, you name it. It's what's there. But we got to start somewhere. At some point, we've got to start somewhere.
You know, it's also, and I mentioned it when I was kind of play acting earlier, but the capitalization that we've done, right? The FDI that we've decided to put into China through Wall Street and these firms is something that easily could be done anywhere else in the world, right? If we're working wanting to work with people who are actually allies of us, people who are actually going to be on our side rather than someone like the CCP, then we can do that. We can go to Wall Street and say, you're not going to do this anymore, and we're going to put restrictions on you if you continue to try to do this, like BlackRock, Larry Fink, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's actually quite simple, but again, it's going to require federal government action.
Couldn't they just like use Deutsche Bank or someplace off to leverage those if we did that?
I mean, because that system, so much of it runs through New York to begin with, that you'd still create a lot of structural problems. And again, I'm not saying that they wouldn't be able to offset. I'm saying you build up partners, other partners.
All right, next question.
So as y'all talked about in the previous answers, if we get to the point where we're going to war, we've pretty much already lost, because that should always be the last resort. But with using sanctions, to, you know, in part ban the procurement from China, could that be deemed as too regulatory and something that we shouldn't be doing in a free trade market?
What, to ban imports is what you're saying, or to curtail imports? Yes. What do you think, Mia?
I mean, while it's a non-state, open market-oriented policies that we practice, we also reserve the right to impose restrictions, because how else will China react? How else will China actually conform to the WTO trade rules? We would just maintain the status quo from here on forth. So if we didn't do it in 2001, we start doing it now, we'll finally see some change around here, or else China will continue to flaunt its power beyond its borders.
Tear up the most favored nation status agreement, kick them out of the WTO, and why would our Pentagon source from China? It's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. You have to set up your forces, these massive market forces of, you mentioned procurement, right? Well, procurement through the DoD, procurement through the entire federal government should clearly be going to American industries only. And by the way, if you find out that those industries are also doing business with the CCP, then you cut them off as well. This is, the DoD is probably one of the largest purchasers of some of this stuff in the entire United States.
What would it take to kick them out of the WTO? I mean, how would that process happen?
Will.
But I mean, is there other nations that need to sign on to this? Like, what actually needs to happen?
Well, it's simple. You say either we leave, either they leave or we do.
That's interesting. All right, go ahead.
What do you think will happen as we move toward cryptocurrencies and off of these government-issued shit coins? The U.S. dollar being the biggest shit coin of all. And secondly, will that rebalance our trade? Because before we went off the gold standard, we had a lot of industry here. And secondly, how does Japan factor into all of this?
Well, I think at the U.S., this is something where, and I say to my crypto friends all the time that, I get it, like I totally get it, and I'm very pro-crypto in many ways, but at the same time, if the U.S. dollar stops being the world reserve currency, you are going to see Weimar America accelerate faster than you've ever seen. That's where the collapsitarians are like, 10 steps ahead of the game, because most people, there's so many people in this country, millions and millions of people that live hand to mouth, that live paycheck to paycheck, and their economic prospects are going to be slaughtered. If you think inflation is bad now, you have no idea what it would be like under that type of environment. Massive inflationary environment where a gallon of milk costs $500, right? What do you do then? And so I'm with the coiners when it comes to some of the structural issues, but at the same time, I think that simply thinking that getting rid of the US dollar being the world reserve currency is going to solve everything, it's actually going to create a lot of structural problems that, like you want a national divorce, that's how you get a national divorce, because you would see low-level conflicts erupt throughout the United States if that happens. Which, of course, would all be to China's advantage.
Thanks, Xi.
In early 2019, former Congressman Ron Paul mentioned that he said, America pretends to be capitalist and China pretends to be communist. Agree or disagree, or thoughts on that?
No, precisely. I mean, you go to China today and, you're not going to hear anyone extolling the virtues of Mao's Little Red Book or Marxist-Leninism. You're going to hear people who are just hyper-focused on making money, right? That's all. That's pretty much that's the sort of the dream of China right now, is make money, make money, make money. And it doesn't matter what stands in our way. And so that has been really the mark of not just Xi Jinping, but also the past 3 administrations prior to him, where he's come up is to say that he's really taking the shackles off and turning it into a society where they're also basically admitting that on the world stage.
But I do think it's changing a lot, especially in the recent months, that China is showing its, the capitalism of Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics. Yeah, it's definitely showing the way they're preventing IPOs, they're cracking down on big tech. Yeah. So I do think that aspect of China being capitalistic is really drastically changing. And
well, it's capitalistic, but as long as every single aspect of the Chinese economy, every industry understands party first,
state-driven,
state first, and then everything else is underneath it.
We're also seeing a replication in civil society. We're seeing the repeat of Maoism in woke America. It's history repeating itself. That's why the left keeps wanting to revise history and rewrite history. It's just different players, but it's the same methodology, varying terms. Here it's race, there it was class. In Hong Kong, the national security law that was enacted, what it does is silence critics, criminalize any kind of dissent, broadening the definition of crimes such as colluding with foreign powers, and that's how they're punished up to life in prison. So here we have critical race theory. We're using systematic racism as a blanket term, and if you defy it, you question it, you're canceled in any sector.
To paraphrase that quote I gave just now, the woke are selling them the ideological rope that they will use to hang us. because it weakens America from within without ever needing to fire a single shot.
Is there talk in China, like on their social media, are they using like wokeness arguments? Is that in the populace?
Well, the main thing you'll hear in China is well, they actually stopped kind of using this phrase because they realized it was too smart, but baizuo. So baizuo, it means white left, directly in Chinese. And it's funny because like I remember that quote from like 15 years ago, but now I think a lot of Americans have understood this, and it's kind of like it's just a joke. Like the white left is ridiculous, and they've seen that the white left has really taken over the West, and they think it's hilarious that they're putting these fake and stupid notions ahead of economic progress, social progress, military progress, and they realize that they're just leading, like lambs to the slaughter of the decline of the West. And you've got like Klaus Schwab and the Great Reset, which is kind of like this authoritarian sort of response to China, right, as an attempt to sort of emulate but also compete with the Chinese system. But it's it's like too little, too late. It's not going to work, and it's stupid to begin with.
Okay, next question.
So, Governor Prather, when Texas declares independence, what will you then?
Well, it's like anything else. I mean, if you're a nation, you're going to have geopolitical allies, you're going to have geopolitical enemies. You're going to have the same with economics and so on and so forth. You have to deal with them, hopefully in a form of diplomacy. We're getting to a point, though, quite honestly, where diplomacy is becoming null and void. Because let's face it, if Chairman Jack ever takes over, we're all screwed, right? We'll all be harvesting those peppers to create pigment for your lipstick. And that's the nature of what we're up against in this regard. So it doesn't change anything other than the fact that we need something. Look, we alluded to it earlier, but I think it bears repeating. We've got an administration in Washington, D.C. right now. We've got a president who should be in prison after this debacle in Afghanistan, the least of which he should be licking the windows in the basement of the old folks' home. The guy's so addle-brained and stupid, somebody's got to move his mouth in order to help him chew pudding. But to that degree, we need somebody with a backbone, somebody that's going to stand up and hold people's feet to the fire. I mean, at what point in time do we say enough is enough? So to the degree that we, right now we're incentivized to do business with China because, let's face it, we're dealing with cheaper chips and cheaper TVs and cheaper phones. You go to Oklahoma, like just to compare as an analogy right now, if you go to Oklahoma, if an illegal alien does business or transfers money through the bank in Oklahoma, they're charged 1% of that transaction, all right? We should actually charge more for doing business with China. So that disincentivizes your motivation for doing things that is built off the labor of slaves and human atrocities. So if you're going to do business and buy goods, rather than them being cheaper in America to do business with China, it should be more expensive. It should be more expensive. That disincentivizes it right there, but nobody's going to have that backbone because, as you alluded to, nobody wants to be that administration that governs over or through that period of time where we get deeper into your pocketbook. But at some point in time, that's the incentive we've got to embrace. So to that degree, if Texas were its own country, fuck them.
But this is actually where it's actually quite useful to, the shaming of China doesn't work because the CCP doesn't care. But, where it does become useful is in sort of selling why we need to decouple to the American people, to the people of the West, to say, look, we cannot go along anymore. Enough, to your point, enough is enough. And so we are going to use these economic levers. And, when the libertarian corporatists come up and say, well, but Jack, a tariff is a tax. Yes, it is a tax. It's going to be a tax on doing business with China. And it's going to be a tax on China being able to bring their goods into the United States. We are going to use those tariffs, of course, built this country, by the way, and is a tax on anyone for the privilege of doing business with the US market. It's very simple, right? You look at it the way they look at it. If we want to have the privilege of doing business in China, and I was at the Shanghai American Chamber of Commerce. I spent a lot of time working in international business. I think it's very funny, by the way, when people are like, oh, Posto's just doing this for the money. No, dude, if I wanted to make money, I would go back to Shanghai. I speak freaking Mandarin, dude. I would go there and make him bank. But, you know, I'm not doing that because I actually, unfortunately, believe in this stuff, you know. So, you know, I'm here instead in Dallas and actually trying to fight for this, well, in Fort Worth, for, you know, fighting the, you know, actually standing up for the United States of America and the rights of free citizens. And so the idea is we need to look at our country as the special place that it is. This is our home. The West is our home. We are going to fight for it. We have unbroken civilization of our own that we actually need to take seriously. And it's pretty simple. The CCP plays to win, but right now America just plays. It's time to actually start taking things seriously again, taking our country serious again, and to actually stand up for ourselves and our civilization because we have a right to.
Fire away.
Why is the problem China and not necessarily the global bankers and the World Bank, IMF, you know, that is kind of, you know, putting this illusion, you know, of global dominance between China and the United States, you know, and, you know, it just seems like it benefits, you know, them for the one world government to, you know, have, you know, us to be at each other's throats. And I just don't think that China is, you know, I think they're more of a paper tiger than people think because, you know, if those people have freedom in their minds, I think they might lay down just as fast as the Afghani army or even the Iraqi army under Saddam. So, I mean, we don't know. You know, but I just think it's the global banking system more than it is China per se.
Well, I've tried to address that in my rhetoric today, and I hope that I've brought it up as well. That, you know, it certainly has been financial direct investment through a variety of these systems that led to the rise of China. It's actually quite clear that Deng Xiaoping asked for this in the 1970s following the collapse of Mao, the end of the Cultural Revolution. He said it was called reform and opening up is what they referred to it as. But what it really meant was we are going to allow the international financial system to come into China. However, they also, and when you, the one thing that I would not necessarily push back on what you said, but the idea that there's this one world system. We don't have one world system, right? We have this sort of like Western world, and then we have the Eastern world, and then there's sort of, you know, the countries that are kind of in the middle on their own, Africa, South America, et cetera. And there's these various competing systems around the world. I do think there are people who would want there to be a one world system, clearly, and that's something that they're, you know, very motivated by. And I think, you know, it's not necessarily conspiratorial. They just think things would work better if they were in charge, right? That's just kind of what they think. And so China has, by and large, been rejecting a lot of that. And so what you're seeing now, like there's a great example, and people are asking this, like, why is George Soros suddenly flipped on a dime and he's like super anti-China, right? And this isn't because all of a sudden he believes in, you know, democracy and human rights. It's because he's financial interest to do so, because he realizes that China has beat him at his own game at this point vis-a-vis China, and so he's looking to protect his own financial interests by fighting against the CCP.
But not all. I mean, like Ray Dalio, Charlie Munger, and Bloomberg are still very much pro-China.
Well, Charlie Munger is the one who said that he wished, and he caught himself, he goes, you know, I wish we had China's system, well, I mean, maybe just their financial system here in the United States. He said that on CNBC.
Right, right. Well, I think the answer to your question is more that it's about the battle between China and the U.S. is really still about ideas. Like, yes, there's, you know, a clash in terms of power and banking systems and all that, but China's rise is not benign, and we will not exist. Our way of life will not exist as long as China becomes the superpower, and for that reason alone is something that we have to take very seriously.
Hi. Freedom of navigation has been probably one of the core missions of the United States Navy for as long as I can remember. And part of it, I guess, is because we need to protect trade routes around the world. That's kind of, you know, what we say the reason for it is. Now, if China's allowed to continue their expansion of their Navy, their island building campaigns, their expansion of their exclusive economic zone and territorial waters, what do you think will happen, and on what time frame, if that continues on unopposed?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the global shipping routes through the South China Sea, and I know a lot of people have pointed out that, Taiwan, of course, is the semiconductor home, but it's also, Taiwan is right along that main shipping route through the South China Sea up into the East Sea and then on the way to Japan. You're talking, and Korea. So you're talking about a massive, massive global shipping route. And of course it's in their interest to look at the South China Sea as, what do they call it, the Chinese lake, right? As the 9-dash line, et cetera, et cetera. And so, what does it look like? It looks like a system where, again, Zhongguo, right? What does China mean in Mandarin, right? Some people say Middle Kingdom. I argue that's a mistranslation. It's actually Central Kingdom. Their idea is they don't want necessarily to conquer the world through, and everyone, like they control every country directly. No. They want to set up a system of patronage, vassal states, where everyone is, when they come to the emperor, they have to kowtow. They want to go back to the way things were prior to the Opium War, where everyone has to eat from the hand of the Chinese emperor. And so it's basically going to look like something like that.
I appreciate the aggressive stance of all of this, but every single thing that we've talked about is somewhere that China has been building strength for anywhere between 20 and 50 years and attacking them directly on that front. Is there a reason that we are not trying to attack them where they're weak instead of attack them where they're strong?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think the reason is like what we've just said, that we kind of suck when it comes to being, using large federal government action to do things that would be at the detriment of the short-term financial interest in terms of this embracing the suck when it comes to, hey, suddenly laptops are going to cost more and TVs are going to cost more and refrigerators are going to cost more and cars are going to cost more, and that's going to be a lot of economic pain for a lot of people. And so it's definitely better to actually have a slow process of this, so that when you're decoupling these, like, why do we have supply chain issues right now? We talk about the supply chains, but we never talk about where our supply chains originate. And so you have this bullwhip effect of, if there's problems in, there's a 12-hour delay in China, you get a 12-day delay at the Port of Los Angeles, and you get this huge, massive backup. So again, it's just this really stupid idea that we can put all our chips in one basket in terms of the globalization and say we're going to do everything in terms of business with China, right? That is, of course, their greatest strength, but also it is a weakness at the same time, because if we start seeking other partners, if we start looking at these alliances more, then it actually is something that could very, very quickly solve both of those issues at the same time.
And we're up against people who play the long game. We in Western civilization don't. We think that you're gonna pay extra for what, or boycott China for what, 5 years, 20 years, and that's going to get them in line. They play the long game. They don't have any, I mean, they'll do this for generations, thousands of years, because again, back to your point, they want to go back. They don't want to go forward. They want to go back. They want to be in charge, because at the end of the day, this is an ideological war that we're facing, and that's where it is everywhere. That's why I keep referring to this alternate reality that we're up against. We don't see the world the same way these folks see the world, and we never will at the end of the day, and that's why in the long run, pessimistically speaking, Western civilization loses.
Last question? All right.
No, we'll do one more. We'll get John in too.
So, perfect. Since everyone seems to be unified in the arguments here relatively, I wanted to play devil's advocate and provide a scenario here to get your perspective on this. So, countries that trade with each other, and I'm not necessarily arguing in favor of this, I just want your all's opinion. Countries that trade with each other don't go to war with each other, generally speaking, because there's mutual benefit to maintaining that trade. For countries in which there's been an entire embargo on, for example, North Korea, we haven't seen any regime change in 70 years, even though there's been zero trade allowed. So what are the risks associated with actually creating economic boundaries between us and China when it comes to maintaining relationships in the future? Are we actually providing a greater risk of warfare or even other problems with economic sanctions or economic trade barriers? In addition, we've seen in history that dictatorships maintain their power when their people are poor. And the trade that we've established with China has grown their middle class. And the more that people experience wealth and the pleasures of capitalism, the more that they're willing to fight their own government. So is there actually an argument to be made that through trade and introducing a larger middle class through the wealth that we provide through trade, we're actually destabilizing China in the long term when it comes to their power over their people, and is weakening that trade actually risky when it comes to war and other problems.
Yeah, so this is the exact same argument that was made in the British government and Western governments in the 1980s when they were talking about whether or not they should agree to abide by the Hong Kong turnover of 1997, which eventually took place. This is the exact same argument that was made, that once we introduce Hong Kong's system to China, once we introduce more capitalism, we will grow the middle class. True, did happen. But then they also said that it was going to make this sort of political revolution as well as an economic revolution. And of course, Tiananmen Square came and went, that happened, that moment happened, but by and large today, the CCP is extremely popular within China. And so you don't really, I mean, there are dissident groups, to be sure, but by and large, there is not that critical mass of people who are dissenting to say enough is enough and we want to take over. It just hasn't happened.
I think we have to update that assumption, because if you look at countries like Singapore or countries like Saudi Arabia, where your average GDP per capita is so high, people really are living honestly better lives than the average American. The people are not asking for political liberalization. Like, they're not asking for more rights politically. They're actually very happy. It's kind of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You got your 4 Louis Vuitton stores, you're kind of happy with that. Who needs self-actualization when the population is just kept at bay, like with satisfaction? So I think we misunderstand, the need for freedom around the world. Like, it is not the rallying cry that we in America think that it is. Most people are actually very satisfied with just satisfying base levels of comfort, and actually are unwilling to risk that in exchange of freedom, as we see now during COVID. This trade-off between safetyism and freedom. And that is my concern, that we think that this is kind of a natural, inevitable progression, but it's not, and so far it's been proving not to be.
All right, John, go ahead.
My question is that when we say that China is a threat to the United States, I think that it's important to understand why Chinese culture in particular is actually a threat to American and Western culture, which broadly speaking is wholly degenerate. So I would say that given that Chinese culture is a nationalist, illiberal, anti-elitist, anti-feminist, anti-LGBT, patriarchal, pro-family meritocracy, and that strong countries like China and Russia are really the only impediment to the globalist agenda being imposed by Western countries actually being established, what is the argument for the American right specifically to perceive China to be an antagonist on the global stage?
So John missed the earlier part of our discussion, where I was basically spent the whole time making this argument.
Let's go.
It's going from, because I was sort of playing the Chairman Poso role and basically saying all the same stuff you're saying. The response to all of it is simply that we are Western civilization, and Western civilization has immutable characteristics, has immutable traditions that we need to return to in order to actually, and stand up for and take seriously in order to actually respond to what China is pushing. Remember, China isn't just pushing, China's pushing that within China, sure, but within America, what are they pushing? They're pushing fentanyl, they're pushing consumerism, they're pushing atavism, they want us hooked into the Zuckerverse, they want us to be like the, take your pick, whether it's Wall-E or what was the Bruce Willis one? They want us, they want us hooked into the systems and to be like, serfs. They want you to be serfs. They want the Great Reset to happen. So if you want to stand up for human agency, if you want to stand up for humanity, if you want to stand up for religion, if you want to stand up for man's connection to God, you have to fight back against that stuff.
And at the end of the day, not a single person in this room wants to move to China. Period. Nobody wants to move to China. As good as everything John said, as good as that sounds, nobody wants to move to China, and there's a reason why.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We have a 10-minute break. Come back at 8:50.
谢谢大家.
Yep, 10-minute break. Last call for the Trump merchandise at the back of the theater. Like I said, it's 8:41, 8:51. We will get our last panel going. Thank you.
White heterosexual Christian male that dropped a piece of truck, burned up the ozone, has a dog in the backseat, throwing a cowboy hat.
I'm glad you pointed at me. Yes, thank you.
3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes. We'll be starting our last panel. All right, one more minute. All right, here we are, our final panel of the evening. Is America at its breaking point? So there are several reasons we've been able to travel to Texas. Hopefully you guys had a good time. Hopefully you guys have, we've done a great job at doing this. We put a lot of work into it. One of those reasons, some of the great people that we know from the Blaze. And they brought a couple friends with them to give you our final panel that will try and answer the question, is America at its breaking point? From the Blaze, hosts of You Are Here, Elijah Schaefer and Sydney Watson. Wherever you want, bud. Yeah, go ahead. She's a consultant, I'm sorry, she's a communications director and a consultant, Lisa Reynolds. And last but not least, 5-time Billboard charting artist and Gen Z commentator, Chandler Crump.
Well, how is your day going, everybody? Going well? Yeah, we are live in Fort Worth, Texas, the one few of, 2 or 3 last big cities in Texas that haven't capitulated to the commie terrorists. We're still alive, and to you commie terrorists in the crowd, fuck you, I'm sorry. Anyway, my name is Elijah Schaefer. I'm the host of Slightly Offensive, also of the new nightly show, You Are Here, and I am joined by my lovely co-host. If you want to also just say hello to everyone.
I was going to say, are we doing this like our show? Is that what this is going to turn into?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Well, I'm Sydney from the creatively named channel on YouTube, Sydney Watson. This is always awkward to say to people because you guys already know who I am, or at least I hope you do, and if you don't, welcome. I'm the weird Australian with the horrible accent. So, Lisa?
Oh God, I don't
do you
know
want to
what
introduce
you want to say for me.
yourself?
Yeah,
Give
so
a nice
I
rundown.
I'm a communications director for a congressman from Texas, and I just do a lot of advocacy stuff, campaigns in England, Tommy Robinson, that kind of stuff.
Chandler?
Well, hi there. I'm not a communications director for a sitting congressman, but I am Chandler Crump, 17-year-old, youngest Billboard charting artist, unsigned by any label, off of the hit song, Let's Go Brandon. Can we get some Let's Go Brandons? Let's Go Brandons in the crowd. Let's go Brandon. Let's go Brandon. Awesome. Also, this is my new album, Dark Winter, available on all services. We'll talk more about that later, but I wanted to get that out of the way first.
And we're waiting for John Doyle to fill that extra seat, so we don't know when he's coming up here, but it'll be.
And to think about this though, in the most racist country in the world, black people can be successful even at 17. Pretty cool, man.
Yeah, no, nothing's holding me back. I've been told by so many people that the only reason I'm successful is because I talk white. Like, can you believe that? Like, as a black teenager being told by leftists and liberals that can't quite see past their own narrative, being told that this kid right here, the only reason any of these people accept what he's saying is that he's talking white. So much so, I had to make a song about it. Could you believe that?
Yeah, that's actually true, and everyone knows that Bryson Gray on the album is the whitest black dude in
Obviously.
America. That dude doesn't even like the gays, man. That dude's a traditional black dude, man. I swear, we got to get back to that.
He is the blackest black I know.
No, it is true. So we've got a good conversation to go with you guys today. Obviously, if you're easily offended, this is the wrong panel for you. We have daycare out in the back. But if you want to hear about some crazy stories and some insane things, we do have a lot to talk about. So I don't know if you guys heard about this, but it's kind of insane. You know, a lot of men die for things that matter. People die for God. They die for their country. Some people even die for, radical agendas, political agendas. The saddest way I've heard of people dying recently was to listen to a shitty rap concert. Travis Scott, who is if you don't know who he is, that means you're probably a better person than me. But if you do know who he is, because you saw the news, tragically, there was a music festival that he was basically running, and it was poorly conducted, with poor security, poor medical services, and it was basically a crap show from the beginning. What's so insane is these people that are lecturing us that all we need to be safe at these music festivals are vaccines, which we know are true because the media says it's true, so you believe that. But it turned out that the people broke through the barriers, this is so sad, trampled each other. And I want to start there by saying, before we even get to the deaths, what bad position do you have to be in? Because I've been in some low positions, but where do you have to be in your life to risk someone else's life and your own to listen to someone that makes music like Travis Scott?
Well, here at Better Discourse, we pride ourselves for having better discourse. And so, Elijah, I actually have a rather disagreeing opinion of you, or than you on this. I actually am a fan of Travis Scott and his music. And in fact, I was listening to a song he was on this morning. And honestly, I think I want to see the other side of this. The side that is, of course, sad that people are dying, sad that people are getting injured, but oh, he's here.
Yeah, he's finally here. Yeah.
He is crashing our panel.
can't round
The amazing
out
John Doyle. Can we get some John Doyles in the chat? Let's go.
Thank you.
Oh, what was 9 people clapping? Let's go. Come on, where are we at?
Yeah. No, but the prevailing opinion I want to give is that, of course, it's sad that people are dying and sad that people are getting injured, but it's still very new. This happened last night. People were getting trampled, of course, but that's kind of normal for a music festival. Of course, it was understaffed. That's a bad thing. But we are hearing reports that have recently been confirmed by the local police department that there were people running through the crowd, injecting others with various things. We don't know what it was. And at this event that people died, 11 of those people that were injured and or dead were of cardiac arrest. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if I get trampled, I don't think I'm going to have a heart attack because of it. So
The weird thing is, though, he kept singing the entire time. Like, he's watching people die in front of him, and that's the problem. They're saying cancel him.
He's watching somebody get carried away. I don't think he actually thinks they're dying.
No, there were people, like, unconscious laying in front of him, and he's looking down, and
it's pretty normal for people to faint at a concert.
He kept going.
Yeah, he did keep going. What's kind of weird to me about this entire story is it shows me the state of Western civilization where we are at the moment. Like, number one, the fact that you just said that people getting trampled at concerts is normal should show you something about the degradation
That's
of
true.
how people
That's a good
are.
point. The fact that I believe that and see that as normal is unfortunate, but I think this happens in other nations too, where they have performances, right? I mean,
Sounds like people have very low self-control, and it does. But it does make me question this, because if you guys don't know the story and what happened, I mean, people did die, right? Not only did people break in, but people pushed a bunch of people to the front. Now, I don't know how many times we've been having people at concerts that are young die from cardiac arrest that were all vaccinated, but I don't want to get into that because vaccines are safe and they're for 5 to 11-year-olds, and we all know that you should all, take as many as you can. Mix and match them, actually. But more importantly than that,
get your vaccine badges here.
But isn't it weird? I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't hear about a lot of people. I hear about being crushed to death, but the reports are coming out, many of them, that it's cardiac arrest. They're having heart failure, that they had weak hearts, the tissue was inflamed, etc. And so it's so interesting that I've heard of people getting crushed, suffocating, right, being stepped on. And I saw the stampede, I watched people, but I don't know about you, I don't know about how Australia is, but I don't hear of a lot of young people dying of cardiac arrest in mass, and 300 people or more being treated for similar injuries.
I mean, I guess in Australia, people die of drug overdoses predominantly at music festivals and whatnot, and I'm sure that's a tenet of American society too. I don't know. I don't go to festivals here. What I found interesting was what Chandler brought up, was the fact that somebody was apparently injecting people in the crowd. And that's interesting. And actually reading through Twitter today, people were saying, no, I think that this is, as John would put it, a psyop. It's not really happening. That's not actually went on, because they're trying to cover up for the fact that potentially people are having a negative reaction to, as Elijah just said, vaccines or whatever.
That would be even worse, especially considering the police department is now confirming that they found substances. If this is indeed a John Doyle term as a psyop, then that would be even worse. That it's even trickling down that even the local police departments are in on the psyop, are in on the brainwashing to make you believe that, no, everything is fine. The emperor does indeed have clothes on, and people are not collapsing in the streets from getting the vaccine. That would be scary.
John, do you want to defend yourself? Because I know that
you
love youth
the term
culture.
PSYOP. The CIA invented the term PSYOP, and you can read the manual. It's been declassified. That's their thing. I would love to be as influential as the CIA. Things would be a lot better, I think, for the American people if that were the case. But unfortunately, I'm not.
Well, it's a term you popularized, and she cited you as the inspiration for this term. And in many ways, I think that the ways you use it best describe the ways we are using it in terms of what this could possibly mean if it's true that there were no actual injections and that it is just covering up the truth that these people are unhealthy because of what they took.
But see, it wouldn't be just the local police. So the local police just do their job, right? It has to come from some higher authority, and then they just get information.
The trickle down.
So I don't think it's our everyday police officers that are in on these conspiracies to trick the American public. It definitely comes from above. And we saw that already with January 6th and the Fed involvement and the kidnapping of, what's her name?
Gretchen Whitmer?
Yeah, Whitmer. Yep.
Yeah, but what I think is weird is this, is I want to get into some political stuff, because remember, we're now at Travis Scott has killed more people, or his actions have led to more deaths than the January 6th protesters.
So true.
So just don't forget that one. Travis Scott is more deadly than the insurrection, which was the worst in the Galactic Empire.
It was
Remember
not
that.
an
Worse than the Death
insurrection.
Star.
It was not an insurrection.
It was worse than the blowing up of the Death Star. It's of all invented things that people talk about, that was the worst of them. Okay.
It was actually worse than the extinction of the dinosaurs. What they did to our nation, what they did to our capital, is worse than the deaths of all those species. Could you believe it?
I knew January 6th was bad when I saw Steve Bannon coming on an X-wing, and I was like, damn, this isn't going to be good. The last movie was bad. But honestly, with talking about this, so here's something so crazy. So I was people being retarded is not something new. Sometimes it's genetic. Other times they just choose that life. That's up to you. It's a free country. But most importantly, if you chose that, which apparently appears to be at least 50% of the U.S. population right now, it strikes me as interesting that San Francisco, the San Francisco Chronicle, really came out of left field, letting us know why most Americans would rather get a colonoscopy than talk to a journalist. Because they wrote an article that was saying specifically that, you guys know crime is up in San Francisco. It's not doing too hot. There's a lot of poop on the streets. It's not looking very good either.
Yeah, a lot of heat and a lot of poop is not a great combination.
Yeah, so they have an app, a feces tracker, okay? That's also the website where you can follow Gavin Newsom's policies. But most importantly is that they have this rise in break-ins that is going on. And so most people would think, okay, so how would we approach this, right? We're a journalist. I'm a journalist. I work for a publication. I want to try to change my city. I want to make it a better place, besides decriminalizing HIV and legalizing statutory rape within 10 years and passing out drug needles and those types of positive, progressive policies that we've come to know and love from our child molesters that live up in San Francisco. The most important thing is that they've decided, what should we do about the rise in crime? Should we A, learn to live with it and ask homeowners to start adding extra security to their homes? Or B, should we think about maybe punishing people for committing crimes and lock them up and also try to get them help.
That's racist. That's racist. I'm sorry. That's not the B is not the answer on this multiple choice test. I'm very sorry, Elijah.
Well, it's so interesting though, like how stupid we've gotten as a society. Where like you walk around and we have in San Francisco, there's a clear and obvious problem. There's a rise in crime, and it's serious. They need to enforce the laws that already exist, and they're saying that maybe the solution to this is asking homeowners to add extra security to their homes and their cars in order to protect themselves from criminals, not deal with the criminality or any policies that may be causing this.
Which is interesting too, because concurrently to that narrative, you have maybe 1,000 miles away everything that's going on in Kenosha with Kyle Rittenhouse, and it's like that's the same thing. Like asking people to defend property exists in this particular area, but then when somebody is defending property and then defending their own life, then the narrative is completely inverted, and then that's actually not okay, and they're calling him like a white supremacist terrorist, like murderer. They're trying to send a kid to jail for the rest of his life for defending himself.
He was trying to help people the entire time. He was a medic, and he's like, I'm going out here to help people. Like, every time that he was interviewed by Richie or anybody else, it was like, I'm here to help people and defend people. But back to the San Francisco thing, isn't it crazy that they're decriminalizing, like, or depenalizing theft and things like that so much that, like, big drugstore chains have like pulled out? I think it was Walgreens or
well, there was another one. There was an article about, I can't remember the name of the chain, but basically they've changed their hours from being 24
they just
to
closed like 8 Walgreens in San Francisco.
Target and Walgreens.
No, there's a bunch of other ones as well, like even supermarket chains that are now closing earlier to avoid having people steal so much. But I mean, you're talking about a place that's now masking 5-year-olds and then asking them to show vaccine passports.
But think about that. So they're paying like the highest taxes in the nation, right? They're paying the highest taxes in the nation. No one can go shopping anymore because they're closing all the drugstores, and then they want you to add extra security to your home so that they can keep fueling this anti-racist narrative that they're all great people, but they're endangering their own citizens every single day. Like, that's not normal. And that's what every other liberal city is doing in this country. They're all headed the same way as California.
Yeah, and then they moved to Texas and Florida and whatnot, and then we get to have you.
Did you guys see this? Do you guys know? So Marjorie Taylor Greene was on Twitter today saying how Nancy Pelosi is shopping homes to retire in Florida. Because you remember Florida is the deadliest place in America.
Yeah, actually, Florida's a myth. Nobody is actually alive in Florida. It's actually a massive psyop. Everybody there is paid actors, actually.
Florida's a hologram like our president. And so the key thing is that Florida, you know, we've all heard how it's the most dangerous place. Remember the monoclonal antibodies that DeSantis pushed? And it was like everyone talked about how that was dangerous and you shouldn't take those and this sets a precedent. And then they tried to not pass them, and then they extended the emergency authorization because there was no other treatments for COVID or no other therapeutics, even though the vaccine isn't a therapeutic, but they still passed it as such. And then we find out a couple days later that the monoclonal antibodies did work, and they're actually so helpful that Biden can restrict the distribution of them to Florida in order to punish them. And it's so funny that as we hear about this, even recently with the amount of cases in Florida, despite being completely open, banning mask mandates, taking progressive and active approaches, I want to say that Florida's been the most progressive state on COVID policies. They've been so forward-thinking. Well, everyone's been so conservative and trying to just keep things safe and just keep them all the way they are. They said, let's just take this new virus. Let's take this new disease, let's accept it, and let's go forward, and let's not let it cripple us any more than it has. And that kind of amazing and dastardly confidence from such a man like Ron DeSantis, which I know everyone here loves him so much, and those of you guys that don't love him, you have a secret crush. You do. You want a man like that. But Elijah, the truth of the matter is that he came on and said, you know, we're going to set the policy, we're going to move forward. And he's the one with the open ports. He's the one with the cities that are thriving. He's where the Super Bowl gets, you know, won. I mean, seriously, he's leading the charge.
And you know what happened today? They announced that for the first time, Republicans have now outpaced Democrats for voter registration in Florida. Because everybody's waking up, moving to Florida, where it's safe and effective and open for business. And so now, for the first time, we have more Republican voters registered than Democrats.
Shout out to Scott Presler on that one. You guys know him. But what I want to touch on really and highlight is we're looking coast to coast. We're looking at California. We're looking at Florida. We're looking at Texas. I'm sure later on we'll be looking at New York. And we have to put, these are major states in our union. We have to put this together and say, and ask the question that this panel is asking, is America at its breaking point? The massive divisions we see within these different states, I almost accidentally called them different nations because in my opinion, when I'm in California, I'm not in America. When I'm in certain parts of Texas, it doesn't feel like America. When I'm in New York, it does not feel like America because you can't walk into a restaurant without being requested to show your vaccination card. You can't walk in San Francisco without walking past corpses and fecal matter. You can't walk into a Safeway without seeing some brothers take some medicine or seeing them take something else. You can't do that. And so your question is America at its breaking point? Do you really see us as a union anymore?
I don't.
Okay. Elijah and I have talked about this to death, and I'm assuming that we can never find an endpoint on discussing it. I find this a particularly interesting topic of conversation simply because I'm looking at my home country, which hit its breaking point, went over the edge, and then fell into a ravine and is currently drowning. That's what I'm looking at. And it's beautiful, you know, I'm going, wow, wonderful, never gonna get to go home. And that's a horrible place to be at. And then I look at America, which has all the makings of a country that could be so ridiculously successful again, and yet it's so divided, and people don't have any common ground, and they don't agree on anything, and we have these discussions repeatedly that to my mind, don't have any actual benefit. And it's really, my question at this point, in response to your question, is it time for a national divorce?
Okay, we did talk about this earlier today, and I think the people who were on here made some actually very good points, is that we'll never actually get to a point where we can have a peaceful divorce within our nation. And so what somebody mentioned more so is balkanization, but still within our union. And that's something I recognize as probably the most possible and most probable and most good-looking alternative through all this, is that we are still united under one banner as America, but we more so hold ourselves under our different banners as strong as possible, and have strongholds of political opinions and ideologies that still maintain their own areas of identity. So the Florida area, the Georgia area, that sort of branch of people, we have to see an exodus of people that don't necessarily agree with what we have there. And I guess that sort of makes it difficult to even see ourselves as getting there, because it's a difficult thing to attain, being able to separate in such a way while still maintaining one union.
I disagree. Somebody said to me the other day, Lisa, why do you post things on your pages like it's so divisive and things like that? And I'm like, because they were like, why are you making it an us versus them argument? And I'm like, I hate to say this, but it is us versus them. If you are the party that will let people have porn, and when I say porn, I'm talking adult men with 4th grade boys in our school system, if you are for the party that supports that, you are my enemy, because you are hurting my children. You're my enemy. And I believe that. And there are a lot of people that are like that with me, that feel like, and I don't want to say that we're like, oh, we should all like learn to get along. No, we don't share common values at all anymore. If you think that that's okay and you support the party that supports that, you are my enemy. I'm sorry, you are.
It's true. The right is finally waking up to this as well, and I think they discussed this on an earlier panel in terms of how the left has always perceived the right to basically be evil, and the right has always been like, what's the Reagan quote? It's not that they're ignorant, they just know so much that isn't true. It's kind of like this well-meaning sort of attitude towards people on the left. Now we're finally catching up, but the take is kind of still the same, because it's, well, let's just have a national divorce. And it sort of presupposes that these people would let you leave. Like, they have all of the power. Do you think they're just going to let you go? Every time communists take power, they murder people like us. That's just not going to happen. They even fantasize about this on Twitter. Like, there was a picture that went viral on Twitter not too long ago. And it was a photograph of a wall in Cuba. And it had a bunch of holes in it, and the caption was, "This is the wall in Cuba where Che and Fidel Castro sat and smoked cigars while all of the opposition was being executed via firing squad." And everyone's like, oh, this is so much fun, viva la revolution, like all that stuff. It's like these people literally have like bloodlust fantasies about genociding conservatives. This is a fact. You can go on any social media and see this. So first, they wouldn't even let you leave in this hypothetical. Secondly, the whole reason we are so divided and would even need a national divorce is because there's no such thing as competent right-wing governments in this country. So talking about it even in itself is impractical, because are we supposed to believe the same group of people in this country who we elect to represent us that just gave Nancy Pelosi $1.2 trillion in a heartbeat, they're all of a sudden going to have the audacity to be like, let's actually move towards a national divorce? It's never going to happen.
Such a doomer take. And the sad part is that it's so true, and I'm sitting here and I'm trying to find a way to say like, okay, well, John, there's this and there's this, but it's like...
They hated him because he spoke the truth.
So then is the question, are the parties exactly the same? Is there any sense of I don't know, will we ever get to a point where Republicans will actually stand up for their constituents?
It's so hard. So I clearly work for a congressman, and I know a lot of them personally. Like I've been on the border with them. It's not just their staff that I know.
She is the swamp right here.
I am the swamp. I do work in the swamp.
We're gonna drain you.
Here's the thing: the members are good. They're well-meaning, especially the Republican ones, and they're like,
So why do they vote the way that they do?
Well, you only had 13 vote for her thing, and that's because they're in purple districts. And the way that we were set up, our republic was set up, is that you're responsible to your voters, and they live in purple districts. And when those suburban moms come and start to like swing the vote, then they don't want to be hamstringed in their purple districts. And that's who they are. I mean, look at their districts. Look at Fred Upton's district and look at Ken Zinger's district. They're actually being reactionary to their people, their voters. And so the right-wing people, like my district is very right. It's like, I think it's like +7 or something Republican. But you have these members, and when they start like talking out and saying things like, my boss was one of the ones that voted not to certify the election. Well, we lost all PAC donations. He's got no PAC donations, right? And so he's still fighting. He's still on the floor, part of the Freedom Caucus, trying to like interrupt their votes and doing things. But the media won't report that. They won't say how he's trying to slow the legislation. And honestly, a lot of these people really believe in constitutional like principles, and so they're not willing to subvert the Constitution to like put their agenda in. And so I keep getting mad, and I keep wanting to do like a video saying like, you know, why won't Republicans stand up? Like, what do you want them to do? What do you want members of Congress to do other than vote? We're in the minority. Nancy Pelosi won't let any pieces of our legislation even hit the floor. She won't let it come out of committee. Like, their hands are tied. It is up to you guys, the people in the room, the people here, to demand things change. Like, it's not going to change unless everybody goes out and votes and it's Republican, and then you can force them to vote. But you have to remember, these purple district, these other Republicans, if they start voting to right wing, they'll be voted out of office. So that's why they vote the way they do. I'm not saying it's okay, but like, people are like, what can Republicans do? They're not fighting hard enough. Right now, when they have the entire majority, the presidency, both chambers of Congress, there isn't anything that they can do. I hate to say it like that, but it's true. And nobody ever talks about, there's really nothing for them to do fight back or force
Yet
votes.
another
like
doomer take.
It's true.
But it's not, because here's the point. Everybody who voted in favor of the infrastructure bill is a traitor to the United States Republic.
I agree with that.
And they
I
are
100%
traitors.
agree with you.
They are traitors. And I will tell you this, they are a part of a regime that has been taken over in this country by special interest groups. We are a part of the global banking system, and we are looking to form the New World Order. And I don't give a damn if it sounds conspiratorial.
No,
we
you're
literally
right.
are giving you spoiler alerts to what you're going to expect. And these people are nefarious. Like Donald Trump said, which is why you can't put your trust in men. How he said, I did not expect, you know, whatever he says, I did not expect this to fall apart so quickly.
No, do the voice.
What?
Do the voice.
I did not expect.
With the fingers.
For sometimes they say, some people said it was going to fall apart. I didn't know, they said. But I'll say, how the hell did you not know the country was going to fall apart when somebody who is senile, who has dementia, that lived in a basement, that had no chance of winning, somehow won? And then it was so safe, it was so secure, it was so free, you couldn't talk about it. You tell me one honest thing in the history of the world that was definitely true, where a government said, you can't question it. Every time a government says you can't question this, and they pair up with the private companies to say, you're not allowed to ask questions, you know it's a damn lie. And it's true. So you know what? We know. And that's why we're filled with fury. That's why we're filled with anger. Because I don't give a shit about what fact checkers say. PolitiFact, fuck you. I don't care what they say on CNN. I don't give a damn. Because I know the truth. The truth sets us free. And that's why we're growing. And that's why they're afraid. Because we have fury. And we know. That's why when Donald Trump said stand back and stand by, he was saying the truth. Because we know we're not going out there to make the shot heard around the world. We're not going into a turning point event trying to, incite violence or something like this. We know that the stakes are high. We know that in the end, somebody's going to end up against a wall, and it damn as well is not going to be me. I'm not getting shot for this shit. I'm telling you that right now. Nobody's going to do that to me.
They're going to try.
And I'm not going to incite violence. I will never promote inciting violence, and I'm not going to talk about that. I do not wish violence to occur. I don't want anything like that. That would break my heart. I've seen people get killed in the riots. I've watched lives die, and it breaks my heart. It is so sad to me, and it hurts me in the inner side of my stomach. I feel sick seeing Americans hurt each other. But right now, the war's already begun, okay? The lives have already been taken. The battles are already waging. And I'm telling you right now that if we're not in a serious point where we realize their ultimate goal is not just to remove us from power, but it's to delete our lives, you have to wake up, or else it's going to be too late.
So I think that about answers the main question as to if we are indeed at the breaking point. You saw the energy in this man just now when he thought about everything he has gone through, and this is only the past year or so, because Elijah's been on the streets covering this, and he saw the protests, he saw the riots, he saw the way people uprose for simply a fake news media narrative about race. It was a race war that began, and it toppled all the dominoes within this nation, and it's so much so that it invokes the fury of patriots. It invokes the fury of people that don't like the things that they're seeing from the left side. It invokes that fury.
This has been happening for so long. I mean, people just started talking about cancel culture, but I was working in England in 2018, and people weren't allowed to get bank accounts. In 2018, we did a congressional panel on it here, right? I was working with other people in England, and they couldn't get bank accounts. They can't get mortgages. They can't rent from anybody. They have been trying to cancel people, and it has been slow, but it's like you said, it's the New World Order. It's coming from Europe. Like it is coming from these global powers that want us all to follow in their footsteps. And America's a little harder to do because we are an armed populace, but it is coming our way, and it's been getting worse and worse and worse. I've been screaming since 2018 that they were doing this, and cancel culture hit there first, and now it's here, and that's what they're trying to do. They're not just trying to silence you. You're right. They'd be happy if we were gone.
I think what's disconcerting is that within the American population, there is a complacency. And like I said before, when you look at Europe, when you look at the United Kingdom, when you look at Australia, which I effectively think has been the testing ground for much of this for many, many, many years, decades even, when you look at that, and then compare it again. And I don't say this to shit on Americans. I think Americans are wonderful, and obviously all my friends are Americans. Although you guys can't drink for shit, I will say that much. Can't hold liquor.
Coming from the girl who hardly ever has a drink
It's not good. Maybe Elijah's the only one that I know that can hold any liquor, but and Lisa.
Elijah and I
too.
have her beat.
I have stories about this girl. I lived with her for a year, guys. You ain't seen nothing on the hill. So I don't say this to be horrible to Americans in any capacity. It's rather that looking at it from the objective standpoint as someone who hasn't grown up in this country, you are hurtling at an aggressive, horrible speed towards what I can see happening in my home country. And the problem is that you can excuse it away by going, oh, it's fine, we just have our own states that belong to us. So we just have this that belongs to us, and we'll just force everybody out. The reality is that it will infiltrate eventually. These ideologies that will corrupt your own ideologies eventually take root, and they take hold, and then they spread. And getting rid of them is impossible. Australia is a prime example of that, where the population was incredibly complacent for far too long, and now they effectively have police officers who are beating the shit out of them in public. They can't have protests. They can't fight the government. The government is trying to institute itself as a forever dictator in my home state. It is not appropriate. It's not acceptable, and the people can't do shit about it because they're completely disarmed. They're in a position where they have no power. They have no Bill of Rights. They don't have a constitution that protects them in any capacity. And Americans, I swear to God, I don't want this to happen to you. And I know it sounds very doomer, but I mean it. I really don't want this to happen to you. You have to get active. I'm not gonna, I'm not the sort of person who gets mad and yells and whatnot, but I feel strongly like Elijah does, where And I mean this for everyone. You know, I disagree wholeheartedly with many leftist viewpoints. I simply don't think that I can live alongside people who think the way that they do a lot of the time. And I say this being someone who doesn't agree with many of the people that I share the stage with right now. I have fundamental differences with every single one of the people sitting here. And yet I love them and I'll fight for their freedoms. So I'm not saying this to exclude people who think differently to me. I'm saying if you don't get your shit in order, the government will take it from you.
Australian culture and American culture have a lot of overlap as well, but there is a very, I guess, particular deviance between the two. And I think America is right now holding on to these last two artifacts that have been very central to our culture and propagation, which are basically Bibles and rifles. If you look at Australia, they have no guns, and they are also considered to be one of the most irreligious societies in the entire world. Whereas America, we still have, you know, we're America, but we still have a pretty proportionately substantial, like, church attendance every week, and of course we have so many guns. So the solution is, I mean, obviously, well, causation and correlation are different, but I think the solution is basically double down on that and buy more guns while you still can, and then read your Bible, and then everything will probably be fine.
What will you fire from your guns, though, when you have no ammunition because the government stopped supply of it coming from other countries?
I'm going so far more doomsday than you, though. Like, when your FBI is corrupt, and don't say that they're not, because they're like...
Oh, no, John thinks that they are, certainly.
Okay, good. But
look at his little face. Look at his little weasel face.
I have
he
no
knows.
allegiance to the FBI.
When you're, no, it's like, people say to me all the time, oh, like, the FBI wouldn't do that. Like, they've done it in the past. You think that they're just above it now? No, it's getting worse now.
No, the difference is that now they know that you're watching, and they're doing it with open, they're going, haha, you're watching, watch me do this.
It's like the Kyle Rittenhouse footage. Like, all of a sudden, they've got aerial
Talk about
drone
psyops.
footage. Like,
look at the way
what?
they even, like, you're going to tell me that they don't manipulate social media algorithms to make certain memes go viral? Think about it. If you can reduce phenomenon to a joke or a meme, that is simply all it will be, a joke. They did this with 9/11, for example. Haha, 9/11 was an inside job. It became a thing that, like, quirky people say to, like, think that they're, like, funny or something. Now it's just a joke. Or even with, like, the FBI. Oh, me sitting at home when my FBI agent's, like, watching me eat my third, like, bag of Doritos. And it's like, now that's just a joke, and that is all that it registers as in the public's mind, instead of, like, something that literally happens. Like, when the whole Snowden thing came out with the NSA, that basically was like a, oh yeah, we do that. And like, there was no accountability.
Well, it could be worse. I mean, you could have the stalker from like the online deep depths of the internet hacking your laptop little thingy and then watching you through that. They could watch you get changed, Sean.
Did that happen to you?
No, but that actually happens to people. I was trying to make a joke, you ruined it. It's fine.
Well, I'll tell you.
Elijah would have laughed if he was paying attention to what I was saying.
The FBI can be summarized in the fact that they don't care as much that the President of the United States is probably a child molester as much as they care about who stole the diary to expose that. That's a true statement. And the FBI, honestly, is covering up the fact. I don't know if you've ever spoken to child molestation victims, or maybe you have been yourself. A lot of the things in the diary here that we're reading in connection with Joe Biden shows huge signs of it, at the very least, inappropriate sexual contact with a minor at the very most.
His daughter.
What?
His daughter.
Yes, but they're still saying alleged because they're just saying it's alleged because we haven't verified it yet.
No.
I'm dealing with the FBI. I'm dealing with their shit every day, so I gotta be careful here because fuck those. They're always coming around and causing problems, and that's my point of what they're doing. Like, I gotta be careful. You can say it, but I'm telling you because I want to beat these people because I'm sick of them harassing people. And if you know what, God has given me the blessing to have a good legal team. Do you know we had to use? The biggest legal team in America dropped my case because the FBI was using such extortive processes and pressure that the largest and most respected law firm in the United States couldn't take my case. They couldn't do it. The FBI got them on a clause so that it was a conflict of interest. That's who they are. They disrupt the unity of this country, and they combat and have waged a war of domestic terrorism for too many years against the patriots of this country. And I am telling you this from the beginning, that we are exposing them. Like with the new documentary I made with Tucker Carlson, Patriot Purge, you gotta watch it, about January 6th. It is amazing. I am telling you that the FBI is protecting a man known as Ray Epps, who was involved in instigating the January 6th riot, someone who I interacted with directly. And do you know what the FBI did with Ray Epps when he was confronted by citizen journalists and asked about his involvement in January 6th. What did the FBI do? They harassed the citizen journalists, came to their home, investigated them, and they're pressuring them because they asked the wrong questions. The United States federal government has gone rogue and is now waging a war against the people who want to protect and hold the union together. So when they call us terrorists, they say, we want a national divorce. No, we don't. We want union. When they say, you're the ones who want a civil war. No, you're the one who began and waged it on us already. And it's the truth of the matter. You have started this war against your people. They do not have any respect for the rule of law. And I'm telling you this from experience. The FBI does not give two shits about any of your constitutional amendments, your rights, any type of Bill of Rights. They don't care about that. You know why? Who's going to keep the FBI accountable? Who keeps the Attorney General accountable? Exactly, the Supreme Court. That's a waste of sack of shit. They haven't done anything. So the reality is, as we look at the federal government right now, the only person that can keep a federal government in check is either its people or another nation. And that's why they say that the greatest threat to the United States right now is white supremacy and domestic extremism. Also climate change, which is true. They say the world's going to end in 30 years. I'm hoping it ends in 9. That's why I'm buying a bigger car. But I will say this. It's true, accelerate that. But as we move closer to this, it's like you have to understand that if you love the way this country was founded, it has been a long war since the early 1900s to destabilize, decentralize our money, to inflate our currency, to change what brings us together and unifies us, to destroy our faith, to delay fertility, to break apart families so that we are less powerful, that we have less ability to control ourselves. And I'm telling you what, if now is not the time that you've drawn the line to say, I know that I don't want my government to be my enemy, but they have decried me as their enemy. And so if you don't want to accept that, that's okay. Keep living until you get raided by the FBI, until something happens to you, until you lose all of your accounts, until you get fired from your job, lose your bank account, and realize the corporate fascism that has actually gripped this nation. That's fine. You wait then. But I've woken up today and said, you know what? I would rather die going down to build a better country for my children than to force their hand to live in whatever shithole they're trying to make this country into. And if you still love America, then I don't know what else it's going to take for us to actually wake up and start asking accountability for these leaders. I mean, you guys saw, I just want to say, you guys saw what happened with the soldier that stepped out of line, that questioned the pull out of Afghanistan. They got 13 of our boys and girls killed. 13 in the most sloppy pullout method. I always say that Biden pulled out of Afghanistan more sloppy than a high schooler on prom night.
Oh my God, Elijah.
He did. It was disgusting. It was reprobate, and he betrayed us as a nation. And unless you accept that, and people like Chad Prather there, who's running to unseat Greg Abbott, that rhino who locked us down, who put masks on us, who put hairdressers in prison. Literally, all we need to do is get out and vote for people like that who are going to get America back to where it's going to be. And well, I do want to end with this point. I want to say this.
I see our lefty friends laughing in the audience. I see you guys. There you are.
Yeah.
But like, wait till it's you, because you don't think it'll be you. You laugh because the FBI calls me. They call Elijah, right?
They detain me at an airport for being a journalist.
Right.
Like,
you wait.
You guys hasn't happened to you
they
yet. So you laugh and you joke because
take
no one's
my
coming
bank accounts,
for you.
everything. And they don't do it to people with a different political party. I promise you that. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. I'm in court depositions. I'm telling you, it's true. And they're not doing it based on political ploy. But I do want to say this. This is like, just to wake up to what's going on, is like we are at a position in our lives where as a nation and as a people, I just want to say this, we are all thinking the same thing. If you think you're crazy, like, I don't know what to do next and what might happen next seems crazy, you are in the exact same position as tens of millions of people around the country who feel the same way, who think the same way, and do not let the narratives, the silencing, the censorship, keep you from thinking that you're somehow weird or you're alone. The only reason why people aren't speaking out is simply because they're afraid of the consequences. And as of right now, they're winning with the fear. But I'm trying to break that by saying things that can get me in trouble, and I've been getting in trouble, and I want more of it.
But guess what? You're waking people up, and it's happening, and you can see it just in Virginia now, right? I used to think like, oh my God, these people are so crazy. That's it. This is the end of us. Like, I'm the only one that thinks like this because I see so many people that don't. And then the Virginia and the Jersey elections happened, right? And it was so overwhelming that they couldn't cheat, right? But people are like, no, you're not going to let that stuff be in my kids' schools. You're not going to let my kids get injected with a vaccine where the FDA approval only came on the back of 2,500 test cases, right? Like, no, you're not putting that into my kids.
Yeah.
And so people are finally like waking up, and it's because we need to speak out more.
Yeah,
we need more of this.
The parents versus evil narrative is what's going to win. And I think it's going to win even further than elections, because elections are only one piece of it, and elections are a good thing. They're going to prolong and preserve what we have right now. But what we have right now is not going to last forever. What we need to take right now is the culture back, because your kids can learn whatever they learned in school, but when they come home, they're going to listen to these artists. They're going to listen to, I'm sure, Travis Scott. That's one of them. But they're going to listen to Lil Nas X. They're going to listen to Megan Thee Stallion. They're going to listen to all these different people.
They're your children.
They are your children. But at a certain point, you can't control everything in their lives. They're going to tune into certain content. So what we need is to embrace that content that embraces that message. Not that content, embrace new content that embraces the message that you actually want to instill your children with. You want to instill your children with the exact same patriotism and the exact same willingness to fight for the betterment of their own seed, themselves and their children, then instill with them the culture and the message that actually provides that narrative to them.
But as a parent, you do that, like I'm a parent, but you have to do that from like the time that they're little. Kids get all of their values and social, norms when they're young. And then so fine, they can experiment and do that what they want in high school or whatever, but they will come back around if you laid that foundational groundwork, if you put the right virtues in. And that's a word that we get away from, is virtue. Where is America's virtues anymore? There is no shared virtue here in this country. We don't agree on that. And that's why I think that it's almost hopeless at this point, but we need to get back to instilling like morals and virtues and hyping them up, and not just playing into the culture. We need to get culture to love raising people to be good humans first, not teaching the tests, not doing any of that stuff. In school, like my kid's school now, grades the kids on a set list of virtues. What school does that anymore? Public school's not doing that. They're indoctrinating you to the state. Get your kids out of public school.
John, you don't have any negative viewpoints to add? I'm just waiting for you to say something shitty.
No, I don't actually. In fact, I think I have something maybe positive to say.
All right, go. First time in your life. Let's hear it.
That this is sort of to Elijah's point, that there are like tens of millions of people who think like us, maybe not like everybody in the audience, but who think like us. So it's not like we're just going anywhere. And kind of to your point, I think that for so long we've sort of, and perhaps this is kind of us wanting to be prideful or pledge allegiance to these sort of abstract principles about like, neutrality and nuance and things like that with, well, who are you to enforce your morality on so-and-so? And we need to have neutral institutions. And I wish that my kids didn't have to go to school and learn, slanted this or slanted that. That's just not true. That's sort of a misunderstanding of the American historiography. There's no such thing as neutral institutions. This country used to be a much more free and a much more moral and prosperous place. It was also a much more hostile place to people like communists. You couldn't get a job in the public domain. If you were a communist, you'd be ousted. What's the guy's name? Joe? It's true. This place was a better place when it was basically illegal to be a communist. And now that they won, because they had what's referred to as the long march to the institutions, they write the history books, and so they make it seem like, oh, it was this free society and every opinion was tolerated. That's not exactly how it was, actually. And now that they have a seat at the table because they said it was, oh, it's about free speech or whatever, now that they have control of the table, they're kicking you out. So it's literally been an inversion over the course of the last 100 years for what it was like to be a right-leaning person, what it was like to be a left-leaning person. And they basically like suckered us into thinking that. So yeah, if you want to take the country back, I've heard millions of times, 1 out of every 3 takes I hear with conservative-minded people is we just need to rise up. What does that even mean? What does it mean, rise up? I think that we fall too often into this idea of like the marketplace of ideas and debating, and it's like, that's all important, but we all know like 80% of what needs to be done. I mean, if any person in this room had complete control over the federal government, they could probably get us on the right track in the course of a few afternoons, I would imagine. Like, it's not like that complicated. It really isn't. Maybe that last 20% we need to critique, but 80% of like the problems we could probably have anybody solve. So it's not just a matter of, focusing on these particular ideologies or debating and things like that. It's literally rising up means taking back the institutions and then wielding them for good. Not going back to what we tried to do in the 1950s and 60s with maintaining this idea of neutral institutions and the power vacuum. No, using power for good, which is what we are supposed to do as Americans. That's like the entire point of our country, is using our power and our exceptionalism and influence for good instead of just saying, let's just leave the gun on the table. And then the communists are like, sick, and then they take it and then they paint your like brain matter all over the wall. I don't really want that to happen. That's just my take.
Our Constitution was written for a virtuous people. Like, that's what it was written for.
It was not vague at all. They literally said that this was written for a moral and religious people. It is wholly unfit for any other population. And now I think the most common, atheists will say that atheism isn't a religion, but in terms of like perception of God, I think atheism is now the plurality in the country. And it's like, this is not a coincidence. This country has become amoral because good people don't want to use good to wield influence. Like, for example, we talked about the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. You had baby boomers, and we love our baby boomers, but you had baby boomers on that were potential jurors saying, well, I'm biased because I believe in the Second Amendment. And it's like, oh, come on, man. You could have had this kid walk if you were on there, but you didn't want to because you wanted to, frankly, masturbate to your own self-image as this idea of like, oh, I'm this neutral intellectual figure. It's like, no, you're not. You are not biased for believing that people should have a right to defend themselves.
I think we're going to go to questions now. Thank you, John, for your input. That wasn't negative. That was pseudo-negative, but not super negative.
I think we have 10 minutes too as well.
No, a whole 15. We got 15 minutes.
And you can
a
moderate
whole 15
that.
minutes.
Here we
Let's
go.
do
Look
it,
at
folks.
the lining up. I see you over there.
Thank you. You are here. I love you guys.
Good to see you.
Huge fan. I know. I hear you. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So, local person moved from California to Dallas. I didn't realize Dallas was so blue.
Yes.
But
neither did we.
I know. And I understand the whole thing between, I love the freedom of speech, Second Amendment, all of that. Locally, getting involved, big time. Just locally, what do you all think would be good for us to do other than just not comply? But the vaccine thing is a big deal. And I just see everything coming down. And so just some ideas to share with the group.
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, if you guys don't know, out where I live, over by South Lake area, they are at the center of most of the fights against critical race theory and what was going on in just the 1619 Project, and that kind of proliferated into certain core subjects and brainwashing children into odd perceptions. And it wasn't really the children they were worried about being taught critical race theory. It was the professors who were learning it in college, that the teachers that were coming in and then were teaching their ideologies to children. And so they've really taken back their schools. And also, too, I've seen a lot of people get into like districting and zoning to help to prevent redistricting and problems, especially with zoning laws, with trying to keep certain types of homeowners in specific areas. Really helps people with similar values to be able to come together, to have an investment, a stake in things, rather than confusing cities and districts so people have different ideas of what they want. And I know the sheriff of Fort Worth, head sheriff, I know a lot of people getting into law enforcement and leadership roles, and also in the legal roles as well, especially with like the tax assessor and whatnot. It's not that hard to win small elections here.
That's what I was gonna
say. And Chad Prather's running for governor, and we have a lieutenant governor here. People are doing it. They're getting in and they're trying to change it. And I think that's the Texas spirit, is saying you don't have to have a history of office or of an ability to change. I live here. This is my damn state. I'm not really an American. I'm a Texan, and we're Republic of Texas, and we need to fight for this like Chip Roy and a lot are doing. So I'm just saying, have the balls, or if you're a woman, have the transgender balls to get up and to fight for your
Run for
state.
local office, because people always forget how important local office is. County commissioner, recorder of deeds, any of the small, be involved in all parts of government, especially at the local level. School board's huge, county commissioners.
But even on that front with the school board thing, if you can assemble a bunch of parents, even if you can't make it onto the school board, if you can assemble a bunch of parents to go and harass the shit out of them and the school and march yourself up there. I swear to God, when I was in school, my mom she's American. She was that woman that was up there every week going, you are not teaching my kid this, you are not doing this. And I regret to say that those poor people had to deal with her all the time. She's the best. But she bent people to her will. I think that can't be understated, is how much power parents have in just being a pain in the ass.
It's time to be a proud, quote-unquote, domestic terrorist.
Yeah, but not actual domestic terrorists,
Don't do anything violent, ever.
I mean, we're not saying that you can't, but we're not saying that you can.
All right, next question.
Hey, so hi everyone.
Hi,
So I've enjoyed the conservative circle jerk hour.
Is this where we get to do with you doing this again? Oh, I can't wait. Oh, let's
I'm
go.
doing it now.
Full send.
So since this panel was about how do we bring America together?
No, that's not what it was about at all, actually.
It wasn't.
No, it was
not.
America at its breaking point, because we think we're at our breaking point.
All right, so since we're at our breaking point, and we have the right wingers on the stage here, and then the left winger me. So I'm a left winger. I'm a lefty. I was one of the left wingers who came came to this conference to have a conversation, and I'm also a gay man who is married to a husband, and I'm a little bit worried about some of the rhetoric about like Elijah saying that we should go back to the way
Figured
things
your
were.
beliefs are very
So
annoying.
what could this panel do to assuage my fears? Like, what would you do to
What are you
appeal
afraid
to
of?
me?
What are you afraid of? What rights don't you have that you want right now? What are you afraid of?
That's what I'm asking.
I'm asking you what you're afraid of. So
I'm asking, since, like, because a lot of conservatives, like, want to go back to the way things were. Like, should we
What do you mean
repeal
way
gay
things
marriage?
were? We're not nobody here talked about going the way things were. As a matter of fact, we're talking about taking it a completely
You seem
different
very
route.
mad that I'm just asking a
because you're
question.
mischaracterizing the people.
Well, no,
conservatives
then you
in
can
general,
assuage my
Daniel.
fear.
All right, wait.
Then you can assuage my fear.
Let's stop
What
for a
would
second.
you do?
Why does Lisa command
I want to
hear your question.
What would you, as right-wingers, do to assuage my fears? Because maybe I'm
No
wrong.
one gives a shit that you're gay,
Go to
bro.
church. That's all I care.
No
that
one
you do. Go
fucking
to church.
cares.
Can we
Like,
stop?
at all.
Can we stop? Wait, I want to know this.
I'm serious. No one gives a shit who you have sex with, provided that you're not going into schools and going, "Hey, kiddos, let's
So is
teach
gay
the
marriage still
4-year-old."
legal? Yes.
Dude, no
I'm
one
okay with
gives
gay
a
marriage.
shit.
Still legal?
I think. Wait. I
Who
think I
in
should
this room cares that
I
this
think-
man's gay?
I think I
Not
should
me.
clarify.
I don't care. I don't care that I'm gay either. Am I still
No
allowed
one
to be
cares,
married to my
bro.
husband?
You
No.
make these issues up, and then you go, "Oh, everyone cares about what I'm doing behind closed doors." No
So
one
that's what
gives
I
a
was
shit.
asking. It's
If
not
you want to get
behind closed
married,
doors.
go find a church. Go find a church. That's okay with that.
I don't-
Okay, because marriage is a sacrament.
I'm sorry, I literally don't believe in
Well,
religion.
then that's on you. So go contract in with your husband. That
Hold
he has
on.
the right
So
to
wait,
do whatever
you
you
want
want.
it to be a religious thing? Should I be the government?
Marriage is a
should the
sacrament.
government
That's what
be
it
involved
always
in
was.
marriage?
Marriage is
Should the
always been a
government be
sacrament.
involved in
All right,
marriage?
hey, so let me ask you this. Can we stop for a second? What is the question? Because I just want to remind you, if your gay issues, remember, even California voted against gay marriage. The Supreme Court overturned it. Just remember that. So it's not like just conservative states somehow
Even Obama
are involved in
disagreed.
gay stuff. But I did want to know what your question or what your anger was, because you just seem like an angry gay guy that's mad, and that's fine, and I'm not upset about that. That's fine.
We're gonna
I don't
we'll
know
go
what
to the
you're
next.
mad about.
We'll go to the next question.
Everyone clap for
Get
him
your
being
tickets
gay.
to the VIP party. It's gonna be lit. All
Congratulations.
right.
I mean, if we're talking about fear of the way, going back to the way things were, I am a black male right now, okay? And it's not like I say right now like I'm gonna change. I have no fear of going back to the way things were, because I know that when these people up here say go back to the way things were, they don't mean go back to segregation. They don't mean to go back to anything that is against us, because they love me just as much as they
Look at
probably
my
love you for
African-American-
being
Isn't he
a
the
fellow
greatest?
American. They want to stand up for what being an American means, which means loving your community, like Kyle Rittenhouse did in his community when he went down there after defending property, going down there and saying, "Does anybody need medical?" He was 16 years old and was thrown in jail and has had his name dragged through the mud simply for loving his community. And I will not let you do the same thing to my friends up here,
Thank you.
dragging their name through the mud simply for loving their community.
Let me make a point to that real quick. If anybody hasn't noticed, the people that are embraced the most by right-wing people are gay people and black people and any type of minority. If you think like us, we welcome you with open arms. It is not about anything else.
Ariel is a
We
great
will-
example of
That's
that.
true.
We will embrace you.
Ariel's a great example of that. I don't know where she is. She's disappeared. She's a lesbian. She's one of my, good mates. I was the one who was like, dude, make a leaving the left video and tell conservatives or people on the right that you're done being ostracized for your viewpoints. And you know what? Everybody embraced her. They're like, yeah, we literally don't care that you like girls. Cool. Some people, that's not their favorite activity. But look at her. Look at this lady.
No, we were talking.
Are you
about
scared?
Ariel.
Are you scared of conservatives, Ariel? You're a lesbian person. You're a lesbian woman. Are you scared of us conservatives ruining your life? Yeah,
I'm not
there
a
you go.
conservative, and I just want to make that point about the whole
Or
weird,
right-wingers,
but
rather.
For being from LA, the whole weird gay debate conservative thing. The reason why most people don't like gay people is because most gays in these cities are narcissistic assholes who are annoying, and it's not because they're gay. It's because they're conceited. They have issues and trauma they need to work on, like any human being. And then rubbing your issues
you
in the
giving
face
us
and
the
assuming
finger?
people
I
don't
can't
like
even
you.
tell.
Well, I'm saying assuming people don't like you
them up
because
your
you're gay
butt, bro.
is a cope. And I've no one up here ever talked shit on this gentleman for his sexuality. No one ever brought it up, and it was not an issue. He was annoying as hell, though, so there's that. I will I'll attribute that. But I don't care about the other aspect, and I always think it's a
No, if
bullshit
you've got an
cope.
annoying personality, you being gay is just, that doesn't mean shit. You're just annoying.
I actually don't want to know who anybody has sex with. Thank you very much. I don't care. Zero cares.
Next question.
Hello, Elijah and Josh? John.
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
You like Jonathan,
My apologies.
yes.
Stop. That's his dead name.
I just wanted to let you know that myself and a couple of other people are just regular American patriots who are standing up and primarying these fucking horrific GOP establishment that has not been protecting my children. This is just awful. Did you know right now in Texas, in which our supposed great governor sat there and put forth this mask ban where you can't force children to do it? On school buses, they're still forced to. Because when a child gets on a school bus, all school buses fall under the National Transportation Bureau. I just wanted to tell you guys that there are people who are standing up to oppose them and to try to give you a little bit more of a white pill. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir.
We need it up here. We need it. Bad.
Chad. Okay. So I've heard y'all talk about being against vaccines and all that. So I was just curious. So what do y'all think about, Trump also not only taking the vaccine, but also recommending people to take the vaccine?
Trump can. Okay, so nobody cares here if anybody takes the vaccine. Nobody's vaccine. I don't want a mandate to put it into my body or my children. And if Trump, because he's happy with how his warp speed vaccine program happened, that's on Trump. Nobody cares what anybody recommends. It's about forcing it.
Yeah. No, the thing is we don't care.
I don't care.
I care. He's wrong.
Yeah, and I did say it was the most safe thing in the whole world that you should take as many as you can. So that's different. But also, if you're sane and you're listening, I'm actually totally against the COVID vaccines, and I'm against them fully.
So true. It's not even that I'm pro-choice. Like, it should be a person. I'm anti. Like, no one should be allowed to get it. Actually, simply because that's.
I literally have a song on my album called Vax Rebel. Okay, you don't have to question it whatsoever.
Trump was wrong, and he is bought out by Big Pharma, and that's one of his many flaws.
True.
Is that he's bought out by Big Pharma, and just because you're Republican, a lot of Republicans are corrupted by Big Tech and Big Pharma. And if you like vaccines, then I encourage you to get as many of them as you can.
But go back to what I was saying. Who cares what Trump wants? It's why does the left or whoever seems to care so much more about Trump than any of us over here? When's the last time you thought about Trump? Really? It's not like we're sitting here we're some loyalists to Trump. No, Trump was a symptom of the underlying problems that Americans were dealing with. So no, it was never about some undying loyalty to Trump. Who cares what he thinks? Legit, who cares what he thinks? If you want to get the vaccine, bro, on you. Put that poison in your body. I'm all here for it. The more lefties that get the vaccine,
we should go on to the next question. I think we only have 10 minutes or 7 minutes, so we should get as many.
Oh, man.
I'm liking the questions.
It seems that, the most successful societies understand where people are allowed to agree to disagree. And I'm a libertarian, so I believe in that. But I'm naturally wondering that because I think most people are extremely hostile toward the principles of liberty, and I'm asking myself, why should we really try to convert them? Because a lot of us are just throwing up our hands and saying the hell with the rest of the world.
Because they're going to come for you. They're going to come for us. They already are. That's why you can't just live and let live. They're already. When I say canceling, they're taking away the way we operate, taking away our PayPal. You can't even Venmo your friend for food. They're coming after us. You can't just live and let live anymore. We're past that point.
As a sort of half former libertarian that believed less and less in the live and let live and pure freedom mindset, I'd say the biggest thing that changed my mind through all of it is that simply sitting and agreeing with everything I saw wasn't getting me anywhere. It wasn't taking this nation that I saw in a good direction. And I sort of progressed more into not necessarily the authoritarian, but more so, in my opinion, the moral and religious. And I'm not even fully religious yet, and I can't call myself a completely moral person, but I can say that I look at the different vices within society, and I look at the different identities and ideologies, and I can say I disagree with this wholeheartedly. Sitting on the sidelines and saying I respect your right to have this doesn't work because it doesn't get rid of it. If I view something as wrong and as something that I don't want within society, then I need to stand up, speak my mind about it, and be honest and say, listen, I don't agree with your ideology. I don't agree with your sexuality. I don't agree with your religion. I'm going to say something about it. I'm going to be up there, and I'm going to say that even if I had power, I wouldn't necessarily do something to you, but I would say that I disagree with it.
People up here are going to disagree with me real quick on this, but you don't have to be religious. Benjamin Franklin was a deist that worked all the time on being a virtuous human being. He had a list of 13 virtues, and he would check them off, and he would work to be a good human being, right? Like that's it. It's like those are the founding principles. Everybody always talks about like founding principles and freedom and liberty, but no, it's like virtue and being good moral human beings. And that's why Benjamin Franklin wasn't believing in a certain religion, because he thought that the actual religions taught to be religious rather than be virtuous humans. But he did believe in like a higher being and God and that type of thing. But you don't necessarily have to be religious. You just have to be moral.
Right. And I do want to. I do have to close this out.
I'm an
though.
atheist, and I'm a pretty decent human being.
Yeah.
Elijah always says that I'm the best atheist Christian
I like
that
you.
he
You're just
that he
going to
knows.
hell, and I'm not. But I will say that.
You know what? I'm the overlord, so.
No, but I do want to say this. Just in the end, as a wise man once told me recently, a very wise man, get your allies now. Know what's coming, choose which side you're going to be on, and stand back and stand by.
Sides.
Thank you guys so much again for having us here to speak at the event at Better Discourse. Thanks to everybody who invited us out and to everybody who came. We really appreciate you so much. We love that you came out here in Fort Worth, and may freedom find its way.
Dark Winter available now. All streaming services, stream it now. Let's go.
All right. One last. What's that? Give one last round of applause for our last panel, please. My biggest takeaway from the night, I had the first word, so I get the last word. A lot of passion tonight. We heard some good hand claps for some of your more liberal policy or ideas, plenty for the conservative ideas. That's freaking awesome. That's why we do these events. They're absolutely 100%. We didn't come down from the Midwest to just do a bunch of bullshit that you hear all the time. Like I said, this is old school stuff. It's great to have every one of you. Hopefully we see you at the VIP party. It's at Campese's if you have a VIP. They can buy into the VIP if you want to go. All the speakers will be over there. I will be over there. So, like I said, real quick, a couple thanks. Thank you all again for being here. You guys are awesome. Jeremy from the Quarter, thank you very much. Thank you, Ridgely. Please tip your people well. Drive safe. Hopefully we will see you again. Good night. Hey guys.
Hi.
Can I run up and be
Steven, are you coming tonight? Can you make it?
Where are we going? Wait, don't say that. Oh. Yeah, for the VIP event thing, right? Of course I will.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
How could I not?
We really want you to. Thanks again, man.
Yeah,
I feel like
no
I'm
problem.
outpaced intellectually.
All right, how you guys going? How you guys doing tonight? I just took a wonderful 3-hour nap. Oh my god.
Steven.
Take shots. My
leftist
flight
need
leaves
to
in like
stop
7
using
hours.
belittling us pox. 85%
I have
of
to
the
go.
world is running to the west because it offers
to go to
freedom and not
Miami,
to
so.
complain. This is my Mr. Mountain Sub money.
The last panel was insane. Well, I'd love to stop to me. Oh, jeez. Okay. Are you sorry?
That's not a conspiracy. In Vietnam, we are exposing corruption too. A rich billionaire is exposing everything government,
Because I'm putting
celebrities, so
100%.
on.
Dude, I had a nap, okay? Listen, I'm on like, these days are so packed together for me. I have a flight that leaves in like 7 hours to Miami, so. Anna's still talking about her manifesto stream. Yeah, Anna's just going to be going forever, guys. There's really not much else.
Because I'm putting 100% here.
True. There's not really much else we can do, guys. She's building a Google Doc live on stream. Oh, another Google Doc. The third manifesto. That'll get me. I'm sure.
I feel like I've outpaced this intellectually because I was going to clip stuff
Oh, you're gonna steal stuff from my stream? Is that so?
Is that okay?
Because I'm putting 100%. You're okay.
Is that going to be on your YouTube channel? The VOD, they kind of did a little bit of pussyfooting around
Advocating for what?
I feel like about.
Oh, for what panel?
This one right here.
Oh.
This last one.
Well.
The right wing circle. This panel. So just
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
We talked about ivermectin.
Mmm.
Yeah, usually people that I'm like friends with, like who stream, they'll delete their videos. Like they'll stream it and they won't upload, re-upload because they're afraid of like being taken. Oh, we don't do that.
Waiting for donuts to cycle, and then. Will we stream it by Abby? Baby? Yeah. Where are we going tomorrow? Are we gonna? Should we meet Dad, or should we just go to a hotel, or what?
Wait, do you want to sleep at Dad's? Is that what you
No, like, should we meet Dad?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Because Dan is a fucking piece of shit.
Mr. Moon is not there, is he? Yeah. Is he gonna be there?
To what?
Is Mr. Moon?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know what those guys are doing.
We typically will set it up and
Dan. If you want to, why? Be mealful. Hey, Dan, do you want to hang out tomorrow? We can. We would be there pretty early, though. I can never understand being that obsessed with someone as much as Anna's obsessed with Destiny. Well, have you seen my Reddit for the past 2 days? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Don't mint that one, okay? I feel like I should. If people bought tickets and someone want to hang out, it feels kind of shitty to just skip that VIP event. What did they say?
Don't talk to him. He's drunk.
Oh.
I feel great. He's just from this bar or from something else? From this bar. He's drunk. He doesn't even wonder if you're going to be at the after party.
What?
After party?
Yeah, I'm heading over soon, yeah. Yep.
His chat's on. He sure did see the yes. Were you streaming this entire time?
Yep, the whole panel.
Free content. He had like 2,000 viewers, like the entire.
Any UFC predictions at the Kamaru Usman versus Colby Covington fight? Covington is gonna win it. So easy. I'm sorry, guys. It's not even close.
Yeah, he's exploiting the labor.
Exactly.
My labor. Everyone's mad at me because I screamed conservative. All of that.
Fantastic. Thanks again. And feel free right across the street. I think if you're going back, I totally get that too. But right across the street.
Wait, where the fuck did Molina go? Alright, I love you guys. It's been fun. I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. I have no idea what's going on. We probably will if we're going to be in Dan's room, so. Be careful, guys.
That's on you.